Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate Monster Genius on Rock's Ship 1 Rupee Chapter 1. After one night of training, your Kong Yun knife technique has worked hard to reach 59% of the proficiency level. Your basic physical skills have reached the upper limit. Your observation hockey will increase by 2% after one night of training. After a day of hard training, your armament hockey broke through the incubation period and reached the next level of proficiency 2%. The sound of the system sounded in his mind, and Sha Tian got up from the bed with a cry. The Kong Yun sword technique learned 3 days ago turned out to be in excellent condition, and it improved a lot at once. This is Whitebeard Newgate's knife technique, and it will soon reach the Grandmaster stage. With hockey's actual combat power, it will rise a lot. Sha Tian couldn't help smiling happily. 3 days ago, Sha Tian traveled to the One Piece dimensional world. Following the journey, what awakened in the body was a peculiar system. Allows him to cultivate his abilities and skills automatically. Whether it is hockey, physical skills, or sword skills, as long as you learn them, they will practice by themselves. This cheat that allows Sha Tian to grow all the time. Open the system panel. In his mind, Sha Tian checked the system panel. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Observation hockey, 10% in the proficiency stage. Armament hockey, 2% at the proficiency level. Kong Yun knife method, 59% of the proficiency stage. Basic physique. The upper limit has been reached. Close black lens bracket. The interface is very concise, which is also related to Sha Tian's journey to One Piece's world activation system just now. Sha Tian converged his mind and started to clean up and went out immediately. After walking out of the humble cabin, he took a deep breath. Sha Tian exudes the perception of seeing and hearing, holding a standard long knife, and walking behind, surrounded by messy houses, seems a little cautious. The growth of seeing and hearing color is faster than armament hockey, and it is also related to the opening of perception every day. Here, one has to be cautious. Advertisement because this is Pirate Island, Hachinosu. The base camp of Rock's Pirate. Sha Tian did not travel to the era of great voyages, but the era when Rock's Pirate dominated the sea more than 40 years ago. Sha Tian came through. The identity of the system arrangement is Rock's Pirate's trainee crew. Rock's Pirate is a personality group, a group of big pirates that get together for a certain treasure. Later it became a terrorist organization, led by Rocks. Sha Tian is in such a pirate group, and must quickly increase its strength. Because the boats often kill each other, Rocks never prohibits it, so there is no rule here, everyone follows the rule of the weak. With the ambition of Rocks to become the king of the world, and the growing fierce power of the world government and marine, Rock's Pirate is constantly injecting fresh blood. Rock's Pirate recently recruited a lot of trainee crews on the island, and collectively carried out various teaching, such as hockey training and boxing and knife skills. Sha Tian traveled through the past 3 days to learn the sights, hearings, and armament hockey, and the progress of their cultivation is also very fast. In the collective teaching 3 days ago, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Rock's Pirate Squad, taught his own knife skills. I have to say that this is surprising. It is said to be the order of Captain Rocks. Sha Tian believes that there are other hidden transactions. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal for such an interest group to ask Whitebeard to teach his sword skills. Of course, this is the business of the core members of Rock's Pirate. For Sha Tian, the magic system is in the body, the more skills the better. While walking, on the road around the house, many pirates appeared, and like Sha Tian, they walked under the huge skeleton on the island. They are all newly joined trainee crew members, and under the skeleton rock is a spacious open space, where the cadres will convene for the usual banquets and gatherings. At this time, many people have gathered in the open space, most of them are trainee crew members. Some old crew members and official crew members were all around, standing or sitting in groups to watch the excitement. Sha Tian stood alone in a remote place of the crowd as soon as he arrived. When he first came here, he didn't trust others, so he didn't have any companions. Many people in the open space were still holding long knives and making gestures. Hey, how are you learning? I have been practicing for 3 days, and I still don't know the essentials. This is Captain Whitebeard's knife technique. It's difficult, and it's impossible to learn it in a short time. It's too difficult. No matter whether it's a force or a move, I still can't grasp it. It may take more than half a year of hard work to become a master. Advertisement on the spacious ground. There was a lot of discussion with the companions beside him. Many people shook their heads, lamenting the difficulty of learning. Some are still gesturing, frowning and thinking, and those who looked at the people around with fierce eyes. At this time, in front of the clearing, a tall and sturdy man dressed in a white coat and cut through the clouds with a big sharp knife came over. Long golden curly hair, white beard, and a unique smile on his face. As soon as he walked in front of the crowd, Kong Yun stubbornly squatted on the ground. The handle end smashed a hole in the ground, and an invisible aura spread like the wind. The audience suddenly became quiet. Even the old crew members around looked at this tall figure with respect. Edward Newgate, one of the most powerful people in Rock's Pirate. Also the squad leader of the old crew around, Whitebeard. This is the last teaching of the trainee crew. My knife skills are very difficult. Even I spent a lot of time forming it bit by bit. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the trainee crew members who were still thinking about knife skills and said. For him, The skill of the sword was created by innumerable efforts and battles. Now that he took it out, he would teach it well, and by the way, he could pick some good aptitudes to be included in the squad. Presumably you have studied everything you have learned. I will demonstrate it again. For the last time, take the opportunity to take a good look. At this time Whitebeard didn't think much, raised Cong Yun and talked about the essentials of the sword technique while practicing. Whitebeard swung his broad knife aggressively, and his momentum spread directly like ripples. Many of them were sweating and gritted their teeth and watched. With a unique smile, Whitebeard is more serious today than yesterday. Even Conqueror's Haki escaped. Those who feel the aura of Whitebeard's swordsmanship and watch them earnestly benefit a lot. This is the one-shot skill of the real strong. Behind the crowd, Sha Tian looked straighter, until Whitebeard stopped, talking about some key points. Your Cong Yun sword technique was personally practiced by the original creator. Your sword technique feels very comfortable, like an epiphany, directly breaking through to 1% of the Grandmaster stage. Congratulations, your own Conqueror's Haki has reached the awakening condition, asterisk. Chapter 2 Sha Tian couldn't help but smile a little bit. When Whitebeard used his sword technique, the escaped Conquerors actually made the system awaken its own Conquerors. Conqueror's Haki is ready, and after Whitebeard Newgate's knife drill, it has reached the Grandmaster stage. Knife is difficult, you can try it. Whitebeard didn't leave immediately, instead sitting boldly on the big box beside him, talking with his chin in his arm. The purpose of Whitebeard's move is also to see if there are any qualified players among the trainee crew. After all, if you learned your own swordsmanship, you can absorb it into your own squad. The people in the clearing were all gesturing carefully. Hearing Whitebeard Newgate's words, they started to try. Everyone in the middle of the open space stretched a distance and demonstrated each. Whitebeard Newgate supported his chin with his arm and squinted quietly. The moves are not important, they are only used to proficiently exert force skills. Some people wield their swords properly, but in fact they used their strength to say goodbye to each other, without power. Whitebeard shook his head straight as he watched. A few people are okay. It seems that they have remembered the power technique of the essentials, and there is some power in it when they are waved. Sha Tian, who was at the back, looked at the trainee crew members in front of him and started to try, but his heart was pleasantly surprised. Your Cong Yun knife technique is rehearsing because everyone around you feels a comfortable atmosphere. The speed of cultivation has been accelerating continuously, and the progress has been upgraded to the Grandmaster stage 2%, 2.5%, 3%. Cong Yun's knife technique is a bit powerful. The muscle memory of the body is constantly deepened by the system, and more understanding of the sword technique emerges from the heart. Unfortunately, this acceleration did not last long and stopped at 19%. There is still no way to cut a slash, or it is a normal cut, which is not the destructive power of the sword at all. It's difficult. I watched the captain and practiced it again, but it was only a little bit clearer. Many people in the field shook their heads. After watching the drill, they were a little confident, and the results of their attempts were unsatisfactory. Gula lala. You only practiced for 3 days. How much time and energy I spent at the beginning, you still have a long way to go. Whitebeard smiled and said to many trainee crew members, these guys really dare to think. There are a few who have learned well, and Whitebeard silently noted a few of them. At this time, there was an abrupt bang. Sha Tian swung a knife against a stone with high thighs. Everyone was immediately attracted to the past. They were stunned. This is the destructive power of the sword technique, right? Cong Yun. Cut. Even Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help being taken aback and stood up abruptly. This is definitely the Cong Yun cut in the sword art. The stone was torn apart. Advertisement-like shattered, the traces of this destruction. Obviously, he has learned and researched the powering skills from Shockfruit's ability. Good guy, after 3 days of learning, you can slash Cong Yun. He actually learned it. The whole audience was silent, looking at Sha Tian who still maintained the posture of finishing the knife. It was unbelievable. But if you look at Whitebeard Newgate's reaction again, you can see that this guy has really learned it. After being surprised, many people showed fearful expressions. The old crew members around were also surprised. The captain's knife skills were learned by this trainee crew member in 3 days. Isn't this a genius with one sword? Whitebeard Newgate looked at Sha Tian with a strange look and said, have you learned? Yes, Captain, it's not difficult. Sha Tian nodded casually. The trainee crew on the side felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten flies. What is not difficult? Didn't you see that the people present couldn't even figure out the moves? You take the knife again and have a look. Whitebeard Newgate didn't mind Sha Tian's words. What happened just now was too fast, and he didn't see Sha Tian's knife. Sha Tian nodded, his eyes locked on another thigh-high stone, and walked over. Everyone looked at Sha Tian with dignified eyes, and once again made a knife. Sha Tian shot quickly. The memory of the muscles in the hands is like having been painstakingly cultivated thousands of times. Raise the long knife. A sword force is distributed. It slashed diagonally on the stone. Bang! There is no ordinary split. The blade stays on the stone, and the stone seems to be shattered. Torn to pieces. Really, someone in the crowd couldn't help but yelled. Is this guy a kendo genius? Goo la 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 la. Very good, talented, never seen before. What is your name? Whitebeard Newgate made no secret of appreciation in his eyes. This is a monster-level genius. Whitebeard knows how difficult his knife skills are. Advertisement, but in only 3 days, he was able to cut Cong Yun with such a cut. My name is Sha Tian, Captain Whitebeard. Sha Tian also answered with a smile. The people around me remembered the name. Learned the Kong Yun knife technique so easily. If this guy does not die before the official crew selection, he is destined to become a master. After joining my team, you can directly become an official crew member. There are also many benefits in the team. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and smiled and threw an olive branch to Sha Tian. Sha Tian has already thought about it. If you must join a team in Rock's Pirate, it is definitely the first choice under the banner of Whitebeard Newgate. It is not only Whitebeard's strong strength, but also his loyalty and longing for his family, and he also loves his subordinates' lives more. It is an honor for me to be assigned to Captain Whitebeard's squad. Sha Tian didn't have much to hesitate, smiled and nodded. Gum la la la. The training of the trainee crew is over, and the division of the team is carried out quickly. Don't lose your life. If there is anything, you can come to me. Whitebeard Newgate said something pointedly. It is enough to attract the genius of Sha Tian here. After confessing a few words, he turned and left. Before leaving, the old crew members of the surrounding subordinates also took a look at Sha Tian, still astonished at the bottom of my heart. The captain has never been so optimistic about a person. But this guy didn't refuse the captain's solicitation, and would become a partner after the end of the accident. After the trainee crew watched them leave, they looked at Sha Tian complicatedly. Jealous, envious, killing intent. Sha Tian turned a blind eye and walked straight away. I have to catch some fish, crabs and so on. And the news that Sha Tian learned the Whitebeard knife technique in 3 days quickly spread from the many trainee crew members. A luxurious interior room. Crew Sha Tian. I learned the clouds of Newgate in 3 days. A man with a golden lion mane haircut bit his cigar, listening to the report under his hand, showing a strange color. He is also a kendo master, and naturally understands how powerful and difficult Whitebeard's sword is. I'm very curious, see where he is, I'll go and see for myself. Yes, Captain Shiki. Chapter 3. Among the huge skull rocks are rooms one after another. It's like a castle. In one of the halls, Ochaku was looking through the window, looking at the direction of the port. Silver Axe sat in the chair. John just opened the door and walked in. He saw Ochaku and Silver Axe and he laughed. Ochaku, Silver Axe, you two are here. There was a magical thing circulating on the island just now. Something magical. Ochaku turned his head, and Silver Axe looked up at John. It is said that there was a trainee named Sha Tian, who learned Newgate's knife skills in 3 days, and he was able to chop Kong Yun, and Whitebeard Newgate recruited that guy on the spot. Ochaku and Silver Axe looked at each other and laughed. Kong Yun Zan. That is the slash created by Newgate's ability to comprehend the shock. Are you sure someone can learn it in 3 days? And it's still a bunch of trainee crew members. If Captain Rocks learned it in 3 days, I would believe it, but we, including Shiki, can't do it. It's spreading among the trainee crew members, and the Newgate team members didn't refute it. Who knows? John shrugged. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. That's interesting. Ochaku squinted his eyes with a playful look on his face. What if it is true? Speaking of Ochaku, how long we have stayed here? Captain Rocks hasn't shown up for several days. John was uncomfortable and asked. I don't know, maybe Captain Rocks is preparing something, soon. Ochaku replied perfunctorily. At this time, I thought that the island was so big, the rumors would not be outrageous. Maybe a genius has really emerged. The news spread quickly, and many people have heard of this person Sha Tian. Charlotte Linlin and long bread eating sweets. The tall man sipping alcohol, Kaido. A young and beautiful Shiki with short black hair. At this time, Sha Tian is on the other side of the coast. He was fishing with a homemade simple fishing rod in his hand, and there was a fire around him, and some prepared fish were grilled. Your observation hockey is calm and comfortable after fishing, and the progress has improved. Fishing can make observation hockey feel comfortable and speed up the progress, which Sha Tian discovered when fishing a few days ago. Advertisement when carrying out certain specific activities or environments, it will make they feel comfortable, thus speeding up the progress. My ability has been upgraded through the system. Sha Tian picked up the baked food, added seasonings, and smiled secretly in her heart. Not much after eating and drinking, Sha Tian stood up and picked up his standard long knife. It's still not peaceful here, and becoming a full crew member of Rock's Pirate is the goal of those guys. Although he was optimistic about Whitebeard Newgate and threw an olive branch. But it is inevitable that some shady guys will attack themselves. Still need to practice hard and strive for the fastest progress. Sha Tian is holding a long knife, ready to practice by himself, plus the automatic cultivation of ability to achieve the fastest progress. Just do it. Armament hockey covers. Sha Tian's set of cloud swordsmanship begins to play. Observation hockey spreads far away, sensing whether there are people approaching around him. A set of knife skills was rehearsed. The system prompt really appeared. Your observation hockey is highly distributed, you exercise your full strength, and your progress is improved to 57% proficiency. Your armament hockey is dissatisfied with your active practice, feels insulted, and your practice speed is reduced by 50%. You don't feel comfortable with the Kong Yun knife technique, and a little disgusted with the garbage weapons in your hand. The progress has barely increased to 2% of the Grandmaster stage. When Sha Tian finished a set of swordsmanship, she was stunned when she heard the system prompt. What the hell is feeling insulting? Are you still taking the initiative to practice? Dissatisfied. There is also a knife technique. This is not to show dislike for this ordinary long knife that I don't know where I picked it up from. It's really upgraded and two bear kids came out. Sha Tian put away the heart of active cultivation in frustration, gritted his teeth a bit. Might as well speed up the progress of observation hockey by fishing. I'm not in the mood to fish anymore after such a trouble. Angrily put away the fishing rod and walked back. For the time being, he couldn't take the initiative to speed up his cultivation, so he could only find a way to learn some new skills, both sword and physical skills. Or find a good knife. Just when Sha Tian was about to go back to the small room, and was about to think about the next step. Multiple figures appeared in Sha Tian's perception of seeing and hearing colors. This is from Ben. Sha Tian looked at the road between the houses with piercing eyes. Advertisement. I saw 6 trainee crew members holding big swords in their hands, scattered in 3 directions and surrounded Sha Tian. Sha Tian. He. Found you. The 6 trainee crew members were blatant and intent to kill. Sha Tian took a deep breath. 3 of them are guys who have mastered the sword skills to a very powerful level. The ones that should come are always coming. These guys are really unscrupulously competing, and they even directly join forces to kill people. But the current self is not something these people can provoke at will. Don't talk too much when fighting. Sha Tian didn't say a word. The long sword in his hand flashed cold, his body stepped on the ground, and he rushed to 2 of them extremely fast. In the process, armament hockey covered the blade. The entire blade was rendered black, and chopped it off with Kong Yun. The 2 pirates did not expect that Sha Tian's speed was so fast, and when they reacted, they had already arrived in front of them. Armament hockey. The 2 raised their weapons and prepared to block. They looked at the slashing black blade in horror and exclaimed. Clang. The blocked weapon broke directly, and Kong Yun cut the 2 of them and threw them away, lying on the ground still with blood flowing, life and death unknown. The head of Sha Tian, who had just finished beheading, was slanted, and a knife slashed through within a short distance. See and hear color perception. Between the backhands, a long knife slashed across the neck of the attacker. The 3 people who were still about to rush up in the back were shocked, and tried to flee in panic. Sha Tian chased it up, and the long knife covered by hockey easily solved these things. Completely crushed. The weapons and some belongings of the 6 were left behind, and the corpses kicked off the coast. Sha Tian directly sat on the ground and gasped. It's not that it's too much consumption, but it's the first time to fight and kill with life, and I feel complicated and uncomfortable in my heart. Just when Sha Tian worked hard to adjust his mentality. Shiki, with yellow vertical stripes in the sky and golden mane hair, witnessed the whole process with a look of surprise on his face. Not only is he proficient in using the Kong Yun knife, but he is also very good at seeing and hearing. It looks like he killed for the first time, and he can adjust himself so calmly, and his mental quality is also very high. Golden Lion Shiki clenched his fists unexpectedly. This Sha Tian really learned Kong Yun, but also can use HA Chapter 4. This guy, you must grab your own camp. Golden Lion was surprised and excited. Such a talented guy, can't let it go. For a long time, Sha Tian, who looked at the bottom, had calmed down, and then slowly fell. At this time, Sha Tian sensed the sudden appearance of Shiki after seeing and hearing the color. Shocked. Captain Shiki. Sha Tian looked at the Golden Lion Shiki, who was holding a cigar in front of him with a smile and holding both arms in surprise. It's the flying pirate, very surprised I will find you. Shiki was half floating on the ground quietly, very peaceful. What's the matter with Captain Shiki? Sha Tian stepped back slowly, a little cautiously. The front foot just agreed to Whitebeard, and Shiki came to the door with the back foot. There is no chance of winning against Golden Lion now. Don't be nervous, Sha Tian, I have seen everything just now, but you don't need to worry. Golden Lion Shiki fell on the ground and smoked a cigar. I also appreciate your talent, and I'm here to invite you to join my squad. Invite me? Sha Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then he understood. Golden Lion Shiki has big ambitions, and also recruits masters to expand his own strength. Seeing the process of fighting, it is not surprising that I want to win over myself. I can give what Newgate can give, and my strength is also very strong. How about going to the top with me, Sha Tian? Golden Lion Shiki's words are not as simple as an invitation to join the squad. To the peak together. Which peak? The peak of the world? Captain Shiki, I don't know you well. Even the first time I met, you said you were strong. Can you show it? Sha Tian looked at Shiki with an erratic look, meaning it was unclear. I haven't seen your strength, so I don't believe it. Do you think I am not as strong as Newgate? Shiki immediately understood that he was a little upset, and it was true that Newgate was more prestigious in the rumors. Then show it and let this guy have a good experience. I didn't mean it, I just wanted to see the strength of Captain Shiki, after all. Sha Tian smiled softly and said to Golden Lion Shiki. Then I will show my strength. Advertisement. Shiki walked to the shore and pulled out the 2 famous knives from his waist. Sakura 10 and Deadwood. Didn't you learn Newgate's knife skills in 3 days? My knife skills are much harder than Newgate's knife. Golden Lion Shiki turned his head and looked at Sha Tian, with the dead wood of his right hand on his face, and continued to say. My sword technique is second sword style. When I first learned it, it took more than half a year to become a master. This is because of my extraordinary talent. Most people have to learn it, at least 2 or 3 years. Sha Tian nodded seriously, listening seriously. Seeing Sha Tian's serious look, Golden Lion Shiki thought he was attracted, and started talking more vigorously, fiddling with his moves slowly. The second sword style seems to have an extra knife, but in fact the difficulty has increased several times. My knife style, the lion slash wave, is the most difficult one in the second sword style. Shiki, holding swords in both hands, put on a slashing posture and continued. The strength skills used by both hands, Hoki's coordination, and Devil Fruit ability can also use coordination. Golden Lion Shiki was talking, completely in the state of explaining the slash wave technique. Sha Tian watched and listened carefully on the side. Lion. Slash wave. A huge slashing knife in Shiki's hand slashed towards the sea. The large-scale slashing directly separated the sea on both sides, like a canyon, and I don't know how far to reach the distance. When the sea closed, Shiki turned his head and said triumphantly. Well, my knife skills are much harder and stronger than Nugate's. Sha Tian looked at the giant sword light cut out by Golden Lion Shiki in surprise. It's really shocking and powerful, at this time. System hints emerged in my mind. Congratulations, you have learned the slash wave, lion slash wave, which was demonstrated by a unique user personally. It is currently 80% of the introductory stage. Seeing the prompt, Sha Tian nodded seriously. Captain Shiki's sword technique is indeed very powerful, I have learned it. Of course, it's difficult, I can teach you. What? The Golden Lion Shiki who was talking about the rise reacted and was taken aback. You fellow, don't be joking, although I explained it in detail, but if I understand it, I will know it. I really will. Sha Tian picked up one of the 6 knives left just now, a long knife. The use of slash wave has been learned by the body through the system. It's exactly like practicing by yourself. Put on a double sword slashing posture. Slash wave. A yellow sword gas slashed to the surface of the sea with Hoki. Advertisement: a cut was made on the sea, and it gradually went away. Although not as exaggerated as Golden Lion Shiki just now, it is indeed the skill of slash wave. Shiki looked at the surface of the sea, then looked at Sha Tian, and then looked at the surface of the sea. With a dull face, his fingers pointed at the sea. It's really slash wave, how could it be possible? After another delay, Golden Lion Shiki jumped back in shock and floated in the air with an unbelievable expression. I have studied it for more than half a year and I still work hard. And Sha Tian learned his lion slash wave after seeing it again. What an enchanting monster is this? Seeing that Sha Tian finished cutting, he gestured a few times before Shiki's move. It's natural. Shiki couldn't help it anymore. Sha Tian, join me, let's join hands, how about? Shiki fell down quickly, grabbed Sha Tian's shoulder, and said excitedly and eagerly. This kind of talent is unprecedented. As long as you live, you will be able to become as powerful as yourself and Whitebeard Nugate. Maybe, you can surpass them, surpass rocks. Just when Golden Lion Shiki was showing slash wave. Many people on Hachinosu Island felt the powerful aura on the other side of the island. In the hall in the huge skeleton rock, Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John all felt the breath of the giant slash wave. This is the breath of that guy Shiki, what are you doing over there? Silver Axe is a little confused, is there an enemy ship coming on the far sea? But after a while, there was no alert, it shouldn't be. Why don't we go over and take a look? Ochaku looked out the window, and some crew members and trainees went there curiously. It's boring to stay here, then go and see what Shiki is doing. John had long wished to see something lively. The 3 of them didn't have any ink marks, and they got up and swiftly went to Shiki and Sha Tian's direction. And Whitebeard in the house under the skeleton rock watched Ochaku and the others leave. I have no interest in watching the excitement, until a message came from his subordinates. Whitebeard stood up abruptly, looking gloomy, and hurried towards the breath of slash wave. Chapter 5. It hurts. Sha Tian was taken aback by the excitement of Shiki, and her shoulder was even more painful when she was caught by Shiki. Shiki just reacted and let go of Sha Tian's shoulder embarrassedly. I am a little excited, I have no malice, you should understand. Join, Sha Tian. At this time, a large group of people who were attracted to rushed over appeared one after another. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the people who rushed over. It should have been using the sword technique just now, which caused too much movement. Official crew members and trainee crew members, as well as Ochaku, Silver Axe and other officers, all came. When Sha Tian turned his head, he also noticed that there was still a black-haired, tall and sturdy Kaido in the crowd, Charlotte Linlin, who was still very hot and attractive, and long-bred, a young and beautiful 20-year-old Sha Chi. Shiki, what's the situation? Silver Axe and others have imagined many scenes, but when they walked over, they saw Shiki and a trainee crew member very close, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Shiki seemed to be excited. Ochaku, it's you guys. Nothing, what are you doing here? Shiki dug his nose and asked indifferently. We came to take a look at the breath of a powerful attack launched here, in case an enemy invades. Ochaku, who has always been strict, couldn't help frowning. Sorry, guys, I just tried a new move here, it's okay. Shiki waved his hand, not paying attention, and didn't seem to say much to everyone. Ochaku was completely black. Shiki doesn't take them seriously. At this moment, there was a sudden roar. Shiki. The mighty Hoki went directly to Shiki. The tall and mighty figure carried Kong Yun with a white halo, and fell directly towards the Golden Lion Shiki. Nugate. Shiki reacted when the voice sounded, let go of Sha Tian, and greeted him with a knife in both hands. Boom. A corner of the coast collapsed directly. Kong Yunchi touched Sakura 10 dead trees, and Haki Uzumaki spread out. Shock fruit ability is entangled with lion fruit ability. The gravel on the ground that was shattered by the quake ability all floated up. Advertisement of violent wind blows around, and the onlookers can't help but stretch their hands to block the wind. Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth and floated on the broken soil, taking the knife from Whitebeard Newgate. The two were separated at the touch of a button. HMPH, what's coming at me, Shiki? What is trouble to find Sha Tian secretly? Newgate was so unreasonable, an angry expression on his face. Newgate, just come up and do it, what do you mean? Shiki was equally angry, holding knives in both hands. Sha Tian is a trainee crew member who is about to join my squad. Shiki, what do you secretly seek him for? Whitebeard Newgate stared, with an unhappy expression on his face, as he said he was going up to do it again. What join your squad? My squad that Sha Tian is about to join. Shiki yelled back without showing weakness. At this time, Silver Axe and other team captains quickly stepped forward and separated the two. If you have something to say, you don't have to fight like this here. Speaking of speaking, isn't it just for a newcomer? There are more trainee crew members here, so it's okay to choose a good qualification again. Silver Axe smiled and persuaded. This island of Ichinosu does not survive the battle between two strong men. Especially shock fruit ability and lion fruit ability. The crowd onlookers also looked at Sha Tian, who was standing aside. What is this trainee crew member worthy of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki? Good aptitude, Silver Axe, what you said is light and handy. Sha Tian's talent is the best I have ever seen. You can learn my sword in 3 days. Show me this aptitude. And, Sha Tian, I have agreed to join my squad at the time of division. The Newgate hilt slid on the ground and said to Silver Axe. Really learned in 3 days. Ochaku and John also looked at each other, which was different. This trainee is so talented. To know these trainees, many of them don't even have a master in hockey. Newgate has learned the knives for at least half a year, and even incorporated the skills of shockfruit. Even Captain Rocks praised Whitebeard Newgate for his talent. This guy actually learned it in 3 days. Everyone's eyes have changed. This talented newcomer is indeed worth fighting for the captains, because it doesn't take long to grow into a powerful assistant and a powerful team member. In this environment, a partner with strong combat effectiveness can bring too much. Advertisement Sha Tian also stood there with a dazed expression. Was I so popular? Shiki, everyone has said that you want to join Newgate. Isn't it right for you to do this? Silver Axe squinted his eyes, seemingly fair. Shiki will definitely refute it, and everyone can draw in on the opportunity. If you don't try it, how can you know where this Sha Tian will join? Can't give it to Newgate so easily. Ochaku, John has this mindset at this time. But it's just high talent. Golden Lion Shiki doesn't hesitate to fight Newgate, which seems abnormal. You know, Shiki has never been a straightforward character. Isn't this yet to join? I sincerely welcome you. What's wrong? Newgate, I won't give in. I will fight if I want to fight. Shiki did not back down, insisting on the attitude of continuing to solicit, even fighting Whitebeard. That's just what I want. See if I don't beat you to pieces. Whitebeard became even more furious after hearing this, and wanted to beat Shiki. With a fist in his hand, the aperture was enveloped, and even the air was split. Ochaku, Silver Axe, and John hurriedly stopped them, and then invariably glanced at each other. Newgate got angry, but Captain Rock's words didn't work well. A highly talented trainee, after all, he is not a strong one, Shiki. HMPH, Sha Tian has not only learned the sword technique in 3 days, but can also use hockey. Moreover, the lion slash wave that I used just now, he learned it at a glance. Newgate still wants to secretly earn money. By now, Shiki had to say it, but these words stunned everyone. How can it be? Silver Axe, Ochaku and others are obviously not convinced. Whitebeard Newgate also looked surprised. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others who were watching were even more surprised. After reading it again, I learned Shiki's sword too. Shiki, don't be kidding, even if you admire this apprentice guy, you won't be able to say this kind of fantasy. Ochaku laughed, unbelievable, do you think I am joking? Golden Lion Shiki's face was serious, even spitting a cigar on the ground, and clenched the long knife in his hand. Today, I will not regress easily anyway. Chapter 6. Shiki's attitude convinced everyone. If it's not true, Shiki, who is the commander of Rock's pirate, doesn't need to be so. The eyes that looked at Sha Tian couldn't help being more shocked. Does such a genius really exist in the world? Shocked as shocked. Silver Axe and others still retain a trace of suspicion. Shiki has a lot of tricks, who knows if it is a good show for what purpose? Sha Tian, can you really learn it once you read it? Supervisor Whitebeard Newgate glanced at Shiki, turned his head and said to Sha Tian. Well, teach it again about the basics. Sha Tian will understand that he is a sweet potato. Things like talent are not afraid to show up at this time. As long as your progress is fast enough, you are not afraid of future prestige. Anyway, you don't need to study hard by yourself, you just need to learn more. The more you learn, the faster you become stronger. Basic knowledge. Newgate's expression became a little weird. Several commanders are here. Newgate and Shiki are still fighting for a trainee crew. What a strange thing this is. More and more crew members gathered to watch the excitement. After understanding the matter, the eyes that looked at Sha Tian were full of incredible and shock. This is a humanoid monster. Is there really a human talent to pervert to this point? I'm very curious. You say you can read it once, so let's verify it. Silver Axe stood up at this time and walked towards Sha Tian. How to verify? Sha Tian couldn't help asking. Everyone is also attracted by Silver Axe. The source of everything is the talent shown by Sha Tian. It is not bad to verify it. I have a trick, show it again, and see how much you can understand. Silver Axe smiled and took out his axe weapon. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, John and others all looked at Silver Axe solemnly. You're not going to hand over your special skills, are you? John chuckled, but his eyes were surprised. Advertisement. Yes, this trick of mine is much harder to learn than Shiki and Newgate's swordsmanship. Sha Tian, you can be optimistic, my trick is only one axe. John raised the big axe in his hand and turned his head to remind Sha Tian. Just when everyone was attentively watching Silver Axe about to show. Inside the huge skull rock, a secret room. A figure was attracted by the crowd gathered together. The powerful and unmatched sights and colors are like sight, and all the scenes on the scene are mapped into the mind. The figure in the room is Rox D. Giebel. Seeing and hearing the color is like visiting the scene in person. The entire Hachinosu Island is currently only Captain Rox can do it. You can learn by reading it once. I am afraid that such a person never appeared 800 years ago or 8,000 years ago. Rox in the dark can't help being curious and surprised. At this time, Silver Axe's momentum has changed. The powerful aura radiated from his body, and the axe he held in his hand radiated ray of light. Sha Tian looked at Silver Axe in surprise. What an impressive breath. There is even the power of thunder and lightning emerging. Immediately watched seriously. My trick is called the Thunder Silver Axe. I don't know how many times I was struck by thunder and lightning that the master created the skill of thunder and lightning. Silver Axe stood proudly on the shore and said proudly. He is the one who dares to study under the thunder of nature. Even Rox praised it again and again. The onlookers swallowed their throats. Inventing this trick is simply a gamble on his own life. How powerful it will be, how difficult it will be. Chop and chop 100,000 times a day, constantly training the perfect way of exerting strength, and then swinging the axe directly in the sea, and finally combining the skills learned under thunder and lightning. Even Captain Rox has said that the moves comprehended under the power of nature are very powerful. Silver Axe proudly said, these are all Newgate, Shiki and others can't compare. Sha Tian nodded very seriously, looking forward to it. Well, you should teach it quickly, the stronger and the more terrifying, the better. For strength, we must be indomitable. The most important thing is the use of Haki. Without Haki, you can't exert your power. Silver Axe explained the essentials to Sha Tian while accumulating potential. Don't mind the people around and captain level figures such as Newgate. Silver Axe is very confident to hear it, but can't learn it. Hey, look up, Thunder Silver Axe, shout out. On the high axe blade, Haki circulates on it. It does not become a black blade, but Haki collides with the air, and the electric light is getting denser and denser. Advertisement. Silver Axe's eyes change, and the raised axe was like a blue training horse drew down at the sea. A huge blue light slashed across the sea with a thunder arc. At this moment, everyone was shocked by Silver Axe's move. The huge slash made the place where Silver Axe was standing sank quite a bit. The strong wind brought by the wave blows everywhere. The huge axe blade slashed the light directly into the distant sea. There was a loud noise. The sea that is hundreds of meters long is separated, surging up. In the end, like a uzumaki, the surrounding lightning arcs evaporate and the water is misty. As this, the strength of the cadre, the unseen trainee crew waited open their mouths one after another, watching the spectacular scene of the sea in front of them. Many people exclaimed, is this a spectacle that can be smashed with an axe? The sea is still split, uzumaki spins, lightning flashes. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, and John looked at Silver Axe solemnly. This guy, this axe, has caused headaches to other maritime forces. For example, Pluton Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates didn't dare to take it hard, avoiding the edge for the time being. Among the skeleton rocks, Rox couldn't help but smile. This kind of thunder and lightning technique, even oneself can't understand much. Silver Axe's stunt. How much can this kid learn? Congratulations. You learned the axe technique, the Thunder Silver Axe, because the creator personally taught it. Your Thunder Silver Axe directly broke through to the proficiency stage 1%. After watching the display of Silver Axe attentively, Sha Tian's mind with a surprised look appeared in the mind of the system. Sure enough, I learned it, and I broke through directly to the proficiency stage. Sha Tian couldn't help being overjoyed. Well, this trick of mine is very difficult. If you can't learn it, it's okay. It's pretty good to understand a little bit. Silver Axe turned his head and said triumphantly that learning would not be normal. The others nodded, and Golden Lion Shiki is still optimistic about Sha Tian. I'm afraid this guy has already learned. This trick of Captain Silver Axe is really amazing. At this time, Sha Tian looked excited, and then replaced the axe with a knife, raised it above her head, and said confidently with a smile. But it's not difficult, I have learned it. The people around were surprised, and they fry the pan instantly, unbelievable. Learned. Chapter 7. Although Captain Shiki said just now that Sha Tian would learn his knife after seeing it. But at this time no one thinks that Sha Tian can learn this axe after seeing it again. Silver Axe looked at Sha Tian holding the knife in front of him with shocked eyes. Yes, it's this breath. He really learned it. At this moment, the long knife held high by Sha Tian, a ray of lightning came out. It is exactly the same as the silver axe that had just been slashed. The audience was silent for a moment. The electric light on the knife held high by Sha Tian became denser and denser. Special skills are used. Hockey rubs the air on the blade, stimulating more and more electric lights, and starting to form a thunder arc. The audience watched in shock, silent, really. Among the huge skeleton rocks, the rocks, watching, with sight and hearing all stood up abruptly. Using hockey to guide that kind of lightning power is the key. This Sha Tian has really successfully learned it. Sha Tian. Unprecedented genius. Rocks chanted a few words of Sha Tian's name, and walked out in astonishment. The people at the scene were shocked after a moment of dumbness. No kidding. Golden Lion Shiki, Sha Tian are not joking. That's like a retreat of electricity and power. Immediately afterwards, Sha Tian put away his smile, with a serious expression. With a large knife with lightning arcs in his hand, Uzumaki, who was gradually disappearing and becoming smaller, slashed to the sea, bringing out the blue training horse. Boom. Although the slash is much smaller than Silver Axe's, Uzumaki, which has gradually disappeared on the sea surface, has once again formed a hollow. The thunder arc flickered at the split. Really? Learned? How is it possible? The pirates' onlookers exclaimed in shock. It's terrible, what kind of talent is this? Whitebeard Newgate squeezed the handle of the knife, his eyes surprised. Kong Yun in his hand had tried to rehearse just now, but it didn't work at all. My learning talent is already very high, and I can't even display it just by watching it once. And Sha Tian just used it after watching it once, although the power is not as powerful as Silver Axe, but it was displayed for the first time. This is the essence of the master. Unbelievable talent. Ochaku, John and others were sweating on their foreheads, shaking their hearts. A dull look. Advertisement Silver Axe looked even more stupidly. Really used it. They still can't believe it. Marine has a headache for many pirates with this move. Call it a trick. It just explained how to chop an axe. Sha Tian has learned it, and has already entered the door for the first time. Master has the key. With more practice, plus the strength and hockey's strength, you will soon be able to match him or even surpass it. Too frightening. In the crowd, the tall, mighty, and terrifying Kaido's drooping palms could not help but tremble slightly. One can imagine how shocked his heart is. How is it possible? There are such talented people in the world. Charlotte Linlin, who has a wonderful figure, looked at Sha Tian with eyes wide open and muttered. This kind of skill can be used after seeing it once. With this kind of talent, wouldn't it be better than Captain Rocks in the future? The long loaf behind Charlotte Linlin was even more shocked to hear Linlin's words. Gee ha ha ha. I said it, you don't believe it, how is it now? Hello, Sha Tian, my Shiki team welcomes you. Golden Lion Shiki looked at the shocked people, and reacted first, and smiled and invited again. How can you let go of this genius and establish a good companionship? It will be the most powerful help to dominate the world in the future. Shiki. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes darkened. Now, it is even more impossible for Golden Lion Shiki to snatch it away. The momentum of the two of them at this time is constantly rising. Ochaku, John and Silver Axe are no longer blocking them. The eyes flickered, and for this kind of apprentice genius, they also want to be under their command. Newgate, in that case, let's follow the rules and duel. Golden Lion Shiki challenged Whitebeard Newgate with a grinning smile. Goo la la la, just to my liking, Shiki. Conquerors on Whitebeard Newgate began to spread. Shiki did not show any weakness, and Hockey also faced each other in the air. Some of the weak trainee crew members could not bear it, turning Byakugan and slumped to the ground. The standing onlookers swallowed their throats, seeing that the mighty power doesn't seem to be a little trouble. The two Rocks pirate cadres are going to have a real hands-on contest. And Sha Tian on the side felt Whitebeard and Golden Lion's Conqueror's Hockey at close range. Your Conqueror's Hockey was deterred by momentum, and his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, breaking through to the proficiency stage 1%, 1.3%, 2%. Sha Tian couldn't help but surprise, Conqueror's Hockey can be released outside. Advertisement and in the contest between the two, they are still making rapid progress. At this moment, Sha Tian hopes that the two of them will have big eyes and small eyes first, and the momentum will be longer. Just when the two were about to meet each other, a figure appeared, walked slowly between Newgate and Shiki, and said calmly. Stop it first. Captain Rocks. The pirate crew and cadre's onlookers were surprised. The two Newgate also had to stop their hands and restrain their momentum. Ochaku walked up and briefly introduced the situation with Rocks. Captain Rocks, you must be aware of the matter too. Since you are here, it is better for you to take it away. Golden Lion Shiki put the double knife directly into the sheath, took out the cigar and lit it. The arrival of Captain Rocks means that this fight will not be completed. Newgate looked at Shiki and snorted, but did not speak when he looked at Rocks. You two are my capable assistants, not to mention that this island can't stand the toss of the two of you. Rock's flat words have an unquestionable hockey. You are not convinced who this trainee Sha Tian joins. Then you don't have to join. Everyone was surprised. Don't you need to join? He became a new cadre of Rock's pirate and can form his own team. Rox paused and said something amazing. Everyone was shocked again, and Captain Rox directly made this trainee crew member a cadre. Golden Lion, Shiki and Newgate were also dumbfounded. Never thought that Rox would decide like this. No one thought of it and was taken aback. Captain, this? Ochaku wants to say something. Rox turned his head. Haki's eyes directly swallowed Ochaku's words. I don't like to say it the second time, you should know. Yes, Captain. Ochaku nodded with sweat on his face. The rest did not dare to question Rox's decision. Sha Tien, from now on, you are the cadre of Rox's pirate. Rox smiled, his eyes revealed inexplicable meaning, and said to Sha Tien. Sha Tien's heart was more surprised than the others, pointing to his own face. In a blink of an eye, he became a cadre. Chapter 8. Everyone present had different expressions and they were very surprised. Rox directly named Sha Tien as a cadre. Captain Rox, is it too early for Sha Tien's strength to become a cadre? John was shocked by Rox's decision. But dissatisfied with this point, Ochaku didn't dare to say more, he dared to John. Sha Tien has just become a trainee crew member, is it really too sloppy? Surprise to surprise, someone started, and Silver Axe also spoke out to persuade him. Rox glanced around at everyone, it doesn't matter except for Newgate's face. Not only the cadres were taken aback, but some veteran official crew members also had unacceptable and unexpected expressions. Especially the veteran crew, there is no one who does not stare at the position of the cadre. What's more, Rox's pirate has never been promoted directly from a trainee crew to a cadre since its inception. Whether it is Golden Lion, Shiki, Newgate, John, all the cadres rely on one battle after another, and have taken the position of cadre after fighting again and again. Rox's pirate is the only overlord existence on the sea. As the cadres under the captain, they represent powerful strength and status. You have seen his talent, and his strength will soon rise. You will not let go of such geniuses, and neither will I. Rox glanced around and said lightly, this kind of talent, isn't it a matter of time to become a strong one? Rather than you arguing, it's better that I just accept it. The matter is settled. If you don't agree, you will come to me and say it later. As he said, Rox smiled, but his eyes revealed violent. The aura on his body swept away, and a violent deterrence permeated. When John still wanted to talk, he felt Rox's growing momentum and immediately shut up. Whitebeard, Newgate and Shiki also looked surprised. Although I felt wrong, I didn't speak anymore. The others also sweated on their heads and fell silent. This pirate group is called Rox. Rox saw everyone settle down. Walked over and gently patted Sha Tien, who was still standing still. With a faint smile, he said, don't let me down. Then he left directly. For a long time, advertisement. Those old crew members took a deep breath. There is no way for Captain Rox. Can look at Sha Tien's eyes, but they are not very friendly. The cadres have their own attitudes. Sha Tien, this is unusual. Captain Rox is obviously very optimistic about you. Ochaku's gloomy face changed quickly, and he smiled immediately. Although the decision of Rox cannot be denied. Sha Tien was promoted from a trainee to a cadre. The cadres present felt that it was too early, but Rox valued Sha Tien very much, shocked the audience, and personally came out to promote Sha Tien as a cadre, which in itself was unusual. Silver Axe and John are also dissatisfied. Sha Tien's talent is very high, but what the cadres still need is strong strength support. But at this time, no one dared to refute the appointment of Captain Rox. Gula Lala, now you have the right to select members of the squad. Whitebeard Newgate looked indifferent after being surprised. Perhaps this result is also good. I never expected that Captain Rox would let me directly become a cadre. Everyone, please take care of me. Sha Tien just reacted, and said with a smile. The ghost knows what Rox is up to, but it's not bad. Your own strength will continue to advance by leaps and bounds, and it doesn't matter if you become a cadre first. Jihahaha. Sha Tien, I also welcome you to be a partner. Golden Lion Shiki saw that Sha Tien became a cadre of the same status. His heart was very shocked, but his attitude remained enthusiastic about Sha Tien. After speaking, he supervised Whitebeard Newgate and turned to leave. Newgate snorted disdainfully, said hello to Sha Tien, and left. A scene where Sha Tien showed his talent and triggered a duel between two cadres, stopped because of Captain Rox. Sha Tien was also promoted to a cadre by Rox. Here comes the thing. The rest of the cadres also felt meaningless, and looked at Sha Tien before leaving, and left one after another. The old crew didn't even have a good face and left directly. Among the trainee crew members who were onlookers, many people became excited while shocked. Sha Tien became a cadre from a trainee, and his status skyrocketed. This is unprecedented. Rox's pirate has never heard of such things. The important thing is to have the power to recruit players. In their eyes, it is an opportunity to directly become a full crew member. Advertisement. It may not be selected under the other captains, but it is different here in Sha Tien. Some of the trainee crew members also left directly. These people include Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. They regard Sha Tien as an opponent. How can they be subordinate to Sha Tien's hands? Not long after the cadres left, the trainee crew members who had intentionally joined Sha Tien's subordinates surrounded one after another. Captain Sha Tien is really talented, unparalleled in the world. That's right, Captain Rox knows his eyes and knows the bead, he can see the extraordinary of Captain Sha Tian at a glance. Although Captain Sha Tian has not fully grown in strength yet, this kind of talent will soon become one of the strong men at sea. Captain, we are willing to follow you. ... These trainee crew members came up with flattery. The boastful Sha Tian is a little embarrassed. Your conqueror's hockey has been looked up and respected by everyone, and his cultivation progress has been accelerated by 50%, and he is currently in the proficiency stage by 10%. The system prompt sounds unexpectedly. This makes Sha Tian even more happy. I welcome everyone to join, and those who are interested in joining at the time of division are all members of the squad. As soon as Sha Tian said these words, everyone was even more flattering. I didn't expect Sha Tian as a genius to speak so easily. Sha Tian also doesn't care about the quality of the team, just recruit some people if they want to join. And just when Sha Tian was surrounded by a group of trainee crew members and flattered. The secluded shore of Hachinod. In a hidden corner, a pirate who couldn't see his face in the corner was holding a small phone bug and dialed out. Marineford, Naval Headquarters, far below the red line. The phone worm, Blue Brew, on Kong's desk rang. In Kong's office, young Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr are among them. Kong trusted the three of them and answered the phone directly. As soon as it was connected, the voice came through. This is Skull Island. The four of Kong's eyes were solemn. Skull Island means Hashinosu, the base camp of Rox Pirate. I am empty. Empty Admiral. Rox Pirate has an amazing newcomer. Asterisk. Chapter 9. The undercover's voice was very small and very solemn. Awesome newcomer. You mean the two monster Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, we have received this news. Kong's tone was a little flat, and Marine already knew the news. No, not these two. A more terrifying newcomer. The undercover voice was a little louder, and it seemed a bit agitated. What? Even more terrifying, those two guys are already like monsters. Kong was surprised, and there were even more terrifying. A trainee crew member with incredible talents. He joined Rox Pirate in about 3 days, learned Whitebeard Newgate's knife skills, and became a master in 3 days, and he used Kong Yun's on. Kong Yun cut. Yes, this is still in the scope of genius. What's even more terrifying is that just not long ago, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate almost fought. The reason is that this trainee crew member only saw Golden Lion's knife skills and learned it. That's it. In order to recruit this trainee crew member, the two cadres directly demanded a duel. They almost fought. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki almost duel for a trainee crew. Those two are the best among the Rox Pirate cadres. Hearing this, Kong couldn't help but carefully identify the voice. It was indeed the undercover person in Rox Pirate. Sora Admiral, are you listening? Yes, you keep talking. Kong took a deep breath and adjusted his mind. Yes. Later, Silver Axe, Akoku, John and other cadres all came. Silver Axe taught the newcomer Thunder Silver Axe in front of everyone, and the newcomer learned it on the spot. Also Master has given the essence and displayed it perfectly. At that time, I only watched that unbelievable scene once, and I could use hockey to induce the power of thunder and lightning, and slash the Thunder Silver Axe. The undercover said in amazement. How is it possible? Silver Axe's trick. Hearing this, Kong couldn't calm down anymore and was shocked. This trick is very famous on the sea. Once swallowed a row of warships in one move, they were smashed into pieces. This is indeed the trick. It's still in front of almost everyone in Rox Pirate. Afterwards, Whitebeard and Golden Lion had to start a duel in order to attract Sha Tian. Rox personally came to the scene and prevented the duel. Then it was even more surprising. Rox rejected all the opinions, regardless of the persuasion and dissatisfaction of everyone present, and directly promoted the new trainee to a cadre. Quote. At this time, the undercover tone was shocking and inexplicable, and the rapid speech with excitement made him breathe a little bit fast. Chairman Rox Pirate, what is the name of that newcomer? After Kong listened, his heart was shaken. Advertisement. All the cadres of Rox Pirate have powerful destructive power. It is a symbol of strength and status. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr even held their breath and looked at each other. His name is Sha Tian. Someone is approaching. Let's not talk about it. Just finished speaking the name, it was abrupt, and the phone was hung up over there. And Kong is used to this kind of abrupt hang-up behavior of undercover agents, and it is often the case. But the information passed on is unbelievable. The eyes of everyone present were extremely solemn. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr are even more confused. How come it is like listening to a story? Do there really exist people with such a strong learning ability? The informant is still the one. Rox Pirate, an incredible genius has appeared. Kong punched the table with an ugly face. Whitebeard Newgate's knife skills. Golden Lion Shiki's sword technique. Silver Axe's trick. It's simply the master, and I will learn it after reading it in an exaggerated way. Not only that, Rox was directly promoted to this Sha Tian as a cadre. The cadres represent the most powerful combat effectiveness and status. Explain that Rox values Sha Tian very much, and thinks that in a short time, Sha Tian will have a strong combat power and have enough qualifications to hold this position. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku eased their minds. But he was obviously shocked by the news. The physical pervert, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who are extremely talented, are already known as monsters. There is such a person, and with his talent, wouldn't it be a monster among monsters? Sengoku took a deep breath, calmed down, and said solemnly. Does this kind of genius exist in the world? Not to mention the sword technique, Silver Axe's tricks are said to be understood by the forces of nature. At that time, there was still uproar on the sea. Silver Axe was even more proud of this. Just learned. It feels like a fantasy. Zephyr Vice Admiral was relieved from shock and said incredulously. Undercover news is generally not fake, let alone jokes. Kong's complexion has reached ultimate. Have to believe. In addition to the 2 monster trainee crew members, Rock's pirate has a more terrifying newcomer. Advertisement. According to the information, I am afraid that this newcomer will become a bright new star cadre in a short time. For the sake of safety, I will contact the single-line undercover agent to confirm again. Marine has more than one undercover informant. Kong went out and walked to a small room further inside. After he managed the door, he dialed the hidden line with the phone bug. It is said that there is an incredible newcomer with a terrifying talent. I want to be sure. The news is pretty fast, and you know it soon after it happened. The voiceover there seems very interesting. Talk about the point. Kong didn't have the mind to talk nonsense at this time. Indeed, it feels more than that. His name is Sha Tian. Also, we are just a cooperative relationship, but not your subordinates, Kong. Huh, got it. Kong hung up the phone bug, his eyes were shocked. The people on the phone room are not inferior in Rock's pirate. Even he couldn't stop talking, which shows that Sha Tian is still underestimated. Back to the office again. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku all stared at Kong. This Sha Tian is included in the danger list. Kong nodded with an ugly expression. Garp and the others looked at each other and gasped. Nodded, I couldn't help but feel a little worried. Rock's pirate, it's really getting harder and harder to deal with. How could a bunch of monsters gather there? Naval headquarters quickly included Sha Tian's name on the list of key dangerous individuals. Strength level. Unknown. In this way, the turmoil subsided a little after a few days. And Sha Tian, who was promoted to become a cadre, has been constantly improving in these days. Until the day when the team members are recruited. Chapter 10. Your Kong Yun knife skills were not practiced seriously all night, and the progress has barely increased. The current progress is 30% in the Grandmaster stage. Your slash-wave knife skills feel uncomfortable overnight, and the training progress has barely increased. The current progress is 10% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Thunder Silver Axe practiced assiduously, worked hard, and practiced much faster. The current progress is 41% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Observation Hockey has explored everywhere all night. I am very excited. The training speed has been accelerated. The current progress is 10% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Conqueror's Hockey thinks that he should suppress all enemies. He is extremely excited and grows rapidly in one night. The current progress is 80% in the Proficiency stage. Your Armed Color thinks that your weapon is too useless and it is not worth it to cover. It is not serious all night. The current progress is 6% in the Grandmaster stage. Your Marine 6 Styles exercises worked hard for one night, and the current progress is 90% in the Grandmaster stage. In the prompt sound of the system, Sha Tian opened his eyes from sleep. Next to him is the standard long knife that I don't know where I picked it up from. Do you want such a dog? Sha Tian looked at the prompt and couldn't help but vomit. Kong Yun, Slashwave, and Armed Color are obviously 3 bear kids. Because this knife is beside me, even playing with a small temper, not serious in practicing. Be lazy. It looks like I really have to make a good knife for myself, but now I don't have a chance to go to sea. Sha Tian shook his head helplessly. In fact, there has been a lot of progress these days. Except that Conqueror's Hockey is more difficult to improve. The rest have all entered the Grandmaster stage. Marine 6 Styles has been learned with trainee crew members who have experienced physical skills these days. Marine 6 Styles is no secret to some people. Why did that pirate know 6 forms? Sha Tian didn't think much about it either. On the contrary, 6 types of physical exercises is of great help to Sha Tian. The previous basic physical skills are at their limit. What is missing is a more powerful physical skills. As for the 6 types of physical exercises, it was very suitable for Sha Tian. It allows the body to have greater strength, speed, and explosive power. Most of the strong in Marine are based on the 6 forms. After the basic physical arts reached the limit, the physical body ceased to be strong, and only when Hockey was promoted, he could get a strong opportunity. After Sha Tian learned the 6 forms of body art, his body once again returned to a state of continuous improvement and constant strength. Just a few days. With these skills and constantly strong body, Sha Tian has grown into a master with certain strength. Advertisement: it is no longer a soft persimmon that will be pinched by those people at will. Open the system panel and take a look. Sha Tian stood up while showing the panel in his mind. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Conqueror's Hockey. 80% of the Proficiency stage. Observation Hockey. Grandmaster stage 10% Armament Hockey. 6% in the Grandmaster stage. Kong Yun Knife. 30% of the Grandmaster stage Thunder Silver Axe. 41% in the Grandmaster stage. Lion Slash Wave. Grandmaster stage 10% 6 poses. Grandmaster stage 90%. Nodded in satisfaction with all the progress, the 3 naughty guys, but they also kept up with the progress. Sha Tian neatly tidied, smoothed the short-sleeved shorts on her body, took the long knife, and walked out of the cabin with her head high. Today, the trainee crew who joined the squad will be officially admitted. Then came the cadre meeting. Walked to the clearing under the huge skeleton rock again. Sha Tian is no longer cautious, and when he encounters a pirate, it is also a dignified look. Except for some old crew members and cadres, ordinary crew members and trainee crew members can't help but be cautious with Sha Tian, who has become a cadre. With such a talent, who knows what he has progressed into? It is necessary to know that Sha Tian has only come here for a few days, and has already learned the signature skills of the 3 strong men, and the strength should not be underestimated. Most of the people have gathered in the clearing under the skeleton rock. All trainee crew members were present. Sha Tian came. The cadres looked over one after another, their expressions were different. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Silver Axe nodded friendly. Ochaku, John, and a few cadres who hadn't met looked at them with disdain. That's the lucky boy who was optimistic about Captain Rox. The selection of trainee crew expansion squad is just to go to sea. This kind of strength can be among the ranks of cadres. I don't know if I can come back alive this time. Some trainee crew members who were about to join the Sha Tian queue were excited. Finally becoming a full crew member. This is the Overlord of the Sea, an official crew member of Rox Pirate. There are also several special existences in the apprenticeship, which belong to the talented or powerful guys. Among Sha Tian's acquaintances, there are Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Long Bread, Kurozumi and Kurozumi Bullets from Wanokuni. Advertisement: these 2 of Kurozumi are also capable of barrier fruit and clone fruit. And Sha Tian noticed that 2 horns had grown on Kaido's head at this time. In the past few days, he has devoured the fruit of the fish, in the form of a blue dragon. The veteran crew members were even more upset when they saw Sha Tian's arrival and scanned among the many trainee crew members. Are they selecting the members of the squad? Looking at Sha Tian with gloomy eyes one after another. Sha Tian didn't care, walked to the box next to Whitebeard Newgate and sat down. Goo la 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 la, those veterans have long wanted to be high-ranking cadres, and some of their strengths are not bad, so don't you kidding yourself. Newgate said with a playful look, it's okay, I haven't become a cadre for so long, indicating that they are indeed not capable enough. Sha Tian shrugged and said indifferently. Whitebeard Newgate laughed even more, this Sha Tian is really interesting. Seeing Sha Tian's arrival, Golden Lion Shiki also enthusiastically came over to say hello. Newgate provokes Baikugan. The cadres arrived, and qualified trainee crew members were selected one after another. Sha Tian divided the trainee crew who had been flattering before, and randomly charged a few more. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Long Bread took the initiative to join the team of 2 unknown cadres. Kurozumi Muchin and Kurozumi Dongdan joined Shiki's subordinate team. These powerful trainee crew members are qualified to choose by themselves. This division was quickly determined. Half of the trainee crew was drawn out. The remaining half remained on the island and could not go out to sea. After the incident, it was noon soon. Sha Tian followed behind several cadres and walked into a hall in the skeleton rock. Rox was holding the food on the big table, eating big mouthfuls. Seeing everyone coming, he pointed to the table, say while eating. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku and other cadres sat down, taking no surprises. Sha Tian also sat down. Is this a cadre meeting with food? The few cadres who had never met still looked at Sha Tian with an unhappy expression. It seemed very uncomfortable for Sha Tian to sit on an equal footing with them here. Although the talent is very good, but the strength is not strong enough, is not qualified. What's more, it is still a straightforward promotion. Who hasn't fought with him before? Chapter 11. Humph. The few people snorted and sat on the chairs to eat. Shiki and Newgate glanced sideways. Shiki patted Sha Tian and motioned to eat first. Sha Tian didn't care either, eating and drinking, turning a blind eye to their sarcasm. His eyes are all food on the table. Tenten ate fish by himself, and finally ate grains and meat. Rox glanced at the people faintly, finished the food in his hands, wiped his mouth and hands, and then began to speak. Reliable news from Sea Spies. Soon, a country in the east will have celestial dragons to inspect and play. Rox grinned and said to everyone, celestial dragons. Everyone present showed their excited eyes. Attacking scumbags like celestial dragons is their favorite thing. Yes, let's kill all of these celestial dragons. There is another point that everyone is very interested in, that is, the celestial dragon's ship, or the tribute of heavenly gold. Rox stood up, folded his hands on the table, and said excitedly. This action, kill celestial dragons, take the heavenly gold. Speaking of this, the cadres were very excited. Most of the people present, including Newgate, had been unfairly treated by celestial dragons, and they wanted to kill celestial dragons in their hearts. Besides, there is still heavenly gold to snatch. As long as it is heavenly gold, that is at least a large amount of wealth that a country collects for tribute to its people. Even Whitebeard Newgate's eyes revealed expectation. Whether it's attacking celestial dragons or grabbing a large amount of heavenly gold. The division of trainee crew must be for the purpose of going out to sea. It's really exciting to think of such a big operation, Captain Rox. John had been suffocated long ago, and he was even more excited at this time. When did I let you down? But don't be careless. Rox finished talking about the goal of the action, and then began to reveal the crisis. The currently known Guard Marines include the Buddha Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, these two are admiral candidates, as well as the scheming woman Suru, others may also be hidden in it. Rock's eyes were fierce, especially the woman he broke his perfect plan many times. Well, Sengoku and Zephyr are really difficult to deal with, maybe Admiral will be nearby, such as Kong. Golden Lion Shiki dipped his cigar and leaned back on the chair and said solemnly. Celestial dragons, the descendants of self-proclaimed gods and the nobles of the world, have never lacked guarding power when going to sea, and they must be surrounded by the powerful combat power of naval headquarters. Advertisement, the trouble is that Iron Fist Garp. Silver Axe's eyes throbbed. In Marine, Garp once pushed him into desperation, where Rox appeared and saved his life. Speaking of Garp, Kong, Rock's eyes can't help but become serious. The most difficult thing about naval headquarters is these four people, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp, and Kong, who is in the position of admiral. There is no Garp among the guards this time, and he seems to hate celestial dragons, whether he is or not. Rox sat down and laughed. Marine's escort is equally strong, whether it is killing celestial dragons or capturing heavenly gold. In order to ensure the smooth operation, so this time, except for Ochaku staying behind, we will all attack. Rox exudes a certain momentum. Captain Rox, am I staying? Ochaku was stunned, glanced at Sha Tien, and the meaning of the disclosure was very clear. Why isn't the weakest Sha Tien staying behind? Yes, Sha Tien is not strong enough. What if the enemy surprises and our base camp is gone? If it is you, I think everyone will rest assured to hand over the rear to you. Rox looked at Ochaku seriously. The other cadres could not help but nodded, indeed. Ochaku was speechless, so it's hard to say more. Ochaku, guard the base camp, we will give you your share, don't worry. Silver Axe hesitantly persuaded. The others also said a few words. Ochaku nodded helplessly. More points are not your final decision. Finally going to sea, celestial dragons must have a lot of treasure on board. Thinking that there was a batch of heavenly gold to be snatched, John left the guarding marine behind, all excited about the treasure. He, John, you will die of greed sooner or later just like you. An unknown cadre ate the meat and laughed when he saw John's appearance. When Sha Tien heard these words, he nodded secretly. John did indeed die of greed in the end. The leaders of your various teams are the main attack, and Sha Tien's team is responsible for receiving. Rox talked about the initial actions. There is nothing to say about Sha Tien who is not strong enough. So as not to go up and drag everyone back, and the rear connection is not necessarily safe. Advertisement for this action, Rox discussed with the cadres for a long time. As a new cadre, Sha Tien listened honestly. Rox and others said as they ate, and finally it was confirmed. This action is a month later, so everyone has plenty of time to prepare, and at the same time, we can't reveal any news. Rox Hockey glanced at the crowd, grinning grimly. Marine knew that he had an undercover agent. Although he didn't know who it was, it would be completely different if someone among the cadres revealed it. There must be an undercover in the Rox pirate cadre, which is enough to cause a bloody situation. However, there have been no accidents in many cadre level meetings. Explain that the undercover agent is not at the cadre level, but at the bottom. Of course, don't worry, Captain. The cadres said one after another. Sha Tien also responded, lowered his head and continued to eat and drink. The meeting is almost over. Sha Tien was promoted to a cadre by me, presumably some people are still unhappy. At this time, Rox talked about Sha Tien, it's just a talent. A cadre spoke without evasiveness at this time. Good aptitude is of course nothing, but aptitude is so good that it can be seen at a glance, is it different? Rox looked at the cadre who spoke and said calmly. It's true, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I don't quite believe it, and they may also cheat. The cadre narrowed his eyes to look at Newgate, Shiki and others. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, then come to see it, Sha Tien, I will teach you 2 tricks. Verify it, how about it? Rox turned his head and said to Sha Tien, no problem. There are moves to learn. Sha Tien is of course very happy. As for what others think, it doesn't matter. Captain Rox took the initiative to teach 2 tricks to verify Sha Tien's talent again. The cadres were very interested, and even Newgate and Shiki wanted to see it again. Then everyone, let's take a look. Rox got up and waved his hand, leading everyone out of Skeleton Rock. Chapter 12. Hachinosu in the clearing of the huge Skeleton Rock. Captain Rox appeared again after meeting with a group of officials. A group of official crew members and trainee crew members all gathered again. I thought there was something important to announce. What is surprising is that Captain Rox wants to teach Sha Tien 2 tricks. Verify once again the unparalleled talent of Sha Tien. If you can learn, you can also learn. In the face of everyone's gaze, Rox smiled faintly. Silver Axe walked over with a 1-person stone in one hand and placed it in front of Rox. A lot of strength. Many of the trainee crew can't help but shrink their necks. You all know hockey, seeing and hearing color, armed color, conquers. Rox at this time said seriously. As Rox said, everyone including the cadres listened quietly. Sha Tien and Kaido in the crowd, Charlotte Linlin and some others listened more carefully. Armament hockey, as if he has invisible armor on his body, can also be used as an attack. Rox stretched out a finger, and the armed color was covered in black. In addition to the continuous strengthening of armament hockey, there is actually a high and deep state, or it can be said that it is a technique. This is a technique that transcends covering, entanglement, and release, which can cause internal damage. In Wano Kuni, it is also called surpassing emission. Realm. Since it can be destroyed internally, armament hockey's control and strength have been achieved to a certain degree. While explaining that state, Rock's black covering fingers and red hockey swirling around. Sha Tien understood what skills Rox wanted to teach. Hockey's strongest skills can be said to be a must-have to become a peak power. The trick to surpass emission. The cadres obviously knew it and couldn't help but watch it seriously. The onlookers watched nervously. Most of them don't even have a master in armed color. Rox took the Overlord entangled finger and pointed it on the stone. The sound of the stone cracking came out, but the whole stone was nothing unusual. Your armament hockey has gone through advanced guidance, and your training has progressed by leaps and bounds. It has directly broken through the Grandmaster stage. The training speed has been increased by 100%, and now it has reached the control stage by 10%. Witnessing the Sha Tien taught by Rox, almost hitting a stone at Rox, the system prompt came directly. Sha Tien couldn't help being surprised, and the Grandmaster stage directly broke through to the control stage. At the same time, it also shows that the realm beyond emission is also a master, and the training speed has doubled. Advertisement at this time, the big rock with a human height split in half, as if two shells were peeled apart. The inside of the stone was completely destroyed into fragments and powder. This is. Did Captain Rox speak of a high-level state? Destroy from the inside. This hand directly saw the onlookers stunned and shocked. It turns out that armament hockey can still be used like this. If it's a person, wouldn't it be dead after one click? And the cadres, including Silver Axe, Ochaku looked at this move enviously. They are not yet fully masters, they just touched a little fur. Only Newgate and Shiki are more normal, but their eyes are equally serious. People around armament hockey tried it out for themselves. However, it is difficult for armament hockey to cover the winding at the same time. So it is, among the crowd, Charlotte Linlin's palms were covered with armed colors, and there was a layer of re-entanglement visible to the naked eye. She felt that she was very close to that state. Everyone looked at Charlotte Linlin in surprise, with a look of envy. She actually realized it. The tall Kaido can't help but keep trying, but always fails to reach the point of Charlotte Linlin. Involuntarily a little annoyed, Rox looked at Charlotte Linlin and nodded appreciatively. Looking at Sha Tien, who was still excited, he didn't immediately ask questions. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the back of the island, a bare mountain peak. There is another trick, also hockey, Conqueror's hockey's advanced application skills. Rox's words seemed very solemn. The audience was once again attracted attention. They swallowed their throats one after another. Conqueror's hockey, there are other tips. With the qualifications of a king, only 1 out of a million people will awaken hockey. Born, unable to practice, it can only grow stronger with one's own courage. Although there are a lot of them on the sea, not everyone can have them, and they are rare in comparison. In Rox Pirate, the only overlord on the sea, few trainee crew members and full crew members have such qualifications. Advertisement. Even if it is a cadre, it is not all hockey who owns Conquerors. It can be seen how rare it is. What's more, there are strong and weak, and everyone has only one impression of the method of use, and that is to clean up the weak. Now Captain Rox actually said that there are more advanced skills. Shocked everyone present. The cadres on the scene all looked surprised. Although they knew this, even some of them would do it, but they didn't expect Captain Rox to teach this trick directly. This is a trick that can be used as the bottom of the box, and it is also one of the necessary realms to achieve the peak. There is also the skill of armed color, which is taught in front of everyone without any shyness. Can't help but sigh Rox, mind. Of course Sha Tien also knows this realm. To use Conquerors, it must be strong enough. The real power of Conquerors lies here. I know you bear Conquerors. Rox said to Sha Tien lightly. At Conquerors that Sha Tien flashed by the coast that day, Rox still caught the breath sensitively. Yes, Sha Tien touched his head, a little embarrassed, but kept hiding. It turns out that Rox already knew it. It is estimated that both Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki, who were close by, felt the breath that passed by when they awakened. Then you have to be optimistic. Conqueror's hockey is different from armed, it is a deterrent force, so it must be attached to an attacked. As Rox explained, he raised his fist. The domineering Conqueror's hockey radiated out, and the slightly weaker pirates on the periphery slumped directly to the ground. Rox looked serious and hit the bare hill with a fist in the air. Boom. There was a loud noise, the strong wind was blowing in all directions, and the rubble was blown up, hitting the faces of the surrounding pirates with pain. And that small mountain completely disappeared. This. What kind of power is this? The people at Rox Pirate looked shocked. Is this the captain's strength? The cadres were also shocked, and their eyes were extremely solemn. So it can still be used like this? Kaido among the crowd was stunned, as if he had realized something, and kept chanting. Your Conqueror's hockey has been highly guided, has made rapid progress, has broken through the proficiency stage, has accelerated the cultivation speed by 100%, and is currently 1% in the progress control stage. Chapter 13. Your Conqueror's hockey has been highly guided, has made rapid progress, has broken through the proficiency stage, has accelerated the cultivation speed by 100%, and is currently under 1% of the progress control stage. Sha Tien was stunned. not because of the strength displayed by Rox, but Conqueror's Hockey's breakthrough made him completely stunned. Directly across the Grandmaster stage, to the control stage. Sure enough, it's called leaps and bounds. How is it, Sha Tian, have you learned it? Rox turned his head and said lightly to Sha Tian. A group of cadres all squinted their eyes to look at Sha Tian, the talent that can be learned at a glance, to surpass the two skills of emission and Conqueror's Hockey additional attack, is there that kind of exaggerated learning effect? This is the threshold for entering the top powerhouse, a high-level realm. How many people with Armament Hockey and Conqueror's Hockey are stuck in this breakthrough? Faced with Rox question, Sha Tian slowed down from the system prompt. Confidently smiled. I have learned it. As soon as this remark came out, the pirates present were shocked again. Sha Tian is this confident smile again. The cadres were taken aback, especially those guys whom Sha Tian didn't know, with a look of disbelief. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, Silver Axe and others can't help but think of the scene on the coast, their eyes are shaking. Outside the court, Shylock Linlin, Kaido and other talented scary newcomers were shocked by Sha Tian's confident smile. This guy really learned it again. This can no longer be called a genius, it's just like a monster. Rock's eyes revealed the color of surprise, watching Sha Tian walk in front of another big stone. The palm of the hand was covered in black, and the red emission was circling around. Everyone swallowed their throats after seeing this scene. This is the effect. Sha Tian clenched his palm into a fist, and hit the big stone with a calm expression. Bang! The appearance of the big stone remained as it was, but the sound of fragmentation reached everyone's ears. Rox stepped forward and split the stone into two, the inside of the stone was already broken into pieces. Advertisement. The people present were staring, and they were very quiet. Immediately afterwards, the momentum on Sha Tian climbed, and Conqueror's Hockey showed in everyone's eyes for the first time. A powerful deterrent force swept away from Sha Tian. The emission of Conqueror's Hockey drew air currents and formed strong winds blowing in all directions. Rox watched Sha Tian burst into Conqueror's, and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The quality of Conqueror's Hockey is high. You can know by feeling that this is not ordinary Conquerors. What kind of king does this Sha Tian want to be? At this time, many old crew members put away the malice against Sha Tian, shocking inexplicable. Conquerors with such a powerful suppressive force. Goo la 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 la, this guy is hidden deeply. Newgate's eyes were dignified, but his mouth was smiling, and the golden lion Shiki beside him nodded in agreement. Sha Tian bursts into Hockey, facing the dilapidated house with only two walls next to the huge skeleton rock, punches in the air. The sound of a quick hit in the air sounded, bang. Fist Jin brought a violent Conqueror's Hockey and hit the small room almost instantly. The dilapidated small house was directly shattered and collapsed, and it was dusty. The pirates who had witnessed them were dull and then exclaimed. The cadres were a little surprised, a little gloomy, only Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki smiled. Rox, eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning, and then he laughed loudly and patted Sha Tian on the shoulder. Yes, your talent is truly unparalleled in the world. Genius. It doesn't take long for a genius like this to start reaching the top. 1 year, 2 years. Rox doesn't know, but what is certain is that this guy will not die. He must be one of the few people standing at the top within 3 years. Sha Tian smiled, his expression was indifferent, but his heart was extremely excited. The two tricks taught by Rox directly gave both Hockey a qualitative leap, and the cultivation speed has not decreased. Looking at this situation, it will last for a while. The people who were shocked by Sha Tian also gradually slowed down. The people around it belonged to Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin learned to cover the entanglement of the armed color, and soon was able to do internal damage. Advertisement Kaido seems to have a great breakthrough for Conqueror's Hockey. His eyes are very excited, and he is not far from that realm. Although there is no master's level with Sha Tian's glance, it is also in the range of talents. Rox can't help but pay more attention to these two super newcomers. You are all very good. Rox Pirate needs people like you. Ambitious is not necessarily a good thing. Rox praised Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, then turned away with a smile. Verified the incredible talent of Sha Tian, and discovered two good newcomers. Those cadres had nothing to say at this time, and they were still astonished. Captain Rox didn't see the wrong person. The eyes that looked at Sha Tian no longer despised, but were more dignified and cautious. The veteran crew no longer stared at Sha Tian maliciously, and seemed to converge. Having learned two advanced techniques of Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey is still such a powerful Sha Tian, it is no longer something they can despise. The trainee crew and some official crew members cast envy and admiration. Sha Tian looked at them lightly. No longer showing contempt for him does not mean that there is no malice. Sha Tian is sober, and also very clear, not careless because of the skyrocketing strength. This is Rox Pirate. It's a place with no rules. There are a lot of strong people gathered here, and many of them are also fierce and brutal people. It's not uncommon to kill each other. Gu la la la, let us open our eyes again, Sha Tian. If there is only Sha Tian who really doesn't care, there is only this tall and mighty figure, Whitebeard Newgate with a unique smile on his face. Nothing, didn't you guys know it a long time ago, hee. Sha Tian showed a confident smile. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki both gave thumbs up and praised them. In this Ichinosu, these two have the best relationship. This is the real threshold for becoming a top-level powerhouse. How many people can't pass this level? You can see it again. This is a shocking thing, ha ha ha. Golden Lion Shiki also praised Sha Tian. Sha Tian then talked a few words with the two, and then began to leave. We are going to see in 1 month. During this time, you can truly grow up. There is also the sea. Sha Tian looked into the distance, and couldn't help but look forward to the first time out to sea when he came to this world. Chapter 14. 1 month is not long, and short is not short. But for Sha Tian, this is completely a period of transformation. After learning the Sha Tian in the high and deep state of Haki, the gain effect of accelerating training has lasted for 20 days. Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki are very excited every night, and their progress is improving very fast. Your Conqueror's Haki has gone through a night of intense cultivation, and the cultivation speed has accelerated. The current progress. Your Armament Haki has gone through a night of intense cultivation, and the cultivation speed has accelerated. The current progress. Both types of Haki wake up every day with this reminder, which makes Sha Tian happy. The only noise is the Kong Yun knife technique and slash wave. Your Kong Yun knife technique dislikes the long knife around you. You're lazy all night, and your progress has not increased. Your lion slash wave is in low spirits and has no interest in cultivating all night, so the progress has barely increased. These two Whitebeard children showed that they couldn't make progress without making a good knife, and they also made Sha Tian helpless. On the 6th day, I approached Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others, looking for a good knife. Newgate's men had no good knives that they had confiscated before, and then they went to the Golden Lion Shiki. Sure enough, there are a lot of good things Shiki, since he took out a bunch of knives to Sha Tian to pick, they said it was a gift for Sha Tian. Sha Tian did lack weapons and accepted Shiki's kindness calmly. Picked out a knife from his pile of collections. Jia ha ha ha, I stole this knife from Wanokuni, the famous knife. 2nd generation ghost. Golden Lion Shiki gave it to Sha Tian Majestic, and said, this is a demon sword, evil door, so he is useless. Of course Sha Tian knows the name of the ghost sword, originally thought it was the sword that has been staying in Wanokuni, but it was stolen by Golden Lion Shiki more than 40 years ago. As for the name of the demon knife, Sha Tian with the system does not care, any evil nature will be suppressed under the system. After getting a well-known big knife, Sha Tian's knife skills really started to be different. Satisfaction with weapons makes Kong Yun knife and slash wave improve rapidly every day, even a little bit faster than the doubled Haki. The favor of Golden Lion Shiki seems to be repaid a little later. And observation Haki, Thunder Silver Axe is progressing steadily. In this way, time passed quietly. I supervise my subordinates to exercise every day, other times are very boring. There is not so much entertainment in this world. The happiest thing is that the system prompts the progress every day. Advertisement 1 month passed quickly, early morning on the day of departure. Sha Tian wakes up at the prompt sound of the system. Your Conqueror's Haki has improved over the night, and the training is steady. The current progress control stage is 96%. Your Armament Haki practiced well in 1 night, and the current progress control stage is 89%. Your Observation Haki, open the system panel. When Sha Tian woke up, he was reminded, and immediately opened the system panel to check. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Conqueror's Haki. 96% of the control phase. Observation Haki. 90% of the control phase. Armament Haki. 89% of the control phase. Kong Yun Knife Method. 30% at the peak stage. Thunder Silver Axe. 41% at the peak stage. Lion Slash Wave. 10% at the peak stage. 6 poses. 90% at the peak stage. Sha Tian looked at the indicators of various abilities and opened his mouth happily. Haki's progress is slower. This is expected, the more difficult it gets later, and this is Conqueror's Haki. After all, it is already in the control stage, but also every increase of 1% can increase the strength a lot. And it's not far from reaching the next stage. In addition, all skills such as the sword technique have reached the peak stage, and the strength is already extremely strong. How strong is Sha Tian dare not be sure, but if the Thunder Silver Axe is used again, the power will be much stronger than the one used by Silver Axe. The 6-type physical technique in the peak stage made Sha Tian's physical body follow up in all aspects, speed, explosion, and strength, everything is not bad. After this period of time, Sha Tian, who has been advancing by leaps and bounds, and acquired the treasured sword, truly stood among the strong, truly capable of breaking the wrist with the strong of the pirate world. In the perception of seeing, hearing and color, the members of the squad have gathered together, waiting for the captain to prepare to board the ship. Sha Tian picked up the 2nd generation who was leaning on the head of the bed, the purple scabbard, and walked out with a swagger. Captain Sha Tian. The team members gathered on the coast were very excited and were finally going to sea. Many people are waiting for opportunities to go to sea, treasures, opportunities, maybe they can get the powerful devil fruit. Advertisement. Let's go. Sha Tian nodded, and led his subordinates to the port. My heart is also a little excited. ... On the huge pirate ship, the letters of rocks are written on the black sails. In the letters, a red skull reveals a breath. The pirate ship sailed on the sea, followed by 2 smaller ships. All the cadres of Sha Tian stood under the mast, Rox held his arms, pinned a knife, and quietly looked at the small black dots in the distance. Golden Lion Shaki, John and other cadres started to get excited. Some old crew members also began to take out their weapons and prepare. Coming soon. Rush to the neighborhood as quickly as possible. Rock's eyes revealed a fierce light. The island is getting closer, and the luxurious ships of celestial dragons and 2 warships docked on the shore can be vaguely seen. Sha Tian stayed on the ship to respond, and the others will board as planned. Rox yelled and stood on the bow, on the warship near the island. Watching Marine also spotted the pirate ship that was speeding up. He took a look at the binoculars. The red skeletons, the rocks on the bow, and a group of cadres were scared and panicked. The horrified neutral immediately took out the phone worm for emergency contact. Report. Rock's pirate is coming. Rock's pirate is coming. Arrogant and domineering in the country, the 2 celestial dragons who watched around are walking to the port where the ship is docked with the heavenly gold tribute from this country. Guards and marines are in front and behind. Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr are all among them. Suddenly, the phone worm of the enemy attack alarm came news that Rock's pirate was coming. Even celestial dragons were taken aback. Rock's pirate killed several celestial dragons. Sengoku and others responded quickly, and they were clearly prepared. The news of Rock's pirate's attack has already been known to Kong through a mysterious insider. Take them to the boat. Let's stop Rock's pirate. Sengoku turned his head and yelled at the guards, and Zephyr and Suru led Marine quickly to the direction where Rox came from. In the direction of Rock's pirate's approach, the lurking Marine appeared one by one. Chapter 15. Captain Rox, Marine seems to be prepared. John drew his scimitar with a serious face. The pirate ship has just entered here, and there is a large amount of Marine lurking. Rush over and kill celestial dragons. Rox grinned grimly, and glanced around with fierce eyes. First, never underestimated Marine before I set off, nor would I think that this action would be easy to succeed. As for why Marine knew that Rock's pirate was coming. This is not the time to consider this. Facing the tyrannical aura of Rox. The cadres present felt palpitations one after another, and Rock's aura at this time was like an ancient fierce beast. Sha Tian's expression is dumb, but her heart can't help but smack her tongue secretly. Rox is worthy of being one of the pinnacles of the pirate world, with a terrifying aura. The difference is that the grown-up Sha Tian has no sense of oppression for this kind of deterrence. The strength and conqueror's haki are already extremely powerful. What if you are prepared? Go. At this moment, the enemy is currently, and other things will be discussed later. Rox waved his hand, and the cadres rushed to shore one after another. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki, Silver Axe, John. Sengoku's eyes were so gloomy, even if he had been prepared, he might not be able to win against a group of Rock's pirate officials. Marine's strong men and soldiers met up. Sengoku, the last unfinished contest, go ahead, don't be beaten to the ground by me. Whitebeard Newgate grinned and waved with the clouds in his hand, his whole body rising magnificently. Huh, Whitebeard, I didn't know until after playing. Sengoku tore off the marine coat he was wearing behind him. Loosened the collar on his neck. Crane retreated to the back of a group of soldiers, staring closely at the Rox who was still standing on the ship, holding his arms and Sha Tian on the side. That's the monster rookie of Rock's pirate, Sha Tian. A monster genius who can learn all kinds of moves in the newsletter once. A battle involving Rock's pirate assaulting celestial dragons and marine preparing in advance is about to begin. The members of various teams flocked to the island. 7 cadres including the captain of each team, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki, Silver Axe, etc. faced the naval headquarters fighters, as well as the strong marines, Sengoku of Buddha, Black Arm Zephyr, etc. 7 people. Sha Tian looked towards the battlefield on the shore. It seemed something was wrong. Advertisement. Although the number of cadres is similar to that of marine powerhouses, apart from Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr, the other naval headquarters Vice Admiral and Sha Tian don't know one, and from the perspective of momentum, they are obviously much weaker than the 7 cadres. The number of soldiers in naval headquarters is not as large as that of the various teams. They rely on these forces to protect celestial dragons. Sha Tian muttered to herself, glanced at Rox. Even if I saw it myself, how could Rox not understand? Look down first. Rox narrowed his eyes, didn't make a move, still staring at the crane. Of course things are not that simple. Marine has other means that it doesn't know. At this time, the battle on the coast has begun. Whitebeard Newgate swung the long knife in his hand and rushed directly to Sengoku. Sengoku's complexion was extremely dignified, haki wrapped around his hands, and his fist hit the long knife. The energies spread out, and the ground shattered. Gula la la, Sengoku, your strength has improved a lot. Whitebeard Newgate laughed, his arm muscles surging. A white halo appeared on the tip of the knife. Boom. The ground where Sengoku was standing sank completely, and the force of the vibration dissipated, and smoke billowed. Mr. Sengoku. Many people saw this scene and thought that Sengoku was suppressed by Whitebeard Newgate. Stop kidding, Newgate. At this time, Sengoku's roar came out from the dust, and suddenly golden light radiated. A huge golden Buddha Sengoku appeared. Solemn and solemn, the whole body is like a golden sculpture. Human beast species. Big Buddha form. The officials of Rock's pirate took a solemn look at the golden Buddha that appeared on the battlefield. This is the true Sengoku of Buddha. Goo la la la, that's interesting. Whitebeard Newgate looked as usual, even a little excited. He squeezed a fist with his left hand, and hit the Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha with his backhand and hammered it in the air. Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, the air was torn apart visible to the naked eye. Advertisement. The powerful vibrating force passed as the cracks in the air expanded. Sengoku, the huge golden body, raised his palm and pushed forward, and a shock wave topped Whitebeard's vibration. Boom boom boom. In the area centered on the two, the soil broke and exploded one by one. The powerful collision made the islands tremble. As expected of the top combat power, Whitebeard Newgate, Sengoku of Buddha. Sha Tian watched the ships on the sea and was extremely excited. This is the strong man in this world, and the world will break when he takes a shot. I can't help but feel like I want to compete. Rox glanced at Sha Tian and nodded secretly. This kind of battle did not produce stage fright, nor was it surprised, but an expression of excitement. This Sha Tian has a strong heart. Sha Tian's blood was boiling at this time. Whitebeard Newgate and Sengoku of Buddha fought fiercely with each other, and the battle between Golden Lion Shiki and Black Arm Zephyr on the other side was not bad at all. Both of them hit the sea on the side. Golden Lion Shiki flew in the air with the power of his lion fruit, holding two famous knives, Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, and violently attacked the Black Arm Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr even used the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles to jump into the air while stepping on the air. The powerful armament Haki was wrapped and covered with the swords of the Golden Lion Shiki. Lion Majesty. Golden Lion Shiki opened his eyes, one large and one small, his expression dignified, and his two swords flicked in the air. The huge volume of sea water formed the shape of a lion's head and rushed towards the Black Arm Zephyr. Massive. Zephyr relied on moonwalk to fly into the air, and his agility was much worse, and he was swept in by the sea. The sea water from the lion's head quickly formed a sphere, trapping Zephyr, who was tumbling and impacting. Slash wave. Shiki was unceremonious, slashing with both hands in the air, slashing with the slashing air, instantly covering Zephyr in the water polo. At this time, there was a bang. The huge water ball collapsed directly, and the whole body of Black Arm Zephyr was covered with armed color, and the water ball was directly torn open with both hands. Facing multiple slashing blows like a gust of wind, Zephyr dodged his figure, stepping on the air and quickly approaching Shiki. Looking at the excited and passionate Sha Tian on the battlefield, system prompts appeared constantly. Your Kong Yun knife technique has a new understanding, your cultivation progress has improved, and the current progress is reaching its peak. Your slash wave feels the aura of battle. The training progress has been improved, and the current progress is at its peak. Chapter 16. Your armament Haki is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battlefield, and the current progress control stage is 99.67%. Your observation Haki felt all kinds of auras in the battlefield, and his training actually broke through. Of course, the progress is 1% at the peak stage. Your Conqueror's Haki is extremely excited on the fierce battlefield, the training speed increases, and of course the progress control stage is 98.99%. The system prompt sounded directly in Sha Tian's mind. Watching these powerhouses unexpectedly improve their various abilities, and seeing, hearing and coloring directly broke through to the peak stage. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are only a little bit away from the summit stage. On the battlefield, John and Silver Axe each played against the strong of Marine. Silver Axe wielded a sparkling axe and firmly suppressed the opponent. John used both knives and guns, smiling slyly. The two newcomers Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are even more brilliant. The huge mace swung amid Kaido's roar and ran across the Marine warrior pile. Finally, a giant warrior from the naval headquarters rushed out and restrained Kaido. The giants can barely hold back when facing a guy with a physical pervert like Kaido. And Charlotte Linlin, who was about to kill with a grin, was also blocked by a master swordsman from naval headquarters. The people at Rock's Pirate rushed into the formation. Marine, once he can't stop everyone and is rushed over, celestial dragons will undoubtedly die. That is Marine's biggest failure. It is Marine's job to protect celestial dragons. Your slash seems to be a bit tickling. The Black Arm Zephyr with armament Haki fully opened, and the black wrists warded off Golden Lion Shiki's sword. The mocking words were not finished yet. A huge sword aura came towards him, slashed Zephyr out, and fell heavily to the shore. What are you talking about? Golden Lion Shiki squinted his eyes, his face was unhappy, and his hands were still in the cutout posture. This guy actually taunted my slash. Shiki hovered in the air, holding a pair of knives in a pose, and heading for Zephyr at a swift speed. The slash of this kind of swooping momentum also carries a strong sense of oppression. Zephyr just stood up from the pit on the ground, and saw Shiki descending from the sky approaching fast. Damn it, this slash. Zephyr gritted his teeth, his pupils dilated a little, the sharpness was too obvious, and he couldn't avoid it. Then you can only exchange injuries for injuries. With a cruel heart, Zephyr is about to fight. Suddenly, a Golden Lion Shiki, who was quickly kicked from the side, just hit the fallen Golden Lion Shiki. Shiki also looked dumbfounded. This person was too fast, and almost instantly, he kicked over with a powerful kick. Bang. Advertisement. Shiki flew upside down to the sea like a cannonball, and stopped when he was about to fall into the sea. The strong wind carrying it made the sea surge. It's you, Rayleigh. Golden Lion Shiki's face is very ugly. How come members of the Roger Pirates are here?
On the battlefield, things change rapidly. What Sha Tian looked at was marveling again and again.
With this knife, Zephyr couldn't hide, and he was bound to be severely injured, and was directly interrupted by Rayleigh, who appeared suddenly. Following the appearance of Rayleigh, Gold Roger wearing a long knife, Jabba holding a double axe, and Bullet, who had just joined the Roger pirates, and others appeared one after another. Hey, Newgate. With a smile on his face, Roger was the first to say hello to Whitebeard Newgate, who was fighting. Huh, Roger. Why are you here? Whitebeard snorted. Although he has a personal relationship with Roger, it seems that he didn't do anything to Marine, but instead wants to fight Rock's pirate with Marine.
Of course, to stop this brutal overlord, Rox. Roger drew his long knife, staring at Rock's figure with trembling eyes. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes moved slightly, and he stopped talking, and continued to fight Sengoku as you come and me. It's just that the movement is much smaller, and the two are paddling each other, paying attention to the changes on the court. Does the pirate really team up with Marine? Rox chuckled, then muttered in a low voice. The look is not unexpected, it seems to have been expected. The Marines also looked dumbfounded. The members of the Roger pirates swarmed up suddenly, sharing a lot of pressure. Leave the Roger pirates alone, and defeat Rock's pirate first. He held the phone worm and shouted loudly. Just after speaking, Crane's pupils began to shrink. At this point Rox has taken a shot. The figure disappeared in the bow of the ship. Go to the Crane fast. He also had a long knife in his hand.
The majestic momentum is like an ancient fierce beast rushing over. Rox do it. The Marines showed horrified expressions. Sengoku, Zephyr and others were even more shocked. Rox is going to Crane. The beautiful lady can't scare you. A red hockey knife slashed past, blocking Rock's path. Advertisement, Roger, the most powerful newcomer in the past 2 years, now you can also be called a big pirate.
Rox said lightly, looking at Roger, who was holding a knife, and Jabba, who was holding 2 axes. The long knife in his hand suddenly shot, slashed across the ground, and slashed towards Roger and the others. Roger slashed likewise. The 2 hockey started to meet each other, forming a black hockey thunder and lightning blasting all around. The hurricane swept across, dust was flying, and rubble was flying around. Your hockey is good. Rox tilted his head, it seems that he can move his hands and feet well today. Roger stepped back with a bang. The strength of the Sea Lord Rox is really powerful. At this moment, celestial dragons. With the sharp eyes of John who was fighting, he saw 2 celestial dragons hurriedly rushing to the ship in the distance surrounded by armor guards. Rush over. John, Silver Axe and others yelled and started to go all out. Stop them. Sengoku pushed both palms, sending out a powerful shock wave to confront Whitebeard again. At the same time shouted. Gu la la la, you should take care of yourself first, Sengoku. Whitebeard faced both palms, and Kong Yun faced him again with a white halo.
Constantly roar. The islands shook. Roger, Jabba, and Bullet are facing rocks. Sengoku and Whitebeard Newgate used their abilities to make the island tremble. Golden Lion Shiki looked ugly, Rayleigh and Zephyr blocked him. The rest of the cadres are controlled by marine powerhouses. The members of the squad and marine soldiers from both sides were shocked to see the battle between the strongest of the 2 sides. Moreover, in Rock's pirate, not everyone is going all out. Sha Tian saw it very clearly, some cadres could not stop only those unknown marine powerhouses, but they happened to be restrained. If this continues, celestial dragons will run away. They are getting closer and closer to the ship. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin repelled their opponents and rushed in the direction of celestial dragons. Chapter 17. Sha Tian watched intently. At present, Rock's pirate hasn't made any shots, only the one who was responsible for responding. On the battlefield, it seemed to be stuck. Rocks are very strong, but Roger, Jabba, and Bullet are not weak, let alone the 3 teamed up to resist Rocks. With this restraint, even Rocks couldn't immediately break through. The cadres, including Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, were scattered. Roger and others broke into the battlefield, only blocking the cadre-level combat power. Marine seems to have planned for a long time. If the cadres can't concentrate their power, there will be no chance of breakthrough. Coupled with the appearance of the Roger pirate group, there is enough time for celestial dragons to get on the ship and escape the sea first. Although the battle between the crew and the marine fighters was not that big, it was very tragic. The people at Rock's pirate are fierce, desperate, and they are merciless and cruel. Even the life-for-life style of play made the marine fighters feel horrified from the bottom of their hearts. The battlefield of the soldiers gradually became unbalanced. They are going to run away. John was so anxious that he pulled away and wanted to get rid of the Marine Vice Admiral who was holding the double knife. It's not that easy to let you pass. Marine Vice Admiral cut a crack directly in the way, his figure followed, and continued to stand in front of John. "A-hole! You guys who work for Celestial Dragons!" John said angrily, he should get rid of the dog leg if he couldn't rush over. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate's eyes crossed Celestial Dragons. Those guys are about to board the ship. Kong Yun exploded with stronger vibration ability and knocked Sengoku back a few steps. Before turning around, his left hand was once again wrapped in a powerful halo around his fist. With a loud yell, he punched Celestial Dragons from the air. Click. The magnificent air cracks spread wildly.
The shock fruit ability followed the air and the ground, causing a huge crack to go towards celestial dragons. At the marine along the way, the pirates were all thrown away. Never go ahead. Not good. Sengoku ran, too late to stop. The vibration of the ground made two celestial dragons look over. Advertisement. A huge crack was rushing in quickly, scared the two celestial dragons back again and again, and fell to the ground, panicking.
Whitebeard Newgate smiled. This punch must make them incapacitated, and even kill them directly. The beauty of thinking. Scream. Black Arm Zephyr was covered with armament hockey, and even his face became black. He galloped up to the power of the shock, crossed his hands, and blocked it abruptly. Boom. The force of the shaking broke out on the spot, cracks spread everywhere. It's annoying, Zephyr. Whitebeard Newgate snorted, and could only turn his head back to meet Sengoku, the huge golden figure who was leaping back.
Zephyr blocked the next blow, and before he could think about it, the dirt on the ground formed a lion's face and rushed over. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Golden Lion Shiki was very angry at this time. During the battle with him, he ran to block Whitebeard's blow. Doesn't it mean that Golden Lion can't hold it? Shiki, don't patronize over there. The long sword in Rayleigh's hand with a big golden back slashed. The three are fighting together again. This is the strong world. The passionate Sha Tian really wanted to go up and fight them. At this time, the battle on the island has entered a fever. Your Conqueror's hockey was infected by the battle and started to advance by leaps and bounds. It broke through the control stage. The current peak stage is 2%. Your armament hockey was infected by the battle and started to advance by leaps and bounds, breaking through the control stage, and currently 5% of the peak stage. You feel your own blood boiled in your 6th stance body art, and you have broken through the current stage with excitement. The current limit stage is 1%. The system prompt sounded when Sha Tian was engrossed in watching the battle. The body is a little hot, and it is constantly getting stronger.
Sha Tian shook her fist and became excited involuntarily. Conqueror's hockey has reached its peak. In other words, for hockey alone, it is already at the same level as Roger, Rox, Garp and others. While feeling his crazy strength, his strength skyrocketed. Sha Tian continued to look at the field. Celestial Dragons is about to embark on the wooden stairs. At this time, a new force emerged. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin repelled their opponents at the same time, looked at each other, and quickly rushed towards Celestial Dragons.
Advertisement. Rock's pirate was restrained by the cadres. On the other hand, Marine was also restrained. As long as the two of them rushed out, the little guys around Celestial Dragons shouldn't be afraid. There was a huge roar. Kaido no longer keeps his hands, and for the first time incarnates into a fish fruit. Azure Dragon form. The huge and slender dragon body is covered with blue dragon scales, the black hair on the dragon head, and the yellow eyes shine like a big lantern. What is this? Dragon. It was the first time that the people present saw such a form, and they were amazed. Even Roger, Newgate, Rox and others couldn't help but take another look. Kaido was extremely excited, and while his body was spinning, ignoring the blocking marine, he rushed directly to Celestial Dragons. Charlotte Linlin watched Kaido's show off and snorted uncomfortably. A black thundercloud appeared on the pink hat on his head, then stepped on it, followed the dragon and flew towards Celestial Dragons. He, these two newcomers are very good. Rox slashed the fit armor on Bullet's body, turned his head and glanced, and said with a grin. Roger and the others didn't speak, and Celestial Dragons had nothing to do with them. The purpose of the Roger Pirates is just to stop this cruel, like a terrorist organization Rox Pirate.
Sengoku saw Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the dragons rushing to intercept Celestial Dragons. Although their expressions were ugly, they weren't as normal as before. Whitebeard Newgate squinted at Sengoku. This guy didn't react properly. Turning around, Marine's reaction was wrong. This monster-like man broke through to intercept Celestial Dragons, not as nervous as when Whitebeard punched him. Stupid Celestial Dragons, go to hell. Kaido laughed, the heat in his mouth condensed, and the huge dragon body hovered over Celestial Dragons.
What kind of monster is this? What do you Marines do to eat? Come and protect me. If something happens, will you take care of it? Celestial Dragons was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground helplessly, cursing wildly in his mouth. Weegwo. Charlotte Linlin jumped out of the thundercloud, her eyes were as vicious as the substance, and the knife took the mighty hockey and slashed towards Celestial Dragons. The armored soldier was stunned, and had not had time to react. A figure jumped out of the warship and instantly arrived in front of Charlotte Linlin. There was a bang. Charlotte Linlin Meowman's posture was directly hit on the ground and sank into it. Rock's eyes were solemn, and his expression finally changed. That's Garp. Asterisk. Chapter 18. Just as Charlotte Linlin was punched and flew away, Kaido's heat was already gushing out, attacking Celestial Dragons. Garp, with a white marine t-shirt, dark skin, and a strong figure, went directly to the flames of heat. Hockey covered his body and clenched his fists tightly. The flame giant was directly divided into two halves by Garp's impact and dissipated. The figure rushed directly against the continuous heat flame in front, and punched Kaido's dragon head with a punch. A hockey ripple spreads. Kaido screamed, and the entire dragon body was smashed to the ground by Garp's tremendous power. Longan turned white, and he was directly hammered into a dizzy state. The body fell on the ground and retreated into a human form. Garp. Everyone at Marine breathed a sigh of relief. The Marines uttered excited cheers, and it turned out that there was also a strong Marine. The huge blue dragon was there just now, and I was really worried that it would affect the fragile celestial dragons. But on Rock's pirate's side, his face was solemn. Things are a little difficult. Garp knocked down 2 monster rookies by surprise. Kaido transformed into a human form and stood up with his mace swaying his head. The vertigo just now cleared up quickly, but his head hurt. Charlotte Linlin also crawled out of the pit, with blood spilling from his mouth, with a look of horror on his face. Both were injured in one punch. The power of Marine Garp is so powerful. No wonder the officials are afraid, even Captain Rox is very cautious. Rox, who was fighting with Roger and others, couldn't help frowning. People from Naval Headquarters, Sengoku, Zephyr, Garp are all present, plus other marine powerhouses. There was also Roger pirates who stepped in. Even if you try your best, it's just evenly matched, and celestial dragons are not easy to kill.
Why is Garp here? Silver Axe couldn't help shrinking his neck. He was chased by Garp, and he was still a little frightened. According to intelligence, Garp hates celestial dragons. In case of accidents, I have been letting Garp follow, but this guy didn't want to see celestial dragons' faces. He has been hiding in the warship behind. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still wants him to take action. Rox, you really have several monsters out there, what?
Crane said calmly from behind, strategizing. If Garp didn't come, the 2 newcomers would really have succeeded. What a scheming woman. Mungchi D. Garp. Name D, is it like this to you? Rox's complexion was solemn, and his heart was very upset and restless. Advertisement. He cursed, and couldn't help but yell at Garp. I am a seaman, you are pirates. Garp squeezed his fist and gritted his teeth in reply. Besides, you Rox is a terrorist. Rox was speechless and extremely upset. I am afraid this operation will fail. Just when the people at Rox Pirate were thinking about retreating. Suddenly, a figure appeared above celestial dragons. Not to mention the other people present, even Garp not far away didn't feel it, and someone suddenly rushed over, very fast. Sha Tian. John, Silver Axe was dumbfounded. How could Sha Tian suddenly make a move, and when did he suddenly appear there? Rox also looked over there in surprise. Sha Tian, who was in the air, held the hilt of the ghost sword in his hand and pulled it out.
The electric light on the knife condensed quickly, and the powerful armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki merged from the arm to the knife body. The slashing posture faces the 2 celestial dragons below. The audience was dumbfounded. The people at Rox Pirate couldn't believe it. This is the newcomer more than a month ago. What is the situation with this majestic momentum?
Not good. Garp glared and ran back quickly. The man in black next to celestial dragons felt the horror of the knife and yelled twice and hurry up. But celestial dragons looked up at the power that drew thunder and lightning in the sky. Haki's vertical and horizontal Sha Tian stood in place in a daze. With a wave of Sha Tian's hand, a red giant knife beam cut straight down. This is a slash that combines Kong Yun knife, thunder axe, slash wave, and 2 Haki's advanced realms. Garp is too late to rescue, and even if it arrives, he may not block all the sword chi to ensure the safety of celestial dragons. Sengoku, Zephyr and other marines directly showed horror on their faces. Celestial dragons will be killed. Boom. The land between the island and the ship was directly cut off by Sha Tian. Slowly shattered into powder, the power of thunder and lightning was still flashing around. Celestial dragons was killed by the sword in an instant, and fell into the mud without a trace. The sea is tumbling. Advertisement. Damn it. Garp was shocked when he saw this scene before him. Celestial dragons are dead. Although I don't like celestial dragons, all the marines present are negligent. Garp faced the Sha Tian falling from the sky with a gloomy face, and the Iron Fist attacked the past with a violent aura.
Facing Garp's violent fist, Sha Tian adjusted his figure in the air. The arm muscles surged, and the ghost entwined with Haki slashed at him. The blade and fist touched each other in the air. Conqueror's Haki formed a round ball in the middle, and the 2 looked at each other with solemn eyes. There was a loud noise. Haki exploded violently. Sha Tian was thrown out in the air, and fell back with the force of rotation.
Garp closed his fists, his expression ugly. The marine who was present was shocked, and Rox Pirate still has a strong player of this level. And Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, John and other cadres were all shocked and their jaws dropped. Killed the celestial dragons in front of Garp, and confronted Garp Haki. There was no damage at all, and it could even be said to be evenly matched. Unbelievable. Is this a newcomer from a month ago? This is simply a monster-like existence. Even the expressions in Rox eyes are astonished. No matter how you think about it, Sha Tian can actually achieve this level of strength in a short time. Roger and others were also taken aback by the characters who could face Garp. There is no such thing in intelligence. Sha Tian. Sengoku couldn't help gritted his teeth in shock. Crane looked at Sha Tian who fell on the ship in shock, slowly retracting the knife into its sheath, feeling restless. It's not just this dereliction of duty. A newcomer who didn't even know Haki a month ago has quickly grown to a level that can compete with Garp. If he is allowed to continue to grow, I am afraid he will become even more terrifying than Rox. Everyone on the battlefield at this time reacted again.
Celestial dragons died in front of him. Marine was filled with anger. Such a shame. In any case, Rock's pirate must pay the price. Rocks. Garp rushed towards Rocks angrily. Sha Tian, who had been standing on the bow of the ship, put away the ghost. His face looked at the battlefield proudly. The system will beep at this time. Congratulations, I learned a stunt from the battle. Iron Fist, asterisk. Chapter 19. Hockey level has reached the peak stage. You can learn these moves using hockey during the confrontation.
Sha Tian showed a smile. During the confrontation, Garp's Iron Fist learned the hand. And in the process of fighting, the speed of taiju and hockey improved several times faster. Sha Tian glanced briefly, and continued to concentrate on looking at the field. Although Jabba and Bullet are also strong, they besieged Rocks with Roger, but they persisted for a while. With a slight flaw, he was knocked out by Rocks. Garp hurried over at this time too. Rocks looked at the two men solemnly. These two guys are not easy to deal with. At this time, the goal has been achieved and they can be evacuated. Little ones, the goal has been achieved. Let's withdraw. Rocks ignored Roger's entanglement and Garp, who rushed over, and walked away directly. Rock's pirate cheered. How exciting it is to behead the celestial dragons in front of so many powerful men at Marine. The Marines looked ugly and their faces were extremely gloomy. Sengoku made a distance from Whitebeard Newgate. Sengoku, do you want to fight anymore? Hell la la la.
Sengoku's eyes were sullen, silent, still hesitating. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled, grinned, and turned away. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the court and said to Zephyr and Rayleigh. Jihahaha, that's it for today, Zephyr, Rayleigh. Regardless of them, just flew away. Zephyr has a sullen face and can't help it. Garp was extremely furious, and ran to chase Rocks, who was retreating laughing and laughing.
Forget it, Garp. If you can't keep them, treat the wounded first. Crane shouted helplessly to Garp. At this moment, the pursuit is meaningless, and it is still a question of whether to fight or not to win in the end. Marine has no intention of fighting anymore. Rock's pirate killed celestial dragons and has to retreat. 7 cadres including Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate, Silver Axe and John also returned to the ship. Many members of the squad also returned. Marine soldiers looked at Rock's pirate, who was evacuating quickly, and gradually stopped at the command of Vice Admiral. Rock's pirate didn't lose much manpower. Except for Newgate and Shiki, the others suffered some injuries. All the survivors have been withdrawn. Advertisement. Watching the huge pirate ship moving quickly, everyone on the island was muffled and speechless. The members of the Roger pirate group looked at each other helplessly, and left as quickly. These Marines, who knows if they will vent their anger. Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr, Garp and others got together.
This time, no one can bear the responsibility. Crane sighed deeply. Who could have imagined that a newcomer Sha Tian would break through to this level in a short time? Next, we can only go to Mariajoy to plead guilty. Marine Vice Admiral also sighed and shook his head. Fortunately, Heavenly Gold is still fine. Hurry up and treat the wounded. The Rock's pirate thing, let the above bother you. Sengoku glanced at Garp, who was still glum, and patted his shoulder. This guy Garp is not annoyed that Celestial Dragons was killed, but annoyed that he didn't leave that newcomer Sha Tian. Compared to Marine's low and negative. On Rock's pirate's ship, the atmosphere was cheerful. The action is considered a success, the only thing is that the Heavenly Gold has not been grabbed. Damn, it's Marine, the treasures of Heavenly Gold were shipped away in advance. John, a greedy guy, let his subordinates secretly search for treasure in the chaotic battlefield after he landed ashore. It's a pity that Marine was prepared and shipped away in advance. The wayward celestial dragons paid the price of their lives. But Sha Tian is really hidden, and in such a short period of time, it is so powerful, hehehehe. John couldn't help but said enviously. Who doesn't envy this kind of talent? Sha Tian at this time is already Newgate, Shiki's strength. Sha Tian did a good job this time, beheading celestial dragons personally, you should take the lead. Rocks was in a good mood and praised Sha Tian loudly. The color of appreciation makes no secret. The crowd looked at Sha Tian with admiration one after another. The cadres have also changed their views, who would dare to say that Sha Tian is not qualified. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were silent. Although they were respected for their powerful strength and dazzling performance, they glanced at Sha Tian. There is such a big gap between people, and I immediately feel uncomfortable. Jayahaha, brother Sha Tian, go back and celebrate, everyone should have a good drink with you. Advertisement. Shiki bit his cigar, sat on the fence, and said loudly. Of course it's okay, I'm also not afraid of you when I drink. Sha Tian held the ghost sword and sat beside Whitebeard Newgate. Goo la la la, it's hard to say. Whitebeard Newgate didn't get the treasure. White Hits was not happy, but when it came to drinking, interest came back again. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both performed very well. Rocks did not forget to compliment the two of them, and then looked at everyone with a somewhat inexplicable smile and finished talking, holding his arms and wondering what he was thinking. Everyone also nodded. Kaido indeed have very strong strength. Without Sha Tian's move, the newcomer is estimated that they will shine. Sha Tian, what is your trick? Silver Axe asked curiously at this time. It feels like a thunder axe, but it's not. Silver Axe's question immediately attracted everyone present. Newgate, Shiki and other cadres, including Rocks, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin all looked over. With Sha Tian's knife, everyone saw the whole process clearly. The red sword light carried hockey with a crushing effect. Regardless of power, deterrence, and launch time, it can be called a trick. I call it Yishi. Dragon Slash. Looking at everyone's curious eyes, Sha Tian smiled. Learning from them, it doesn't hurt to say it.
And at the moment when Sha Tian said her name, she couldn't help but froze. The system prompted. Your own moves have been activated in the system, and you can kill the dragon in one go. The current progress is 80% at the peak stage. No, this trick is a fusion of Kong Yun knife, slash wave knife, thunder silver axe, and 2 advanced realms taught by the captain. The first one to kill was celestial dragons, so it was named Zonlong. Sha Tian glanced at the system prompt briefly, and continued to talk to everyone. That's it, what a genius. Silver Axe said enviously. In the hands of geniuses, powerful moves are readily available. And I have studied for so long, still risking my life under the thunder and lightning to comprehend. Everyone was amazed and praised the good name. Kaido couldn't help but look weird. Dragon Slash. That's all. Rock's pirate returned to Hashinosu Island a few days later and held a banquet to celebrate the successful beheading of celestial dragons. Sengoku and others who returned to Mariajoy are completely opposite. Chapter 20. Mariajoy, between the rights. Both celestial dragons are dead. What do you guys eat?
An old blonde man in a black suit and leather shoes shouted angrily. The face of the 4 people next to them was as ugly as that. 2 celestial dragons died in front of the many people in Marine, and the celestial dragons family of Mariajoy probably won't let it go. This responsibility is great. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Crane stood in front of the 5 most powerful people, and they could only be discipled. Marine is the facade of the world government, but now it is straightforward.
It's no use scolding them anymore. Rock's pirate, the threat is too great, even the world government is not sure now. There are also 3 newcomers, one with the ability of soul fruit, and the other with fish fruit. A monster in the form of a blue dragon. There is also the one named Sha Tian. Whether it's hockey or moves, you can read it once, it's just a monster. 5 rights holders, you say and I say a word. From the beginning, you blamed it fiercely, and now you are afraid of Rock's pirate's attitude. Rock's pirate not only has many veteran powerhouses, but now newcomers are also beginning to emerge. If this continues, the complete rise of these talented and terrifying newcomers will be a huge threat. What happened in the end, we can't say. Celestial Dragons is dead, and they are still members of the upper clan. Marine has a great responsibility. I will write it down for the time being, and wait for the sacrifice of these killed celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods in 3 months. These newcomers have all issued wanted warrants, and that Sha Tian is offering a reward of 800 million. The 5 rights holders said to Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane. People have been killed, and the anger is real. After all, Marine is the biggest face of the world government.
When the 3 of Sengoku walked out of Mariajoy, they exhaled deeply. The 5 old men reprimanded for more than half an hour. The result can only be that. Zephyr shrugged indifferently. Being scolded, promotion is just a little slower. It is true that we Marine have an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Although there is no admiral present, with so many Marine powerhouses, even the Roger pirates have helped them, and finally led them succeed.
Even though Sengoku said so, his heart was still upset. The 2 celestial dragons, without the power to bind chickens, did not listen to persuasion to die. Okay, next, let's think about how to deal with rocks. Crane looked at Sengoku's expression and couldn't help laughing. As he spoke, the conversation turned. The Sha Tian of Rock's pirate, the talent is too terrifying. How long will it take to fight Garp and retreat? Crane's meaning is very obvious. This Sha Tian can't stay. Even the 800 million reward order is already low. Advertisement. Not to mention beheading celestial dragons, but strength alone is more than enough. Unless Marine comes out and Martial Admiral joins, otherwise in Rock's pirate, kill a genius who has grown in strength, unless there is a good opportunity. Black Arm Zephyr glanced sideways and said. As soon as this remark came out. The 3 fell silent. After all, this rocks. Rocks are too strong. Marine is thinking a lot. The attack on celestial dragons and the name of the super newcomer Sha Tian in Rock's pirate began to spread all over the sea. In Marine, there are also 3 young rookies called Monster Rookies.
All 3 have strong combat power with Logia fruit ability. Kuzan of Frozen Fruit. Sakazuki of Lava Fruit. Paluzolino from Sparkling Fruit. The 3 people who heard Zephyr in front of him were surprised at this time. Teacher, there is such a genius, which is terrible. Sure, it's not fruit power. These pirates are getting harder and harder to deal with.
The 3 of them all peeked at each other. Zephyr also silently shook his head. Not only on Marine, on the other side. It's horrible. Rock's pirate attacked the world government again and slaughtered celestial dragons. Sabayati Archipelago, someone holding a newspaper, shouted in horror. The big headline in the newspaper was shocking. Among them is a photo of Sha Tian standing on the bow of the ship. I don't know how these journalists captured these images. Soon, Sabayati Archipelago arrived. Everywhere you can see groups of people discussing with each other. They were shocked and pale. A figure in a red dress with braided hair, drinking with his head down in the bar, with a black umbrella next to him. Surprisingly, he is a big pirate who is like a pirate group and makes Marine a headache. He is called the Lonely Red Baroque Letterfield. At this time, he was listening to the conversation around him. Marine sweeps the floor this time. Advertisement. Also, Rock's pirate newcomer Kadri, Sha Tian. A reward of 800 million was offered for the first time.
The strength is very powerful. It is said that this Sha Tian is a monster-like genius. You can learn any move after seeing it once, and soon he joined Rock's pirate as a Kadri. That's the existence of a maritime overlord, and even Marine dare not say that it can steadily win Rock's pirate. Kadri level, that may be a symbol of strength and status. Yes, look at the photos, this Sha Tian is still very young. The surrounding discussion seemed messy, and many people were surprised after reading the report.
Letterfield listened to understand. Rock's pirate has done another great thing that shocked the world. Attack celestial dragons. It was the rookie Kadri of Rock's pirate who killed celestial dragons with a single blow. He is a monster-like genius and is said to be very powerful. Sha Tian. Interesting. The Lonely Red could not help but be curious. The newcomer serves as a Kadri. This is not an ordinary pirate group Kadri. Lonely Red has fought against several Kadris of Rock's pirate, and each of them has a strong combat effectiveness. With the news in the newspaper, more and more people learned. On a remote island in North Blue, a group of people with hooded cloaks on their heads are sitting on the rocks on the island. He also holds the newspaper with this news in his hand. Rock's pirate killed celestial dragons again. The person shrouded in the cloak laughed. Obviously hate celestial dragons of the so-called descendants of gods, world nobles. Fantastic. Everyone felt happy about the death of celestial dragons.
Sha Tian. A figure standing in front quietly looked at Sha Tian on the newspaper. Dragon, what's the matter? Rock's pirate has another monster. Although we were also founded to overthrow celestial dragons, we are very different from the Rock's pirates. These guys are just a bunch of terrorists. Dead celestial dragons is certainly good, but Rock's pirate's strength is also stronger.
Maybe in the future. At this time, Sha Tian was clinking glasses with Newgate at the banquet. Chapter 21. Following the news in the world, they all noticed Sha Tian, the new Kadri of Rock's pirate. And as Rock's pirate returned to Hashinosu, the pirate island, the celebration banquet began. Sha Tian's mood at this time is very good. The attitude of the Kadris has changed 180 degrees. Many veteran crew members also expressed kindness, and no longer questioned the strength of Sha Tian. Others cast respectful eyes. All of this is due to Sha Tian's powerful performance and the performance of beheading celestial dragons. And the happiest thing is that after the war, Sha Tian not only merged his own knife, until now, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and physical skills are all rapidly improving. Sha Tian, who was drinking, opened the system panel under the guise of eating. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Conqueror's hockey. 38% at the peak stage triple buff. Armament hockey. 41% at the peak stage triple buff. Observation hockey. 43% at the peak stage double buff.
1 type. Slashing the Dragon. 80% of the peak stage, Kong Yun, Slash Wave, Silver Axe. 6 poses. 83% in the extreme stage Tekken, Grandmaster stage 30%. Powerful again. Sha Tian couldn't help but grin happily. Both Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey are 3 times faster, catching up with what has always been the lead. The Kong Yun knife technique, Slash Wave, and Thunder Silver Axe are integrated into one style dragon slashing, which can be used alone or combined to make moves. It's just that it is displayed on the panel. Sha Tian, who was at the banquet, smirked while eating. Shiki directly carried 2 large barrels and found Sha Tian to fight wine. Sha Tian immediately converged his mind and fought with everyone. The banquet lasted into the evening. They went back to rest one after another. After dawn, Rocks called a meeting of officials. Huge skeleton in the rock. On the big round table, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe and others. With Sha Tian, a total of 9 Kadris were present here. Rocks walked in with a smile, holding his arms. Everyone, although the celestial gold didn't get it, celestial dragons died under our hands, and it was a big victory. Everyone looked at Sha Tian with a smile. Advertisement. Sha Tian has done a lot this time, and Rocks is very satisfied that he can successfully kill celestial dragons. In this operation, the Roger pirates dared to ambush us with Marine. It's really bold. With a hint of anger in Rox's tone, the Roger pirates didn't just come up to make trouble this time. Last time they made a small mess, and it didn't matter if they didn't catch them. This time it was too much to join forces with Marine. From Rock's tone, it meant that he was going to attack Roger and his team. The Kadri's eyes flickered, as the maritime overlord dared to make such a blatant move, indicating that war is already on. How can I let it go? It's not against the Roger pirates. It spread out and thought that Rock's pirate would be afraid of them. John snorted, unhappy that the treasure was not snatched. Without Roger and his team disrupting the game, everything can be taken. No pirate can face us Rock's pirate like this. I propose to kill Roger and his gang first. Said a small Kadri with a machete hanging from his waist. Captain, I agree with Carrie's proposal. Silver Axe also spoke, and agreed with the Kadri with a machete, Carrie's proposal. Apart from Sha Tian, only Whitebeard Newgate remained indifferent. It just so happened that Sha Tian made a great contribution, and his Kadri territory should also be allocated. Rocks looked at the Kadris and nodded. He also meant that, and must retaliate.
Then the conversation turned around and said, the Kadri site. Sha Tian was a little puzzled. It was the first time I heard about the Kadri site. Each Kadri has an exclusive site as a recognition of the Kadri. Golden Lion Shaki bit his cigar and said with a smile. It was because Sha Tian was directly promoted to a Kadri as a new trainee.
The strength and prestige are inferior, and no one is optimistic even among the Kadris. So no one mentioned it, and when this action came back, Sha Tian's outlook had changed drastically. The distribution of Kadri sites is also a matter of course. However, our territory has been divided among 8 people. John called Xiao Juju, wouldn't he want to take it out and give it to Sha Tian? All the Kadris and Rocks knew John's greed, all sneered.
If you don't have a site, won't you go to lay a site? Rocks' eyes flashed with danger, and continued. Advertisement. Roger Pirates doesn't have a lot of territory, we all set out and take all their territories separately. Everyone became excited one after another, and the laydown of the territory also represented the expansion of treasure and power again. Separately start. I, Newgate, Shaki, Sha Tian will go to attack the most important site of Roger and his team. You will take the rest separately. Remember, the people of the Roger Pirate Group will pay a heavy price. Rocks grinned and gave orders separately. If you want to fight, you can lay down all the sites at the same time, and let the world see what the consequences are if you dare to fight Rocks Pirate. Newgate and Shaki looked at each other. This was all about destroying the offensive of the Roger Pirates. Sha Tian looked forward to it again. This time, it is the one piece of the future. There are also a lot of masters on Roger's boat, and maybe you can learn powerful moves after walking around. For example, Rayleigh's hockey moves, Roger's knife. Do you have any suggestions? Rocks held his arms and scanned the crowd.
I suspected that there was Marine Insider and didn't immediately say it. Be prepared to observe the reactions of the crowd in secret. The Kadris present had different thoughts. In fact, I suspected that there was an insider, but I didn't raise it either. Suspecting each other, but waiting for each other. Rocks knew that if it were brought up at this time, the meeting would immediately become a spoofed meeting. Among the Kadris, the only detached person is probably Whitebeard Newgate, this man called a monster.
He didn't care at all, and no one dared to attack him. Seeing the Kadri shaking his head, he said that he had no proposal. Rocks nodded faintly, and then went out if he stayed for a rest and started to retaliate. This is the Rocks pirate fighting against each other. It seems peaceful on the surface, but in fact it has different thoughts. It's good to fight and kill each other, Rocks doesn't care. Survival of the fittest. But in this kind of action against celestial dragons, you can never let go of Marine. This is the bottom line. Once Rocks left, it also indicated that the Kadri meeting was over. The 9 Kadris got up and walked out of the meeting room of Skeleton Rock. John and others are going to drink and have fun. The matters of the Kadri meeting cannot be revealed before departure. This is one of the few rules of Rocks Pirate. Chapter 22. The Kadris left one after another. Rocks watched everyone in the tallest room among Skeleton Rocks.
Whether it's Marine's inside line or the inside line of the pirate forces, you have to find out. At the meeting, it was suggested that it was not suitable, and Rocks directly used horrible knowledge to cover and monitor a group of Kadris. However, the small-sized Kadri Carry, with a machete, walked back to his place. Called 3 or 5 subordinates and continued to drink. It seems to be in a bad mood. Rocks' powerful sights and colors are fully active, monitoring all this.
John and others below also went to have fun. Whitebeard Newgate practiced. That's it until the evening. Carey and his men drank and drank a lot, as if they were drunk, and were helped back to the room by his team members. Covered with a quilt, just when Rocks thought there was nothing wrong with Carey. The drunk Carey blindfolded his head, and the breathless barrier cut off the sound. The silent fruit of the awakened state. If there are Kadris on the sidelines, I am afraid it will be shocked. Carey has been hiding his fruiting ability. After isolating the sound, everything is fine. Under the cover of the quilt, a small telephone bug appeared in Carey's palm. Far away in the Admiral office in Marineford. Blue blue. Blue blue. A white phone worm in Kong Kabuto rang. I am empty. Kong looked solemn. This was an urgent contact from Rocks Pirate. It's me. Carey controlled his body and made a sound sleep. Is there any important information about the sudden contact so late?
Kong said slowly, seeming to know that the person opposite has enough time to speak. He, Roger Pirates is your one-handed contact and collusion. Carey chuckled. Advertisement? You suddenly contacted me, that is to say? Kong is a little helpless. This guy is so much nonsense every time.
Of course not. As pirates, Roger and his gang dare to attack Rocks Pirate and have completely annoyed Rocks. In the next few days, they will launch a full-scale revenge on Roger's pirate group. Comprehensive revenge. Is it all going to attack? Kong's face was solemn. Yes, almost all of them attacked. Rocks, Newgate, Shaki, Sha Tian. They focused on the most important turf of the Roger Pirates, and the others attacked the rest separately. Carey's voice was full of insidiousness. This is another particularly good opportunity, and Rocks only has 3 Kadris by his side, and there are not many people. Well, there are only 3 Kadris around, and one is the newcomer Sha Tian. Kong's eyes lit up. This is indeed a good opportunity. Yes, Sha Tian is highly valued by Rocks, you can take care of this matter. I will contact you again if I have anything. Carrie hung up without waiting for Kong Duo to say. Kong put away the phone worm, his face solemnly thinking for a long time. Finally, he sighed deeply. This Sha Tian can act with rocks, Newgate and others. I am afraid that the strength will not be low, and Rocks still values this newcomer so much. After Carrie contacted Marine and went to sleep calmly, he was very sure that even the Rocks observation hockey would not be able to detect anything.
Kong took his thoughts and prepared to hold a meeting tomorrow. One night passed quickly. Marineford Naval Headquarters. In the conference hall, Kong had already sat in the main seat. The people waiting for the meeting, even tapping their fingers on the table. Crane, who came first, looked at Kong's solemn expression and couldn't help being startled.
Kong like this is rarely seen, it seems to be, anxiously thinking about what. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from behind, and Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others came over. Everyone is seated. Garp was still chewing on a piece of stuff, his speech slurred. Received a message that Rock's pirate is about to retaliate against Roger pirates. Kong took a deep breath and said to everyone. Marine officers looked at each other. Does the revenge have anything to do with us? Rock's pirate will attack with all members. Rocks will lead Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and the terrifying rookie Sha Tian to attack the most important turf of the Roger pirates, and the rest of the cadres will attack Roger C separately. Other areas of the thieves. Kong said the information in one last breath. Advertisement. The Marines slowly opened their eyes and reacted. Rocks will only have 3 cadres by his side at that time. This is a good chance. Ms. He couldn't help her gaze. Unexpectedly that Sha Tian is among the 3 cadres, this talented newcomer. Garp said to himself. At that time, Sha Tian took a punch, and it didn't hurt at all.
Don't be careless about this Sha Tian. At that time, that knife was very powerful, probably even stronger than our 3 Logia rookies. Zephyr said with a serious expression that the strength displayed by this Sha Tian was already at the level of a cadre. Assemble the manpower, set up an ambush in Roger's territory, and destroy Rocks in one fell swoop. As long as these few die, the pirate group will naturally fall apart.
Sengoku nodded. The newcomers should not be underestimated, but this is also a good opportunity to eradicate them. I will go with everyone here. Suru will stay at the headquarters. Kong began to arrange. Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, none of you can be less, and recently our 3 super newcomers from Marine have also called in. The ability of Logia fruit is powerful. Kong said with a serious face. Garp and others nodded. In addition, you Vice Admiral, lead a warship, Sengoku, and contact the Roger pirates to get them ready. Sengoku nodded his head also solemnly to be clear. Naval Headquarters has the strongest combat power so far. Admiral Kong leads the powerful Garp trio, as well as 10 Vice Admiral from the headquarters, 3 pervert-capable rookies, and a lineup of 11 warships. Garp, Zephyr, and Sengoku are strong enough to fight against 3 cadres. The rest, with Roger's side, are absolutely sure to leave Rocks behind. The lineup and plan are arranged, and when the Vice Admiral goes out to execute.
Sengoku took out a small phone worm and dialed it out. On the Jackson in the second half of the Grand Line. Roger picked up the phone worm from Sengoku. I am Roger. It's me, Sengoku. Sengoku, is there any news? Roger didn't even need to think about it. Marine can find him, only Rock's pirate. Rock's pirate will retaliate against you, and the cadres will attack your turf separately, and the most important site will be led by Rocks with 3 cadres, Newgate, Shiki, Sha Tian. Chapter 23.
Sengoku is nothing nonsense, and the news of Rock's pirates' full-scale attack directly spoke to Roger. Marine's news is really well informed. Rocks and the 3 cadres, even the newcomer was among them. Roger was taken aback, his thoughts turned. Rocks attacked in an all-round way and led a powerful cadre to attack. Newgate and Shiki could understand that Sha Tian was also there, indicating that Rocks recognized Sha Tian's strength. Yes, Roger, Sha Tian's strength can't be underestimated, don't be careless. I understand that the knife displayed by this Sha Tian can be undamaged by Garp's angry punch. It's not easy. Roger's face was solemn, and they would go all out for the enemy, no matter whether it was a newcomer or not. Rocks actually brought 3 cadres to kill. At the same time, this is also the best opportunity to remove the Rocks threat. This time we worked together again and won Rocks in one fell swoop. Sengoku finished speaking, continued to talk about some details, and said that after keeping in touch, he hung up. Really, have work to do. Roger smiled, and Marine didn't have to cheat about Rock's pirate. Shouted immediately after walking out of the room.
On the Jackson, when they heard Roger's words, everyone gathered around. Captain. There is news from Marine that Rock's pirate is going to launch a full-scale attack on us, and, in our most important turf, Rocks leads 3 cadres to attack. Roger said to everyone with a serious face. The news came from Marine deliberately, and it should be reliable at this point. Rayleigh, with blonde hair, stroked his chin and thought. Who are the 3 cadres? Jabba also spoke and asked. Newgate, Shiki, Sha Tian. Roger smiled. Why would the newcomer arrange to act with Newgate and others? Everyone was a little puzzled. After all, he is a newcomer, coming to the most important territory, he will definitely face the strongest combat power. It shows that the strength of this Sha Tian has been recognized by Rocks, and, in the last performance, this so-called newcomer is not weak.
Rayleigh narrowed his eyes, and Rox didn't need to bring a weak newcomer to drag him. Everyone nodded. After all, Sha Tian's horror talent that can be seen once has been spread all over. Everyone is ready to inform people on other sites that there will also be cadres in those places. Roger discussed with everyone and started to prepare.
Rox Base Camp. Hachinosu Island. Advertisement. The cadres cultivated quietly, waiting for Captain Rock's instructions to start. Within a few days, Rox sent an order. Assemble the manpower and set off separately. Sha Tian led more than 100 members of his squad and boarded the main ship of Rock's pirate in the harbor. When Sha Tian arrived, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki led their team members on board. At the port, Silver Axe, John, Ochaku and others led a ship and set sail to attack other sites of the Roger pirates. Rox arrived on the main ship, the crew was already there, the official Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were among them. The eyes of the two turned to Sha Tian, squinted and turned their heads away. The ship sailed out. Sha Tian looked at the sea in the distance and couldn't help but look forward to the harvest of this trip to sea again. In the past few days, various abilities have developed rapidly. Standing alone on the deck, Sha Tian looked at the system panel. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Conqueror's Hockey, 97% of the summit stage. Armament Hockey, 98% at the peak stage. Observation Hockey, 95% of the summit stage. One type. Slashing the Dragon, 90% at the peak stage, Kong Yun, Slash Wave, Silver Axe. 6 poses. 95% in the extreme stage. Tekken, Master Stage 10%. It's a pity that Conqueror's Hockey's triple buff ended the day after he came back. However, Hockey has almost reached the breakthrough stage and will soon reach the limit stage. The limit and the summit are a watershed. It can be seen from the extreme stage of the 6 types of body art. I'm afraid Hockey will not be weaker than Rox by then. And the progress of the one-style dragon slashing is not too big, according to Sha Tian's estimation. To make it advance by leaps and bounds, it still has to be talented in battle. The most naughty is only Iron Fist. It is worthy of the move learned from Garp. This progress Sha Tian has been unable to complain. Overall, Sha Tian is still very satisfied. Even if there is no breakthrough stage, the advancement of progress will strengthen one's own strength. Great improvement. Da da da. The sound of footsteps sounded behind him. Rox, Newgate, Shiki and others walked up to the deck. Are you nervous? Sha Tian. Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiki smiled, looking at Sha Tian who was just dumbfounded. No, I'm looking forward to the next battle. Sha Tian shook his head and said. Golden Lion Shiki chuckled. Inwardly, he was a little surprised at the qualitative changes in Sha Tian's weather. Even Rox and Whitebeard Newgate noticed. The childishness of Sha Tian is almost gone. A faint hockey flowed out. This is a sign of great progress. Rox couldn't help but sigh secretly. Sha Tian's talent is really terrible. At this time, on the bow deck above this, there are only Rox, Newgate, Shiki and Sha Tian. Golden Lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, sat on the fence, and said inexplicably. Even I was aware of what happened last time. An insider reported the news. Captain Rox wouldn't have thought. This is a ghost inside the cadre. Shiki's words made Rox smile faintly. Newgate also glanced at the Golden Lion in surprise. Speaking out at this time, do you think that none of the 3 present are ghosts? Shiki, do you think I will doubt you? Rox took a look at Shiki. You won't doubt the 3 of you present, Captain, you know who I am. Shiki. If Newgate were the inner ghost, we would have been annihilated long ago. Shiki smiled happily, but didn't say Sha Tian. Sha Tian killed 2 celestial dragons, and this kind of talent will not be the undercover the Marine or other forces broke in. They are not stupid. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and laughed. Sha Tian shrugged, holding the monster sword and ghost completely without speaking. The inner ghost must have spread the news. I'm afraid Roger will ambush it. Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar and let out a puff, looked at Rox and said. Rox grinned. What I said is really good, very close to my own ideas. Then he turned his head and shouted at the subordinates below. Change direction. Destination. Mariajoy. The orders of Rox were immediately executed by the helmsman and the navigator on board. At this moment, both Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki were stunned. Sha Tian laughed. Rox is really a good method. Rox walked to the bow and looked into the distance, grinning grimly. Naval headquarters has weak defense and almost no high-end combat power. At this time, what's the point of facing Roger? Let's play Mariajoy. Asterisk. Chapter 24. On the second half of the Grand Line, on a huge island. This is the site of the Roger pirates. The Jackson was docked in the port, but the ship was empty. And Roger, Rayleigh and others who were waiting in ambush on the shore were frowning. No, Rox pirates' attack has been found in other sites. Why hasn't this side arrived yet? Rayleigh looked confused. According to the distance, it should have appeared long ago. Perhaps Rox deliberately explored the truth. Roger frowned. It was wrong. Did Rox wait halfway to attack them? Call Marine to see? Jabba also walked over from the ambush position at this time. Roger nodded. On the Marine side, on the warship hidden far behind the island, Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others are also bewildered. This has been waiting for most of the day. According to the insiders, they started together at that time. And Rox pirate has launched a retaliatory offensive even further afield. Something's wrong. After waiting for a long time, Kong looked ugly. I took out the white phone worm and contacted him. On the pirate ship in other seas, the phone worm in Carrie's sleeve rang. It was about to fight, and Marine even contacted him. Carrie made his subordinates prepare to attack Roger's territory, turned and walked into the cabin. After confirming the 4 weeks, the fruit ability was activated. What's wrong? Contact this time. Carrie is puzzled. It's easy to expose this way. Rocks haven't appeared yet. Is the intelligence okay? Kong's solemn voice came. Absolutely no problem. It was indeed said at the cadre meeting. At that time, they set off together, and there was no news of any changes. Carrie said proudly. As for why Rocks did not appear, he was also puzzled. And just now, a signal soldier ran out of the cabin of the warship with a panic expression on his face. Empty Admiral. Headquarters urgent notice. Rock's ship appeared near the port under Joy. What? Kong held the white phone worm with a shocked expression on his face. Garp, Sengoku and others around him opened their mouths in surprise. Unbelievable. Rocks actually appeared directly in Joy. Carrie on the other end of the phone heard the news, and he was dumbfounded and stunned. Advertisement, I really don't know about this situation. Carrie wanted to explain a few more words, but Kong hung up the phone worm. The color inside is ugly, and he takes a few deep breaths of air. As expected to be the Overlord Rocks, there is even such a trick. Go home. Support Joy. Kong looked ugly and yelled back. At this time, the naval headquarters is empty. In Joy, there are too many untouchable things. This Rocks is too crazy. He went directly to Joy like this. This is no small matter. Joy has celestial dragons. It is also the center of world government. Anything left out at will can cause the celestial dragons living in Joy to suffer heavy casualties. Whether it's the naval headquarters or Joy today, they can't stop Rock's mass killings. What's more, there are 3 cadre level combat capabilities, the capabilities of Golden Lion Shiki, and the capabilities of Whitebeard Newgate. Both Lion Fruit and Shock Fruit have the ability to cause widespread destruction. It is no exaggeration to say that letting them break into Joy is like a time bomb, may destroy the Holy Land at any time. Marine returned quickly. Roger and others contacted Marine, and the news was shocked and ugly. Rocks actually killed Joy directly. Captain, what shall we do? After everyone was shocked, they asked one after another. Keep up with the past and take a look. Roger stepped up and headed for the Jackson. Everyone followed suit, and on the side of Sha Tien. Looking at the towering red line in front of me, the pirate ship slowly approached. There is a ladder to lift Joy ahead. Rocks led Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Sha Tien quickly broke through. The naval headquarters at this time until Rocks, Sha Tien and others were completely close to the discovery. Can't stop it anymore. Even the people on the boat did not take action. Rocks directly suppressed Conqueror's hockey for those weak and juniors who came to stop. Golden Lion Shiki pulled out Sakura 10 and Withered Wood, directly activated the Lion Fruit ability, and flew the entire ship onto the red line. On the red line, the 5 elders who received an emergency report from naval headquarters couldn't believe it at the time, and their faces were extremely ugly. Marine's high-end combat power, including most of the Vice Admiral, followed Kong and others to ambush Rock's pirate. It turned out to be empty. Advertisement Rocks brought 3 cadres and a large number of subordinates to Joy. Completely bypassed Marine's combat power. The Speed Assembly Guard, the CP unit. There is also the special unit that informs the science department. The white-haired old man in a black suit and leather shoes looked cautious and gave orders with an ugly expression. The other 4 also had the same expression. Unbelievable. Rocks is so crazy. Even in the face of Rocks alone, the 5 of them did not dare to be careless, and they even did not hesitate to expose the troops that the Ministry of Science had just researched. No matter what, it seems that we can only do it personally. An old man in a blue kimono said with sullen eyes. The 5 of them have not taken a shot for a long time. With the strength of Rocks, it's like ignoring us to slaughter. The curly-haired old man who was short and fat, holding a western knife frowned. No, he will fight us, don't forget his former identity. A blonde old man stood up and said, then he took the lead and walked out. The 4 followed. All 5 are extremely dignified. Outside Joy, the guards and CP troops have been assembled, and they are looking nervously at the elevator. 5 elders walked ahead, waiting in full battle. Perceiving, the breath of Rocks is coming. The whole ship floated up. The guard watching from the side yelled in horror. Sure enough, the entire pirate ship floated up quickly. Lion Fruit's ability. The 5 old men looked at the pirate ship with complicated expressions. The red skull and the pirate flag with the letters Rocks made the hearts of everyone rush. This is how Rocks' pirate broke in. These 5 old guys are at least Admiral-class combat power. Rocks was on the floating boat, holding his arms and looking at the 5 old people and the guards who were waiting in a row below, and reminded everyone. Newgate and Shiki nodded cautiously when they heard this. Is the 5 elders the highest right of the world government? Sha Tien looked at the 5 elders and understood that this was the elder 5 elders. Not those 5 years later. Then he looked at Pengu City not far away. That Yim should be there too, don't know if he will make a move? Chapter 25. Go down and go to war. Rocks stared at the 5 old men fiercely. Full of hostility. Golden Lion Shiki controlled the ship to descend to the ground. Rox and Newgate, Shiki walked down. A large number of men behind with weapons followed. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin with mace and big knife were among them. Rox. This is Mariajoy. The faces of the 5 old men were extremely ugly. Although there were only Rox and 3 cadres, he did not dare to underestimate it. 5 old men, ready to meet me soon. Rox's eyes were fierce, and when he got here, his goal was to kill Mariajoy's people. Seeing these 5, the killing intent was even more soaring. Sha Tien looked at the 5 old men. It turned out to be so jealous of Rox. This is the strength of the Admiral class. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back if you come? 5 elders' expression became fierce, even Rox. No matter how big the price is, we must hit him head on. Only the 5 of you? Ha ha ha. Little ones, kill these hypocritical garbage. Rox sneered disdainfully, then raised his arms and shouted. The pirates under his command yelled in response, rushing to the guards and CP troops with guns and knives. Superior. 5 elders felt that Rox was arrogant and became even more embarrassed. The guards and CP troops rushed up when they heard the order. Soldiers against soldiers, rushed together, artillery, bullets fly around. The 2 sides fought fiercely together. The main force on both sides has not moved yet. 5 elders stared at the opposite side closely and did not move. The 6 started to figure it out. In addition to Rox, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion, there are 3 newcomers. That's what the intelligence said. Sha Tien, a monster rookie with amazing talent, is a rookie after all. It shouldn't be a worry. The difference in combat power doesn't seem to be that big. Only if we vacate our hands and besiege Rox with more than 3, we will have a big win. The 5 communicated in a low voice, squinting to watch the battle on the court. Through the words, the fear of Rox can be seen in Madara. The 5 old people mean that there must be 3 people who are sure to win Rox. Maybe no one dares to say that you can beat Rox one-on-one except for Lord Yim, who has never appeared in the world. And Rox grinned, making the person on the other side shudder. At this time, 5 elders took the initiative to stand up. Advertisement: an old man in a suit and leather shoes stared at Whitebeard Newgate and jumped sideways. The meaning is unknown and praised. It's really exciting to play against one of the most powerful people in the world government. Whitebeard Newgate grunted, clenching the clouds in his hands. Bump. Whitebeard Newgate jumped up and fell directly behind the old man in the suit with a unique smile. Holding the supreme sharp knife in his right hand, Kong Yun cut, and with a trembling halo in his left hand, he slapped the old man in the suit and leather shoes with a fist. The old man in the suit, who felt the ferocity behind him, looked surprised. Whitebeard Newgate really has a monster-like strength. This sense of power is extremely threatening. Immediately Armament Hockey wrapped his arm, turned around and punched Whitebeard's shock fruit fist. Click. Boom. The ground clods were torn apart, the trembling air flows like a hurricane. Whitebeard Newgate looked at the old man in a suit and shoes. Unexpectedly, it was so strong, and the fist of Shockfruit's ability was picked up by the old man. Seeing that Whitebeard Newgate had already shot, Golden Lion Shiki smiled, spitting the cigar on the ground. The figure flew up and smiled at one of the old men in the blue kimono. Hold with both hands. Lion Majesty. The Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air and activated his abilities against the old man in the blue kimono. During the shaking of the ground, the mud around the kimono old man directly formed 2 huge lion heads and rushed over. The other 3 jumped away, letting go of the battlefield, their eyes locked on Rox. Sha Tien, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were directly ignored by 5 elders. Exit. 6 styles. The old man in kimono faced Shiki's lion bite. Without panic, the palm covered by Armament Hockey shot out, and an air cannon shot out directly. Bang. The air blasted the explosion. The lion's head was smashed in the palm of his hand, and the pieces burst open. The old man's physical skills are good. Shiki smiled ha ha ha, and rushed over with double knives in his hands. Sword Shi and the old man in kimono confronted each other. 6 styles is superb in the hands of kimono elders, and it is infinitely powerful. Shiki's double swords were swung against the palms of the old man in kimono, sparks flew everywhere. Every knife and every palm left deep marks of various fragmentation and destruction on the ground. At this time, it was abrupt. Waiguo, a purple knife light flashed. Daoguang went directly to the old man with curly hair. Advertisement: Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but slashed over. The curly-haired old man squinted his eyes and snorted in disdain. The newcomer even found himself. Armament Hockey was directly wrapped around his hand, abruptly pinching Waiguo's knife with his hand, and throwing his backhand into the sky. I just grabbed it with my hand and flung it away. Charlotte Linlin could not help but sweat. This is a slash of his own hard work. Charlotte Linlin looked back at Kaido and Sha Tien. Sha Tien was still watching the battlefield without any reaction, and had no intention of besieging the curly-haired old man with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Sha Tien is looking at 5 predecessors, 5 elders. The people in power in the world government are indeed extremely powerful. This strength is no longer limited to admiral level. No wonder Rox would say, at least admiral level. And Rox stared at the remaining 2 5 elders. It rises magnificently, like an ancient beast. Rox started doing it aggressively. The whole person instantly disappeared in place, and appeared next to one of the blonde old men at a speed that the naked eye could not keep up with. The violent hockey kicked it over. Damn it. The blonde old man was surprised at the speed of rocks, and also mobilized his body's power. Hockey wrapped his hands and blocked it. Boom. The place where the blonde old man was standing sank directly into a big pit. While the blocker's figure did not move, it shifted far back, pulling out a gully on the ground. Ahem. The blonde old man shook his arm and coughed a few times with an ugly face. The power of rocks is so powerful, my hands are numb. During the confrontation, Conqueror's hockey was even more diffuse, and the nearby guards fainted directly to the ground. The other old man took out a katana and threw it over. The blonde old man shook his arms and also besieged him. Rocks didn't have any fear, and drew the long knife from his waist to fight. Boom. The powerful hockey is vertical and horizontal, and the clouds in the sky are scattered because of the vigor aroused by the battle present. The ground shattered with every step of rocks falling. The rocks at this moment are one enemy too, and they do not lose the wind at all. The curly-haired old man not far away looked ugly. The changes in the battlefield, rely on yourself to quickly solve these three newcomers, and then work together to besiege the others. At this time, Kaido let out a dragon chant, and his body changed drastically. Turned into a dragon with its feet on the clouds, surrounded by purple thunder and lightning, hovering in the sky. Chapter 26. This kind of fruit is really rare. The curly-haired old man looked at Kaido in the form of a blue dragon in surprise. Others were even more surprised. This is the fruit of the fish. A capable person in the form of a green dragon. Heat. The dragon's body churned, and the flames condensed in Kaido's mouth, facing the curly-haired old man below. Thundercloud. Zeus. A large group of clouds appeared on Charlotte Linlin's body, flashing with lightning. The two were about to besiege the curly-haired old man. I can't help myself. The curly-haired old man burst out with momentum. Although the two of them looked very powerful, they were almost far away in aura. Kaido's heat is gushing out. Facing the heat of the dragon Kaido, he drew the western sword in his hand. Conqueror's hockey merged with the sword chi and cut the heat. The sword chi directly smashed Kaido's body and let out a scream. A knife mark appeared on the huge dragon, and blood dripped. Kaido's eyes are full of horror. This old man is so powerful. Charlotte Linlin was shocked. The old man was really strong. Kaido was injured in one shot. Immediately, there was no room to worry, and Zeus' thundercloud enveloped the old man's head while waving his hands. Dense thunder and lightning surged from the thundercloud to cover the old man with curly hair. Charlotte Linlin rushed over with a big knife in his hand. Kaido shook his huge head, enduring the pain of his injury, and attacked again. Bad wind, I don't have time to play with you. The curly-haired old man directly ignored the thunder and lightning. These thunder and lightning did not even break through his armed color. Don't delay. The longer you delay, the more changes you will have. Immediately make an all-out effort to defeat the two in one fell swoop. The curly-haired old man swung his knife extremely fast and hit the knife that Charlotte Linlin had hacked. Bang! Surge! The rubble flies. The curly-haired old man almost hit with all his strength. In an instant, Charlotte Linlin's eyes widened, and blood was vomited and flew out, hitting the ship heavily. The arm was hit directly by the old man's hockey, unconsciously. The curly-haired old man didn't even look at it, and immediately jumped. While Kaido's attack was still brewing, he kicked Kaido's knife wound. ZZ, the attacks of Conqueror's hockey and armament hockey broke out. The huge dragon body was kicked directly to the ground, and the ground shattered and shattered. Kaido even screamed in pain, transforming into a human form on the ground. And at this time, facing the battle on the field, when Sha Tien watched the battle, a series of system prompts sounded. Advertisement, you have learned a sword flow, cutting skills. You learned 6 styles. Extinguish, you have learned a knife and knife technique, prestige. Your Conqueror's hockey is very competitive in watching the fierce battle, and his training speed has increased. Your armament hockey is very excited while watching the fierce battle, and his training speed has accelerated. Your observation hockey is fully opened, and the potential is stimulated while consuming, and the training speed is accelerated. Your 6 types of body art has sensed the aura of profound yi, and you have realized it, and your cultivation speed has accelerated. Sha Tien is very excited. In this kind of battle, even watching the battle can gain so much. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were defeated. Sha Tien couldn't hold back immediately. Fighting will make progress faster. Sha Tien's figure disappeared in the same place instantly and appeared in front of the curly-haired old man holding a western knife. The curly-haired old man looked at Sha Tien, who suddenly appeared in surprise. This newcomer actually possessed the instantaneous speed. The old man's thinking hadn't continued, but he was horrified the next moment. I also use a knife to play with you. The Sha Tien ghost is out of the sheath in an instant, and the violent sword intent erupts. How can it be? The old man with curly hair can't believe it. Too horrified, this is Conqueror's hockey turned into a sword intent. This level is even higher than Conqueror's hockey's physical injury attack. Newcomer. How can it be? As Sha Tien pulls out the ghost, the scene is turbulent. This sword intent has aroused all the people who are scattered and fighting. That's the newcomer. The 2 blonde old men besieging rocks were shocked. Being able to develop this kind of sword intent is probably not a battle that an old man with curly hair can solve in a short time. The chain reaction is that Rock's pirate will steadily gain the upper hand, and they will lose. Ha ha ha, old men, was it an accident? Rox laughed triumphantly. As one of the strongest, the aura of Sha Tian's body can be faintly perceivable. It's just that Rox was also a little surprised. Sha Tian unexpectedly reached this level. It takes less than 2 months to teach the use of Sha Tian Conqueror's Haki. The two elders who played against Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki also looked terribly ugly. This time I really miscalculated and slapped my face. As a cadre, how can Sha Tian be measured by a newcomer? Jia ha ha ha, old man, come again. Golden Lion Shiki supervised Sha Tian for a glance, unexpectedly, but at the same time reasonable. Advertisement, but my heart is shaking. Realize your ambitions, must pull Sha Tian to be an ally. In his excitement, he swung his knife again to attack the shocked old man. It's really surprising, Sha Tian. Whitebeard Newgate grunted, obviously surprised. It has reached this level in a short time. Fight with me, dare to distract yourself? Kong Yun in Newgate's hand relentlessly slashed towards the old man who was shocked and looked at Sha Tian. When Sha Tian pulls out the ghost, and when the sword intent is soaring to the sky, he grabs the sword and slashes towards the curly-haired old man. Kong Yun cut. Although the curly-haired old man was surprised that the newcomer Sha Tian could possess this level of strength, he could only fight now. Immediately hold a western knife and cut it horizontally. The sizzle sounded at the intersection of the two. Thunder and lightning scattered at Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The ground under the feet of the two men sank completely, cracks scattered everywhere. This sword technique has the shock of Whitebeard's ability. The curly-haired old man kept his eyes solemn and separated from Sha Tian. And Sha Tian shook his head slightly in his heart, his own strength still lost a little. However, Haki, physique, and the practice of swordsmanship began to make crazy progress in the fight. War. Break through the battle. Sha Tian's eyes were like torches, ghosts waved thoroughly, and a giant slash-wave knife slashed past. As this golden lion's trick, the curly-haired old man opened his eyes wide, and the western knife also made a slash. The two swords were offset in the confrontation. At this time, Shiki was also using slash-wave, and the curly-haired old man was taken aback. The slashes of the two were almost the same. This Sha Tian deserves to be a genius who can see at once. Sha Tian didn't give the curly-haired old man time to start thinking. Holding Ghost Toru directly and the curly-haired old man started a close weapon confrontation battle. The figures of the two flashed. The speed of the fight is extremely fast. Haki overflows between weapons collision, caused various knife marks and damage to the surrounding area. At this time, Sha Tian became more and more courageous. Your Conqueror's Haki has made crazy progress in his own battle, breaking through the peak stage and the current progress limit stage. Your armament Haki broke through the peak stage in the battle, and the current progress limit stage. Your one style. In the fierce battle of Slashing Dragon, you have broken through the peak stage, and the current progress is limited. Chapter 27. During the battle, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki noticed Sha Tian who was fighting frantically at this time. Because the sword intent and confrontation over there are too intense. Even Rox glanced at it from time to time. My Kong Yun knife technique can actually exert this level in the hands of Sha Tian. Whitebeard Newgate couldn't help but smack his tongue. This Sha Tian always slashes from top to bottom, with the domineering clump of Cloud's knife intent, under the slash, shakes the surroundings. The old man with curly hair can only resist it with his own powerful strength. Golden Lion Shiki is also astonished as he pays more attention. Sha Tian's slash wave is almost the same as him, and even the sword light power he activates is even bigger. Monster-like genius. On the balcony of the castle not far away, a marine communicator was constantly relaying news of the scene. 5 elders shot, the 2 besieged Rox. Rox took the upper hand, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki each faced an adult. There's another one? Kong's anxious voice came from the phone room. Yes, it's the newcomer Sha Tian. He is just as good as the last adult. The tone of the communication soldier was full of incredible, and he looked shocked at the battle between Sha Tian and the curly-haired old man in the distance. What? Kong was taken aback, his expression changed drastically. Garp, Sengoku and others on the warship were all present. They looked at each other incredibly when they heard the news. Newcomer Sha Tian unexpectedly reached this level of strength so soon. I hope 5 elders can hold on, Kong muttered to himself with a gloomy expression. This Sha Tian progressed too fast, so horrible, everyone behind him is also black. The news was then passed on to the Roger pirates and others behind. Rayleigh and others are also unbelievable. This is too shocking. How long is this guy? His strength is gradual, and the body of this guy can be directly strengthened. There is no process. Rayleigh looked shocked. Is this kind of genius still a genius? You can't even describe a monster. There are so many incredible things in this world. Roger also had to believe that it was true that this Sha Tian joined Rock's pirate less than 2 months ago, and then began to study frantically. The rest of the people also frowned, unbelievable. Let's turn around. Roger squinted his eyes at this moment and said back. Advertisement, turn around. Captain. Bullet is puzzled. If you don't go to Rock's, where are you going? Rock's base camp. Hachinosu, Roger waved his hand. There is no end to this. Rox may be able to resolve the battle before Marine rushes back. Just in case, Roger chose to attack Hachinosu, Mariajoy battlefield. Rox withdrew that trace of attention, brandishing a long knife in his hand, and bumped into the two blonde old men. Rox is much stronger than the blonde old man in terms of strength and speed. But with the cooperation between the two, it was only 1 point lower than Rox. Rox. Zebek, do you really want to live with us like this? While the blonde old man was fighting, he felt a sense of physical decline. This is not a good omen. Anxious in my heart, I couldn't help but begin to speak. No, my name is Rox D. Zebek. Rox grinned and slashed violently. 6 styles, steel. The other old man's eyes throbbed, hockey covered his whole body, and the side of him knocked away the light of the knife that had struck the blonde old man. The knife light swept across the ground, leaving deep knife marks. The blonde old man took a step back, took a breath, and continued. Clan D, God's natural enemy. Rox, don't forget, you were also celestial dragons. That was a long time ago. Why added the name D? You know very well. Rox said, the anger in his heart began to go crazy. The scene of the deportation that year is vivid. Your family's deportation is an unchangeable fact. What happened back then? To shut up. Rox rise to the sky like an ancient beast. Deter the audience. The blonde old man's words stopped abruptly, his eyes throbbing. If Rox were still in Mariajoy back then, maybe the current world government would not have their 5 elders. Rox is also a great genius. Everyone present looked at Rox in shock. Even Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki had never heard of them, and looked at Rox with surprise. Long ago, Rox was also celestial dragons. I am at odds with celestial dragons. Kill to the end. I will definitely become the true lord of the world inaccessible to you. Advertisement on Rox, Hockey Wushuang. This is the will of the king and Rox conquerors hockey. Then something more terrifying appeared in front of everyone. After Rox exploded, holding a long knife in his hand, a trace of black mist appeared on his body. Rise up in Rox. Impossible? You still have devil fruit ability. This is the fruit of Logia, the fruit of darkness. The two blonde old men were shocked and exclaimed in horror. As the people with the greatest rights in the world government, they naturally read the devil fruit illustrated book. Such a special black mist can be recognized at a glance. Then die. Rox, who had released the fruit ability, calmed down. Black mist unexpectedly began to wrap the blade like hockey, and attacked the past with a powerful force of attraction while waving it. In horror, the two elders, regardless of physical exertion, launched a real full fight to fight again. And this time, the people present were attracted by the attention. Rox itself is already very powerful, and even possesses the devil fruit ability. Dark fruit. Whitebeard Newgate doesn't know how many times he has been surprised today. An unexpected event appeared, and now even Rox has the ability to produce fruit. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, his eyes throbbed, and Rox even hid such a hand. Even the other people in 5 elders were horrified. What to do with this kind of battle? In the unlikely event that Rox defeated both of them, Mariajoy's defeat would follow. Sha Tien can't help being surprised. It's not surprising that Rox has fruit power. It was the dark fruit ability that made Sha Tien feel surprised and surprised. The Blackbeard of the plot is also the dark fruit, and the site is also in Hachinosu. Is there a relationship between two people? Sha Tien couldn't figure it out, and found nothing in this time. Recovered, Sha Tien looked at the old man with gloomy curly hair. Can't help but sigh that the progress in the battle has improved very quickly. During the battle, the cultivation speed of they is almost several times faster. From the beginning, it was slightly lower by 1 point, and now it is almost equal to this old man. Even began to surpass. Chapter 28. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, both wounded and awake, looked at the battlefield in front of them in shock. Fierce, shocked. In particular, Sha Tien's handheld ghosts and the curly-haired old man who easily defeated them were crazy and fast, which made them feel a deep gap and involuntarily felt a sense of frustration. Originally they used Sha Tien as their opponent, but now this scene makes them totally afraid of thinking about it. And the fight on the other side. Rox rose with a dark mist, and the knife was covered by 2 kinds of hockey and abilities entangled. The 2 blonde elders who were able to compete normally have fallen into a completely passive state. The dark mist of Rox has a bizarre swallowing power, as if it were about to be absorbed in contact. Every time the blonde elders both need to forcefully break away from this swallowing force. The more you fight, the more you fall into a disadvantage. The consumption of physical strength hockey is even greater. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at Whitebeard Newgate again. The old man in suit and leather shoes was completely taken over by Whitebeard Newgate, and he had no power to reverse it. The abilities of hockey and shock fruit caused the greatest damage outside this ancient city. The feet of Whitebeard Newgate and the old man in the suit have sunk deeply into the ground. The cracks are dense, large and small, spreading to the entire battlefield. Even a huge crack spread to the wall of the castle in the distance. The battle between Golden Lion Shiki and the old man in cyan kimono is most similar to Sha Tien's side, extremely fast and fierce moves. Double knives and fists bumped. Hockey scattered, surging out from the ground, forming a huge lion face to bite the old man. And the old man's powerful haki confronts the special six-stance martial arts, and the two have each other, and they're evenly matched. A large number of pirates on both sides confronted the guards and CP forces. The pirates were obviously suppressed in terms of number and strength. With the high-end combat power of both sides, they have already retreated far. The battle between the five old men and rocks, Whitebeard, Shiki, and Sha Tian is too terrifying. Even the aftermath of haki will blow the whole person away. Had to retreat far away. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin gritted their teeth at this time, a bit unwilling. Sha Tian and others are completely unable to intervene in the battle. Going up hastily, and unable to cooperate, will only drag back. At this time, the elevator under the red line rose up at the same time. Waves of marine rushed over under the leadership of 3 Vice Admiral. Seeing the fierce battlefield above was stunned. I can't believe that this kind of destroyed scene can be caused by humans. Advertisement Kaido stared at them and gradually began to grow ferocious, and touched the wound that had started to heal. Kaido carried the big mace and rushed towards Marine, who had rushed over. Charlotte Linlin also had sullen eyes, holding a gun in his left hand and killing it with a big knife in his right hand. The two believed that they had different talents, and they couldn't think of defeating these real powerhouses easily. The complex emotions were intertwined, and he vented his unhappiness at the bunch of Marines that had just come up. Thunder, 8 trigrams. Kaido held the mace and swung the mace, and every time he swiped, the wound was aching faintly. And this pain makes Kaido crazy. Charlotte Linlin even slapped his hands underground, and the soul fruit ability gave the ground soul. A large piece of land seemed to have come alive, surging with the soldiers attacking the group of naval headquarters. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. The 3 Vice Admirals' expressions were full of horror. This came up, allowing these 2 Rocks pirate newcomers to easily slaughter them. The 3 Vice Admiral belonged to the literary generals, and their combat power was not strong. Even facing the crazy Kaido, the two of them were terrified. Several of them came down and were photographed by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Kaido, let's go inside and kill those celestial dragons. Sherlock Linlin, who had solved this wave of marine, was not satisfied and said with a ferocious expression after some killing. Right on my mind. Kaido carried his mace and rushed to the depths of Mariajoy first. The battlefield here can't intervene at all, and these little guys can't make Kaido feel satisfied. Charlotte Linlin followed along. However, a group of guards and CP troops who retreated far came forward to stop them, and they were indeed easily dispersed by the two. Go away! Kaido roared. The shape of a dragon's head faintly appeared on his head. This turned out to be a semi-beastized fruit state. Charlotte Linlin couldn't help but look at Kaido, a little surprised. This guy is improving. At this moment, in the depths of Mariajoy, a group of strangely shaped people rushed out. It's the people from the science department here. The members of CP8 breathed a sigh of relief. These two newcomers are too difficult to deal with. The moves are powerful, and the more you fight, the more courageous you. Kill them. A man with a mustache slanting outwards, wearing a strange cloak, wearing strange shoes, and holding a spear in his hand. Advertisement, it's Vinsmoke Judge, someone in CP cried. Judge, a genius researcher, the strange-shaped clothes on his body are the combat uniforms he invented. Following Judge's spear pointed at it, hundreds of strange-looking people rushed up behind him. Kaido and the two looked at it for a moment. These guys actually have parts of animal limbs, human heads and horses, or they have double wings on their backs, or they have elephant heads on their stomachs. The monster rookie of Rocks Pirate. It is said that you are also the fruit power of Zone. These are all artificial demon fruit power researched by Vegapunk, plus the weapons I researched. Judge smiled triumphantly. These newcomers are not ready yet. Kaido uttered a dragon chant when facing the powerful man-made abilities who came and killed him, and the whole person was finally half-dragonized. There was a small breath of heat in his mouth, and the mace in his hand was swung violently.
But those with abilities are actually very resistant to beating.
Even the small heat has blocked the cloak on their backs. Charlotte Linlin was also dragged by a large number of capable people. The majestic sword skill unfolded, knocking a few into the air and then rushing over immediately. And those with abilities recover extremely quickly. Sha Tian also noticed this scene in the battle. Can't help but be surprised. This is man-made demon fruit power. Young man, you are also distracted. The curly-haired old man's eyes lit up, and the western knife took haki to stir the airflow and slashed over. At this time, Sha Tian didn't even turn his head, and the ghost on his hand had already blocked it. The curly-haired old man showed a strange color and pulled away again. This Sha Tian, it seems that the more the war is getting stronger. Show you something good, old man. Sha Tian laughed at this moment. The prompt of the system has never stopped since the beginning of the battle. Even Sha Tian hasn't watched it yet. Concentrate on fighting the old man with curly hair. Fighting now, Sha Tian found that he was already stronger than this curly-haired old man. Sha Tian showed a faint smile. The ghost in his hand was completely raised, and a slashing posture similar to that of the curly-haired old man was put out, using the old man's most familiar moves. One sword flow. Slashing skill. Chapter 29. How is it possible? Don't be kidding. The curly-haired old man was shocked, took a few steps back, and cried out in tears. This familiar feeling is not the sword technique and cutting technique that he is good at. This Sha Tian, could it be learned in battle? This is too scary. With a smile, Sha Tian cut the blade down, forming a large blade light and quickly slashed towards the old man. Its slashing skills. The curly-haired old man who confirmed the facts was shocked in his heart. Raising the Western knife, the same light against the past. The muscles were surging, and the breath began to explode. You learned the break of 6 styles. This skill belongs to the explosive potential type. It has been summarized in 6 styles. Sha Tian stood proudly, watching the curly-haired old man explode. 5 elders is really not easy. There's also this kind of short-term increase in strength. The curly-haired old man has a hideous face and violent veins. This method enhances combat power and obviously has a heavy physical burden. Looking at Sha Tian with murderous intent, bang. The whole person disappeared in place, holding a western sword in front of Sha Tian instantly, slashing. Hockey's tangled blade slashed through the air, stirring up the air current. Sha Tian squinted his eyes, facing the menacing offensive. Gui Che also greeted him with a knife. Boom. The dirt and gravel under the feet of the 2 men bounced up vigorously, and more cracks spread. At this time Sha Tian still smiled faintly, and took a knife indifferently. The curly-haired old man's eyes were shocked. This is a blow after his own secret method to increase his strength. Sha Tian took it down without any pressure, surprised. Your strength increase is not high. Sha Tian said lightly. This way of improving the explosive potential is not high for an old man like 5 elders, but it puts a heavy burden on the body. As he improved in the battle, the old man's strength improved but only leveled off. The demon sword ghost in his hand turned the blade sharply, and between the rotations, the slashing technique was used again. The old man's complexion was sweating, his eyes gloomy, and Sha Tian attacked. Your Conqueror's Hockey is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battle. The current progress limit is 41%. Advertisement. Your Armament Hockey is advancing by leaps and bounds in the battle, and the current progress limit is 38%. Your one sword style. Slash skill. You were very excited when you were fighting the original creator, and you have broken through the master stage. The current progress stage is 8% at the peak stage. Your 6 types of physical skills are integrated into the secret moves, and you are extremely excited on the battlefield, and your training speed is accelerated. Sha Tian made rapid progress while making moves. The other 4 elders who were fighting saw that the curly-haired elder actually inspired 6 styles to improve its combat effectiveness and yet to gain the upper hand, so they broke out in cold sweats. The old man with curly hair will fall into a short-term state of weakness after the promotion time. This side effect is also the reason why they would not use it if they were not sure. The curly-haired old man was obviously furious and anxious. The old man in kimono who was fighting against Golden Lion Shiki stepped back and sighed deeply. 6 styles, broken. The old man in kimono has no choice at this time, but can only stimulate the power still hidden in his body to increase his combat power. The gap in the battlefield can only be opened in their 3 1-on-1. On the rock's side, they were already chasing the blonde old man with a knife and slashed. Golden Lion Shiki glanced at the kimono old man in surprise, and then at the side where he was fighting fiercely with Sha Tian. You do this trick too. Golden Lion Shiki was astonished, and moved away. Who knows that this old guy has promoted more than the curly-haired old guy? With sweat on his face, the old man in kimono rushed towards Shiki extremely fast. The violent momentum covers the past. Shiki hurriedly flew into the sky, his eyes dignified. It seems that this kimono old man has improved even more. Damn it. Seeing Shiki flying into the sky, the kimono elder moonwalk stepped on the air and sprinted over. Seeing the old man chasing him, Golden Lion Shiki smiled. I am not an opponent on land for the time being, but I am not afraid of inflexible kimono elders in the air. The 2 banged fiercely in the air, and the air exploded. Goo la la la, do you want to use this trick too? Whitebeard Newgate smiled uniquely and looked at the old man in the tattered suit whose suit had been beaten. It won't open the gap with you, forget it. The coolest thing was the old man in the suit. Although his complexion was extremely ugly and his heart was shaken, he still kept his cool head. 6 styles, broken. At this time, Sha Tian's voice sounded. Even the old man in the suit opened his eyes and looked at Sha Tian with a look of horror. Whitebeard Newgate also looked back in surprise. Advertisement. The old man in kimono in the sky also looked at Sha Tian in shock. This is no ordinary sword technique. 6 styles is a unique skill that Marine 6 styles has learned after a long time of practice. What kind of monster is he? As the old man in the suit threw his fist, he could no longer remain calm, and asked Whitebeard Newgate in a trembling voice. Hey, he is a real genius. Whitebeard laughed, and the white halo fist touched the old man's hockey fist. Sha Tian made crazy progress during the battle, and also learned the 6 styles technique of 5 elders. The roar sounded, and the curly-haired old man also looked shocked, looking at Sha Tian in front of him incredibly. The move to stimulate potential is really good. Sha Tian shook his left hand, there was no wind on his body, and his momentum was magnificent. Hockey circulates in the body and stimulates the body's functions, which can strengthen strength and speed, and hockey's explosion is also stronger. And the 6-stance body technique at its own limit does not cause too much burden, but the time cannot be too long. After all, it is the operation of the body. How can you learn this trick after reading it again? The curly-haired old man couldn't help but said in horror, his voice trembling. Genius. Sha Tian laughed,
holding the ghost, and arrived in front of the curly-haired old man in an instant. The blade carried a violent hockey, bringing out a white compressed air current and chopped it away. The curly-haired old man was in a cold sweat on his head, slashing to fight. Boom. Behind the old man, he was cut into a deep ditch by the air current, and the whole person staggered backwards. The power of Sha Tian at this time is too terrifying. The rocks seen on the other side was even more surprised. Sha Tian at this time is no longer weaker than 5 elders. The two golden-haired old men began to feel despair in their hearts. How to fight this? In this position, you haven't experienced this kind of failure, old man. Rocks laughed wildly. 5 elders' defeat is set. The black mist began to spread under the feet, covering the past. At this time, Kong, Garp and others, who were rushing back home, finally saw the red line under Mariajoy. Hearing the news delivered by the communication soldier on the scene, his face was sweating. Master 5 elders, we are going to lose. What? Chapter 30. The battle between Sha Tian and the curly-haired old man escalated again, and both of them used 6 styles to break, increasing their strength and speed. The speed of the fight completely surpassed the speed of the naked eye, and the guards in the distance could not see the two of them. Suddenly the land sank on the battlefield between the two of them, and a big hole appeared. Sometimes the sword is vertical and horizontal, and deep knife marks are drawn all around. In the air, Hockey left a black and red thunderbolt. A group of people were dumbfounded. This is simply not a battle scene that humans can reach. Except for the 5 elders, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Rocks, who are still fighting. Also CP's individual captain and Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, can see the figure clearly. Sha Tian didn't use any other moves, but with the 1 sword slashing skill and the 3 strokes of extinction and steel in 6 styles, it completely suppressed the curly-haired old man. Between swinging the knife, the left hand 6 styles. Mie cooperated with the move. The curly-haired old man turned pale gradually, gritted his teeth and insisted on confronting Sha Tian. Except for the tricks he had already used, he did not dare to use other 6 styles or other moves at all. Sha Tian's talent is really amazing. And now there is no powerful move that can surely hurt Sha Tian. The curly-haired old man can only hold on with a bitter face. The eyes that swept toward the battlefield gradually became a little desperate. The scientific team has been dragged by the 2 newcomers Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Rocks pressed the blonde old man to fight, while the black mist spread across the battlefield. Whitebeard Newgate steadily gained the upper hand, and Shockfruit's ability to shake the world was average, and the old man in the suit could only rely on 6 styles to fight against, and he was sweating profusely. The only old man in kimono who is in better condition can't grasp Shiki's figure at all. Flying pirate, flexible in the air. Almost. Sha Tian muttered to herself. The system prompt pops up for a long time. Conqueror's Haki is already in the extreme stage, and every time the progress is improved by 1%, it is much slower. After this battle, Haki was close to 50% progress. There are also tricks such as 6 styles, among which 6 styles has made the most progress. The body of Sha Tian gets stronger as the battle becomes stronger. Unfortunately, it has reached a certain limit, and all abilities have returned to normal levels. Sha Tian thought, the offensive in his hand has already begun to change, and he no longer keeps his hands to fight. The demon sword ghost is completely covered with black armed color, and at this time the red emission shape continues to entangle. The conqueror's Haki on Sha Tian is permeated, and the whole person has an invincible aura. Between a flash, a sword flow. The cutting technique directly slashed the curly-haired old man's neck. The speed is more rapid and fierce than before. In the face of Sha Tian, who suddenly became powerful, the curly-haired old man was terrified. Advertisement. The western sword blocked in a hurry, and planned to release Sha Tian's slashing force along the direction. Ding. Sha Tian's conqueror's Haki directly pierced the curly-haired old man's Haki and slashed on the knife. Gui Che's back edge is directly across the shoulder of the old man. The blood was dripping, and the shoulder was drawn directly to the chest. The curly-haired old man snorted, his eyes in disbelief. I was actually injured by my own moves. Everyone could not help being attracted by Sha Tian at this time. The first person to hurt 5 elders head-on turned out to be Sha Tian. And they still used their moves to slash. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate looked surprised. If you use other moves, it will not be so unexpected. This kind of talent is too pervert. The 5 elders and Mariajoy were shocked. What is the strength of this Sha Tian? The kimono old man was shocked inexplicably. From the beginning, it was obviously a little bit lower, and now it can actually use the opponent's moves to injure the opponent. As the so-called true genius like this, the 5 elders whispered. Inner despair is spreading, even if Lord Yim in the deepest part of the ancient city shot. In the end all 5 of them will be punished unimaginably. Rocks laughed, and the black mist surged wildly. Sha Tian gave him another surprise. Wound one of the 5 elders. The momentum of these old guys has completely diminished. Old man, do you have any other means in this form now? Rocks smiled grimly, his expression was crazy. He and Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and Sha Tian are already in full control. War. The more desperate it got, the more 5 elders broke out of fighting spirit. There is no retreat. They began their final struggle. 6 styles. Broken. Advertisement. The blonde old man opened up the secret together, and even consumed his lifespan to improve his combat power. The strength of the two men who had been weak at first rose wildly. Seeing that the two blonde old men were dead, the eyes of the other three gradually became firm. War. Actually, it also started explosive combat power that consumes life. Sha Tian paid attention to all of this and couldn't help sighing. It is worthy of being the 5 people who are strong and hold power. Under the despair, even more warfare burst out. Whitebeard Newgate originally had the upper hand, and he couldn't help but go all out in the battle with a spare edge. With all his abilities, he fought with the old man in the suit who began to emit red mist. The momentum is like a rainbow, this red line is trembling. Golden Lion Shiki exploded with all his strength, facing the violent cyan kimono old man. Under the fight, the mouth of the tiger holding the knife was aching. Immediately, he fought flexibly in the sky and didn't confront him head on. Sha Tian was also surprised to watch the curly-haired old man start 6 styles again. The skin of the old man who started again started to glow red, his muscles surged, and a faint red mist emerged from his body. As soon as the sword light appeared, the curly-haired old man's figure appeared in front of Sha Tian in an instant, and the western sword slashed straight. Sha Tian reacted swiftly, and the arm had already raised the knife and cut it off. The blade touches in the air. Conqueror's hockey struggled with each other in the middle, compressed into a faint red halo. Sha Tian squinted at the curly-haired old man. The curly-haired old man also stared at Sha Tian with a stern face. Hockey swept the entire battlefield. Entangling with other people's conqueror's hockey, they swayed far away, and even the guards and pirates in the distance weakened many people. The communicators on the castle had their eyes pale, and Hockey, who couldn't stand the 9-man fighting on the battlefield, swept and fainted to the ground. Rock's eyes flashed red at this time, and the whole person was terrifying. He just wanted to stamp these old men under their feet when they were the strongest. The long knife in Rox's hand was wrapped in a thicker black mist, and Hockey concentrated it. Facing the old man coming from the impact, he swung a knife. The black giant knife slashed across, and it directly knocked the old man away. Smashed hard on the distant castle wall. Terrible. The blonde old man's eyes were shocked, and Rox can stabilize them now. Rox stretched out his left hand and aimed at the blonde old man, grinning grimly. Dark Water. Chapter 31. The black mist on Rox, hand rotated like a black hole. The powerful devouring force directly acted on the blonde old man. Awakened dark gravity. The blonde old man opened his eyes with horror on his face. Without fruit ability, he was also directly attracted, and his figure flew to Rox uncontrollably. There is no resistance. Rox stared at the blonde old man's figure with cold eyes, and the long knife in his right hand was wrapped in the dark mist and raised. The other old man flew out and didn't stand up now. No one can come out to rescue the blonde old man. Rox, even if you die, it won't make you feel better. The blonde old man had a grim face and red eyes. The blood mist on his body became denser, and all the hockey in his body poured into his right fist. The space around the fist is distorted. This is a fist that has given up his life and poured out his strength. The fish die and the net is broken. Rox eyes were full of madness. I want to hit me hard when I die. Raised the long knife in his hand. The black mist stretched out on the blade, huge. Hockey, full of violent enthusiasm, entangled him while swinging a black blade. Obviously it was huge, but it slashed over silently. The golden-haired old man's eyes were desperate, only the power of this punch. If you can't break away from the power of absorption, and you can't attack Rox, you will be cut by the huge blade formed by the black mist. Can only be against the giant black blade that was slashed down. The black blade slashed directly on the old man's fist. At this moment, it seems that there is only one collision between a fist and a blade on the battlefield. Boom. The surrounding air explodes directly like an air bomb. The ground collapsed, the gravel turned upside down, and was swallowed by the black mist that also exploded. Rox couldn't help but backed up 2 steps, and the power of the dark water stopped. The blonde old man stood in the sunken area, surrounded by black blade mist that had been exploded. A deeply visible knife mark on the blonde old man's shoulder slanted to the lower body. There was still black mist on the wound, devouring flesh and blood. The old man's eyes were gloomy, and his life was over. Standing sluggishly, he took a last look at Rox. Slowly fell down. Do not. Advertisement. The old man who had been chopped into the air just ran back with the blood on the corner of his mouth. Just saw the death of the blonde old man. One of the 5 most powerful people in the world government was beheaded by Rox. Sha Tian, who fought farther and farther, felt the decline of the curly-haired old man, and seized an opportunity. As the curly-haired old man wielded the western sword with all his strength. Sha Tian used both hands together, holding the monster sword in his right hand, and Gui Che also used a slashing skill. Slightly backward with his left hand, 6 styles broke out. When the blades met, the air shock wave of 6 styles hit the old man with curly hair who was beginning to decline. The old man received a blow, and his entire body was blown away. The western knife in his hand was even more biased, and was hit in the chest by Sha Tian's cutting skill knife energy. The curly-haired old man who was spitting blood and his body was still chopped fell to the ground. Just getting up with difficulty, he saw Rox beheading the blonde old man. The curly-haired old man shouted desperately. I lost my strength and lay on the ground. His eyes looked at the sky blankly. Sha Tian turned his head and looked, couldn't help but sigh the power of rocks. Take one enemy 2, seriously wound 1, and kill 1. This is not an ordinary powerhouse, but a combat power above the admiral level. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and the 2 elders who were fighting against each other were shocked. The old man for many years, dead. The audience was shocked, and the weapons in the guards' hands fell to the ground, their eyes dull. Lost. You can't stop me anymore. Rox screamed coldly at the old man who rushed back and screamed. The long knife in his hand is once again covered by black mist. War. Fight. Although the old man who fought hard with Whitebeard Newgate looked sad and a little desperate, he still yelled at the 2 old men who had lost their fighting spirit. The old man who fought with Golden Lion Shiki burst into tears and showed despair. He turned around and wanted to face the rocks, but was entangled by Shiki. Newgate and Shiki also had inexplicable expressions in their eyes. Even more shocking rocks, invincible posture. With 1 enemy and 2, he even killed 1. Then he looked at Sha Tian. Almost at the same time as rocks, the curly-haired old man was beaten down on his stomach. A terrifying genius. Completely crazy and powerful in battle. Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate are even more unlikely to stop at this time. I didn't see that Sha Tian was all lying down. The old man who had gradually lost resistance in front of rocks was yelled back by the old man with torn suits. Reinforce the spirit again. Although the body has begun to weaken, it must be a battle. Advertisement. Rocks shows no mercy to these old guys. The black mist swallowed by the dark fruit once again wrapped the blade. The black blade that even the air was swallowing cleaved again silently. With a hint of despair, the old man adjusted his momentum. It is a pity that the decline of his physical condition caused him to be hacked out before launching an offensive. Fortunately, when he turned around temporarily, the dark and terrifying black blade slashed his arm and lifted the old man away. I can't help myself. Rox was so cold at this moment that he didn't even look at the old man who had lost his right arm. This old man is no different from dead. There was a cloud of black mist on the wound, and the blood was swallowed. Using 6 styles, which consumes vitality and improves strength, now it has declined and fell to the ground unable to move. Rox glanced, grinning grimly. The figure is about to go to the depths of Mariajoy to slaughter celestial dragons. At this time, Sha Tian's figure appeared in Kaido and Charlotte Linlin surrounded by man-made demon fruit power. The demon sword and ghost made a round, and the powerful slash wave directly cut the nearest circle of capable people in half. The latter is directly thrown away. At this time, abrupt. On the edge of the red line, a group of figures rushed up directly. It was Sora who disembarked ahead of schedule and rushed in, Garp, Sengoku and others. Rocks. Kong stepped on the moonwalk and saw such a scene, he was even more stunned and let out an angry roar. 5 elders was even more dying, and fell 3. Rocks stopped and turned back, frowning. Marines Kong and others rushed back first. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, and 3 Marines who have never met. Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki also looked solemnly, leaving the 2 old men who were exhausted and declining in their lives, leaning towards rocks. Kong and others fell around the 5 elders. His complexion was extremely ugly, and cold sweat broke out on his head. I was shocked and indignant. An old man died, 2 were seriously injured, and the other 2 also activated the secret technique that consumes vitality. The situation is not optimistic. Zephyr looked around very quickly and said in a low voice. The 5 elders with the highest authority in the world government. Dead death, wounded wound. Sora, you seem to be a step late. Rox laughed wildly. The darkness was misty. We are preparing to fight them again. Chapter 32. Rox are 1 against 2, and be careful of that Sha Tian. Seeing that the 2 elders who had come from the naval headquarters also fell down. Watching Kong and the others smile miserably, they fainted with a relaxed mind. Kong, Garp, Sengoku and others were silent. As soon as he came up, he saw that Sha Tian swung a knife and flew a group of people. Everyone was amazed and solemn. The strength of Sha Tian is so powerful at this time. With an ugly face, he turned his head to look at the dark fruit ability on rocks. I was even more shocked and surprised. Rocks have fruiting ability, and they know it for the first time. And Garp and others looked gloomy and dripping. The strength of rocks is still underestimated. And the breath of Sha Tian is not weaker than that of Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki. Looking at the state of these people in Rock's Pirate, there is still the power to fight again. The pirates of Rock's Pirate are also mostly undamaged, Mariajoy's guards and CP units, and the scientific unit suffered heavy casualties. Although Rocks, Sha Tian, Newgate, and Shiki have gone through a battle, they are still fearless. Sha Tian is even eager to try, the physical strength is still very strong. This is another battle that can advance by leaps and bounds. Rocks. Kong shouted angrily, his eyes were already red. The aura of being admiral really broke out. Kong, it's really time for you to come. Rocks still laughed wildly, his momentum was not weak at all. It just so happens that you are here to continue fighting. Whitebeard Newgate waved the clouds, and a white halo appeared on his hand. There is no turmoil in my heart, since it's here, it's like fighting. Golden Lion Shiki laughed even more, squinted and looked at the opposite marine, then looked at Sha Tian. Compare the combat power of the 2 sides. Opposite people are Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, Kong, and 3 recruits. I also have Rocks, Newgate, Sha Tian, and 2 pervert newcomers. Even after a big battle, it is not without winning. After all, Rocks is the one who fights 2 5 elders. There is also Sha Tian, who is more and more powerful as the war, and Whitebeard Newgate who is at ease. The collision of eyes between the two sides caused another situation on the battlefield. Advertisement. And at this moment, it was abrupt. A pirate ran over from the boat resting on the ground. Captain, the Roger pirates are heading to our base camp. The pirate's subordinates said anxiously. Rocks, Golden Lion Shiki, Newgate and others frowned. The Roger pirates even dared to attack Hashinosu directly. Golden Lion Shiki turned his head and looked at the changes in expressions of Kong, Garp, Sengoku and others. Their reaction was also a little surprised. Roger actually came this hand. Captain Rocks, even if you win the battle, it will consume too much power. In addition, our base camp does not have enough guarding power, and it is hard to even retreat. Golden Lion Shiki took out a cigar and said to Rocks beside him. Today's Hashinosu cannot be seized, and neither prestige nor other connections are suitable at present. Rocks listened to what Golden Lion said and understood what it meant. Nodded. Looking at Garp on the opposite side, he smiled evilly. 5 elders had 4 serious injuries, a backlash from a backlash, and 1 death. Mariajoy is enough for this attack. Withdraw, young ones. Go back and clean up the Roger pirates. Rocks faintly glanced at the people at Marine, his eyes seemed to say, this time I will let you go. The pirates responded one after another and boarded the boat. His expression was extremely excited, and what he experienced today was really shocking. The 5 people with the highest authority in the world government were all killed and injured by Captain Rocks and officials. They are leaving. Kong, Garp Sengoku and others all set off. Hockey broke out. How can I let Rocks go like this? Keep them. Kong yelled. As long as he drags them, and waits for more marine powerhouses to arrive, none of them can run away. As Sora yelled, his right fist was in hockey as if it were a big circle. With anger, he fisted the Rocks who were about to board the ship. Bang! The air burst. A wave of waves, hockey, fist and air cannon roared away. Whitebeard Newgate smiled, and was about to turn his head back. Rocks took the lead. The long knife in his hand turned into a huge dark blade, consuming everything around him silently. With a horizontal stroke at Marine, the black blade and the sword chi were cut out. In an instant, Kong's attack was directly slashed and dissipated and swallowed. Advertisement. A thick black mist path was left wherever the black blade knife gas passed. The pursuit of Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others had to stop to block Rocks' blow. Sorry. Kong was anxious. Rocks and the others were about to run away like this. Looking back, Garp and the others stopped the sword chi, and their stature stopped. Then all of a sudden, Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki and others have already boarded the ship. Sha Tian, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were rushing to the side of the ship. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin went up first, and Sha Tian jumped up last. At this time, the eyes of Sakazuki, Kuzan and Pelusolino who have been paying attention to this Sha Tian lit up. This is a good chance. This newcomer Kadri Sha Tian actually boarded the ship last. In the elementalization of the body, Sha Tian attacked away. Seeing the 3 future admiral coming extremely fast, Sha Tian was expressionless. The sheathed demon sword Guido was pulled out again, and the sword intent broke out frantically. Dark Hound, Ice Spear, Kick at the speed of light. The 3 Sakazuki shots with all their strength to keep the enchanting genius Sha Tian in Rock's pirate. You learned the lava punch. You learned the flash kick. You learned the piercing spear. The prompt of the system sounded. Sha Tian saw the 3 attacking, and had already learned the skill of attacking the 3. At this time, Rocks, Newgate and others on the ship didn't do anything, but stared at Garp and others who had just blocked the dark blade from the front. There is no need to worry about Sha Tian's current strength. It just happens to be a little inspired. Try it with you guys. During the battle, Sha Tian wanted to go back and develop the 2 styles of fusion of sword intent and profound meaning, and the 3 of Sakazuki could just try the idea. With an arrogant aura, the ghost slashed out of the sheath. With the fusion of slash wave, slashing skills, and 6 styles. Destruction, Conqueror's Hockey and Armament Hockey, slashed out the pale white sword energy directly to the Sakazuki trio. The lava giant fist, the huge icicle, and the light kicked from the air split into 2 in the pale white sword air, and it stopped. Dao Chi went to the 3 of them with tremendous pressure. How can it be? The 3 were stunned. What kind of slash is this? The elemental attack even split the light. Faced with the sword energy that was cut, it was completely suppressed by the sword intent. Chapter 33. Sorry. Go back. Fortunately, Sengoku has been paying attention to Sha Tian. This kind of slash Kuzan can't take it. Amidst the changing body of the Buddha, he hurriedly went in front of the 3 of them. Blocked before Sha Tian's slash. Sakazuki, Kuzan, Pelusolino looked at the faint sword air from the chopping in front of him in horror. Dilated pupils. The extremely oppressive sword intent enveloped with the aura of cutting everything. A sense of horror that can't be avoided or prevented. The 3 of them were stunned. Isn't he a newcomer? Why is it so strong? Get out. A loud roar came from the ears of the 3 Sakazuki. Sengoku turned into a big Buddha and stood in front of them. The huge body of glittering golden light steadily stepped forward, and pushed it with a palm to the pale white sword energy coming from the crosscut. Boom! The ground exploded as soon as it touched the white sword air. The stones were broken and flew, and the soil floated and turned into powder. Sengoku used the shock wave in his palm to abruptly wipe out the sword energy of Sha Tian. How come? A knife is so terrifying. This is not the knife that cut celestial dragons at that time. Sengoku's golden face was solemn, and his heart was shocked. The shock wave of this palm has almost exerted all its fruit ability before it wiped out the sword energy. Garp, Kong, and Zephyr were all taken aback. Everyone knows the strength of Sengoku. Facing Sha Tian's slashing attack, unexpectedly used this powerful shock wave. This Sha Tian has grown to a combat power above the admiral level. Kong couldn't believe it, secret sweat came out of his forehead. It was already a high-level estimate of Sha Tian's talent, but in the end, he underestimated the horror of Sha Tian. How long will it take to reach this level? Garp's voice became hoarse. One can imagine the shock in my heart at this time. Zephyr was shocked and glanced at the three Sakazuki who had been rescued. The same newcomer, Rock's pirate, can have such a terrifying evildoer. Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Pelusolino panted in horror. I couldn't help but glanced at Sengoku gratefully. Otherwise, the three of them will be seriously injured. Advertisement. And just when Marine Kong and others were stopped by rocks, they were shocked by Sha Tian. The power of this fusion is still a bit small. Sha Tian muttered, had already jumped on the pirate ship. The golden lion Shiki slapped the hull, the lion fruit ability was activated, and the whole ship flew again. Ha 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 ha, Kong, let you go this time. Rock stood on the side of the ship and laughed triumphantly. The group flew away from Mariajoy calmly. As the pirate ship took off quickly, everyone at Marine was annoyed and helpless. There is no alternative to Rocks and the gang. Can only turn around and start dealing with the battlefield. After a short while, Vice Admiral on the warship also came back. It was unbelievable to see such a sight. Outside Mariajoy's castle, there are pits and pits everywhere, and the ground is broken into slag. There is no complete place. Among them, there are knife marks and huge cracks. The castle wall facing this place has already cracked. Handle the battlefield. Kong and the crowd sat next to the old man in kimono, and whispered to Vice Admiral who rushed over. Yes, Vice Admiral saw Admiral's ugly complexion at this time, so he didn't dare to ask more. The situation must be very tragic. A medical soldier is waking up, and the extremely weak kimono old man is treating. The strong like Garp and Sengoku are all by the old man's side. Rocks had the ability to fight 1 against 2, and they still had the power of dark fruit, killed 1 and seriously wounded 1. Whitebeard fought against an entanglement, and the golden lion fought against me, the last one fought against Sha Tian. The old man in kimono was very weak and said intermittently. Kong and others listened quietly, clenching their fists. The information of the parties involved is very useful for future engagements. Sha Tian's sword, with invincible aura of sword intent, very strong. It will continue to grow stronger in battle, learning the opponent's moves and rocks. The old man in kimono began to talk to everyone about the moves and process of the fight. Emphasize the combat power of Sha Tian. Sha Tian. Garp gritted his teeth, a look of regret. At the beginning, it should be desperate to chase and kill Sha Tian. His strength has grown too fast. ... And everyone at Marine was at the end of Mariajoy. On the pirate ship that took off and flew away, cheers continued. This time, Mariajoy, the holy site of the world government, was a big winner. Although they did not kill the celestial dragons hiding behind them, the 5 elders with the highest authority in the world government were fine if they died. The ones who did not die were due to the use of life-spanning 6 styles, which might have been abandoned. Advertisement. There were also CP troops and guards, and the Ministry of Science suffered heavy losses. On the contrary, the pirates escaped the fighting from the back because they avoided the fierce battlefield. As expected of us Rock's pirates' most powerful genius. Sha Tian, this time you have done a great job again. Golden Lion Shiki has no more cares at this time, only the meaning of admiration for Sha Tian. Even if there is no genius of Sha Tian's level in history, and the attitude of asking for advice has always been humble. Gu la 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 la, I am not surprised now, these miracles happened to Sha Tian, it seems that these miracles are no longer miracles. Whitebeard Newgate sighed. Sha Tian's enchanting talent has been verified by various facts. Rocks is also in a good mood at this time. The offense was a great success. Although they didn't kill the celestial dragons, they killed 5 elders this time. The identity of 5 elders is at the top in Mariajoy and world government. Even on the bright side, the 5 of them are the 5 most powerful people in the world. Sha Tian, your progress is getting faster and faster. Rocks said happily. Not even the dignity of the cadre meeting. The meaning of joy is expressed in color. Sha Tian's progress is very fast, and he is merciless in the face of celestial dragons world government. Rocks is the more I look at this kid, the more I like it. I have to sigh, Sha Tian's genius is truly unparalleled in the world, and he has learned the other party's moves during the battle with those old men. Shiki thought of the battlefield and couldn't help but admire. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked down at Sha Tian and Rocks without saying a word. Secretly surprised. Since Sha Tian fought against the curly-haired old man, the 2 of them had begun to recognize Sha Tian in their hearts. How long is this? The gap with Sha Tian is getting bigger and bigger. It's a pity that the Roger pirates made us have to evacuate first. Sha Tian smiled as usual, and said with a pity. I originally thought that I would be able to fight another battle, learn more moves, and quickly improve my cultivation progress. As a result, Roger was witty and went back to the base camp. Rox smiled and didn't mention the evacuation. The retreat this time was not just because Roger had killed the base camp. Rox also means to be afraid of people in the depths of Pangu. If Marine is not present, Rox can rush in and fight the legendary one meaninglessly, but Kong, Garp and others are all present and can only choose to return to defense first. Rox looked at the vast ocean below, narrowing his eyes. Roger. Chapter 34. The waters near Hashinosu Island. The Jackson was sailing above the sea. Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba and other cadres are all on board, sailing to Hashinosu. Captain, the front is almost here, the base camp of Rock's pirate, Hashinosu Island. Bullet holding the binoculars, shouted from the observation deck. If they don't come back, we will take Hashinosu. Roger said to the crew. Rox shouldn't give up his base camp easily. Maybe they have already evacuated Mariajoy at this time. Rayleigh raised his glasses and said. Not going to Mariajoy also has some thoughts. Compare where is the headquarters of the world government. And they are pirates. It's not uncommon to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Roger also took this into consideration and chose to attack Hashinosu. As he was talking, a blue murloc who had received marine communications in the cabin ran out and said to Roger and the others with a horrified expression. Captain Roger, the Rox group has returned. And it was the Golden Lion who floated back. Sure enough, how is the situation with Mariajoy? Roger asked again when he saw the murloc's face what he expected. Captain, it's amazing. The murloc who contacted the news was still in horror. What the hell? Jabba couldn't help but asked anxiously. This look was horrified, and there was a feeling that something big had happened. Rox led Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Sha Tian to kill one of 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, and abolish 4 of them. The murloc pirate said with a cold sweat on his face as Marine said. This news is amazing. The 5 old guys were. Jabba was stunned. Those 5 masters belong to the entire world government. Rox actually beat them to death. Those 5 people are said to be Admiral-class combat power. Even if Rox are strong, can they still beat 3? Rayleigh's eyes were also shaking. How can you fight to such an extent? What has changed? 5 elders. Even Roger couldn't help being taken aback. The person in charge of the world government was so wiped out. I'm afraid, it's that Sha Tian. Advertisement. Roger took a deep breath. Even if Marine's combat power is not there, the power of the world government will not be unable to stop the Rox, Newgate, and Shiki. At most, they will cause incalculable destruction and loss. 5 elders will not die. There is only one, and that Sha Tian has grown to the point where it can fight 5 elders. That terrifyingly talented enchanting genius, this can explain why 5 elders fought like this. Rayleigh said in shock. Has it grown to this point? Sha Tian. Bullet was also terrified, clenching his fists. The Rox, Sha Tian. Bullet is now eager to fight with Sha Tian who has also become a pirate soon. Go back, it's not the time to face Rox. In the shock of everyone, Roger said in a low voice. Rox pirate threatens the world more and more. With the character of Rox, the world government was really overthrown, and there might be confusion. Jackson's return was expected. The departure of Roger and others was seen by Rox pirate spies in the sea. Soon it was passed to Rox, Sha Tian and others. Rox did not go directly to chase, but returned to Hashinosu. The pirate ship floating in the air is naturally extremely fast. Before the other cadres returned, Rox, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Sha Tian had already drank wine in the port. The cadres returned one by one. Akoku, John, Silver Axe, and the other 2 all returned. There were no members of the Roger Pirates group, and no one even resisted. The cadres who had robbed some treasures all returned. Get off the boat. The 4 people who saw the port drinking were staring at each other. Rox did not greet either, still drinking. Afterwards, Carrie's ship also sailed from another direction. After a while, he drew ashore and disembarked. Akoku, you guys have got Carrie here. Rox faintly ordered Akoku, Silver Axe and the other 5 people. Although the 5 of them were puzzled, this was an order from Captain Rox, and their eyes flashed with inexplicable expressions. Without hesitation, he walked toward Carrie, who was disembarking from the ship. You are coming back first. Carrie greeted as before. He believed that he would not be discovered, so he was very calm. And the next moment, it was found that something was wrong. Not far behind the 5, Rox, Sha Tian and other 4 were sitting there drinking. And the 5 people who came over looked inexplicably wrong. Kelly Chang calmed down, and was about to say something, but was instantly controlled by the 5. Advertisement. No reaction time. What are you doing? Carrie was shocked. Is this exposed? Then I wanted to explode hockey. However, he was suppressed by Akoku and others, unable to move. The 5 cadres were surprised and Carrie was careless. Captain Rox. What is this? Carrie was taken to Rox and screamed in horror. Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate, and Golden Lion Shiki all watched indifferently. Rox showed a wicked smile and stood up. As soon as the palm of his hand opened, the black mist revolved, and Carrie was sucked by Rocks in his hand and pinched his neck. Akoku, the 5 cadres of John looked at Rocks in shock. Rocks has the ability to fruit. Captain. Carrie looked terrified. He saw the killing intent in Rocks' eyes. I thought there was a way to hide it, but I didn't know it was you, Carrie. Rocks said coldly, and the black mist on his hand enveloped Carrie. At this time, Akoku and others reacted. Carrie, that's the inner ghost who had a dark pain with Marine. Usually the most low-key and honest guy, how dare he? Carrie had no idea how he was exposed. Despair in his eyes. Rocks' dark power is too strong, making him completely unable to move. Rocks had long doubted Carrie. A guy who has never revealed his hidden ability, the last time the dark fruit ability cooperated with the color of sight has already been discovered. On the Carrie ship, the Rocks people have also found Carrie who is secretly calling the worm. The others were ruled out one by one, and the insiders with Marine's dark past don't have to think too much to know who it is. The black mist enveloped Carrie. Rocks' violent hockey stroked his body directly. The inner ghost was beheaded. Akoku, John, and Silver Axe were all horrified. Face the power of Captain Rocks again. Sha Tian and other 3 people watched quietly. The next moment, Rocks smiled and said to Akoku and others. Come on, drink and celebrate. Celebrate. Chapter 35. Unidentified Akoku and others sat down with a sigh of relief. The evil spirit of Rocks just now was too scary. Now it's fine to sit down and drink. As for Carrie, no one thinks about it anymore. The doubts of Akoku and others were explained to Akoku, John, Silver Axe and other 5 people under the vivid explanation of Golden Lion Shiki. Including the surrounding crew members, it was shocking and inexplicable. Captain Rocks is crazy. Knowing that there was an inner ghost, he used this to directly kill Mariajoy. 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, was directly injured and disabled by Rocks, Shiki, Newgate, and Sha Tian, and collapsed. Sha Tian also injured one of the 5 elders. After listening to the process of Captain Rocks being one enemy and 2, Shiki talked about Sha Tian who once again made great achievements. John, Akoku and others all looked at Sha Tian in shock. Sha Tian now has admiral-level combat power. This rapid progress is incredible. How on earth did you practice? John couldn't help asking in shock, knowing that it would be impolite to ask a strong man such a question. At this question, even Newgate, Shiki, and Silver Axe pricked their ears. After learning their moves, I feel that I can use them too, and then I become stronger. Sha Tian took a big sip of wine, laughed, and said truthfully. John immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. Thought Sha Tian was joking. Whitebeard, Newgate and Shiki also thought that Sha Tian was joking, and laughed. Sha Tian had no choice but to shout and drink with them. This is indeed the truth. With the system on the body, they will all cultivate automatically. Once you learn it, you can use it and become stronger. Only Rocks looked at Sha Tian's expression and was astonished in his heart. Intuition told him that Sha Tian did not lie. If you didn't lie, then that is to say, Sha Tian is no longer a monster-level genius that can describe it. This is simply true, the descendant of God. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also recognized Sha Tian at this time, and at the banquet, they also took the initiative to find Sha Tian for a drink. Sha Tian was naturally surprised, and immediately understood. Advertisement. This is a recognition of his own strength, and he no longer regards himself as a newcomer, but is seen by his opponents. What's more, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin at this time are not the emperors of the future Kunlun New World, but the 2 young men in Rocks Pirate who have just turned from trainee crew to official. Smiling and drinking with the 2, Kaido did not forget to ask Sha Tian how to become stronger. Captain Sha Tian, do you have any secrets to cooperate with your genius to become stronger? The greedy Kaido drank in a daze, but still looked enthusiastic and consulted with Sha Tian. That's not true. This is indeed related to talent. Your talent is also very powerful. You can develop in the physical direction with all your strength. Maybe you can do it well. Sha Tian laughed and pointed. The future Kaido is known as the strongest creature. The physical aspect is indeed amazing. Kaido sometimes relies too much on fruit ability. Kaido nodded thoughtfully. On the contrary, Charlotte Linlin didn't come up to ask more. She and Kaido are not in the same group. In this way, the banquet was shocked by the deeds of Captain Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, and Sha Tian entering Mariajoy. Cheers. Sha Tian, who was the first to give the most credit, became the object of worship of many crew members. Rocks Pirate only then truly recognized the strength of Sha Tian as a cadre. However, just a few days after Rocks Pirate was at the banquet, the ghost of the crew who passed the message to Kong secretly passed the news of Carrie's death to Marine. Kong, who just finished dealing with Mariajoy's affairs these days, received this news before he got hot. With a bang, the table was shot empty by Kong. A-hole. Kong's face was hard to look again. Carrie was executed by Rocks. Although I don't know how it was exposed, this kind of cadre-level insider paid a high price to make Carrie willing to cooperate. At this time, the cadre-level news will be completely lost. Kong felt a headache, and even more so, the news that the Holy Land Mariajoy was attacked by Rocks Pirate spread all over the world. After looking at Sha Tian's latest reward order, Kong took a deep breath. The news has spread, shocked the world. The fierceness and craziness of Rox is simply appalling. Rox led 3 officers and elite pirates to attack Mariajoy. 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, personally led troops to fight, but Rox and 3 cadres killed 1 and defeated 4 of them. Advertisement. Returned to the sea in a state of victory. Even some of the details of the battle came out. The 3 cadres are Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki and a new cadre named Sha Tien. The 3 of them played against the 3 old men, and Rox was one enemy too. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shaki have long been known to the world. Fighting 5 elders to fight 5 elders is not uncommon, but it is shocking enough. After all, that is 5 elders. And Rox's fierce reputation is even more prosperous. With 1 enemy too, 5 elders, kill 1 and wound 1 seriously. What has attracted the attention of the world most is that Sha Tien, a new cadre, could still seriously wound 1 person in the battle with 5 elders. Soon after, the name of Sha Tien's genius was also revealed. It is even more legendary. The face of the world government and marine was discredited, and many alliance countries were wailing, worrying about what impact Rox pirate might have on the world in the future. In this battle, the name of the Sea Lord Rox is completely contagious and even more invincible. The 3 cadres who participated in the battle and defeated 5 elders, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Sha Tien, were also hailed as legendary pirates by the people of the world. Among them, Sha Tien holds a monster sword in his hand, and is called a monster genius who is not even worthy of the world's #1 swordsman, and is directly called the Sword God. At the same time, in addition to the Rox 3 people's bounty, the world government's bounty sword, and the Sha Tien's 800 million bounty was directly raised to 2.3 billion Bailey's bounty. Its prestige is even louder than Whitebeard Newgate. With newspapers scattered all over the world, the whole world has noticed Sha Tien. 10,000 meters under Sabayati Archipelago. Sword God, Sha Tien. The Fishmen Island, the young Neptune was holding the newspaper that came from it, looking at the photo of Sha Tien, cold sweat broke out on his face. Crazy, it's crazy. On Hydra Island in the Calm Belt. Rox, Newgate, Shaki. Sword God, Sha Tien. Gloriosa, the Queen of Amazon Lilies. After listening to the report from his subordinates, his eyes were shocked and dignified and looked far away. It is also on the 7 Islands, the water capital of the Grand Line. Tom the Murloc is sitting in front of an unfinished ship. Holding the newspaper in both hands and looking at it, cold sweat broke out on his head, his eyes shocked. 5 elders were defeated by Rox. Reward for 2.3 billion, legendary pirate, Sword God Sha Tien. Chapter 36. The sea area of the Grand Line. The most peaceful East Blue. Facing this news, many people in the kingdom are panicking. What will happen in the future? The highest authority in the world government was defeated by Rox pirate. The name of Sha Tien has spread throughout various kingdoms, and such a young pirate fought and became a god, and was hailed as the legendary pirate. West Blue, North Blue, South Blue, the same is true. Soon after the news spread. The ancient city of Mariajoy. The entire hall has a majestic atmosphere. On the highest throne of the void, a figure sat quietly there. Below, there is a blue kimono, a pale blue kimono old man and an old man in a suit and leather shoes. The difference is that they are all sitting in wheelchairs, unable to move. Behind him, there are 5 men in their 30s, 4 in black suits and 1 in white kimono, kneeling on the ground respectfully facing the man above the throne. You, succeeding the name of 5 elders, the 2 of them will directly give way to you. The voice of the people on the throne came, and it was difficult to distinguish between men and women. Indifferent, without any mood swings. Yes, the great Lord Yim. The 5 knelt on the ground and said respectfully. The predecessor, 5 elders in the wheelchair, nodded slightly with bleak eyes. They, the life force consumed, has been completely abolished, and now it is extremely difficult to nod their heads. The sacrificial offerings in the Valley of Gods, you do it, Rox and the crew, erase it. Im's words seemed to be saying trivial things. It seemed that he didn't want to see the 2 old men. Dragging a long dress, he left step by step from the side. Follow the orders of Lord Yim. The 5 men still fell deeply on the ground. Very respectful. It wasn't until Im left completely that he showed a hint of excitement. The 5 of them succeeded to the supreme power of the world government. That's all. Rox and a group of people attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy after the continuous fermentation. Time passed quietly. It's almost a month. Hashinosu Island. Rox and the cadres have stayed at the base camp. After the incident, many sea-crazy pirates came to Hashinosu and joined Rox pirate. Another round of trainee crew expansion. Advertisement. Cadres such as Sha Tien practiced cultivation and had fun. In this month, Sha Tien's strength rose steadily again. After the automatic training of various abilities went through the Mariajoy battle, there was no lazy. Sha Tien's hut is next to the coast. Except for the cadres who will come here, there are no other pirate crew members here. Because this is the residence of Sha Tien, a cadre called the Sword God. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki, and Silver Axe, Akoku looked at Sha Tien who had been pondering for a long time on the coast, and scratched their heads. Originally came to find Sha Tien to drink and pass the time. As soon as he came over, he saw that Sha Tien was holding the monster sword ghostly on the coast, standing quietly with his eyes closed. He has realized something, Don't disturb him yet. Whitebeard Newgate noticed a little, and looked around with interest. What kind of comprehension does this talented and terrifying Sha Tian have? Too pervert, I want to improve again. Shiki, Akoku and others smacked their tongues secretly. At this time, Sha Tian's momentum is rising. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki and the other four quickly backed away. Sha Tian's hockey is breaking out. The sea surface under the coast began to turbulent, and a gust of wind swept away from Sha Tian. Two styles. Break the virtual. Sha Tian's hand suddenly pulled out the demon sword ghost. A knife intent completely different from before pervaded the intent of the sword. As Sha Tian waved the knife, white mist emerged from the entire knife body. This is the effect of integrating 6 styles and changing the way hockey is used. The blade faced the sea and slashed straight down. A giant pale white sword chi was cut out. Cut straight to the sea and the sky. The water in the sea broke, the clouds in the sky broke, and all were broken in half. Congratulations on your creation of the second form. Breaking the void. Integrating the strengths of 100 families to become one's own unique knowledge, the second form dispelling the void cultivation speeds up, and it is currently at the peak of 30%. Your Conqueror's hockey made crazy progress when creating moves. The current progress is at the limit stage. Your armament hockey was infected by the sword intent when creating your own moves, and the training progress has been accelerated. The current progress is in the limit stage. When you created your 6 styles technique, you realized the intent of breaking the virtual sword, broke the shackles, broke through the limit stage, and evolved into 6 styles. It is currently in the evolutionary stage. A series of abilities were created because of the successful creation of the second style, which accelerated the cultivation of all abilities, and even the 6 styles of body art evolved to the back of the secret. Sha Tian grinned looking at the resulting power and a series of system prompts. I have been studying the 2 styles for the past few days, and finally combined the strengths of hockey and various skills to develop a sword technique that is completely different from the 1 style dragon sword. The second style breaks the void. Sha Tian didn't immediately look back at Whitebeard Newgate and others. Calmly opened the system panel and checked it. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Advertisement. Conqueror's Hockey. 51% at the extreme stage. Armament Hockey. 48% at the extreme stage. Observation Hockey. 48% at the extreme stage. 1 type. Dragon Slash. 51% in the limit stage. Kong Yun. Slash Wave. Thunder Axe. Type 2. Breaking the Emptiness. 31% at the peak stage. 6 styles. Evolution stage 2%. Physical Technique. Flash Kick. 64% at the peak stage. Piercing Spear. 63% at the peak stage. Lava Punch. 66% at the peak stage. Iron Fist. 10% in the limit stage. Close Black Lens Bracket. This is approaching a month of progress. Make Sha Tian stronger than when Mariajoy came back. Although the progress improvement in the limit stage is now calculated in a few fractions, every increase of 1 point is a huge improvement. After reading the panel, Sha Tian slowly put away the knife. FK. Silver Axe couldn't help exclaiming. The heart was shocked. How long is this? Sha Tian obviously developed his second style just now. Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki and others were also surprised to see the vision created by the 2-form break. The sea has not closed yet. This guy is stronger. At this time rocks also appeared and came over. There was a strange color in his eyes. Sha Tian unexpectedly created such a powerful move. This kind of knife intent. Break everything. Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed. This power is really powerful. How about it, is it okay? Sha Tian turned his head and nodded, grinning. Shiki didn't know what to say at once. Whitebeard Newgate and others also looked weird. Is this okay? This is the power of the trick level. After everyone observed the Sha Tian's 2-style live performance, they immediately had no idea of passing the time, which was too shocking. At this time, Rocks who came over laughed loudly and looked at Sha Tian. Go, it's time to take the sight back for you. Chapter 37. Sha Tian looked at Rocks in surprise. These days, I have been obsessed with the second style, and I have forgotten the sight problem mentioned at the cadre meeting at the beginning. Yes, let's take the sight back to Sha Tian. Akoku and others were very excited, and they were about to act again. Just do whatever you want. Rocks never messes things up. Newgate, Shiki and others left to prepare. All cadres were also notified quickly and gathered quickly. Akoku, Silver Axe, John, Newgate, Shiki, and 2 cadres. Sha Tian also knew their names. Dak and the Bloodblade, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are under them. The 8 cadres, except Sha Tian, all have their own ships. Quick assembly of personnel. Kurozumi Mushu, Kurozumi Projectile, Shachi and others are all in the list. All cadres and members all set off. A total of 8 ships sailed out of the port and headed for the site of the Roger Pirate Group. On the other side, a huge island in the second half of the Grand Line. This is the permanent base camp of the Roger Pirates and the most important site of the Roger Pirates. The kingdom where he lives is under the shelter of the Roger Pirates at sea. The other side of the island. Roger and the group are gathering together, their faces solemn. All the rocks attacked and came to us. Jabba frowned and said solemnly. When the news was received, the 8 rocks pirate ships had already arrived in the nearby waters. No matter what, I still have to fight. Roger was wearing a red captain's clothes, revealing his muscles, and said solemnly and combatively. Gather all the people here and get ready to fight. Without Marine, we still have to fight Rox. Rayleigh lit up the long sword in his hand, and also ignited his fighting spirit. The purpose of joining forces with Marine is to remove the threat of Rox to the world. But this time, it was just for the invasion of Rox Pirate. Rox Pirate is powerful, but Roger and the others are not soft persimmons that can be easily pinched. After all, above the sea, in addition to the Overlord Rox, there are only a few existences that can barely stand on the sea, such as Roger and his group. Advertisement. Rayleigh and others reacted quickly and prepared. Called back everyone who was still on the other parts of the island. Some nearby boats also came to support. And Rox, Sha Tian and the group sailed all the way, and the sight of the Roger pirate group arrived soon. Without the presence of Marine's insider, the first spies found no problems. After sailing for more than half a day, when Rox and others arrived at the site of the Roger pirate group, a small submarine surfaced not far from the island, with the Peugeot of Seagull Libra on it. The top hatch opened, and a Marine soldier took out a large video phone worm. This is Marine's spy. At this time, at Marineford Naval Headquarters, a huge screen was erected in the conference hall. A large group of people gathered there, their faces extremely solemn. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Crane, Zephyr and others all sat in front. Behind Kuzan, Sakazuki, Pelusolino sat with a group of Rear Admiral. In the best theme, the newly appointed 5 elders squinted and looked at the screen blankly. This time it was too late to encircle Rox, but Marine's eyeliner discovered that Rox pirate was aggressively attacking Roger's site nearby, so I wasted a lot of effort to broadcast the battlefield to let everyone watch their strength. Kong explained in a low voice to some unknown Marine officers. When it heard it was Rox pirate, the people below all looked startled and stared at the picture intently. The atmosphere dare not breathe. The other side. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Rox and Sha Tian stood on the bow and finally saw the small island in front. The ships of the Roger pirate group were also leaning at the port of that island. After approaching, I saw Roger and his group gathered on the island. Silver, Rayleigh, Copper, Jabba, Douglas, Bullet are all in the line. Behind them, a large group of pirates are waiting. Sha Tian looked at these familiar figures in the pirate world and couldn't help but grinned. It's all the crew of the future One Piece and the pirate group attached to Roger. Rox pirate's aura is very powerful. Rox, main ship took the lead, followed by 7 ships behind him, and all 7 officials stood at the bow, staring fiercely at Roger and his group. And beside Rox, Sha Tian stood quietly holding the demon sword Ghost. Rox, Sha Tian, Roger yelled, holding his treasured knife, widening his eyes. There was a hint of excitement in the voice. The group of people behind was not as happy as Roger just wanted to fight. Advertisement. Jabba and others were sweating on their heads and their complexions were extremely dignified. Even the Rox and Sha Tian that appeared at the very beginning have a powerful aura, which is simply shocking. For Roger, fighting against the strong is something to be excited about. Gal D. Roger. Sha Tian is also looking forward to it. All the members of the Roger Pirates group have special skills. This is yet another battle to strengthen yourself quickly. Rookie Kadri, Sha Tian, the man called the Sword God. Hearing Sha Tian's voice, Roger's eyes lightened. He hadn't had a chance to fight Sha Tian in the first 2 times, so this time he couldn't let it go. Rox held his arms and didn't mean to go down at all. For the Roger Pirates, it may be enough to let the Kadris take action. Sha Tian glanced at Rox, the captain had no intention of getting off the ship. He just watched the show. Shrugged, jumped and landed on the shore. The Kadris on the rest of the boat jumped down one after another. Roger, although you and I are very temperamental, but I will not be merciful. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and laughed. He and Roger have known each other a long time ago, and are competing, friends. Of course, I won't be merciful. Roger responded loudly, but this time, Roger wanted to fight against the sword god Sha Tian, who is now more famous than Whitebeard Newgate. Both sides have a tacit understanding, and they want to directly start a confrontation between Kadris. Silver Axe twisted his head, pulled out the axe on his back, and faced Jabba, who was also pinning 2 axes. Jabba, you also use an axe. Today, my Silver Axe is playing with you. Oh, it's Silver Axe. Jabba turned his attention to the provocative Silver Axe. I haven't had a chance to compete with Silver Axe several times before. Jabba's momentum skyrocketed. No matter who it is, he has never underestimated him, let alone one of the leaders of Rox Pirate. Silver Axe laughed, and the axe began to glow. First rush to Jabba. Newgate, let's compete. Rayleigh pulled out the sword flower with the long sword in his hand, and burst into force, rushing to Whitebeard Newgate fiercely. How strong is Newgate's man called a monster? Chapter 38. Pluden Rayleigh, Grum, la la la, you have to hold your knife steady. Newgate Kong Yun flipped over in his hand, and Hockey Kong Yun slashed past. The man Pluden is not easy, even a fight with Roger. Boom. The two were angry at each other, and the soil flew up and down. Can you be hailed as the legendary pirate? Bullet rolled up his sleeves, a pair of fists covered Hockey, and walked towards Sha Tian step by step. This Sha Tian looked straight at the battle of Rayleigh and others. With this kind of performance, can it be called a legend, the god of swords? Bullet is a little jealous. What Sha Tian can do, thinks he can do it too. To you, I am indeed a legend. Sha Tian looked at Bullet and nodded seriously. Bullet is a member of the special forces of a certain country. After being defeated by Roger and staying on Roger's ship, he is an ultimate man who pursues strength. And the strength is said to be similar to Rayleigh. Bullet was initially unhappy, seeing the expression of Sha Tian's copy, his heart was full of anger. Boom. The ground under Bullet's feet was crushed, and the whole person killed Sha Tian like a cannonball. Superior. Rox waved his hand, and the pirates under him boarded the island one after another, roaring and rushing towards the Roger pirate group. Aren't you going to make a move? Roger stared at Rox, and finally said solemnly. With the same wave, the pirates behind him fought up. The two parties fought together in an instant. The rushing sound keeps on. Do you still want to fight me? Defeat my cadres first. Rox said indifferently. The hand also pointed to Shiki and others. At this time, Bullet rushed to Sha Tian. I want to see it for a while. Sha Tian pulled out the ghost with his right hand, hockey entangled, stretched out, and blocked the fist that Bullet attacked. At the moment of the confrontation, the system prompt also sounded in Sha Tian's mind. You have learned Douglas body art. This body art is better than the 6 forms. It can replace the strengthening of the 6 forms. The current progress is 1% at the peak stage. Bang! The first blow of Bullet and Sha Tian broke out Conqueror's Hockey. Advertisement. The blade collided with Bullet's fist in the air, and Conqueror's Hockey's formation of Thunderbolt shot out in all directions. The mud flew up and the hurricane rose from between the two. Boom. During the confrontation, Bullet was directly headed out. Sha Tian stood firmly on the spot, with the long knife in his hand retracted. What a powerful hockey. Roger's eyes were so solemn. I have heard about how strong Sha Tian is in Mariajoy. It wasn't until I saw Sha Tian's performance on the spot that I felt it positively. With just one hand in hockey, Bullet can be thrown away. How can it be? The thrown Bullet hit a big rock and stopped. The huge stone shattered, and Bullet crawled out of it with bloodline at the corner of his mouth, looking horrified. This Sha Tian's Conqueror's Hockey is too powerful. Even better than Roger. Bullet is surprised Sha Tian's Hockey, a feeling of jealousy arises. With a roar, he activated his fruit ability. Fit Fruit. Absorb all inorganic substances into a body armor. Sha Tian took the unsheathed knife and looked at it indifferently, allowing Bullet to perform. Shiki, Akoku and other cadres who didn't make a move all watched with interest. Bullet is also considered a rookie of Roger Pirate Group. I don't know how many moves can be supported under Sha Tian's hands. Even John said to the cadres next to him on the spot. I bet on 3 moves, 1 million Baileys. I bet 2 moves, 2 million Baileys. Shiki grinned and said to John while biting his cigar. As for Bullet's victory over Sha Tian, none of the Rock's pirate people thought about it. The surrounding inorganic matter was quickly absorbed by Bullet to me, condensing into a body armor. And the armor continued to grow bigger, and it didn't stop until it was 20 meters tall. This changing body shape stopped the small battlefield and looked at the battle between Bullet and Sha Tian in surprise. Even Rayleigh and others stopped their hands, curiously watching how Sha Tian would deal with the mighty Bullet at this time. With a bang, Bullet's brown armor changed to black all over. A moment hockey covers. Golden Lion Shiki and others were very surprised. Such a huge body was actually covered with armed colors. This Bullet is really amazing, and hockey has a lot of volume. Advertisement. Sha Tian still looked at Bullet lightly. This kind of trick is naturally known, but for those who are truly strong to me, being huge does not mean that they will be stronger. It can only be said that the destructive power is a little stronger. Sha Tian, you also try my punch. The huge black armor-wrapped Bullet laughed loudly, fist waving, driving a huge air current, whizzing to Sha Tian boxing. The sense of scene brought by the huge figure is very shocking. Everyone watched intently. Sha Tian showed a smile, the demon sword and ghost lifted up. A crazy burst of sword intent. The whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. Where the sword intent was pervasive, some of the weak pirates couldn't bear the huge mental pressure at all, and they fainted faintly. Conqueror's hockey turned into a sword intent. Conquerors of this level, what a genius this Sha Tian is. Rayleigh let out an exclamation, shocked inexplicably. He himself is a master of hockey and swordsmanship, and he naturally understands what kind of realm it is. Roger was also amazed. The growth of this Sha Tian was so fast, he reached this realm in a short time. Jabba and others were also taken aback. Rayleigh once talked about this state in front of them, and expressed how profound it is. Sha Tian really lives up to the name of the sword god at this age. The people at Rock's Pirate had already been surprised by Sha Tian's knives. As soon as this guy drew his sword during the rehearsal, the crazy sword intent filled him. He was used to it. Instead, he looked at the surprise of the Roger pirates and the others with a secret smile. One style. Slash the dragon. Sha Tian didn't plan to solve such a huge Bullet with one blow. Shot is to cut the dragon in one go. The red and black conquerors and armament hockey entangled with each other. CC Dianguang quickly followed hockey's entanglement and appeared. Faced with a powerful punch from Bullet, the blade slashed in the air. Falling like a red training horse. The knife light cut out in an instant. The power of Bullet's body, the airflow that was driven by it spread out under the light of the knife. How come? Bullet was shocked, and the world in his eyes seemed to slow down. I clearly saw that my combined giant fist was cut open by the flashing red light, following the arm, directly across the huge body. Under the impact of Haki, the combined armor of fruit power condensed suddenly shattered. The knife light flew to the sky along the track, cutting away the thick clouds. Chapter 39. Although the bullet on the head of the armor was not directly hit, it was also enveloped by the electric light, and then he screamed and was thrown away by the knife. The members of the Roger Pirates group were stunned, and the scenes of the imaginary battles back and forth were completely different. Sha Tian defeated Bullet with a single blow. Is this the slash that is known as the sword god Sha Tian? Even the clouds above the sky have been cut open. Rock's pirate. Most of the pirates who have never seen Sha Tian's power are shocked. Immediately there was a loud cheer. Captain Sha Tian Kamui. And everyone who was broadcast to naval headquarters through the video call worm swallowed even more. The heir of the devil, Douglas Bullet, was so vulnerable that it was cut across the board by Sha Tian. Garp, Sengoku, and others' eyes throbbed even more. The newly appointed 5 elders and others also saw the sword god Sha Tian, who was known as the legendary pirate, for the first time, and opened his eyes wide. At this moment, Jabba was shocked and reacted, and quickly went and almost threw it into the sea, but was picked up by Bullet, who was stunned by the electric black smoke. I was relieved to see that it was just faint. At this time, Rayleigh, who had 2 moves with Whitebeard, squinted his eyes, and his body was like a ghost, holding a long sword to attack Sha Tian. Newgate and the other cadres saw Rayleigh act against Sha Tian alone, and did not stop them, but looked at them with interest. With this temporary suspension, Newgate and others stopped moving. That's okay. So, they can cultivate faster. Sha Tian showed a confident smile. Then take a good look at my personal show. Bang. Rayleigh's long sword and the demon sword collided at a distance. Sha Tian collided violently with Rayleigh's conquerors. The hurricane blew the entire battlefield. The pirates raised their arms to block their faces, tilted their heads and looked at Sha Tian and Pluton Rayleigh in the battlefield. Say that Bullet is almost the same as you, but you are still too low-key, Rayleigh. Sha Tian showed an excited smile, staring at Rayleigh, who was holding the sword on the opposite side. In my mind, the system prompts light up one by one. You have learned the Pluton swordsmanship, and you are fighting fiercely against the original creator. The initial acquisition progress has been accelerated. The current master stage is 29%, 30%. Advertisement. Your conqueror's Haki was provoked by the enemy Haki, and became angry, his power increased a little, and his cultivation progress accelerated. The current progress is at the limit stage. Your armament Haki was very excited in the battle, eager to fight more intensely. The training progress has been accelerated, and the current progress is in the limit stage. Sha Tian looked at Rayleigh with more and more joy. These strong men are treasures. I don't know how you and I will fight again. Rayleigh's eyes were extremely solemn, and his heart was shaking. Haki's confrontation can't hold on anymore. In the first few seconds, it was still able to fight, and after a few seconds, Sha Tian's conqueror's Haki obviously still did not explode with this amount, but suddenly the power was much greater. Boom. The center of Conqueror's confrontation finally broke out. Rayleigh fluttered backwards, spinning around in the air a few times before stabilizing his figure, holding the sword and landing on the ground with an ugly face. Sha Tian, still standing in place and keeping the original posture. At this time, Sha Tian showed an inexplicable smile, and the ghost he held in his right hand was completely biased. The sword intent of the whole body instantly changed. This is Pluton's knife technique. There was a look of surprise in Rock's eyes. During the previous fight, Sha Tian learned Pluton Rayleigh's knife skills. How can it be? Naturally, Rayleigh is most familiar with his own moves. This is the power of his own moves. I couldn't help feeling shocked. Although I knew that Sha Tian's talent was extremely terrifying, and even had the ability to learn at a glance, it was just such a short moment. How did he do that? The same is true for Roger and the group behind him. Unbelievable. Back and forth, it was Rayleigh who broke out, slashing past with this kind of sword intent. Sha Tian raises a knife and touches. In this short time, I actually learned it. This is not a guy that can be described as a genius. Roger looked at Sha Tian solemnly, his eyes throbbing. This guy is terrible. Even surpassing Rocks is only a matter of time. Advertisement. The cadres of Rocks couldn't help but sigh after seeing too much. Every time something like this happens, I can't help but sigh. Sha Tian's heaven-defying place. Sha Tian was in his spare time, looking at Rayleigh. The sword and the sword in this world are the same. The sword intent is the sword intent, and the sword intent is also the sword intent. Whatever you have learned, you can't compare to me after you learn. Rayleigh sighed deeply, calmed his thoughts, and began to explode with strength again, and the sword in his hand began to emit blue light. Sha Tian also lifted the demon sword and ghostly, while Haki was circulating, the blade of the sword also appeared in blue light. The two were like ghosts and fought each other in an instant. With a move, Sha Tian copied it. Although it is temporarily in the master stage, it is not as subtle as Rayleigh's use, but relying on the powerful Haki to fight Rayleigh. Your conqueror's Haki has increased his training speed when colliding with other conquerors. Your armament Haki is extremely excited in the fierce battle against me, and his cultivation speed has accelerated. Your observation Haki is highly concentrated in the fierce battle, and your training speed has increased. Your Pluton sword intent is in the encounter with the original creator's sword intent to understand the essence. The speed of cultivation is extremely rapid, breaking through the master stage, and the current peaking stage is 1%, 2%, 3%. During the Vietnam War, Sha Tian's use of Pluton sword intent was more powerful. During the fight, Rayleigh obviously felt that the power used by Sha Tian was getting stronger and stronger. With his best effort, he was still slowly being suppressed. The heart sinks bit by bit. How to fight this? The figures of the two of them flashed quickly, and between the swords and swords, blue blades flew out. There were cracks on the ground that were stepped on by the power of the two people, and there were various knife marks, and the powerful air currents around them were blowing. Marineford, watching the battle, was even more stunned. I'm not mistaken, this Sha Tian is using Rayleigh's tricks to play against. Vice Admiral said in surprise, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. You are not mistaken, this is the horror of the sword god Sha Tian, the ability that can be learned at a glance. Zephyr's voice revealed extreme rigor and other improper Marine said. This ability of Sha Tian is real. The newly appointed five elders is even more intently, his look finally begins to change. After all, intelligence is intelligence, and only by witnessing it can I understand this horror. This Sha Tian, I am afraid that it will soon grow into a more terrifying threat than rocks. Asterisk. Chapter 40. In the scene, he actually started to suppress Rayleigh with Mr. Rayleigh's moves. Many people in the Roger Pirates saw it, with horror on their faces. That Sha Tian didn't use any other moves. In the fight against Rayleigh, he obviously used it more and more. It's really rare in 1,000 years. No, there has never been such a genius in the world. Roger's eyes were straight and he muttered to himself, Rox is so lucky. I can meet this kind of talent. The Rox pirate group also understands that Sha Tian is learning Rayleigh in battle and is constantly getting stronger. Captain Rox, is Sha Tian's talent too pervert? If you tend in fights with Sha Tian, learning and fighting continue to grow stronger, will he be directly invincible soon? John's mind was active, and he turned back thoughtfully and said to Rox on the ship. That was the number 2 character of the Roger pirate group. He was the top player in the platoon at sea, and was actually suppressed by Sha Tian while learning to copy. That's impossible. Sha Tian's body is estimated to have a certain upper limit, otherwise, in Mariajoy, it will be enough for him to fight all the time. Rox looked at Sha Tian and Rayleigh who were fighting. How can it be so strong forever? There are still physical adaptations and upper limits. But even so, I am afraid that it will only take a short time to surpass everyone. 3 years. 5 years. Rox at this time was thinking wildly. But Rayleigh on the battlefield is getting harder and harder. Obviously I can't hold on anymore. Sha Tian's attack, the power is getting bigger and bigger. Mr. Rayleigh. The members of the Roger Pirates couldn't help but cried out uncomfortably. Deputy Captain Rayleigh is about to lose. There was sweat on Roger's head standing in the middle. Do you want to fight? The learning ability of this Sha Tian is too terrible. If it can't be suppressed with one blow, then there will be no chance next. It's really hard to choose. I am the one who wants to become One Piece. How can I start to fear the talents of my opponents? After Roger's fierce ideological struggle, his mind suddenly became clear. So what if you learn it? The move is always a move, not your own power. At this time, Sha Tian and Rayleigh met again. At this time, the progress of each item has slowed down, and Sha Tian never kept his hands anymore. The power exploded, and Rayleigh was thrown away directly in the confrontation. Rayleigh's upside-down figure was picked up abruptly by a big hand. Brother, rest and rest, I'll come. Advertisement. Roger held onto Rayleigh, then drew out the long knife, staring slightly at Sha Tian. With a step on the ground, Conqueror's Haki bursts out frantically. The soil is flying, and the wind is surging. Sha Tian, I'll fight you. Roger looked at Sha Tian with his eyes full of warfare. The whole body is majestic. Sha Tian's eyes lit up, thinking that Roger would be afraid of the talent that he would know at a glance, and chose not to fight him. Gall D. Roger, I wanted to fight you a long time ago. The earthquake trembled. Sha Tian Conqueror's Haki also rose to the sky, not weaker than Roger. The collision of Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire island. Even some fierce pirates, with a slightly weaker mental quality, collapsed to the ground. The deterrence of Sha Tian and Roger's face-to-face encounter is too terrifying. The two of them stared at each other, bursting out Conqueror's Haki constantly. Heaven, sky. A pirate noticed the horrible scene of all the clouds surging in the sky, separated by two people. Rayleigh, who had just lost the battle, also had a shocked expression. Being able to fight Roger to this level shows that Sha Tian hasn't done his best just now. Jabba, Bullet, who had just woke up, and the others swallowed. This incredible character, how long it took, 3 months, has grown from a rookie to a top power who can fight Roger Haki. A group of people in Rock's pirate, the cadres all showed strange colors. Newgate and Shiki both smiled, as if they were used to it. Sha Tian's Haki is better than Mariajoy. This kind of progress is a miracle for others, and Sha Tian is at a normal level. Others were taken aback. The captain of Sha Tian is very strong, but he listened to the cadres and the crew present. I can see it intuitively when I really see and feel the collision that makes the sky split apart. Except for Captain Rox, no one's conquerors is stronger than Captain Sha Tian. Through the big angle of view, the people of Marine can see clearly the vision caused by the confrontation between Sha Tian and Roger Conqueror's Haki. I still underestimated him. The faces of Kong, Garp and others are extremely ugly. How long is the Battle of Mariajoy? This Sha Tian is strong again. The confrontation between the two Haki ended immediately. What a passion. Roger twisted his neck, his eyes dignified and full of warfare. After watching the rocks on the battlefield indifferently, Roger narrowed his eyes. Let's fight with Sha Tian first. Advertisement. At this time, the red sword energy went directly to Roger. The sword intent of Zonlong is still shining. Good job. The red two-colored Haki in Roger's hand was entangled on the knife, slashing sideways on the knife. The flash of lightning eroded Roger's hand with the intent of oppressive knife. Between the surging muscles, greater power directly slashed Sha Tian's dragon blade chi to fly to the sea on the side. Bang! The red knife gas directly cut open a large area of the sea, and a Uzumaki was formed in the burst. Roger chuckled. The power on the Sha Tian knife light is really powerful, but it was also chopped off by oneself. Roger. Sha Tian's hands are trembling slightly, excited. It is worthy of the future One Piece, this kind of strength, and the moment the knife was moved, the system prompted Sha Tian to be extremely pleasantly surprised. Your conqueror's Haki has entered a state of comprehension in the hands of the children of luck in this world, and the training has begun to advance by leaps and bounds. The current progress is 60%, 61%. It turned out to be increasing little by little. At this time, Roger had already rushed to Sha Tian's front. Don't be distracted, the sword god Sha Tian. The long knife in the hand goes from bottom to top, hacking towards Sha Tian. God avoid. The blade came with a red and black Haki. The powerful and unparalleled power first came to Sha Tian. Sha Tian's eyes are bright, complete divine avoidance. You have learned a sword flow. Divine avoidance. It is learned by the pioneers with all the effort. The current progress is 1% at the peak stage. The system prompts you to arrive. The knife of Sha Tian Gito also greeted the past with a pale white two-type imaginary knife intent. Sha Tian's slash from top to bottom. Roger's vertical split from bottom to top. A huge roar sounded. In a place, with human eyes, I only saw the knife between the two people in the air. The next moment, a hurricane like a typhoon blew from the place where the two confronted each other, and some people who fell to the ground fainted were blown up and down. The mud and gravel under the feet of the two of them overturned, the ground sank, the sea was surging, and the ship shook violently. Bang! Wherever they faced each other, the two fierce Haki finally broke out. Under the sword aura, the land behind Sha Tian was cut into a deep ravine by Roger's divine avoidance. Behind Roger, was also broken by Sha Tian's two-style knife intent, a deep knife mark, as far as the island. Chapter 41. At the end of the fight, both of them retreated heavily. Happy. Roger laughed and tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his strong upper body. Completely ignore the numbness that Sha Tian chopped on his hand. Sha Tian also laughed, and his right arm also felt numb by the impact of the sword energy. It was a pleasant surprise to fight Roger. The people present were completely shocked, their eyes dull. Is this a scene of destruction that two humans can cause? Anyone can be evenly matched with Captain Roger. This Sha Tian has grown to this level. Jabba's eyes were horrified, this Sha Tian is just a monster. Roger is the only big pirate on the sea who can compete with rocks. This Sha Tian has already reached this point. Rayleigh looked at Sha Tian incredulously, and he was evenly matched with Roger. This sword god Sha Tian, I am afraid that it will become a more powerful threat than rocks in the future. The rocks pirate group was also taken aback. After this game, he still underestimated the real strength of Sha Tian. Even rocks did not expect that Sha Tian could be evenly matched with Roger. Because Roger, Garp and others are already at the rocks level, and they are completely above the admiral level. Boom. Before everyone was surprised, the two handed over again. The amazing scene reappeared. The two faced each other again, and Sha Tian used Roger's knife skills to avoid it. What a genius among geniuses! Roger exclaimed as he moved the knife. The Haki and the sword energy that Sha Tian swayed between the swords are completely his own god avoidance. Even with the psychological preparation, it is still shocked inexplicably. Then you have to pick it up, Roger. Conqueror's Haki crazy progressing Sha Tian laughed loudly, and cut it off. Two red and black knives fought against each other and exploded immediately. The entire island is shaking, and the cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Back a little. Jabba waved his hand in horror and everyone backed away. The aftermath of the battle between the two has spread farther. This part of the island is going to be destroyed. Advertisement. The officers of Newgate and Shiki retreated to the side of the ship with their men. The crew watched the fierce battle between Sha Tian and Roger enthusiastically. This is Rock's pirate, known as the three legendary pirates, the sword god Sha Tian. Sha Tian held the ghost through, and between the waves, it was all Roger's moves. Roger became more and more frightened as he fought. Although he is now evenly matched, he can obviously feel that the power of Sha Tian's use of God's avoidance is getting stronger and stronger. Sha Tian's progress at Conqueror's Haki slowed down at this time. The rapid progress brought about by fighting Roger was exhausted. Roger glanced at rocks at this time. The battle was enjoyable. Unexpectedly, the strength of Sha Tian could reach this level. There is also a group of cadres watching the show, and the base camp may not be able to stand it anymore. The two separated in a violent confrontation. Sha Tian, whose speed has returned to normal, is about to use the second formula. Roger made a decision, jumped back and walked away. There is no need to fight to the death in this battle, and it's not when. Roger waved his hand immediately. Brothers, withdraw. The members of the Roger pirate group heard Roger's retreat instructions and began to retreat to the island. Rayleigh, Bullet, Jabba and others retreated quickly with unwillingness and discomfort. Everyone understands the situation and Roger's meaning. After the battle, there are still officials who haven't taken a shot, and rocks are watching. In this short battle, Bullet and Rayleigh have already consumed too much. On the contrary, Sha Tian has a feeling that the more the war becomes stronger. Although Sha Tian didn't want to continue to play tricks slowly, but also wanted to try where his limits were. As a result, Roger withdrew without any muddles. Don't go, Roger. Sha Tian held the ghost in his hand, and was about to chase the Roger pirate group who was retreating. I can break through a little bit. Sha Tian, forget it. Whitebeard Newgate walked over with a smile, and stopped Sha Tian. This Sha Tian is surprised and eager, and is also a person who is keen on fighting. You may be able to keep some people behind if you catch up, but you don't want your territory. No matter how big an island is, you can't stand this level of battle. Golden Lion laughed ha ha ha, pointing to this part of the island. It is tattered, with knife marks and cracks everywhere, gravel. Faintly will be washed away by the turbulent ocean current. Only then did Sha Tian react. This is to grab the site, and eliminating Roger at this time is not so great for Rock's pirate. Advertisement. You may be able to stay after catching up, but the island doesn't exist anymore. Rox smiled and walked down. His satisfaction with Sha Tian has reached a new height. It even meant to be a successor in the future. If the Roger pirates want to run, let them run. You have grabbed the territory, and you still grabbed it yourself. Rox laughed, and continued to turn his head to Akoku and others and said. Since Sha Tian has beaten down his own territory, you should go and clean up, by the way. No problem. Akoku and others all smiled and nodded. This is also a good job. The first group of people who appeared in front of these kingdoms, in order to please the kingdom, will give a lot of money. Bring everything you eat and drink, brothers, have a good celebration. Golden Lion Shiki took a hand and said loudly. No, Shiki, you go too, your ability can bring more things over. Whitebeard Newgate glanced at Shiki diagonally, meaning it was unclear. You can bring it all back with a single finger. Hey, Newgate, you. Shiki just wanted to say why should I be directed. Rox spoke. Well, bring it back, we are going to have a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Rox finished speaking to Shiki, and then shouted to everyone. Golden Lion Shiki nodded helplessly. Sha Tian thought for a while and followed. This guy is lawless, lest they let them engage in massacres there. The people at Rock's Pirate cheered when they heard the party. And all of this was projected by the marine submarine lurking secretly not far away. There was silence in the meeting room of Marineford Naval Headquarters. Many marine officers were sweating coldly on their heads. Sha Tian, known as the legendary pirate, does not belong to Roger's strength at all. Now, there is no way to stop it. Kong, Garp, Sengoku and others are even more gloomy to ultimate. How long has Sha Tian joined Rock's Pirate, and now his strength has reached the level of Roger. If this continues, it will not take long to become an existence beyond Rock's. Now, it's not the time we can shoot at will. 5 elders' eyes were extremely solemn, looking at the tattered corner of the island on the screen. Asterisk.
2 rupees Chapter 42. The marine meeting room was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Marine and world government face not only the loss of face. It's Rock's Pirate's threat to the world government and the Holy Land Mariajoy. An already earth-shattering Rock's Digabet led 8 cadres. The cadres originally contained monster-like pirates like Newgate and Shiki. Now there is another rookie cadre who has the strength of Whitebeard Newgate for a short time. And it has always been Rock's Pirate who fights and kills each other, because of the appearance of the newcomer Sha Tian. Gradually there are less fights. One thing that the 5 elders are sure of in their minds is the appearance of Sha Tian. Rock's will be even more unscrupulous. With the addition of a legendary strength, the balance of forces on the sea will be completely broken. Let's watch the changes, keep an eye on Rock's Pirate, and wait a month for everything. The 5 elders stood up with ugly expressions, and looked at Kong and said. With Lord Yim here, these are just wind and waves, and the world is still under Lord Yim's hands. To be promoted to 5 elders, you must do the first thing Mr. Yim explained, the Valley of Gods. Kong naturally understood the so-called 1 month later, and nodded with a sigh. The 5 elders left one after another, just when everyone dispersed. Kong brought Garp and others to his office again. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and Crane sat on the sofa one after another. Garp also makes the tea self-sufficiently. Garp, you still have the mood to make tea. Kong was already in a bad mood, and seeing Garp's senseless look, he patted the table straight. Mr. Kong, if you can't adjust, just take a break with a cup of tea. Garp saw Kong with a dark face, so he could only smile and hand over a glass, and said. I understand what you mean by asking us to come over. Those 5 can't be thought of for the time being, but we Marine can't think about it. Rox has another legendary combat power. We must plan ahead. Garp seemed undisciplined, but how could he not understand? Kong took the tea and took a sip. Everyone here knows what happened more than a month later. Valley of Gods. Zephyr and others nodded, indicating that they all understand. This is a sacrifice that celestial dragons attaches great importance to. Yes, things in the Valley of Gods are not top secret. Someone will even know about it in many places. Kong solemnly said that both the world government and the upper and middle levels of Marine know about it. Advertisement, although the news will not spread all over the world. But there will definitely be intelligence dealers or spies in the underground world who have broken into the world government. The celestial dragons are all pieces of information with great value. Then, Rox will know too, Ms. he said sharply. Yes. With Rox's cruelty to celestial dragons, I'm afraid I won't let this opportunity to gather so many celestial dragons. Kong took a deep breath and said, the Valley of Gods, will it be the battlefield? Sengoku's eyes were extremely cautious. Celestial dragons and Rox, this is totally going to turn the sky again. The new 5 elders of the world government, you must have felt a little bit, very strong.
At this time, Garp talked about the 5 new guys.
With the same legendary combat power, Garp, who was even stronger than Roger, sensed the differences among the 5.
Just like the 5 elders, people in this position can't be weak.
Sengoku nodded and said, he also sensed it, very strong. No matter what, we do everything we can. Kong looked at Sengoku and said, Roger, you can contact. Sengoku couldn't help being a little surprised. Kong Admiral originally disliked working with pirates, but now he says so. Kong sighed, his frowning brows never relaxed. Since Rock's pirate appeared like Sha Tien, the pressure has become more and more intense. If something really happens in the Valley of Gods, then, I am afraid that it will be too late to do anything. Kong has deep concerns about this. Let's get in touch. When these things are arranged, we will report to Wu Lao Na. Ms. He glanced at Kong and said. Sengoku nodded and picked up the phone worm. On the Jackson, including Roger, the whole group were frustrated. At this time, the phone bug in Roger's room rang. A crew member took the phone worm to Roger. I'm Sengoku. Advertisement, Sengoku. You Marine knows everything here, right? We rebroadcast the live battle, that Sha Tien is already on par with you. Sengoku said heavily, this time, I won't just say this. Of course not, more than a month later, the Valley of Gods. Where is the Valley of the Gods? Roger was a little confused, as if he had heard of this place name, but it was not on the low map. I will let someone send you the coordinates. This time, we must solve it completely. Sengoku's tone was full of determination. After talking so much, neither of them mentioned why they went to the Valley of Gods in a month. Roger understood that Sengoku was talking about rocks. Sengoku also understood that Roger understood what he meant. This is the third cooperation between the two, Captain, what do you mean? Bullet asked Roger puzzledly. The two are talking about the Valley of Gods. It's an opportunity, a chance to destroy rocks. Roger looked at the back of the boat, grinning. Self-cultivation, exercise, 1 month later, we must become stronger. Yes. Captain. Although the period of 1 month is short, when it comes to the chance of eliminating rocks, everyone is obviously more motivated and not as frustrated as before. Sengoku, who had contacted Marine, looked at you. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, you bring Kuzan 3 people and other Marine geniuses. You will be trained for a month. As much as you can be stronger, I will arrange your tasks for the time being. Kong gritted his teeth and made the same decision as Roger.
Becoming stronger, how much stronger, all to adapt to the future of the Valley of the Gods. Whether Rock's pirate will come or not, be prepared.
At this time, Rock's pirate took the site and took the chefs and architects from the palace to the edge of the island. The king of this island knew that it was Rock's pirate, and his face turned pale with fright. He knew that he was going to hold a 3-day and 3-night banquet, and he was served by the chef on the spot, and the ingredients and wines would be delivered one by one.
As for the beauties, they were rejected by Sha Tien in one go.
These thousands of ferocious pirates are there, and there are not many women in all. If you arrange for a few young and beautiful chicks who are helpless, I'm afraid they won't be able to go back alive. So Sha Tien under Shiki's groaning eyes, the banquet began. Chapter 43 The banquet began. The builders of the kingdom simply built a lot of simple windshields, the tables on the ground were neatly organized, and then a variety of fine wines and food were arranged, and a group of people started the carnival. 8 cadres and rocks gathered around a table. Newgate's good wine is even more connected with Sha Tien to fight wine. The cadres and rocks also drank all kinds of alcohol, completely not what they used to be. During this period, many subordinates came over, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Sha Qi and others all showed up and toasted with the cadres. During the period, the most talked about was the strong performance and strength of Sha Tien. Kaido and others even consulted Sha Tien and Rocks. What Rocks commends is that Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have made great progress, even as monsters. Although compared with Sha Tien, it is still eclipsed. Not long after the banquet began, everyone had a lively atmosphere. Rocks stood up and said with a smile on his face. Sha Tien's strength has improved, and it has made great contributions many times, whether it is beheading celestial dragons, severely wounding 5 elders, or this time against the Roger pirates, it is just that the rewards for each site are too small. When Rocks said this, Everyone looked at each other one after another. What did Captain Rox mean to reward Sha Tian? Sha Tian, who was still drinking wine, was also taken aback and choked. Still not speaking, Rox wine made people take a palm-sized wooden box and put it in front of Sha Tian. Sha Tian blinked and looked at Rox. Rox smiled and nodded, indicating that this is a reward for you. At this time, the eyes of Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki and others were all attracted. The crew around were even more curious. What would Captain Rox reward? Sha Tian opened the box, and put a peach-like fruit with a small palm in it. The lines that revolve round and round on the top have a peculiar charm. This is devil fruit. Sha Tian could not help but also surprised. This thing is of high value, and can even change a person's life. However, the people around saw the peach-like fruit but their complexion changed drastically. Their eyes were jealous.
This is the fruit of Logia, Captain Rox, you are too generous. Advertisement. John looked at this fruit obsessively, the strongest Logia in devil fruit. Captain Rox, take out all his treasures, Logia, Fung fruit.
The well-informed Ochaku once saw the devil fruit illustrated book. After reading it for a while, he recognized that this thing is Logia's Fung fruit. A powerful fruit that can transform human elements into wind. Sha Tian was shocked in his heart. Rox, actually optimistic that he has reached this point. It's a pity that I don't need devil fruit, even if it is from Logia, I don't have much interest. This thing has an irreparable flaw. The kindness was sent. Sha Tian smiled and thanked Rox quickly, and then closed it in the envy and surprise of everyone. At this time, the system prompt sounded. It senses that the owner has obtained the Logia devil fruit, which is swallowed by the system, and the observation hockey qualitative leap in evolution can be obtained. Sha Tian was pleasantly surprised. Originally thought that she could only wait to give her away if she didn't eat, but she didn't expect that the system still had the ability to devour devil fruit to improve her ability.
But now it's not suitable for swallowing. It's not good to pretend to eat it in front of everyone. What if you have to perform it yourself? Seeing Sha Tian put it away, Rox laughed. To reward such an important fruit, the meaning of transmission is also very obvious, and the genius like Sha Tian must be very clear. Next, the cadres and Kaido and other elite crew members sighed again and again.
The strength of Captain Sha Tian is already so strong, coupled with Logia's devil fruit ability, it will be even better. Sha Tian can only smile and nod, calmly facing everyone's praise. Eating it now can really make you a higher level, maybe it's enough to match Rox. But if you don't consume devil fruit, you can match Rox in a short time. It's just a little difference in time. This kind of obvious side effect thing, let's forget it. Naturally, the carnival is getting more and more vigorous. Rox said that for 3 days and 3 nights, it really drove for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Every crew member drank a lot of wine. Thousands of people drank it here, all of which made the king on the island cautious. The consumption of wine and water even sent people to the nearby islands to purchase a lot. After drinking too much alcohol, something is destined to happen. For example, between the crew members who were at odds, they started to fight. 1 or 2 fought, and soon there was a lot of noisy fighting. Rox is still the same as before, the attitude of survival of the fittest, regardless of letting them fight. All the cadres also frowned. Advertisement to fight is not good now, but these crew members are their own subordinates, and the beginning is also because of the discord between the cadres. Now you don't take the initiative to control your subordinates, and I don't take the initiative to control your subordinates, and I still drink alcohol. Sha Tian also frowned tightly. These hundreds of people fought, although they didn't use guns or weapons, they were also very noisy. Do whatever you want, Rox suddenly said to Sha Tian casually. As soon as this sentence came out, even Whitebeard Newgate looked at Rox in surprise. Not to mention the surprise of other cadres. This is the meaning of giving power to Sha Tian. Do whatever you want. Sha Tian didn't think so much. After coming to Rox Pirate for a few months, most of them were thinking about strengthening themselves. They really didn't think about the power of this pirate group. Sha Tian stood up, his eyes condensed slightly. Conqueror's hockey seemed to buzz in everyone's ears. More than 100 pirates who fought each other upset, flipped by Kugan and fell straight down. It just fainted them, it was too noisy, drinking and drinking.
Sha Tian said to everyone with a smile, and sat down to persuade him to drink.
The drunk Kaido who drank on the 3rd day even challenged Sha Tian and turned into a giant dragon crooked, and was slapped by Sha Tian directly on the coast and passed out. This incident also became a joke for Rox Pirate. The 3-day carnival came to an end soon. Just when the island kingdom thought that Rox Pirate would return, leaving only people to guard the site. Rox suddenly decided not to leave for the time being, and still let the king prepare to eat and drink. Tenten had a banquet party and had fun. Everyone didn't think much about it, and it was much more interesting here than Hachinosu. This island is not small, like a small piece of land. There is such a prosperous kingdom, and on the 4th day of the carnival, Sha Tian hadn't come yet and secretly swallowed the fruit. Rox suddenly summoned Sha Tian and other 8 cadres secretly, and revealed the reason. He bought a piece of information in the underground world. About a month later, celestial dragons will go there for a kind of sacrifice in the Valley of Gods, chapter 44. When everyone heard that celestial dragons had been killed, they cheered up.
Valley of Gods, Newgate, Shaki and others have never heard of this place.
I seem to have seen this place name somewhere. The well-informed Ochaku touched his chin and said. It seems to be reminiscing where I saw it. I already know the location of the Valley of Gods. According to the news, it should be true. Those underground guys have always talked about credibility, and there will be a lot of celestial dragons there. Rox said with a grin. Once as celestial dragons, I have naturally heard of the Valley of Gods. Combined with the news, it is worth preparing for a trip. At this time, Sha Tian was shocked. Isn't this the place where Rox died? In the Valley of Gods, Rox attacked celestial dragons and was destroyed by Marine and Roger pirates. Garp has also been called the Marine hero since then. Captain Rox, I'll tell you that this news is inaccurate, or else I'd better take a look at the situation first. Sha Tian thought for a long time and persuaded her tactfully. Newgate, Shiki, Ochaku, John and others were all surprised. Sha Tian hardly made any comments at the meeting, and was actually persuading Rox at this time. Rox shook his head. He didn't want to lose any chance to kill celestial dragons. After all, there are not many opportunities to score Mariajoy. The Marshal of Marine and the other two Admiral are also coming back. The Valley of Gods is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Rox said lightly at this time. The Roger pirates lost its territory and its unpredictable whereabouts at sea, as well as the combat power of Marine and the world government. Sha Tian still wanted to persuade, but didn't know how to persuade.
No matter, my own appearance has changed the trajectory, and the Valley of the Gods will be a battle. So gather everyone, do some preparation. At this moment Rox smiled and said. The news is accurate to a certain extent. This is also the information that the two of us secretly bought with a lot of money. At the same time, Marine is monitoring our every move on the sea not far away, so we secretly summon you. Marine dare to watch us. John's eyes were fierce, thinking about whether to go out and kill him in a while.
Leave them first, so that they think we are not doing anything. At the same time, only a few of us know about this matter, and everyone else keeps it secret. Rox ordered seriously. If Marine knew they were preparing, maybe there would be something else. Advertisement. It would be uncomfortable if celestial dragons did not go anymore. Yes, Captain Rox. Sha Tian doesn't have to do anything, you are responsible for becoming stronger.
Rox laughed at this moment and said. Newgate and others nodded in agreement. It is enough for Sha Tian to become stronger. Sha Tian grinned and nodded.
But in my mind are all the problems of the original historical trajectory. Later Rox arranged some things. This cadre meeting ended. Sha Tian returned to the side of the banquet place, where several houses were built, one of which was Sha Tian's. The house was built in a hurry, but it was fully furnished, and even the beds were luxurious. It can be seen that the king is very nervous about Rox pirate, for fear of offending it a little bit. If Rox hadn't said that he would stay here, I'm afraid the king would give up the city. The name of the Sea Lord Rox pirate can be seen as Madara. Sha Tian observation hockey is shrouded, like a hood. As soon as someone investigates it, it will be discovered. Then he took out the Logia devil fruit on his body. I looked at it curiously for a while, but didn't see anything. Can only be swallowed by the system. Sha Tian held the fruit body. A peculiar power of the system enveloped the fruit from Sha Tian's hand. The peach-shaped fruit with the original pattern has slowly turned into a real peach. Sha Tian felt a magical power that made his mind unusually clear about the surrounding things. The system prompt rang soon after. Congratulations on your swallowing Logia devil fruit. This fruit strengthens observation hockey, realizes the evolution process, breaks through the limit stage, enters a special stage, and obtains the special function of observation hockey. Predict the future. It is currently in the sublimation stage 0.1%. It turned out to be such a special evolution. The sublimation stage seems to be a little higher than the next stage of the limit. It is a special stage that only exists after evolution. And also gained a special ability, observation hockey's foreseeing the future. This is not the same as the observation hockey of Charlotte Kata Curry in the future. It's not much worse than eating the fruit directly. Sha Tian said to himself in surprise. Hockey is as powerful as armament hockey. Whether it is dodge or perception, it has a very powerful effect. Especially with this foreseeing the future. Sha Tian concentratingly activated observation hockey. Advertisement in an instant, the vision of looking at the door changed. The world in his eyes changed to a faint red, and the voice in his ears changed. What you see is the future. Hearing it is also the future. In the red world, Sha Tian's door was knocked suddenly, and Kaido's voice came over. Captain Sha Tian. In just 10 seconds, Sha Tian retreated from that state. There is actually only a moment in reality, and what you consume is your own hockey. No more and no less. Sha Tian doesn't care about this, the system is there, and automatic training will make consumption quickly reply. This is because of the progress increases, and the self-explanation continues to be strong, and the time should increase accordingly. Sha Tian thought, while looking at the door to calculate the time. 5 minutes later, Kaido knocked on the door and shouted. Captain Sha Tian. The rhythm of the knock on the door is exactly the same as the voice of speaking. Kaido, what's the matter? Sha Tian didn't open the door, just said lazily. I want to apologize to Captain Sha Tian for what happened that night. I shouldn't drink to provoke the captain. There are also some training issues I want to ask. Kaido's voice is getting lower and lower. The drunk turned into a giant dragon to challenge Sha Tian, but Sha Tian slapped him in a slap. There is still a red handprint on his face. Don't mind, I am resting now, and I will call you when I have time. Sha Tian said lazily, now she is in no mood to point you. Kaido didn't dare to say more, after all, he hadn't done a good job first, so he could only say goodbye. Sha Tian really lay down to rest afterwards, and the following days. The banquet on the island is still going on. The crew wants to eat and drink. Everything seemed very normal, and the cadres only left and returned individually. Marine was worried every day, and breathed a sigh of relief every day. After reporting back again and again, Naval Headquarters also felt a little relieved. Signal to continue monitoring. Time flies, Chapter 45. The time approaching the Valley of Gods is getting closer and closer. On an island in the first half of the Grand Line. The dark red pirate ship slowly docked on the shore. A group of pirates on the boat looked at the woods on the island. Not long. The 4 people walked out slowly from the island. Either they were naked or their clothes were tattered, looking embarrassed, but they walked out full of energy. The momentum of the 4 people just came out was powerfully oppressed, and then slowly converged. When the people on the boat saw them, they greeted them happily. Captain Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, Bullet, everyone, haha. Roger and others waved their hands happily, only Bullet lifted his hands sternly. Captain, time is almost up, let's get on the boat and set off. Said one of the Murlocs among the pirates. Well, you have worked hard, it's been almost a month, is it okay? Roger smiled and boarded the boat with Rayleigh and others. Then asked. There is nothing wrong during this period of time, it's just that our site was robbed and passed out and underestimated. The pirates said uncomfortably. When it heard it was the Roger pirates, the people outside looked weird. Soon they dare not. Isn't Rock's pirate moving? Roger laughed, then said strictly. No, there was a message coming from Marine. Rox stayed where we were, Tenton was eating and drinking, nothing happened. The pirates replied just remembering. If there is no movement, it seems that the undercurrent is surging. After getting on the boat, Rayleigh was wiping his long sword with a cloth, and narrowed his eyes when he heard this sentence. Don't think too much, let's set sail, Roger shouted to everyone, then waved his hand and looked at the sea in the distance. At this moment, his aura is faintly stronger. Here Roger pirates dormant for a month, set out in the Valley of Gods. On the other side, Marineford, on the training ground next to the fortress. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Paluzolino are following Zephyr in the basic training of Marine 6 styles.
Again and again, Ms. Zephyr, we are Logia-capable people. Do we need to exercise like this? Isn't the ability to develop fruit more significantly improved?
Perusolino said a little dissatisfied. Teacher Zephyr is too persistent and physical power.
Advertisement. This month, this improvement seems insignificant.
These powers will allow you to fully manifest when you are facing the enemy, and even with this kind of exercise, you can continue to develop your abilities. Zephyr glanced at Paluzolino lightly and said patiently. I think the practice method taught by Teacher Zephyr is good. These days, I feel that my ability and physical strength are much stronger. Seeing that Paluzolino was still arguing, Kuzan said first. Then he said, it's almost a month. Mr. Garp doesn't know if he's on the road. If it's Mr. Garp, he must have become stronger. Gar worked hard at East Blue, so he should be back soon. Zephyr squinted his eyes and looked towards the beach. Time flies so fast. This time, I don't know what will happen again. East Blue, on an uninhabited island with a steep terrain. There were originally 3 huge towering mountains here. One day a month ago, a man in a gray vest came here. Without a word, I started cultivation. He hit the mountain with one punch and one punch. Regardless of day and night, regardless of rain or shine. Find food when you are hungry, and go to bed when you are sleepy. Until more than 1 month later, only one of the 3 mountains remained there. On this day, a warship sailed over slowly. A rear admiral was standing on the bow and saw the man gesturing to the mountain how to punch his fist. Mr. Garp, the headquarters is calling, Rear Admiral shouted loudly from the bow. Garp looked back, saw the marine warship, grinned and waved. Then he tore off the tattered gray vest on his body, revealing the sturdy body of an inverted triangle. When the time is up, I won't treat you tenderly. Garp squinted and looked at the bare mountain in front of him. The right fist didn't seem to smell like hockey, but the surrounding air was stirred with a single wave, causing a gust of wind. Warships not far away were all shaken, the sea surged.
Boom. That big mountain was blown up by a huge cannonball.
Instantly smashed and razed to the ground, gone. At this time, Garp didn't know when he had already stepped onto the warship. Rear Admiral and other Marines looked at the island that was already flat. The time for a trip to the Valley of Gods is almost here. Marine. Assembling, advertisement and Rock's pirate is here. On this vast island. Sha Tien was outside the room. A team member ran over and knocked on the door. Captain Sha Tien, Captain Rox summoned the cadres. Sha Tien opened his eyes, an array of red light flashed between the pupils of the eyes. The Valley of Gods battle is about to start. This month, apart from being lazy with individual moves, all abilities of the body have been steadily advancing. Standing up, Sha Tien touched her hair, and then picked up the monster sword ghostly. Before opening the door, I opened the system panel again in my mind and took a look. Eternal Binder. Sha Tien. Conqueror's Hockey, 10.1% at the peak. Armament Hockey, 9.5% at the peak. Observation Hockey, 9% in the sublimation stage. 1 type. Slashing the dragon, 89% in the extreme stage. Type 2. Breaking the void, 56% in the limit stage. 3 types. Open sky, 0.2% in the sublimation stage. 1 sword flow. Divine avoidance, 57% in the limit stage. Pluton sword intent, 91% of the peak stage Tekken, 18% in the extreme stage. 6 styles. 60% in the extreme stage Devless body art, 40% in the extreme stage. Close black lens bracket conquerors and armed color finally broke through at these times. From the extreme stage to the peak stage, it's just that the progress of cultivation started to slow down.
Sha Tian understands that the extreme stage is already so difficult, let alone the peak stage. However, seeing and hearing in the sublimation stage is slower. There is also a sublimation stage. Sha Tian has realized a way of fusion a few days ago, fusing the essence of all skills. Under inspiration, I tried a sword technique. When Sha Tian condenses and displays it, the system will prompt to create a new move, and when the creation is successful, it will automatically return to the sublimation state. Then a feeling of being able to truly open the sky surged into Sha Tian's heart, as if it could destroy everything, and could create a world-like feeling.
Sha Tian stopped, did not really display it, but one thing for sure is.
This trick is very strong. It has surpassed all the power of sword skills recognized by Sha Tian.
And this trick can still be recognized by the system as the sublimation stage. Extreme Sublimation, Chapter 46. This Pluton sword intent also inherits Rayleigh's temper. Sha Tian sighed, there's always such an individual, guy, always looking for various reasons to be lazy. Shaking his head, Sha Tian didn't think too much. Open the door and go to the place where rocks convened. Along the way, the pirates still eat and drink on the island. Either they are exercising and talking together. Sha Tian didn't eat anything and walked to a cave in the island. Newgate, Ochaku, Silver Axe, John and others are all there, but Golden Lion Shiki has not yet arrived. In the darkness, Rox walked out from the cave. The spies received the news that the naval headquarters has been assembled and will leave from Mariajoy tomorrow. Rox said straightforwardly. This news, Marine didn't even keep it secret, even the spies knew about it. Ochaku frowned. Pathfinders of the pirate group. No, with the wisdom of that woman, I'm afraid that we knew the news a long time ago. Rox said gloomily. Among Marines, Crane's wisdom and Garp's combat power made Rox the most jealous.
Needless to say, Crane has fought many times. As for Garp, he will be stronger every time. He has been able to compete with Rox earlier. It is very similar to Sha Tian's talent, but he doesn't have the kind of talent to learn. We let them relax their vigilance in this way, I am afraid we will also suspect that we will not go.
John also spoke. This may not be impossible. Even if we don't go, they will be prepared. Our posture is just a little less troublesome. Rox chuckled. After looking at Sha Tian, with the observation of Rox's observation hockey, he can faintly perceive the huge power hidden in Sha Tian's body. Sha Tian has become a lot stronger these days. Newgate also looked at Sha Tian and couldn't help sighing. The same practice for a month, I am afraid it is not 5 times that of Sha Tian. The stronger Sha Tian is, the better it is for us. Rox looked at Sha Tian approvingly. At this speed, it probably won't take long for Sha Tian to completely surpass herself. Advertisement Rox is not afraid of Sha Tian, but in this case, it is not suspicious to employ people, and suspects do not need it.
What's more, if Sha Tian's performance was that the enemy Rox pirate would have died long ago. As for the future, let's talk about it later. Marine asked them to set off first. You secretly select the elite crew, and Shiki gets a boat back and we set off.
Rox finally said seriously. This cadre meeting ended briefly. Golden Lion Shiki went out, and even some cadres didn't find out, but he didn't ask Rox to let him go. Newgate and other cadres appeared on the coast soon. The marine submarine that was viewed from a distance was still watching, and never left. Seeing that the 8 cadres were drinking, they quickly reported it. And Ochaku, John and others were drinking and chatting. In fact, they are all picking players. Forget about my subordinates. Sha Tian stretched out lazily and said, I am embarrassed to take it out. At that time, I just picked the rest of them randomly. When the battle started, there was no combat power at all. I am afraid that I will faint under conquerors. Then, Newgate, Ochaku and others nodded and laughed. All understand Sha Tian's casual perfunctory at that time. One afternoon passed. The 8 people here all selected the elite pirates who set off together. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are also powerful and talented. Although they are not enough to compete with the participating cadres, they have been appointed leaders to lead these elite pirates in battle. The cadres and Captain Rox need to fight against the strong of Marine. At this time, the Marine surveillance submarine in the distance had just reported to Marineford, and was shot in the submarine by a gun that suddenly raised its muzzle. In the other direction, there are also 3 hidden submarines, and a warship is still not moving in the sea area farther away, quietly looking at the island where Rox are located in the distance. After the routine report in the evening, everything was killed on the ship, silently and without reaction time. In the air, the Golden Lion Shiki, all dressed in yellow and biting a cigar, laughed grimly. Get the ship ready, and kill all the spies who were watching when you come back. Well, nothing is left out.
Talking to himself, Golden Lion flew to the island. One night passed quickly. Today is the day to set off in the Valley of Gods. The sky is a bit gray, and there are clouds covering the sky everywhere. Marine got together early in the morning. Admiral Kong, led by Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, all 11 naval headquarters fight Vice Admiral.
Advertisement: 3 super newcomers, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Paluzolino were also present. 12 warships are ready to dock in the port. The soldiers assembled in the square carried their hands on their backs, their eyes firm. These are Marine elites. Marine once again used his full force. Following Kong's order, everyone quickly boarded the warship and headed to the bubble pod port under the Red Line. When the warship arrives, in the Red Line port, a luxurious ship of celestial dragons has already docked. A group of people in black have been on guard around.
The eyes of Kong and others revealed that they were dignified and waiting on the ship with a group of Marines.
This day, I have been preparing for a month. After a short while, a golden bubble pod slowly fell from above. The leader is the new 5 elders who watched the broadcast of Rock's Pirate and Roger's fight last time in Marineford. These 5 feel so strong. The Marines swallowed their throats when they were not there and became nervous. These are the 5 most powerful people in the world government. Kong and others have long felt the strength of the new 5 elders, and their expressions are still rigorous. Already, among the 5, a man in a suit with straight hair said, "Yes, nothing has been discovered for the time being." Kong nodded, "Just finished." Behind 5 elders, 80 celestial dragons wearing celestial dragons' bloated clothes and bubble hoods walked out.
Celestial dragons, with their nostrils facing the sky, have no eyes on their faces, and some of them still have snots on their faces.
Step by step came over. "Isn't this the trash Marine? Can you ask them to protect it?" "That is, this class of Marine is really not good. My cousin was killed under their protection, a bunch of humble trash. It doesn't look as good as our slaves." As soon as celestial dragons saw Marine, they immediately began to sneer.
The Marines looked extremely ugly, their heads lowered in silence, and their fist-clamped hands trembled slightly.
These celestial dragons turned out to be a waste. Chapter 47. Everyone at Marine looked green, their eyes shaking with patience. It was indeed the pirate who killed celestial dragons in front of Marine.
But these words that didn't take them as humans really made the Marine soldiers angry. But no way. These people with bubble hoods are world nobles. Celestial dragons. Kong and the others also had their eyes trembled, and now, celestial dragons is still saying every sentence.
But Marine's job is to protect these celestial dragons who claim to be descendants of gods. Garp bit on the boat, his fiery temper finally didn't hold back, unhappy, so upset. Marine desperately protects these rubbish. In the end, they will be ridiculed desperately by these people.
Garp rolled up his sleeves and was about to jump off the boat and leave.
Garp. Sengoku and Zephyr were shocked. Garp stopped altogether. "We are." Marine. Kong's face was as pale as that, and he lowered his head and said to Garp. Garp took 2 deep breaths and walked into the cabin without a word. The 3 Sakazuki also looked ugly behind, feeling unhappy, eyes gloomy. All of this, Marine can only endure. Admiral is like this, Vice Admiral is like this.
A reign that lasted nearly 800 years. Celestial dragons have the highest status. This kind of thinking has penetrated into the heart of Marine and the heart of the Alliance.
And 10 ugly celestial dragons are still chattering. It seems that the mockery is very happy to shut up. 5 elders finally spoke, staring at the 10 celestial dragons, all indifferent. "Don't mind if you say a few words, because it is indeed that Marine is not well protected." But it kept going, and it became very loud. 5 elders spoke, and the 10 celestial dragons finally stopped talking. These 5 are also celestial dragons, and it's the celestial dragons that holds Mariajoy's power. They spoke and had to be obedient. With a grunt, the 10 celestial dragons turned around and took the slaves who were still in the bubble cabin, or sat in the slaves, and began to walk on the boat. Advertisement: there are more than 30 slaves alone, plus people from the Black CP organization. Mighty. 5 elders continued to lead the walk. "Let's go." Mariajoy. Kong, Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, 12 Vice Admiral, 3 natural super newcomers and nearly 8,000 Marine elite fighters.
5 elders, 10 celestial dragons, more than 30 various slaves, and thousands of CP men in black.
12 warships, a luxurious ship 1 lap larger than a warship slowly left the port and headed for the Valley of Gods. Under the escort of the warship, the journey was calm and calm. It was close to a day of fast sailing. Finally, Marine and 5 elders saw the island in front of them. Celestial dragons have a deep roots, Valley of Gods.
There is a huge mountain on the island, and the middle part of the mountain is split, which seems to have an indescribable feeling.
13 ships approached slowly. The CP's people quickly disembarked and walked forward, carrying boxes one by one. Everyone at Marine also disembarked immediately and lined up. After Garp, Sengoku and others got off the boat, they still looked bad and didn't even look at celestial dragons. Finally reached. 10 celestial dragons walked off the ship with a group of slaves. It was boring to stay on the boat all day. After getting off the boat, these celestial dragons began to move forward while looking around. Once 5 elders, Kong and others arrived, the powerful observation hockey covered the island. There is no one on the whole island. 10 celestial dragons took the lead to move forward, so they didn't care. Rock's pirate, nothing happened. Did you really give up this opportunity?
Kong felt deeply puzzled. Judging from Rock's actions over the years, as long as there is a chance to attack celestial dragons, he has never given up. It's possible for them not to come. At least we can safely complete the sacrifice and then go back. 5 elders stood in front of the marine crowd and said, watching 10 celestial dragons with slaves waiting there for the people in black to complete the sacrifice arrangement. You guys look around, just in case. 5 elders knew that Rock's pirate was terrible, so naturally they wouldn't care about it. This was the first task given by Lord Yim after they took office. Yes. Kong nodded. Advertisement. The vice admiral under his command commanded the marine soldiers to line up and get on guard. Everything seems to be going well. The arrangement of the sacrificial rites was also very fast. After it was done, the man in black respectfully asked the 10 celestial dragons for instructions. The 10 celestial dragons nodded when they saw that the sacrificial platform had been set up. Expressed very satisfied. He, the sacrifice of the god of creation is about to begin now. Bring all the slaves here. Celestial dragons laughed loudly, with a sickly look on their faces. The man in black walked over without expression, and pulled up more than 30 slaves in chain and handcuffs. The numb-looking slaves did not respond, and were compliantly pulled by the black man to stand on the sacrificial platform. Celestial dragons looked at the slaves on the stage with weird smiles. Isn't it a sacrifice? What are they going to do? Everyone at Marine looked at the altar at the foot of the mountain, their eyes widened. This group of slaves pulled up and stood stupidly. What do they want to do? Everyone had a faint premonition in their hearts. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kuzan and Sakazuki behind them all changed their eyes. These celestial dragons are smiling. It's weird. Let them all kneel down. Celestial dragons instructed the men in black to disperse the slaves and kneel down. The man in black respectfully laid the golden carpet there, and then stepped back slowly. There are various patterns in the middle of the carpet. At first glance, it looks similar to the pattern of devil fruit. The middle is a circular pattern. Everyone at the scene looked at it with magical eyes. The sacrifice ceremony of celestial dragons is very peculiar. That carpet should be something similar to a totem, right? At this time, Roger and his team boarded the Valley of Gods on the other side, bypassed the mountain, and watched dignifiedly not far away. It seems that the ceremony of celestial dragons is very strange. 10 celestial dragons took off the bubble cover on their heads and walked up, standing on the carpet, kneeling in a group of each other. A handful of golden needles were taken out of celestial dragons. Some young celestial dragons have unhappy faces on their faces. Although before they came, Mariajoy's old man taught them to pierce their ring finger and drip a drop of blood. But now, it can only drip blood. The first celestial dragons began to pierce the ring finger, dripping blood on the circular pattern in the middle, and then handed it to the next person from left to right. And so on, until all 10 people have dripped. Until the pattern in the middle had blood, everyone at Marine and Roger in the dark understood that all the weirdness came from the pattern on the carpet. Next, celestial dragons performed some physical rituals, and then walked down, panting. Chapter 48. I knew I would not come. Some celestial dragons obviously regret it. At that time, I thought it was fun, so I accepted it. Next is the time to appreciate. Celestial dragons laughed gloomily and looked at more than 100 slaves. At this time, the man in black put dry wood on the sacrificial platform and piled up. More than 100 slaves were also sprinkled with various things, which seemed to be things brought by celestial dragons for sacrifice. Sacrifice, people, firewood. Kuzan said in a low voice. This is the sacrifice of celestial dragons, the sacrifice of living people. Sakazuki's face was even more sullen, silent. Hiss. Marine's ordinary soldiers did not know the specific situation and took a breath. Horrified. This is to burn the sacrifice with living people. Most of the more than 100 slaves standing on the stage had no eyesight, completely becoming walking corpses. Not long after becoming a slave, his eyes began to look horrified, and he wanted to escape but was beaten directly by the man in black to the point that he lost his mobility and fell on the sacrificial platform. Humble inferior people, it is an honor for you to be a sacrificial offering to the god of creation. Celestial dragons saw that there were slaves who dared to struggle, cursing, and began to instruct the man in black to do it. And took out the tinder and threw it over. And all this, 5 elders watched indifferent. There was a bang. The dry wood started to burn. The struggling slaves looked desperately. The numb slaves have a feeling of liberation. Wu Lao, can this be a process? Garp, Sengoku, and Kong couldn't bear it, their hearts seemed to be pinched. Can't help but plead to 5 elders. The words were not over yet, 5 elders closed his eyes blankly and shook his head. This is what Lord Yim ordered, how could it stop changing because of Garp and others pleading? Kong and the others have pale faces, even more uncomfortable than when they were insulted by celestial dragons. And the fire on the sacrificial platform is getting bigger and bigger. Many of Marine's soldiers couldn't bear to turn their heads. They can't stop. Unexpected. Boom. Advertisement. A red and black hockey in the sky was violently suppressed. Just like the essence, directly extinguished the flame of the sacrificial platform. The people in black around were also directly shocked and fainted. The Marines were subconsciously surprised, and they were a little bit lucky in their hearts. Who is this conquerors? Sha Tian, you make it difficult for us to do this. In the sky, the complaints of Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate came. At this time, the Marines found out that a small island was floating in the air, slowly descending. Sha Tian's complexion was angered, and his eyes stared at the sacrificial platform below. The killing intent on celestial dragons pervades. Conquerors just now happened to him. Having witnessed the cruel and inhuman behavior of celestial dragons with his own eyes, Sha Tian as a traverser couldn't help it at all. Sha Tian is Rock's pirate. Kong, Garp, Zephyr and others were shocked. Rocks, here comes. And just above their heads. 5 elders looked at the small island in the sky at this moment, and their expressions were extremely shocked. No one thought that Rock's pirate would appear in this way. Suddenly a small island appeared, covering the sky and the sun. Frightened celestial dragons, the rest of the men in black ran over to guard their surroundings. When the island dropped a lot, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin jumped down with a long loaf and a group of elite pirates. Dense. All the elite pirates of Rock's pirate. Rocks, Sha Tian, Newgate, Golden Lion, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and other 8 cadres all stepped on a stone. Looking condescendingly at Marine and 5 elders. New 5 elders. Still free, Garp. Rocks crazily crossed his chest with his arms, and Haki greeted them with an incomparable face. Rocks, Kong, Garp and others looked extremely solemn, sweating on their heads. Rock's pirate came to them without a trace. The Marines and men in black were even more shocking. A small island is floating in the air, and Rock's pirate is playing on it. Garp, Sengoku and others looked at Rocks and Sha Tian with dignity. Sha Tian, who was on par with Roger a month ago, is now even more majestic. How strong is this guy? You retired today, what shall we do? You have never been here. 5 elders didn't have a pretty face, but they still tried to persuade Rocks. They retreat, and the sacrifice can continue. Advertisement. The newly appointed 5 elders, are you too naive? Rocks began to grin, his eyes turned to the side of the mountain behind. Come out together when you come. Roger. Behind the mountain, Roger and Rayleigh came out with the same serious expressions. Rocks saw through them hiding here. There is no point in hiding. At this time, the shocked celestial dragons yelled loudly, and even pointed at Rocks and yelled. You humble and inferior people. Marine, grab them all and burn them alive to sacrifice. Celestial dragons mentally retarded and stupid clamor made Marine and 5 elders look bad. Rocks, it's time to stop now. Roger sighed deeply and said to the condescending Rocks in the sky, and his eyes turned to Sha Tian whose expression was still obviously angry. At this time, Roger felt a little guilty in his heart and didn't want to deal with the Rocks group because of these cruel celestial dragons. No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of winning against us and Marine. If you retreat today, I don't have to take a shot. Roger with a low face, persuaded Rocks. Rocks laughed wildly when he heard the words, as if he had heard a joke. At this time Celestial Dragons was frightened by the aura of Rock's pirate. Marine, you trash. Protect us. The performance of Celestial Dragons made Kong and others look ashen. These fools Celestial Dragons. Can't you let them shut up? Garp couldn't bear to speak to the 5 elders. A pair of iron fists squeezed tightly. Marine, dare you let us shut up? Celestial Dragon stared at Garp, looking annoyed. I was about to scold it. Shut up all to me. The ugly-faced 5 elders turned their heads and shouted directly at Celestial Dragons. These guys are still so stupid. Newgate, Shiki and other cadres looked at Celestial Dragons like a clown, laughing. This scene is too mocking for Marine and world government. This kind of rubbish is what you protect. Today, they all have to die here. I said. Rocks snorted and leaned forward slightly. In Haki's eyes, an ancient beast-like aura exploded directly. Conqueror's Haki swept over in an instant. The eyes of the 5 elders changed, and they also watched Rock's Conqueror's Haki erupt. Boom. The 2 auras immediately confronted each other. Chapter 49. At the same time, not far from the Valley of the Gods Island, there were several groups of people watching the battle that started on the island. After receiving the news that Celestial Dragons are coming here, everyone came to the Valley of Gods in the back. All parties understand that Rock's pirate will not easily let go of this opportunity to attack Celestial Dragons. And coming here, sure enough, everyone's thoughts are confirmed, Rock's pirate is really here. This will be a legendary battle between Sha Tian and other legendary forces led by Rocks, 5 elders and Marine. Red Earl, Monkey D. Dragon who just established the Revolutionary Army and others are among them. His eyes revealed a solemn look at the battlefield not far away. On the battlefield at this time, Conqueror's Haki, like an ancient beast of rocks, poured out, suppressing the enemies in the audience. The 5 elders did not show any weakness, but also confronted Conqueror's Haki. Boom. The powerful air current was stirred by Haki, and the rocks on the ground were rolled up by the impact, and the entire battlefield was covered by conquerors. 80 celestial dragons and the black-clothed men trembled directly, and collapsed backwards in a dazed manner. The pirates and marines are mostly people who fainted directly with Byakugan, and many of them are still insisting. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Marines 12 Vice Admiral all resisted Conqueror's Haki, which was swept by the wind, shocked. Haven't come yet and adapt to the suppression on the field has changed again. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Akoku and others have solid eyes, and the majestic deterrence conquerors burst out. Conquerors, who used his own, participated in suppressing 5 elders. The Conqueror's Haki on the Rocks side skyrocketed in an instant, as if the entire ocean was oppressed by 5 elders and marine. Garp, Sengoku, and Kong looked drastically changed. Conqueror's Haki's confrontation of this level has never appeared in history. Without thinking about it, I immediately released Conqueror's Haki to join in and fight with 5 elders. The entire island has a faint red and blue confrontation with Conqueror's Haki, and the red is obviously more powerful. Even if Garp and others are involved, Rock's Pirates Conquerors is still more powerful. From this moment on, the world changes color. The entire island was trembling, the rocks on the mountain were loose, cracks broke out in the mountain, and the trees were swept and bent out of the island. The clouds in the sky were all stirred into a huge Uzumaki. And all this has not stopped. Rock's Conquerors is too powerful, and the alliance with the officials completely suppressed 5 elders and marine. Advertisement. There was sweat on Roger, Rayleigh and others' faces, and they couldn't watch anymore. Roger, Rayleigh, and Bullet took a step forward, and the whole body was magnificent, releasing Conquerors and joining the blue side to confront Rocks and others. The two parties started Conquerors' confrontation. The small peaks next to the big mountain shattered directly, and some smaller trees were uprooted directly. A tornado formed between the two people, and swept up some pirates and marines. The elite fighters who had insisted on not fainting were directly injured. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted, and his body was pushed out of the island by the fiercely confronted Haki. Only Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were present, and 8 Vice Admiral clung to the ground. What a magnificent Conqueror's Haki confrontation, the deterrence of the two sides has already materialized, and Haki is rushing like a soldier. Even some weak Conqueror's Haki can't participate, and even their own explosions are suppressed to death. After Roger and his team joined, the Rock's side was finally evenly matched, and even had a slight advantage. The Red Earl watching the game not far from the island, Monkey D. Dragon and other parties were shocked, cold sweat. Such a grand scene, it is worthwhile for them to come so far. Too scary, too powerful. The entire Valley of the Gods is under the cover of Conqueror's Haki, and the faint red and faint blue are fighting against each other. Tornadoes, trees, and mountains were uprooted and shattered under Haki's suppression. The sea is turbulent, and even the distance they watch the battle is churning. On the battlefield, Sha Tien, who was holding a demon sword, stood on the stone in the air, grinning. People like Marine might have forgotten, I haven't shot yet. A red light flashed in Sha Tien's eyes, and the hidden Conqueror's Haki finally surged out. Under the provocation of so many Conquerors, it is already in a state of rage. Impossible. Kong, Garp gritted his teeth to release Haki and couldn't help but cried out with horror in his eyes. Conquerors of Sha Tien is even stronger than Rocks. 5 elders is even more shocked, and it is not good to say directly. The addition of Sha Tien broke the balance instantly. Almost overwhelmingly, Conqueror's Haki on the Rocks side shattered the pale blue Haki area on the marine side. Advertisement. Boom. The Conqueror's Haki of Garp, Kong, Roger, 5 elders and others collapsed in an instant, and the general power swept them head on. Click. Roger and 5 elders, Garp's side, directly staggered back. Bullet, Jabba, Kuzan and others are rolling directly to the ground. The ground cracked, and the whole land seemed to be pushed over again. The Red Earl, Long and the others who were watching the battle from a distance were completely stunned on the violently shaking ships. This confrontation was won by an overwhelming advantage after the joining of the sword god Sha Tien. This is the true legendary combat power. Monkey D. Dragon's eyes throbbed, looking at the pale red Conqueror's Valley of Gods in the distance, exclaiming in amazement. The strength of all parties, Rock's pirate is worthy of the name of the Overlord of the Sea. You must know that the top 5 in the world government and most of Marines strong are fighting. The sword god Sha Tien's Conquerors is the strongest in the world. As one of the strong men on the sea, Earl Hong saw clearly and was amazed. Just now, even if someone joins Conquerors to break the balance, it won't win by an overwhelming advantage. All this is because of the terrifying and unparalleled Conqueror's Haki of the sword god Sha Tien. Directly let Rock's pirates' deterrent force suppress Marine and Roger everyone like the end of the world. The sky is about to step on. People from other forces looked at Conqueror's Haki in the Valley of Gods gradually dissipating, and said in shock. The sight in front of you is too terrifying. The thick clouds in the sky of the entire island are twisted and pressed downwards, and it looks like it is about to collapse. The mountain on the right side of the bifurcated and straight twin peaks on the island has been fragmented and disappeared. And on the battlefield at this time, Rock stood on the floating rock, still holding his arms, grinning. The eyes of Sha Tien, Newgate, Shiki and other cadres beside him revealed violent meaning. Akoku, John, and others are all looking at the embarrassed 5 elders, Marine and Roger gang who were shocked by Haki. Asterisk. Chapter 50. Conqueror's Haki confrontation ends. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin stood up shaking their heads, their eyes still stunned. Only at this moment did they truly see how powerful the pirate group they belonged to. The two Kaido stood up and scanned the battlefield. The pirate fighters behind the two were fainted for a long time, and many of them were impacted into the mountains and into the sea without covering up. The Marine who was on the opposite side only had 8 Vice Admiral climbed up. Marine soldiers, like pirates, were impacted everywhere, on the sea, by the rocks, and by the mountains. The men in black and 80 celestial dragons of the CP unit, hundreds of slaves were stunned by the scattered sacrificial platform, and a huge mountain fragment was beside them. Sha Tien, Kong's complexion was pale, his eyes throbbing at Sha Tian. This guy's conquerors joined, and they were directly defeated. Garp and others also walked up again. It's all right, and the impact of Conqueror's hockey won't hurt their top powerhouses. However, the defeat of the momentum made their morale low, and they were even more embarrassed when they repelled. Rox looked at Garp at this time, and Roger and others laughed arrogantly. Then gave an order. Kill celestial dragons, whoever blocks today will be killed. Rox' expression became gloomy, and his face was full of murderous intent. Akoku, John and other 5 cadres took the lead with a coldness, and rushed towards the fainted bunch of celestial dragons. Zephyr and Sengoku, as well as 8 Vice Admiral, stopped immediately. Zephyr, Sengoku, Akoku, Silver Axe, and John saw that the 2 leading men intercepted them, and their expressions became a little dignified. I won't let you pass. Sengoku's complexion was solemn. Golden light burst from his body shape began to change, and the golden Buddha form was opened. These are the cadres of Rock's pirate, and they are extremely powerful. Then give it a try. Silver Axe's face flashed hostilely, and the axe was covered with thunder light, rendering the axe silvery white. Protect these rubbish, you are boring enough. John holds a western sword in one hand and a special gun in the other. He didn't understand why Sengoku, Zephyr, such a strong man, insisted on protecting the cruel and stupid celestial dragons. Akoku and others are also covered by Haki, aggressively. Zephyr wrapped his wrist in Haki and took the lead in killing it. Advertisement. The battle between the 2 parties begins. The 8 Vice Admiral never had enough strength to face the cadre-level combat force. Not long after they met, they began to be injured by John and the other cadres in 2 to 8 fights. Sengoku played against Silver Axe and Akoku in the form of a golden figure, and still steadily gained the upper hand. With both palms pushed out, it was a violent shock wave. The 2 of Silver Axe were a bit difficult to fight, and between the slashes, the thunder light scattered and resisted Sengoku's shock wave. Zephyr fought against the last cadre, both of whom were physique masters and fought fiercely. Akoku and others secretly surprised that Zephyr and Sengoku were much stronger than before. Almost hit them under pressure. There seems to be more energy left. At this time, Jabba, Bullet and others also rushed in and helped Marine's Vice Admiral to fight against John. Many people besieged 5 cadres. The situation of the 5 Johns immediately took a turn for the worse. Shiki squinted, and it was time to make a move. Before he moved, Whitebeard Newgate made a big jump, holding Kong Yunchi in his hand and rushing directly at Sengoku from top to bottom. Newgate. Facing Whitebeard, Sengoku's eyes were extremely cautious, and after a turn of his body, he knocked Silver Axe back, his palms condensed golden light, and he pushed towards Whitebeard Newgate's jumped figure. Goo la la la. Whitebeard Newgate stared, the cloud cut in his hand with a white halo collided with Sengoku's shock wave in the air. Click. Boom. The shock wave collided with the shock fruit ability. The ground around the 2 of them sank directly, and everyone around jumped away. Sengoku. Silver Axe looked ugly, and Sengoku kept his hands waiting for the stronger players to play against each other. The feeling of unhappiness in the heart flashed, and it was good to hand it to Newgate, and then turn to Jabba and the others to kill. The pressure on John and the others was reduced instantly. At this time, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also rushed to the place where the cadres were fighting. They want to be like Mariajoy, go over and kill celestial dragons. Bang! A lava fist stopped the 2 of them. It won't give you a chance. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Pelusolino stood blankly across from Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. It's really troublesome. Kaido laughed loudly, and his face became ugly. Advertisement. These 3 people are the 3 newcomers of Marine Logia's ability. Kaido is arrogant on the surface, but careless in his heart. Amidst the flickering purple thunder and lightning, transform into a blue dragon form. The huge figure hovered in the air. Charlotte Linlin also had fierce eyes. A pale pink mist appeared on her body. One hand was the flames of the sun and the other thundercloud was held in her hand, and rushed up. The Kuzan trio looked at the strange fighting form of the blue dragon in the sky and Charlotte Linlin, with extremely solemn eyes. This is a contest between the pirates and the new Marines, so they cannot lose as Marines. Immediately full of abilities, greeted us. As for the other Sha Tian in the same period, that is no longer a newcomer. There was a fierce battle on the battlefield. Shiki glanced at Garp, who was still in place. Sora and 5 elders activated their abilities, and flew to the stunned celestial dragons with lightning speed. This is a good opportunity, and Garp and the others will stop immediately if they rush to it normally. Take advantage of the moment their attention is attracted by Whitebeard Newgate. Just as the golden lion Shiki crossed the air where Whitebeard Newgate and Sengoku were fighting, a blue knife slashed over. Rayleigh, you will also stop me from killing celestial dragons. Shiki quickly stepped away and sighed. I thought Roger might take the shot, but I didn't expect it was someone with Rayleigh's personality to take the shot. Shiki, this is the current position. Rayleigh's tone had an inexplicable meaning. This battle was actually not what he wanted. But this is also the best chance to eliminate Rock's pirate. Then fight. Shiki didn't say more immediately, holding 2 knives in his hands, and fighting Rayleigh together. On the rocks in the sky, Rox held his arms and looked at 5 elders, Garp, Roger, and Kong below. Newgate fights with them, and you can draw your hand soon. Sha Tian, which side do you pick? Rox turned his head and looked at Sha Tian. The attitude at this time is completely equal to Sha Tian's dialogue. I'll kill whoever comes, you can rush over, Captain. Sha Tian smiled and naturally understood the meaning of rocks. If you rush to kill celestial dragons, you will definitely be stopped by those who haven't done anything yet. The ghost in his hand lifted up and slowly came out of his body. Asterisk. Chapter 51. Although Rox has been acting very arrogant, but he didn't care about it at all, and his mind changed sharply. 5 elders, Garp and Roger, empty. Each one is the top powerhouse. This battle depends entirely on himself, Sha Tian and Newgate, how quickly Shiki can get out. Especially Sha Tian. Rox learned about the power of Sha Tian when confronted by Conqueror's Haki. I am afraid that the strength can be more than oneself. Rox was thinking. Sha Tian has slowly pulled out the demon sword ghostly. The shocking sword intent rose to the sky. Thick Uzumaki-shaped clouds are separated. Except for the people present, they were all taken aback by the sword intent. They turned their heads and took a look. Sha Tian is going to make a move. Roger's face changed, his eyes were extremely solemn. Sha Tian, which has been rising rapidly all the way, has not known how much stronger it has been after this month. Roger is incalculable in perception. The sword god Sha Tian, this sword intent is too amazing. In 5 elders, the kimono man holding the knife looked at Sha Tian in horror. As a strong middle school master who uses a knife, he naturally understands the power of this sword better than others. Who is he going to shoot against? It's not good. Sha Tian rushes over. Kong and Garp stared at Sha Tian seriously. I haven't had time to think about it yet. After Sha Tian drew the knife, the whole person disappeared on the stone. Almost there was only a group of dark shadows that passed the battle between Newgate and Shiki, and went straight to celestial dragons. If you don't stop me, you will kill them all. If you stop me, you will have at least 3. Sha Tian's thoughts at this time are very simple, and he has confidence in the strength of his growth. Conqueror's Haki in the peak stage, physical body in the extreme stage, and almost invincible sword intent. As long as you block, the remaining rocks have greater and more opportunities, whether it is to defeat them or kill celestial dragons. As for whether he was giving for Rock's pirate, Sha Tian didn't think so. Just to fight the strong and improve yourself. Won't let you pass, Sha Tian. At this time, Zephyr, whose whole body was wrapped under armament Haki, used his real strength and knocked the Cadres into the air with one punch. His position is right in front of Sha Tian. You can't stop it. Sha Tian said lightly. White smoke came out of the ghost sword, and it was cut straight away. Advertisement. Zephyr's eyes are extremely solemn. This month's hard work, even if you can't beat the sword god Sha Tian, the block can always be blocked. 6 styles. Steel. Zephyr's body originally wrapped in Haki showed white reflections, and Uranus took his body defense to a higher level. The body rushes to Sha Tian directly. The blade of light came in an instant and slashed on Zephyr's crossed hands. What? The knife light directly cut through the skin of Zephyr's arm. At the time of danger, Zephyr's eyes were stunned, and he was able to escape the knife light of Sha Tian. The whole person was lifted off by the sword energy he carried, but his arm was almost cut off, leaving a bone-bearing knife wound. You underestimated my knife. Sha Tian couldn't help sighing, her figure kept going. This is the second type. The intent of breaking the virtual knife. Nothing is not broken. How could this kind of Haki and UG be blocked? Zephyr. Garp yelled eagerly and was about to run over. Kong et al. And 5 elders shrank even more. Everyone has a clear understanding of the strength of Zephyr. Had it not been for Zephyr's rich combat experience, he would have died at the hands of Sha Tian. At this moment, one of the 5 elders wearing a kimono appeared in front of Sha Tian. The long knife in his hand was white and shiny. A wave of sword intent came out, very strong. Sha Tian finally stopped and glanced at the kimono man's knife. There are not many people with sword intent. Sha Tian has only seen Rayleigh until now. Sword God, Sha Tian, you are enough to call this title. The kimono man's eyes moved slightly, and he said solemnly. Just now, he almost killed Zephyr with a single knife. Even I dare not say that I can do this kind of slash. How many more can you take? Sha Tian responded proudly, the aura on his body was magnificent. With a glance, Garp and others and the rest of the 5 elders all leaned over. Sha Tian at this time is no less than rocks in their eyes. Then you try too, what about my knife? The man in the kimono moved his hand and rushed at the speed of thunder. The blade quickly slashed towards Sha Tian's neck. Sha Tian didn't dodge or dodge, the tip of the knife directly hit the kimono man's knife. Rays of red and black Haki collided with thunder flashes. The knife of the kimono old man was directly deflected. Sha Tian's offensive did not stop, and he chopped with the flow, and the speed was almost ultimate. No matter how fast a man in a kimono is, he can only recover a knife block. Ding. Advertisement. The sound of gold and iron sounded. The demon sword and ghost slashed on his knife. The old man in the kimono was directly knocked out. With a bang, he slammed into the mountain wall. The rest of the 5 elders were shocked, their 5 strengths know each other best. Much better than the previous 5 elders, taught by Lord Yim himself, and at the peak of his body. In this way, it was directly cleaved by Sha Tian for 1 round. I'm afraid he has surpassed rocks. The 5 elders' expressions changed drastically, and sweat broke out on their heads. Surpassing rocks, what a terrible strength. Garp, Kong and others were even more shocked when they heard this. This evaluation is too shocking. How long has Sha Tian risen? Less than half a year. But in terms of the performance of 5 elders, what they said is correct. Even judging from the explosive strength of the kimono man, he was chopped off by Sha Tian in one round. One of the male 5 elders with long straight hair couldn't help, hockey wrapped around his body, stepped on the ground, and attacked Sha Tian like a cannonball, leaving the pit that was originally sinking and cracking. Sha Tian is still expressionless, his hands are filled with ghostly sword intent. Wishing a knife to greet him. At this time, the man in the kimono was a little torn, and rushed back without a major problem. One of the 2 5 elders besieged Sha Tian. The roar continued. Sha Tian swung a knife to fight with the 2, extremely fast. Not in a hurry, but the 2 of them became more and more frightened. The man with long straight hair feels that his fists are cracking, and every time he encounters Sha Tian in the air, his skin is stabbed by the sword chi. The old man in kimono swings his sword, from offensive to defensive. Sha Tian's power, speed, sword intent, and hockey are all too tough. Damn it. The curly-haired man cursed secretly, took off his suit jacket, and exploded. Also rushed in. 3 5 elders besieged Sha Tian. Happy. Sha Tian laughed loudly, and the 3 5 elders finally gave themselves a feeling of enthusiasm. They, on the body also began to cultivate faster. The people around were stunned. This is the real strength of Sha Tian. Even the people at Rock's Pirate can't believe it. The strength of Sha Tian seems to have surpassed the strength that Rox showed. Asterisk. Chapter 52. Sha Tian showed her strength and surprised everyone. No one thought that Sha Tian would become a legendary powerhouse comparable to or even surpassing Rox in a short time. Even Rox couldn't help nodding secretly. At that time, it was the right choice to directly promote Sha Tian to become a cadre. At this time, the place where the cadres were fighting on the battlefield. When Newgate saw Sha Tian hit Kamui with 1 enemy and 3 against 5 elders, when he was astonished, he started to shoot with all his strength. The shape of the Sengoku Golden Buddha is horrified. Whitebeard Newgate's power grew stronger. It's not just 1 or 2 points, it's almost half as powerful. Hey, Sengoku, are you surprised? When have you seen my true strength? Whitebeard Newgate raised his left arm to the right in a pose. Whitebeard, you have been hiding one hand. Sengoku's eyes were horrified. This Newgate hides so deeply. It's because you didn't let me use my real strength against me. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes were serious. Can't compare to Sha Tian, but also have to show their majesty. The left fist faced Sengoku, and the punch hit the air. Click. The air was torn apart, heading towards Sengoku's huge figure with a violent shaking force. The ground along the way cracked. The island that was already trembling shook more violently. In the face of the unparalleled vibrating force, Sengoku gritted his teeth and activated all his abilities, pushing out both palms at the same time. The huge halo met the shock of Whitebeard Newgate. Bang! The place where the 2 collided directly exploded. A huge pit appeared there. Sengoku's huge figure couldn't help but back 4 or 5 steps. Cold sweat couldn't help but burst out on the golden face. Whitebeard Newgate is so powerful under his full strength. Whitebeard, don't be overwhelmed. A voice came, and Garp's sturdy body rushed forward, and the iron fist hit Whitebeard directly. Garp. Newgate's eyes narrowed, and Garp came straight to deal with himself. With only rocks in the sky, Marine regardless of whether he wants to fight back with all his strength. Whitebeard Newgate quickly turned around and fisted Garp's fist with a halo of fist. The rumbling sound. Advertisement. The mud under the feet of the 2 of them flew up, and the strong wind dispersed. Sengoku, who had been knocked back a few steps, jumped back at this time, and hockey merged with the shock wave on his palm, and shot again. Interesting. Whitebeard Newgate looked extremely solemn. Garp teamed up with Sengoku to deal with him. Then the situation on the court will change again. Newgate glanced at the battle between Sha Tian and the 3 5 elders. Because of the strength of Sha Tian, Marine has started to redistribute tactics. Then Rox, what are you going to do? On the battlefield, Kong stared at the rocks above with an ugly look. Newgate gave them a surprise, but he still retained his strength until now and did his best to shoot. Sha Tian gave them even greater surprises. Among the 5 elders, 3 of them joined forces to be evenly matched with Sha Tian. Similarly, to deal with rocks, at least 3 or more people must join forces to besiege. The tactics were all disrupted at once. Newgate must have someone to contend with, and Sengoku is still a little bit too close to let Newgate free up to help either Sha Tian or Rox. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki repelled Rayleigh, seeing that he couldn't rush through. Whitebeard Newgate was joined by Garp and Sengoku to fight, and his figure flew directly there. Rayleigh naturally wouldn't let Golden Lion get out to help Newgate, and quickly followed. This is no longer a battle to protect celestial dragons. Roger rolled up his sleeves and glanced at the waiting rocks above. Pull out the long knife and head towards Whitebeard Newgate's place with Rayleigh. Hey, you are going to fight in groups. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes became more solemn. Golden Lion came over. Garp, Sengoku, Roger and Rayleigh have formed a double teaming trend. Newgate. Roger looked solemn, and Newgate's strength was unexpected. There is also the ability of Shock Fruit. This is the power that can be developed to a high level and can destroy the world. There are also Golden Lion Shiki's knife and Lion Fruit abilities. 4 people besieged, and they may not be able to retreat. Jayahaha, let's fight. Golden Lion Shiki didn't expect that Roger and the 4 would join forces against them. Pirates joined forces with Marine. The ground surged instantly, and the soil condensed 4 huge lions, biting them at the 4. Garp and others have also started various offensives. These 6 people got together to fight, and the whole island began to crack bottomless cracks, and the mountains broke apart. Advertisement. At this time, Sha Tian was more and more courageous than ever, and surprised the 3-5 elders. Sha Tian is not only hockey and power horror. Even observation hockey is extremely powerful. Various angle attacks can easily block Sha Tian. And in Sha Tian's mind, system prompts kept appearing. You learned a sword flow. You learned boxing. Your armament hockey has entered a state of comprehension after fighting with the top experts, and the speed of cultivation has increased. Your conqueror's hockey has entered a state of comprehension in the battle against top experts, and his cultivation speed has increased. Your observation hockey has a high concentration of perception, and you have entered a state of comprehension, and your cultivation speed has increased. Your style. Dragon Slash. Your second style. Breaking the emptiness. Sha Tian's strength is improving rapidly in the battle. Slowly, the pressure on 5 elders grew. What's the matter with this guy? The 5 elders trio were shocked. Without recovery, without precipitation, the strength has grown out of thin air. Sha Tian is excited at this time. With the current level of strength, in order for the system to enter this state of comprehension, one must be a powerhouse at the level of 5 elders, or a powerhouse at the level of rocks. A rare opportunity. The 5 elders couldn't figure it out, biting their heads and continuing to fight. At this moment, Rox stared at the battle below frantically. As soon as his body moves, he jumps directly in the direction of celestial dragons. Moved. The eyes of the remaining 5 elders trembled, and Rox finally moved. Sure enough, he went to 80 celestial dragons. Almost at the same time, Kong, who hadn't done anything, intercepted them with the remaining 2 5 elders. Who stopped? Who died? Rox, icy killing intent permeated, and black mist emerged from the swooping figure. With a fist and black mist, he hit the 5 elders who had intercepted the beard. The man with the curvy beard had long been waiting for Rox to take a shot and face the dark fruit's fist calmly and right up. Kong on the side and the blonde 5 elders attacked at the same time. The murderous intent on Rox's face became more intense. The left hand stretched out, and the flame came out of the hand. A huge flame fist hit the 2. Chapter 53. Facing Rox, abrupt flame fist, Kong and 5 elders looked shocked. He dodged sideways quickly and gave up this attack. How is it possible? This is Mara Mara Fruit's ability. The 5 elders exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of monster is Rox? Why would such a person be expelled from Mariajoy? Kong was also a little confused, his eyes shocked. This is incredible. How can you have 2 devil fruit abilities? The bearded man among the 5 elders was also shocked to see the dark mist on his hands after he fisted with Rox. This is the power of the dark fruit. And now there is flame rising on Rox. Even Roger, Garp and others were shocked. This is simply breaking common sense. A person can only obtain 1 devil fruit ability, this is the rule for hundreds of years. Because eating another devil fruit ability will kill you. Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki were also surprised. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were fighting against the Kuzan trio. At this time, they also stopped and looked at Rox. Showed an unbelievable look. On the contrary, Sha Tian took an unexpected look. With the dark fruit ability, you know that you can obtain other fruit abilities by virtue of your body's special ability. Surprisingly, Rox and Blackbeard Marshall D teach are really similar. Is it really a descendant of Rox? Rox are former celestial dragons. D is fake. If yes, this Blackbeard is also a fake D name. Sha Tian then also remembered the duel between Ace Mara Mara Fruit and Blackbeard. It was that battle that started the war on the top many years later. And now, Rox has both the Mara Mara Fruit ability and the dark fruit. Destiny really has an unspeakable wonder. Sha Tian felt curious, but now he didn't think so much on the battlefield. Once again handed over with the 3 5 elders. And Rox frowned. The 5 elders received a punch from the dark mist but was knocked back. The mist is also easily removed. You are much better than those 5 old guys. Rox narrowed his eyes and said. The 2 5 elders also frowned, the shock in their eyes still remained. Rox, you used to be celestial dragons, so why bother to kill them? Stop. Advertisement. Rox laughed wildly when he heard this. These people in power will always be this face. The ancient beast-like aura rises magnificently. Flame in the left hand, darkness in the right. Rox finished laughing, with a grinning smile. Rushed to the past. The 2 5 elders sighed, and confronted them with solemn eyes. Kong tore off his admiral uniform, revealing his strong figure and rushed over. Rox punched his left hand, and the flame formed a pillar of fire and surged towards Kong. With the swallowing power of dark mist in his right hand, he collided with the blonde man with a punch. With a loud noise, the ground where the 2 of them were on instantly cracked. The blonde man's expression changed, his body was repelled by Rox, huge power, and he flew back tens of meters. Then Rox turned around and kicked the last bearded man in the head with flames. The bearded man shrank his pupils. The speed of Rox is too fast. Before he could attack, he was kicked. Bang! The flame exploded, and the bearded man was kicked out. And Kong felt the powerful strength and temperature of the pillar of fire. The figure wrapped in hockey didn't dare to hold Rock's fire pillar, and turned away. The pillar of fire whizzed past the empty side, directly burning the ground to red, leaving a gully. After one round of fighting, the three of them fell directly into the disadvantage. The two blonde men did not have any injuries, they were only repelled by Rock's power, and they still faced the gloomy siege of Kong. Rock's heart was also a little more serious. The strength of 5 elders is very powerful, although it is just an ordinary blow, it has the power of dark fruit. The two were unscathed. There is also the troublesome Kong, who is completely unafraid of his own power after being close. After Rox fought fiercely with the three, the entire battlefield was already a terrifying force of destruction. The earth shattered at every turn, and the sword flew up and down. The ocean around the Valley of the Gods was even more turbulent, with waves rippling out in circles. All forces watching the battle from a distance. The underground organizations, the pirates, and the newly created revolutionary army waited to retreat and retreat. Too dangerous. The aftermath is enough to destroy their ship. The light of the sword in the distance sometimes smashed over. Or a crack in the air, or flames. The crowd was already dumbfounded when they saw it. The area of the Valley of Gods is decreasing. Kaido on the battlefield, Charlotte Linlin and Marine, the 3 Logia rookies fighting as the least powerful. Advertisement. Although there is a huge blue dragon incarnation of Kaido. In the inner battle, Silver Axe, John and the 5 cadres were fighting against Bullet, Jabba, Marine Zephyr and others. The most destructive force is Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki teaming up against Marine Garp, Sengoku and Pirate Roger, Rayleigh. Conqueror's Haki crosses the sword, and the Golden Buddha destroys a large area with every shock wave. Whitebeard Newgate shock fruit caused the entire Valley of Gods to fall apart. Golden Lion Shiki took the huge rocks on the mountain one by one to Sengoku and Rayleigh. Everyone swallowed their throats, their eyes trembled. Diaresis deserving of the legendary pirate known as the God of Swords, fighting against the 3 of 5 elders will not fall into the wind. The guy from the underground forces exclaimed. Different from those who can't see the doorway. Red Earl and Monkey D. Dragon are shocked. The 3-5 elders teamed up and did not fall short, indicating that they are strong at the level of rocks. How long has it been since Sha Tian's apprenticeship? It's terrifying. I can clearly perceive the violent sword intent here. Red Earl was shocked. He also uses a sword, and he is very strong. Facing Sha Tian's sword intent, he knows the power of Sha Tian better. Rock's shot. How is it possible? 2 devil fruit abilities. Many people are afraid of not seeing clearly, so they look at the battlefield in the distance with binoculars. Until Rox had flames in one hand and darkness in the other, the spectators were completely shocked. Qian Lihao. Rox, why are there 2 fruit abilities? Monkey D. Dragon was deeply puzzled in shock. No one can eat the second devil fruit alone. If one of Rox and Sha Tian successfully walks out of the Valley of Gods, in the near future, I am afraid that no one can stop them. Earl Red couldn't help but sighed. World government and Marine will not let Rock's pirate go. And it's obviously a bit conservative now. But Rock's pirate has 2 strong players, and it is not always certain who wins. At this time, unexpected. Boom. Sha Tian took the demon sword ghostly, and the huge slash between shots cut off a mountain peak in the Valley of Gods. The mountain fell and made a huge roar. Why do you get stronger as you fight? In 5 elders, the man in the kimono holding the sword asked in surprise. Sha Tian fought with them for so long, even if the physical strength is strong, why does it become stronger? Chapter 54. At this time, the battle between Rock's pirate and Marine and 5 elders broke out. The faces of Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki became more ugly in Vietnam. The 2 people who had fallen into the wind, felt more and more strenuous. Garp, Roger, Sengoku, Rayleigh. All 4 are strong, and Garp and Roger will not lose to Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki. Until now, Roger has retained his hand in love. Whitebeard Newgate's face was covered with sweat, and his strength was exhausted for so long. Garp's black fist contained Conqueror's Haki, and again attacked Whitebeard Newgate from the side. Putting down Kong Yunchi, Whitebeard squinted his eyes and fists with shock fruit's white halo, his head fisted right up. Click. Newgate and Garp held each other in place, and the fists met each other in the air. The air was cracked because of the ability of shock fruit. Road after road hurricane rolled up in the middle. There is more than one person, Newgate T. Roger took the long knife, dragged the red and black air, and slashed at Newgate's side. Whitebeard Newgate knew that this was Roger's performance, and this guy was struggling. Thinking about it, the backhand of the other hand also faced Roger's long knife with a white halo. The sound of broken glass sounded. Whitebeard Newgate smiled, releasing his power with both hands. The 2 vibrations correspond to each other, turning them into a more powerful shock vibration. Garp and Roger's eyes changed, and they jumped away. Boom. The power of the shock broke out and even spread to Rayleigh and Sengoku who were besieging the Golden Lion Shiki. Roger. Sengoku shouted angrily. Roger, who has a trick to say something, is not just letting the water go. Roger heard Sengoku's anger and could only sigh. Newgate, who is also an enemy and friend, really makes Roger unable to kill the killer. But at this time, it was time to resolve the battle quickly and fight other people. If Rox wins first, the battle will be suspended. Roger, it's also an honor to die in a battle with the strong. Whitebeard grinned, slightly lowered his head and looked at Roger seriously and said. Understood, Newgate. Roger laughed similarly, shot again with the long knife in his hand, and stopped talking. Advertisement. Garp also sighed secretly. The position is different, if there is no such identity and position. Whitebeard and Roger might be good friends. Thinking about it, he also squeezed his fist and attacked it. The other side, Sha Tian took the demon sword and ghostly, and under the action of powerful experience and color, quickly fought against the 3-5 elders. During the confrontation, the sword spirit scattered, blocking the attacks of the other two from the back from time to time. No part of the land underneath is intact. The man with long straight hair squinted his eyes. When the other two attacked at the same time, his legs were slightly bent in place, and white smoke came out of his right fist. 6 styles. With a punch, the special physical strength and hockey's power skills combine this power. As the fist strikes out, like a spiral, even the air is instantly compressed, forming an air cannon, attacking with fist strength, covering all the places where Sha Tian can dodge. Sha Tian's eyes condensed slightly. This guy is using a big move. The ground was completely lifted by fist strength, and came whizzing towards Sha Tian. Humph. Sha Tian snorted coldly, and the other two men had jumped directly beside the man with long straight hair and used the same 6 styles. One wave is followed by 2 waves. The fist strength has not arrived, the air cannon has exploded in front of Sha Tian. 1 style. Slash the dragon. Sha Tian's eyes seriously raised the monster sword and ghostly, a ray of lightning appeared on the blade, and then cut at the 3 of them. Shot very quickly. This slash is no longer a simple knife intent flat slash, a complete one that Sha Tian seriously displays. Slashing the dragon. The red blade light stirred the air with the power of thunder and lightning. The air cannon brought by the 3 boxing forces is directly obliterated. The invisible and colorless punch hit the dragon slashing 1, ding. There was a metallic sound of gold and iron. Ding, ding. All 3 large-scale punches hit the huge red blade light, and the lightning scattered, the blade light paused slightly, and then directly broke the punch light. Cut to the 3. What a strong slash. The 3 of 5 elders couldn't help but marvel again. Putting on a posture of resistance to each other. Sha Tian frowned slightly. The power of slashing the dragon in one form was consumed by 3 waves of boxing power. This power is also very strange. Advertisement. Everything seemed normal, but Sha Tian still felt something wrong. The power of 5 elders, Conqueror's Hockey, is like it was given by others. Find flowers. Unlike the system is based on the rules to make itself strong, and the power it gains is as if it is already possessed. Is this 5 elders initiated by the mysterious I'm? Sure enough, the 5 elders were full of armament hockey, blocking the light of the sword that had exhausted their power, but the power they carried pushed all 3 of them back more than 10 meters and dissipated. What a murderous sword intent. The kimono man put the knife on his right hand again, and said with an ugly expression. The sword intent that Sha Tian comprehends is too strong, too much. There are no fewer than 5 kinds of slashes from nothing to no slash to this murderous slash. After sighing just now, Sha Tian has once again deceived and reached in front of them, and the demon sword in his hand is still filled with murderous sword intent. Cut the dragon, cut the celestial dragons. These 3 are also celestial dragons, so they can feel that murderous aura. Sha Tian and the 3 of them directly fought in close quarters. Not far away, Kong teamed up with 2 5 elders to fight Rox. Rox used the double fruit ability to force Kong out of the range of close combat. Kong's physical strength is stronger than the 2 5 elders, it is difficult to resist. After fisting with Rox, he was still like a okay person. The 2 newly appointed 5 elders were also surprised by Kong. It's worthy of the name of Kong, the defense is very strong. Even after they fought Rox a few punches, they didn't hold on anymore. The Rox are really powerful, making their fists numb, and they can also repel long distances. And the guy Sora took it directly, and just stepped back. Come and try this trick. Rox grinned, a huge fireball condensed in his left hand, and a huge dark giant ball in his right hand. Emperor Yan. The giant flame ball in Rox, left hand directly hit the 2 5 elders. 6 styles. The eyes of the 2 blonde men were slightly shocked, and they couldn't dodge such a huge spherical attack. The 2 5 elders used the same tricks that Sha Tian did, their legs were bent, and the body hockey mobilized, hitting the fireball with 1 punch. The Dark Emperor. In the face of the troublesome void, Rox smashed a huge dark ball alone. The dark ball was full of devouring power. Kong roared, his whole body wrapped around the 2-color hockey, his whole person was red and black, and he went to the top of the dark ball. Wide. Chapter 55. In the process of the huge fireball smashing away, the 5 elders punched 6 styles. The special boxing strength was invisible and colorless, carrying a compressed air cannon, and broke most of the flames with a bang. The remaining half hit the 2 of them, and the flames exploded instantly. A bigger loud noise lights up. The range of the 2 of them was directly wrapped in flames, and the heat wave rolled away. At the same time, Kong faced the suppressed giant dark ball with throbbing eyes and shouted, his whole body was covered with red glowing armament hockey. Direct your hands against the big dark ball. Relative to the explosion of the flames, the giant dark ball shattered silently, full of weirdness. Emperor Yan was actually broken. Rox frowned. The power of these two five elders was unusual, and they could break the Yandi fireball and make it dissipate directly. I am afraid that the remaining half will not cause harm to them. On the contrary, Kong, who was wrapped in the Dark Emperor, couldn't see his figure inside, and the black mist spread out on the ground while tumbling, devouring the ground and everything around him. Rox. The two five elders looked ugly and rushed out of the flames that burned around after the explosion. The whole body was embarrassed, and the clothes were burnt piece by piece. This image is very suitable for you guys with good looks. Rox sneered, stepped on the ground, slammed, and dashed over. Five elders' eye pupils contracted, and Rox, speed unexpectedly increased by 1 point. Immediately put on a fighting stance. At this distance, Rox arrived in front of the two in the blink of an eye. The flaming left leg quickly kicked a person from five elders. In the close fight, five elders didn't dare to be careless, and instantly blocked it with his hands crossed. As can be reminded in the intelligence, Rox's kicking skills are also top-notch. Boom. With a flame kick diagonally from top to bottom to the blocking hands, the accompanying flame burst instantly. Five elders, the blond man, faced Rox, immense power and couldn't help but hold his eyes wide. The ground on which the foot was stepped shattered and sank, and the flames burned by his side. At this moment, another bearded man also reacted, and slammed his violent fist. Advertisement. Rox firmly suppressed the stubborn blond man with one leg, and faced the offensive of the bearded man. He directly twisted his waist and punched him. With black misty fists, the bearded man was repelled a few steps. The suppressed blond man also had a chance to break free, making his best to retreat, looking ugly and looking at each other with the bearded man. The two played against Rox, too reluctant. I'm afraid it won't last long. At this time, there was a roar from the dark package. Kong was naked and rushed out with black mist all over. The face under the mist was extremely hideous, and he looked at Rox with an angry face. A person resists the Dark Emperor and gets rid of the power of swallowing. Armament hockey is so strong. Rox couldn't help but praise him secretly. Seeing Kong's appearance, he was only slightly injured. Admiral Kong's strength is not a little bit stronger than when he played against it many years ago. None of the three are in serious trouble. They all took the initiative and rushed up tacitly. Watching the battle from a distance on the sea. With cold sweats on their heads, people from all sides solemnly looked at the scene of the most recognized battle. Rox's double fruit ability, darkness in one hand, flame war in the other, five elders and Admiral Kong. The sword god Sha Tian holds the demon sword ghostly, fiercely fighting the remaining three people of the old star. The sword spirit is vertical and horizontal. The cadres Whitebeard Nugate and Golden Lion Shiki even used their abilities to fight Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, Garp, and Sengoku, causing extensive damage. And the battlefield of Silver Axe, John, Akoku and others is even more you come and go, all kinds of moves fiercely confront. Kaido had been fighting for a long time. Charlotte Linlin and the three Logia-capable people of Marine stopped their hands, and watched the cadres fighting out of breath. This is really a close battle. Most of the onlookers sighed. How huge is the gap between these powerhouses and themselves in the world? Only Red Earl and Monkey D. Dragon saw something. Shaking their heads at Rox Pirate. The seemingly balanced balance is tilting towards Marine. Monkey D. Dragon sighed thoughtfully. Boss, what do you mean by that? Is Marine going to win? Asked in surprise. Although Rox Pirate does not have the advantage in terms of numbers, there are Rox and Sha Tian in the Overlord class. Advertisement. The strength of the Overlord is indeed great, but the strengths of five elders, Sora, Garp and Roger are not far from the strength of the Overlord. There is no pressure for heads up or 1-on-2. Monkey D. Dragon looked deeply at Rox and Sha Tian, and continued. But just 3 people can hold them both. Whitebeard Nugate and Shiki are directly caught in a siege of 4 people, and even the rest of the cadres are facing the siege of more people of the same level. They both his stamina and hockey will be consumed violently. In this way, the subordinates all understood the point and nodded. Yeah, physical problems. On a boat far away from the dragon, Earl Hong frowned and sighed. Nugate, you're starting to lose strength, right? However, on the battlefield, the first person to be injured was indeed from the Rox side. Bullet, Jabba, Marine Zephyr, Vice Admiral and others played against 5 Rox pirate cadres including Silver Axe and John. Gradually, this fierce battle made Silver Axe and others feel extremely difficult. There are 11 people in Marine and others. Vice Admiral is not strong enough, but can still contain them. Zephyr, Bullet, Jabba and Akoku can all be better. Bullet discovered that the 5 opponents had begun to consume too much physical strength, and they were crazy to activate the ability to condense the armored body armor. A 10-meter-high body armor wrapped the Bullet, armament hockey was covered in black, and when the fist was raised, he went to Silver Axe and the others. Has it already started? Rox Pirate fell into the wind. The fall started from here, right? The eyes of Sha Tian who were fighting with the 3-5 elders were low. Looking at the much stronger Bullet, Jabba, and Zephyr. There is a strange feeling in my heart. Is the Valley of God incident really irreversible? Will a character like Rox really fall here? Who can kill him? Even if you can't fight, with Rox, strength, choose to escape, no one can stop it. Sword God, are you worried about your partner? It turns out that there is a concept of partner in Rox Pirate. The ugly old man in kimono saw Sha Tian saw the battlefield in the rear, and his expression changed. Cannot help but sarcasm. Are you trying to annoy me and expose me to flaws? Sha Tian's head deflected, and a fist struck directly in front of his eyes. With his eyes squinted lightly, the sword's intent rose again, and cut to the three of them. I can't manage that much, no one opens the situation, then I, Sha Tian. Chapter 56. The 3 of 5 elders were taken aback again. Sha Tian's speed and strength have risen again. Did you keep your hands or make better progress? The kimono man said incredulously. Sha Tian's slash almost made his knives get rid of. The power is simply unmatched. You guess. Sha Tian showed a cold and arrogant smile, and the killing meaning in his eyes contained. Before changing hands, he slashed again. Suddenly, there was a scream at this time. It's Silver Axe them. Sha Tian looked back in surprise. Silver Axe casts Thunder Silver Axe against the huge bullet. With the cooperation of Jabba, Bullet, which was originally evenly matched with Silver Axe, seized the opportunity, and the huge fist directly smashed Silver Axe to the ground. Silver Axe was consumed too much, and was suddenly attacked by Jabba, and was directly hit by a huge fist from Bullet Hockey and its ability. The whole person fell into a big hole smashed into the ground. His head and body were covered with bloodline, and it turned out to have suffered a lot of injuries. Everyone at Marine sees hope in their hearts. The scale of victory is beginning to tilt 22. The first bargaining chip is that Bullet hits Silver Axe and it just started. Not good. Akoku, John and the other 4 were shocked. It was a difficult battle. Without Silver Axe, I'm afraid they will insist on it soon. Once they are defeated, the nearest Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki will be completely besieged by the enemy. A series of chain reaction consequences left the wise Akoku in a cold sweat. Bullet was panting, but couldn't help laughing. Silver Axe is also one of the well-known strong men on the sea. Now he was hammered to the ground by himself and couldn't get up. Speed solved them. Zephyr retreated Akoku with a punch, frowned and looked at Bullet. Is this Bullet an idiot? There are still so many enemies, maybe anyone will keep their hands. What's more, there is also a lot of consumption on your own side. Huh, why can't I do it? Marine gesticulates. Bullet snorted and said disdainfully. Advertisement. The huge fit figure heads to John and the others. Zephyr snorted similarly. Although unhappy, I didn't care about Bullet either. Now is not the time to go back and rake. On the other side, Sha Tian saw that Silver Axe lost and knew that the situation was getting worse. The momentum of the body has been strengthened a little bit, and the dragon slashing sword intent in his hand has changed, and it has turned into a 2-type intent to destroy nothing without cutting the sword. Different sword intents also have different consumption. At this time, Sha Tian couldn't control so much. In between the ghost swords in his hand, the sharp blade intent is close to the 3 men in kimono. How come? The 3 kimono men couldn't help but start to be shocked. Sha Tian's knife is even sharper, and can break through their armed colors. Fortunately with the knife, the other 2 people who used the armed color flesh body to fight back and forth dodge, trying to forcibly connect the arms that were split by Sha Tian are extremely painful, and quickly unloaded the strength to turn the body away. No wonder Zephyr was almost killed by a knife just now. How could he have such a powerful knife intent? One of the 5 elders with long straight hair looked at the knife marks on his fist with gloomy eyes, traces of blood oozing out. Just now I tried to take a knife with my fist frontally, but I was forcibly broken open. Sha Tian was expressionless and launched an offensive. The sword intent of the second style breaks the emptiness and their hockey hard resistance is still a little bit worse. It's not that they are weak, but that the imaginary sword intent is too overbearing. But if you don't use moves to match the sword intent, it will stop there. At this time, the 3-5 elders glanced at each other, as if they were communicating through their eyes. Sha Tian just wanted to split them. Akoku John sent a triumphant laugh again. Bullet teamed up with Jabba to knock John out again with a huge fist. Sha Tian laughed when he saw Bullet with huge body armor. His eyes were fierce. This Bullet, what are you smiling at? The ghost sword in his hand came out of white smoke, and the intent of the sword broke into the sky. No, he wants to use knife skills. The man in the kimono holding a long sword was shocked. The threat of Sha Tian's launching posture at this time is very strong. Even if the 3 of them take it down, I am afraid they will not be better. The 3 quickly leaned together, staring at Sha Tian with solemn expressions, preparing to avoid this trick. 2 styles. Break the virtual. Sha Tian held up the demon sword ghostly, the white mist on the blade body stretched up, forming a faint white blade light. Very long, very long. Advertisement. Even Rox and Kong on the coast not far away couldn't help but glance at them. Sha Tian, who is madly distributing sword intent, is too terrifying at this time. Kong saw the translucent and pale white light of the knife and couldn't help but beat the drum in his heart. Can he move on? Just when the 3 men in kimono were preparing to be cut off by Sha Tian with throbbing eyes. Sha Tian's body shape changed. The second style breaks the emptiness directly to the Bullet's huge body armor. The faint white translucent light of the knife directly slashed a distance of 200 or 300 meters, and pressed it down with an unbreakable violent knife intent. At this time, Zephyr, Jabba and other talents reacted to the bullet that had been slashed across such a long distance. Zephyr dodges directly with fear of this kind of knife intent. I can't get it, I can't get it. Sha Tian. Bullet was locked by the sword, and the eyes in the armor were even more horrified, and he screamed. A sense of horror about to be cut in half came to my heart. Faced with the threat of life, Bullet burst out with a strong desire to survive. The strong will to survive finally broke the lock of the sword intent, and when he turned to avoid it, he avoided the deadly place. The light of the huge blade of several hundred meters smashed directly into the ground, and a straight knife mark was bottomless and went straight to the sea. The sea in the distance is separated. Dust and rubble are flying all over the sky, and large pieces of rocks are flying everywhere. And Bullet's huge body armor was split into two from the shoulders, revealing the bullet body that was swept by the residual sword energy and blood flowing on the back. The body composed of inorganic matter suddenly scattered, and Bullet dropped directly under the knife mark like a deep valley. The audience was shocked. What a horrible knife. If you slashed this place outside the island, I am afraid the entire Valley of Gods will be divided into two halves. Zephyr and the other vice admiral's eyes are about to stick out. Stunned. Jabba was even more stunned, and didn't even pick up Bullet. Akoku and others stood wobbly, exhausted, and injured. Same shock. I don't know how many times stronger than when Sha Tian first practiced this trick to these cadres at that time. This is too scary. Roger and Garp were equally shocked and inexplicable on the battlefield of the four of them, like Whitebeard Golden Lion and others. The sword god Sha Tian, this sword really shows the reputation of the sword god. The eyes of Rox who witnessed the knife were equally astonished. Can't help laughing crazy. Kong and five elders looked ashen. Sword god Sha Tian, if a few more swords come, who can stop it? Chapter 57. The sword god Sha Tian, I am afraid that he has the ability to reverse the situation. The Red Earl who watched the battle in the distance was shocked. The big knife that looked like a few hundred meters just smashed down like this. The huge fit bullet couldn't even stand up to the heart of resistance, and was cut open when he turned to dodge. He had doubts about his judgment on the situation of the battle just now. Monkey D. Dragon who watched the game also thought of it the same way. If such a knife can strike five elders and others, I am afraid that the entire battle will change. On the battlefield of the Valley of Gods, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki reacted first. Newgate looked stern, and simultaneously hammered Garp, Roger, Rayleigh, and Sengoku with both fists. The sound of broken glass rippled. At the same time as the shocking force impacted, Golden Lion Shiki flew up and approached the stunned John and the injured Silver Axe. The Lion Fruit ability is activated instantly. The land under the feet of the five cadres, including John and Akoku, flew directly to the small island in midair. When Roger and Garp reacted, the five cadres who were injured or exhausted were directly sent into the sky. As soon as he wanted to stop, Whitebeard Newgate's powerful vibration power was transmitted to him. Damn it! Garp cursed secretly. Golden Lion Shiki is really cunning. When those cadres regain their strength, I am afraid they can fight again. Jabba, Zephyr and others were too late to react, not to mention a huge knife mark. At the same time, Jabba saw that he couldn't stop him, so he quickly fell off the crack of the knife mark and rescued Bullet. Shiki, Newgate, what's the point of doing this? What you are about to face is the cooperation of all of us. Zephyr said blankly. Although they did not leave a few cadres, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki have to face all of them. Shiki, you can't fly away. Sengoku said in a magnificent voice in his golden body. The eyes are fixed on Golden Lion Shiki. Whitebeard Newgate grumbled and laughed. A sense of pride spontaneously arises. Garp, Roger, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Zephyr, Jabba and others. Which one is not a famous person at sea? Advertisement. And they are all top masters. Today, he and Golden Lion Shiki will fight against them together. What's the matter with death in this battle? Whitebeard Newgate laughed proudly, and Kong Yun cut his hand and waved. Jihahaha. Even if you didn't survive, if you died under the joint hands of you people, I, Golden Lion Shiki, will be known as a legend. Shiki was infected by Whitebeard Newgate's pride and said with a big smile. Nowadays, there is no retreat, and how long can be sustained? After taking a look at the fierce battle between Sha Tian and Rox, Newgate and Shiki both did a good fight. Even if this sea area is destroyed, the enemy will not be better off. Garp, Roger and others were silent, and Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki were about to release their abilities unscrupulously at this time. Sengoku, Zephyr and other marines felt their determination and their expressions were even more pale. The 80 celestial dragons fainted on the ground are still on the side of the sacrificial platform. If this sea area is destroyed, so many celestial dragons may not survive. But at this time, the ability to eliminate Rox Pirate can't take care of this. The 6th Vice Admiral retired with interest and headed to the place of Kuzan and Sakazuki. To fight against these legendary pirates is simply looking for death. It's better to take the initiative to retreat and help the Kuzan trio win Kaido and Charlotte Linlin first. As soon as Vice Admiral retreated, Garp raised his iron fist and rushed towards Whitebeard Newgate. The battle starts instantly. Garp, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Zephyr, and the returning Jabba all surrounded them, and they shot violently. As long as the two of Whitebeard Newgate are defeated, this battle will have the confidence of winning. Newgate and Shiki had no reservations. When they laughed, they shot crazy and almost completely gave up their defense. Offense is the best defense. Boom. The entire island of the Valley of Gods trembled. The battle between Rox and the two blonde men, five elders and Kong, was fierce, and the tremor at his feet intensified and he turned his head and looked over. Rocks. Eyes narrowed. Akoku and others were the first to be defeated. And Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki are being besieged by Roger and others. I suddenly understood that with the state of Newgate at this time, I am afraid that it will not last long, and it will be sooner or later that they will lose the battle. Rocks immediately became very angry, and the whole person's momentum was even more fierce. Advertisement. Oneself and Sha Tian, one person must be killed first. Rocks, you can't win. With cold sweat on their faces, Kong and others still dare not care a little bit. Faced with such a strong offensive Rocks, if you are not careful, you may lose your life. Just defeating a few of my cadres, do you have that much confidence? The killing intent of Rocks is permeating like substance. Looking directly at the three of them, red light flashed across the pupils. As soon as you shoot, flame and darkness come out together. Even several punches went to the 80 celestial dragons, and Kong and the others had to block them. The few people in black who woke up at a leisurely pace were all stupidly in place, looking at the apocalyptic scene, wondering in their hearts whether they were dead and came to hell. Where does the Valley of the Gods look like? Diaresis send celestial dragons away. Kong turned his head and yelled anxiously. The expression was distorted, and there was still black mist on his clothes. Rocks grinned, and Conqueror's Haki stunned the man in black again, attacking directly towards celestial dragons and furiously. Kong and the 2 Five Elders had to rush forward to stop them. These celestial dragons even dragged them down here. But it had to be blocked. Although Rocks didn't directly use Yandy and Darkdi's attacks, he resisted again and again, and his body began to consume violently. On the other side, Qian Wang Zhao. In the fierce battle between Sha Tian and the 3 Five Elders, the sword intent was vertical and horizontal. During the battle, the system prompts the progress of various abilities to improve rapidly. Your Conqueror's Haki has become more and more courageous in the fierce battle, and the progress is accelerating. The current progress is at the peak stage. Your armament Haki has become more and more courageous in the fierce battle, and the progress has been accelerated. The current progress is at the peak stage. Your one-type dragon sword intent facing celestial dragons inspires a deeper killing intent and sword aura, and the training progress has been accelerated. Toilet. The prompts of accelerating cultivation made Sha Tian face the 3 Five Elders more and more relaxed, and the body was constantly strengthened by them. The more the 5 Elders hit, the more frightened, the monster Sha Tian became stronger in the battle. This guy has already surpassed Rocks. On the battlefield, Sha Tian became more and more courageous as he fought. On the other hand, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate began to face disaster. Chapter 58. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki were 2 on 6, panting and booing. The offensive in hand began to decline. The eyes of Garp, Roger, Sengoku, Rayleigh and other 6 people lit up. They are exhausted. Looking at each other, Roger and Garp all attacked Whitebeard Newgate at the same time. Roger's god avoids slashing, and the red and black sword aura contains Conqueror's Haki. Garp has a pair of iron fists glowing with black light, as powerful as Roger, attacking from the side. Sengoku smashed the lion head controlled by Golden Lion Shiki's ability with a shock wave. He turned and hit Whitebeard Newgate with a palm from behind. The blue light flashed on Rayleigh's sword, and the whole person and the 3 attackers pounced on it at the same time. Newgate. Golden Lion Shiki frowned and felt anxious. The intention of Roger and others is to defeat Whitebeard first. Anxiously, Zephyr and Jabba were pushed back with 2 swords in his hand, turning back to support. Whitebeard Newgate took a sigh of relief, crossed his hands, and attacked all around him indiscriminately. At this moment, Sengoku's shock wave suddenly turned, and unexpectedly faced the Golden Lion Shiki. Boom! The shock wave swept the entire range. Shiki snorted coldly, and the soil turned into a thick wall to block the path of the shock wave, and the dead wood and Sakura in his hand slashed past again and again. Suddenly, Garp's figure appeared directly on Shiki's side. He didn't even attack Whitebeard Newgate, just a fake attack. Garp's goal is Golden Lion Shiki. Bang! Even the air was blasted, and Garp's fist directly hit Shiki's back, which was fully dodged and exposed. Boom! Shiki's entire figure was directly shot into the ground. Smashed a big hole. Dusty. Whitebeard Newgate finally changed his face. Golden Lion Shiki was completely punched by Garp. Without precautions, I'm afraid I will be seriously injured. Newgate. Garp is a feint, but Roger and Rayleigh are not. The sword attack has already reached Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate roared and punched both arms. Click. A powerful shock erupted instantly, blocking Roger and Rayleigh. The sword air confronted the force of the vibration in the air cracks. Advertisement. More sweat broke out on Newgate's face. Physical strength and Haki can't hold it anymore. Newgate, stop, I won't kill you all. Roger slashed on the air crevice with a long knife in his hand and persuaded Whitebeard Newgate, who gritted his teeth. Roger, are you asking me to surrender? Whitebeard Newgate's eyes are tired, and his tone of voice is still arrogant. How could he surrender to the enemy in Newgate? Roger sighed, and continued to fight Rayleigh. Sha Tian, who was fighting with 3 Five Elders a few hundred meters away, began to show no expression. The demon sword ghost that was emitting white smoke swiped and cut it suddenly. The pale white sword aura with incomparable sword aura slashed towards the 3 Five Elders who had aroused potential and braved the bloody red mist. The powerful slash shot once again, stirring the already violent air around. The three men in kimono felt that oppression was oncoming. Don't make it hard. 5 elders with long straight hair exclaimed. The sword intent is too terrible. That's too late. The kimono man also has a look of horror. This kind of slash, Sha Tian actually used it again. But he couldn't avoid it, slashing, and he was in front of the three in a flash. The three of them exploded with strength all over, and the already broken ground under their feet sank even more with a thud. Before turning around and avoiding, the feet and fists were all hitting the sword light from the slashing. Boom. The three people who used the secret of lifting successfully hit the knife light and changed the trajectory of the knife light. The attacking hands and feet were also slashed by the invincible sword energy, leaving knife marks, blood flowing, the whole person was thrown out, hit the ground, and suddenly couldn't move. Sha Tian glanced at the three of them, then looked at CC insisting on blocking rocks from attacking celestial dragons, Kong and the other 5 elders. The figure disappeared instantly. Whitebeard Newgate just couldn't resist and was exhausted. Garp is a violent iron fist to Whitebeard Newgate hammering. Newgate was staggering at this time, his eyes closed, obviously unable to block or dodge. Newgate, this is the end. Garp yelled, iron fist mercilessly. As long as Newgate and Shiki fall and everyone besieged rocks and Sha Tian, the victory will be in your hands. Garp. Sha Tian's voice sounded abruptly. The voice was extremely cold. Advertisement. On the path of Garp's attack, Sha Tian appeared extremely quickly. It wasn't until the knife hit Garp's fist that the airflow driven by the extremely fast speed blew like a gust of wind. Boom. The blade directly blocked Garp with a second-style knife intent. The blowing airflow instantly dissipated, and the blade broke open Garp's armament hockey. Garp's eyes changed, and his fist went against his inertia and forcibly retracted it. Sha Tian. The eyes of Roger, Rayleigh and others changed instantaneously, staring solemnly at Sha Tian holding the demon knife. Turned his head and glanced at 5 elders who had originally been fighting against Sha Tian. The three smashed a big hole on the ground, with red mist on their bodies, and they were struggling to get up. Whitebeard Newgate saw that Sha Tian cut and 5 elders came to support, he sighed in relief, and energized again. The golden lion Shiki had already flown out, very embarrassed, still carrying bloodline at the corner of his mouth. The three directly stood together. We should have rescued you by old Cadres, but I didn't expect that you would be rescued. Sha Tian, you are really a monster. Whitebeard closed his eyes and chuckled softly. Jahaha, I knew this was an incredible character when I invited, Sha Tian, if there is a chance to survive in the future, I will return your favor. Golden Lion Shiki also smiled and said, the last sentence was very serious. Sha Tian smiled, the environment at this time is not suitable for saying more. Then stared at the people on the opposite side. Garp, Roger, Rayleigh and others also moved away. Sword God Sha Tian, who dares not pay attention now? Standing at that distance is a huge threat. Next, I will deal with you. The Sha Tian demon sword pointed directly at the 6 opposing people. The sword intent directly enveloped and oppressed the past. Roger Garp's face was dignified and ugly, and Zephyr and others' eyes were even more horrified. Under the pressure of the sword intent, even the air calmed down, as if the surrounding voices had disappeared, and everyone's world only left Sha Tian, who was standing with a knife and a sense of invincibility. He has become stronger again, more than a little bit stronger than before, now he should be able to catch up with rocks. There was a cold sweat on Garp's face. The feeling Sha Tian gives them now is completely different from the feeling of being a few hundred meters away. It's getting stronger too fast. This guy, Roger couldn't help but said, his eyes getting more and more serious. It's sharper and stronger when you feel it up close. Sha Tian's whole person stood there. Roger and the others looked as if the world was only left with him and the knife in his hand. Chapter 59. Facing such a mighty Sha Tian. Garp, Roger, and others have serious eyes. The sky's sword intent broke through the clouds, and Sha Tian stood there, blocking the exhausted Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki behind him. At this time, the 6 people can't think too much, their eyes are very sharp, just one Sha Tian, don't believe that he can't take him alone. Feeling the malicious eyes of Roger, Garp and others, Sha Tian is fearless, holding a demon knife and ghosts take one step forward. A faint white smoke emerged from the blade, and when the arm was raised, it was the second type of breaking the virtual horizontal cut. The pupils of Roger, Garp, and Sengoku suddenly shrank. A slashing attack with nothing but a sword. Zephyr still had horror in his eyes. Not long ago, he almost died by the knife. The 6 quickly dispersed, and their bodies disappeared in place almost instantly. The knife light was dodged, and directly slanted across the huge mountain peak in the Valley of Gods. The mountain peak collapsed amidst the rumbling sound. Roger and the others were surprised. I'm afraid someone will be injured after receiving this cut. Fortunately, they all escaped. At this time, Sha Tian's fighting spirit was boiling all over. The system prompt sounded in my mind. You have an intent to fight, and the abilities learned throughout your body enter a state of intent to fight, and your cultivation speed increases. The cultivation speed of all abilities is accelerated, and it is still the same buff, the state of fighting spirit. Feel that the body is constantly getting stronger. The corner of Sha Tian's mouth opened slightly. In this state, one can make rapid progress. Dealing with these powerhouses will only get stronger and stronger. Just now, seeing, hearing, and perceiving, there is a powerful aura on the left that is attacking. Garp took the lead. Sha Tian turned around directly and quickly, the monster sword and ghost pierced through the air and swung to the top of the iron fist that Garp attacked. Bang! The strong wind carried the violent hockey scattered around, blowing the stumps of various gravel trees. At the same time, Roger, Sengoku, Rayleigh, Zephyr, and Jabba attacked at the same time. The eyes of Sha Tian facing Garp's fist opened wide, and another sword intent broke out directly. One way to cut the dragon, two way to break the void, the two sword intents are fused together. Under the fusion of the killing intent and the unbreakable, the blade shone with a ray of light. The demon sword ghost that confronted Garp burst out with more powerful power, and Garp was directly repelled by a few meters. Advertisement. Sha Tian turned around like lightning, swung a knife with his arm, used both hands and feet, and fought against the 5 people who rushed over. 6 styles, broken. In the short-lived contending, Sha Tian's figure retreated, taking this opportunity, the hockey on his body circulated in a special way in the body. A faint red mist radiated from his body, strength, speed, and hockey's explosion increased. Garp, Roger and the other 6 have serious eyes. This trick is 5 Elders 6 styles, which can temporarily increase the strength. Sha Tian has used it in Mariajoy before, and I dare not look down upon it. Garp rushed over at this moment and besieged Sha Tian with the 5 people. Roger took the lead in holding the knife and went forward again. Sha Tian also retaliated with a knife. God avoid. God avoid. When the two almost met, they used it at the same time. Boom. The two conquerors' hockey directly collided together, and suddenly, hockey collided and exploded. The two knives touched directly against each other, and Roger was directly slashed back several meters. Roger's eyes throbbed. In this short time, this Sha Tian completely surpassed himself even with the move of Shen avoiding. Garp and others are more cautious. This Sha Tian's learning ability is too strong, I don't know if there are any other tricks to make a sudden move. Sengoku on the side pushed his palms directly forward at this time, his ability was fully launched, and a powerful shock wave enveloped Sha Tian. Sha Tian had no expression on her face, with a red mist on her body, disappearing in the same place instantly, and when she reappeared, she had already reached the side of Zephyr. Swipe the blade directly. Solve the weaker first. Sengoku hit Kong with a single blow, his complexion changed drastically, Sha Tian appeared on Zephyr's side. Too late to support. Zephyr's eyes are even more horrified, is his current self, in front of Sha Tian, like a lamb to be slaughtered. At this time, Garp rushed in front of Zephyr, a pair of iron fists wrapped hockey, gritted his teeth and directly resisted Sha Tian's slash. Boom. Garp, who hurriedly blocked Sha Tian, was knocked out, and his fist was paralyzed. After Sha Tian merged the sword intent, swinging the sword is even more powerful and unmatched. The sword god Sha Tian may not lose the strength at all with rocks. I can fight like this again. Roger, Garp, and others are pale. No more gaps were left for Sha Tian to make a surprise attack. The 6 directly swarmed up. Sha Tian's expression is extremely serious, knowing that he must resist. As long as you resist, the system's battle intent buff will make you stronger and stronger. Advertisement. Immediately with one enemy 6, extremely brave. He even gave up the defense, relying solely on powerful knowledge and experience to fight with everyone. Find flowers. Observation hockey, strengthened by devil fruit, perceives the battle. During the dodge, although it was difficult, it was not completely crushed and beaten by Garp and others. Instead, Garp and others became more and more frightened as they fought. In the fierce battle, Sha Tian didn't see the feeling of physical exhaustion, but the feeling that the Vietnam War became stronger. At this time, the 5 elders who were knocked back on the ground by Sha Tian and had stab wounds on their arms stood up from the pit. Seeing Sha Tian being besieged by 6 people, his eyes throbbed. Sha Tian has been besieged by Garp, Roger and other 6 people, but Kong was suppressed by Rox. The 3 looked at each other and went to support Kong. Rox sensed that the 3 men in kimono had killed, and his eyes narrowed. 5 elders gathered together and Kong was added. Turning his head to look at Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki are already exhausted. Sha Tian alone faces the 6 strong men including Garp and Roger. Anger came out in his eyes. The dark mist in the left hand and the flame in the right hand directly pounced on the 5 elders who had been killed. Kong and the blonde man saw Garp and the battle on Sengoku's side, and their eyes lit up. Bang! With murderous intent, Rox did not reserve his shot, and fought fiercely with the 5 elders who were still wearing 6 styles. Kong and the other 5 elders also rushed in and besieged. In an instant, Rox's pressure increased greatly, and his complexion finally changed. 5 elders and others know that this is a good opportunity, and whether Rox can be completely wiped out depends on this time. 6 styles, broken. The blonde man and the bearded man started the rising red mist state at the same time. 5 elders were in this state at the same time, and the breath of the 5 people began to merge. It seems that a connection is circulating among the 5 people. Rox, eyes changed. The breath of these 5 people at this time was unified, extremely weird. Is this a deeper 6 styles? However, without waiting for Rox to think about it, the 5 elders' muscles surged, and as the red mist rose, the 5 figures rushed towards Rox simultaneously. The speed was extremely fast, and he was in front of Rox in a flash. All 5 of them are entangled with hockey, and entangled with blood mist. Rox, eyes were dignified, the flames and black mist rose, and his fists were thrown out, facing each other. Bang! A powerful collision in just a few seconds. Rox flew upside down, his throat was sweet, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood. Wide. Chapter 60. Severely injured on the floating island, the exhausted Akoku and others looked down and couldn't help shouting in panic. Captain Rox, who has always been invincible, was injured by the new 5 Elders team. During the fierce battle, Sha Tian, who heard the yelling, couldn't help taking a look. The look in his eyes changed drastically. The fall of Rox has begun. The history of this world has not changed because of his arrival. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki were even more surprised at the rear. Rox would be hurt in such a situation, I didn't even think about it. The state of 5 elders at this time is very strange. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who had fought against Marine Vice Admiral and Kuzan, couldn't help but screamed. Almost at the pinnacle of the sea, the uncrowned king of pirates, Captain Rox, was actually injured. The state of the 5 old stars at this time is completely aura fusion. 5 people are like the same person. Speed, power, and hockey's single shot will increase the power of the remaining 4. 5 people gathered around Rox at this time, constantly making quick shots. The bigger the Rox, the more frightened. Whether it was strength or speed, his own strength was completely suppressed by the 5 people's fusion combat skills. In addition, Kong, who has no fear of fighting against each other, gets hit from time to time. Rox, your end is here. 5 elders' complexion went from calm to the current blue veins. It seems that the strength of the body has brought a great load. But the 5 people's eyes didn't panic at all. Upanishad. Breaking is the potential to break through the restrictions on one's body, plus the source of the power of the 5 people comes from Lord Yim. After using this kind of profound meaning technique, the bodies of the 5 people are connected to their souls, and between attacks, they will bring 20% of the strength of the other 4 people. This directly led to the fact that the battle that could only barely fight Rox turned into suppression. Although the duration is short, there is already enough time to deal with Rox. Rox complexion was so gloomy, the weird power in them could reach this level. Sha Tian, who was of similar strength, was also dragged tightly by Garp, Roger and other 6 people. Rox at this time had fierce eyes. Even if you die, you must kill these celestial dragons. Bang. Advertisement. Darkness and flames rise to the sky, and the power shakes the entire island. The 5 elders also exploded in momentum. Kong at this time is like an outsider. Entering the arena with great strength is like playing soy sauce. Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki saw that Rox was constantly being suppressed and injured by 5 elders. Anxious inwardly, regardless of your fatigue, you must step forward to support Rox. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, what good is your past? Acting like an outsider, Kong saw Whitebeard and Golden Lion Shiki stepping on a rock and flying over. A fist hit the 2 of them in the air, blocking them. At this time Kong looked at Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki, thinking about taking these 2 tired guys down first. Kong, get out. Whitebeard's eyes were gloomy, his hand facing Kong, and supporting his exhausted body with a punch, Shock Fruit slammed it out. Rox won't lose easily even if they are injured, as long as they block a 5 elders with a weird aura, they may have a chance to turn defeat into victory. The more Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki thought about it, the more anxious they looked at Rox. The force of the vibration was transmitted in front of Kong, his face blank. These 2 are already at the end of the strong bow. Although the attack of this punch has a powerful force, it is not known how much worse than before. With a punch, Whitebeard's shock was wiped out. Shiki and the 2 looked at each other helplessly. With Kong there, the 2 couldn't rush through. I watched the flames and darkness of Rox being broken open by 5 elders, fists to the flesh. The shot is 5 fists out. Rox consumption and trauma are accumulating and aggravating. Perhaps, I can only look at Sha Tian. Shiki's eyes revealed the color of hope and looked towards Sha Tian. If anyone can survive the desperate situation and turn against the wind, only Sha Tian, who is full of mystery and miracles, will be the only one. Whitebeard nodded complicatedly, and sighed in his heart. Rox is obsessed with celestial dragons, that energy will never let go until you die. The 2 confronted Kong. However, Sha Tian, who has become more and more courageous in the battle, gradually made Roger and Garp unable to fully gain the upper hand. The strength and speed of this Sha Tian continue to increase. From the beginning of the evasion, until now, every blow of the 6 can be blocked, and even counterattack in the gap. Advertisement. Zephyr and the huge golden Buddha Sengoku were both struck by Sha Tian's majestic sword energy and suffered minor injuries. The battle center of Roger and others was shocked. This guy will not directly surpass everyone in the battle, win with an invincible posture. The only good news is that the explosive strength of 5 elders has steadily surpassed Rox. As long as they persist, victory is still in sight. Sha Tian is as eager as Whitebeard Newgate and others. The variable that Rox fell, turned out to be 5 elders under Yim. The 5 people's special combat skills are so weird and their strengths are connected. Sha Tian is now that her family knows her own affairs, and now it is the first time that she feels the exhaustion of her body's strength. If there is no consumption limit, you can really turn the tide of the battle with an invincible posture in the battle. But being besieged by the strongest group of people in the world of 6 pirates, completely fell into a passive state. Fully shot, the growth rate cannot keep up with the consumption rate. The 6 people cooperated with each other and couldn't break them one by one. If the fight goes on, I'm afraid Rox won't be able to hold it in the end. Just when Sha Tian's mind turned sharply. The battle between Rox and 5 elders is even more violent. The 5 people joined hands, like one body, surrounded by Rox, and fought fiercely. The body was injured by Rox without feeling any more, the swelling muscle under the body was like a fighter machine, and the shot had no effect at all. Rox's complexion was extremely ugly, with bloodline on the corners of his mouth, and bloodline on his body as well, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. The strength of these 5 people's special combat skills unexpectedly surpassed them. And their state has not declined in the slightest. 5 old stars' eyes flashed red, Rox is declining. Between the shots, the blood on the 5 people intersected, and Hockey seemed to wrap up his hands, with 4 fists hitting Rox in the same direction. The man in the kimono stood in place, his muscles surged, and he drew out the long sword, and the blood mist merged into the blade. Facing the more violent 5 elders, Rox's dark mist and flames swirled in their fists, wrapped in Hockey, and the same punches were in opposition to the 5 elders. Bang! With the blessing of Rox, 2 abilities, they repelled the 4 of them and flew out by themselves. When flying backwards, I saw a man in a kimono rushing towards Rox with a knife, and the long knife flashed dangerous red light in his hand. Rox flew upside down, unable to avoid after a violent collision, and his eyes became dull. This cut, I can't escape, is that the end? Chapter 61. The old man in kimono is holding a long knife, tyrannical, and his eyes revealing the intent of killing, swinging a bloody mist and tangled knife against the unavoidable Rox. Rox moments of crisis. Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shaki, John, who was seriously injured on the floating island above, and the others all turned pale in terror, and screamed in terror. Captain Rox. The world of Megatron, the rocks that dominate the sea, are about to be beheaded like this. Sha Tian turned his head to look, and stared in anger. Rox is going to be cut off. How could you just die like this? Sha Tian went crazy at this time, at this distance, his own attack is coming in an instant, and there is still a chance. Immediately, the knives that blended in the first and second styles in the hand gathered on the blade, and a faint blood mist appeared on the blade. I just ignored Sengoku's palms and the shock wave hit his face. Sha Tian looked at the man in the kimono who was going to cut to Rox in the distance, and waved the strongest knife since the shot to cut. Boom. The air current was stirred instantly, causing a powerful storm. The fused sword intent broke through the speed of sound, and the faint red slash flew at a speed that the naked eye could hardly keep up with. The kimono man sprinted towards Rox's upside-down figure, with joy flashing in his eyes. 22. Rox, the Sea Lord who has stirred the world and has a huge threat to Mariajoy, is about to die by his sword. At this moment, the kimono man who was almost reaching Rox was shocked, and a familiar sword intent with unparalleled power came to the kimono man in an instant. Sha Tian. In the scream of horror, the kimono man tried his best to reverse the knife that had smashed the Rox into Sha Tian's extremely fast slash. Bang! The lightning of Conqueror's Hockey dispersed. The long sword wrapped in blood mist was released from the hand of the man in the kimono. The whole person also flew upside down in the same direction as when they were going back and forth at a faster speed. The faint red blade light paused, cleaving the long sword wrapped in blood mist, and slashing the kimono man, continuing to slash to the 5 elders. The 5 elders looked horrified and avoided, and the light of the slashing blade flew diagonally into the sky. In their current state, even if a single person can't beat a strong player of the Rox level, but can fight fiercely for a long time, they are directly cut into the air by Sha Tian. This is a fusion of the power of 5 people. Sha Tian cut out this blow and consumed most of his own power instantly. Advertisement. His complexion eased a bit, and the crisis was temporarily lifted. Sengoku's shock wave also erupted. Boom. The shock wave enveloped Sha Tian, and Sha Tian took the opportunity to retreat, broke away from the encirclement, and stood with Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shaki. When I quit, my clothes were a lot torn. Sengoku successfully hit with one blow, but did not cause harm to Sha Tian. He couldn't help but look more ugly. What's even more ugly is that Sha Tian's knife just slashed 5 elders directly and lifted the fatal crisis of Rox. Garp, Roger, Kong and others did not expect that in a short span of time, Sha Tian slashed and flew with a shocking knife. 5 elders helped Rox and took advantage of the situation to stay away from the encirclement. After a short period of time on the battlefield, Sha Tian's strength has completely reached a new stage, which is really terrifying. At this time, everyone at Marine felt that the biggest threat was not Rox, but the sword god Sha Tian in front of me. Seeing that Sha Tian, who had retreated, relieved the Rox crisis, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shaki were overjoyed. Good risk. Thanks to Sha Tian. On the island, John, Silver Axe, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin were all relieved with joy. It was so thrilling, but fortunately, Sha Tian successfully resolved the siege. In this battle, if you lose, you lose. Return to the sea and after repairing, you are still the strongest sea overlord. Sha Tian. Rox stood on the ground in a stable figure, and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Looking at Sha Tian, a smile was revealed. Sure enough, there is no wrong person. He has become a stronger person than himself. Looking at 5 elders and the 80 celestial dragons behind them again, the killing intent and madness in their eyes have not been extinguished. Rox D. Zebek, never flinched, let alone escaped without defeat. Thoughts are changing sharply. Take a deep breath. Rox pirate, everyone evacuate. Rox looked serious and yelled at Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate and others. Captain Rox, orders spread to everyone's ears. Are you going to evacuate? Kaido, who was facing off with Kuzan and other marines on the beach, was taken aback by Charlotte Linlin, knowing that it was indeed time to evacuate. Behind the two, there was a group of elite pirates who had just woken up hiding there. Advertisement. Whitebeard Newgate and Shiki looked ugly. At this moment, they were going to withdraw. Even Rox was almost beheaded, everyone was exhausted, and it was time to evacuate this battle. Only Sha Tian, whose eyes revealed inexplicable meaning, looked at Rox whose complexion had calmed down. Rox, I'm afraid I won't run away. At this time, Golden Lion Shiki took advantage of the surprise of Marine and the others, using his last strength to activate his abilities. Rox Pirates people all rose up from the feet, leading the crew, and flew to the island. Don't you want to run? Kong, who was closest to him, reacted first and rushed over. Have already fought to this point. How can I let them run away? They are going to run away. Garp, Sengoku and others all reacted. After the 5 elders dodged, they just returned, and they were very anxious. Especially 5 elders, how willing Rox Pirate to run away like this, let alone they paid a huge price to use this state. Can you let them all run away? Be careful Sha Tian, Garp, Roger and others rushed to stop, but they were directly cut back by Sha Tian's fusion sword intent. Just as 5 elders chased him, Rox came out of a dark mist and stopped in front of 5 elders. Captain Locke, go. At this time, Newgate and others discovered that Rox did not rush here, but still stopped in front of the 5 elders. Whitebeard and others faintly understood Rox thoughts. Rox didn't even plan to run away, fighting to the end, in exchange for life. The huge momentum erupted from Rox again, and the fruit ability was condensed to ultimate. The figure ran directly to 5 elders and others. During the sprint, the dark mist on his body was condensed, like a dark solid on his head. Hockey circulated on Rox, the wound burst and blood came out. Regardless of the overdraft of vitality and launching the strongest tactics. Flames emerged from the solid dark giant ball, like the lines on the devil fruit, burning on the giant ball. This offensive made the 5 elders look shocked, and their blood fog became denser. Mobilize the power of the whole body to meet the blow. The Rox launched, with no blood on their faces, and controlled the giant dark ball to smash them at them. 5 elders bombarded the giant ball, but vomited blood without any resistance, and was pressed down by the giant ball. Rox finished the blow and watched 5 elders being pressed to the ground, staggering, looking at celestial dragons. Chapter 62. Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate and others witnessed Rox attack with dark fruit draining life force. His eyes throbbed. The state of Rox is not saved. Even if he escapes, he will be swallowed up by the darkness. Garp and others were equally shocked. Rox, they are so crazy. Life for life. The big dark ball directly smashed into a huge pit. There was no explosion, no sound, so the 5 elders were suppressed, and the power of devouring and the power of flame exploded on the 5 elders. When the 5 people vomited blood, the state of blood fog continued to fade. Rox was extremely exhausted, his injured body was overdrawn and his vitality weakened, but he still walked towards the 80 celestial dragons with a crazy killing intent. At this time, the 5 elders were still able to move, rushing out of the pit abruptly, and slammed towards Rox. It's just that their connected power and red mist have dissipated. Rox, fierce eyes turned to look at 5 elders fearlessly, without dodge, and punch the man in the kimono, as fast as lightning. The man in the kimono turned his body in shock, but was still pierced by Rox in his right chest. His eyes fell in horror. There was no black mist on Rox, and without the flame, he was directly hit by the other 4 people, and a thick blood spurted out with a wow. With a grim expression on his face, his body stabilized, he lifted his leg and turned around and kicked it all in one go. The blonde man was hit in an instant with his left arm, his expression was distorted and he flew out, hitting the ground and unable to move. The other 3 were so scared by Rox ferocity that they didn't dare to do it easily. Rox held his chest, coughed a few times, the blood clot came out, and the breath of the whole body became weaker. Turned around and continued to stagger towards the 80 celestial dragons. The whole audience was dumbfounded. Sengoku, Kong and others had cold sweat on their faces. Rox have already reached the 80 celestial dragons who fainted. Stop. Kong and others glared wide and shouted. These celestial dragons cannot die. This shout also awakened 5 elders, who was deterred by Rox death. The figures rushed away. Stepping on these ugly celestial dragons, Rox ignored the 3-5 elders who rushed forward and gave a cruel smile. A black mist emerged from his hands, directly covering their faces. The 3-5 elders were shocked, reacted, and rushed to Rox one after another. Roger, Garp and others also rushed towards Rox. Everyone gathered the offensive one after another and beat the past. There was more and more black fog under Rox, ignoring the attacks of Garp, 5 elders and others, and laughed wildly. Advertisement. The darkness swallows the vitality of these celestial dragons. Bang, 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 ... The attacks of Garp, Sora, Roger and others all fell on the rocks standing on a pile of celestial dragons. The fist, the knife light flashed, aroused a piece of dust. When the smoke cleared, more than a dozen people stood in front of rocks, their eyes shocked. Rocks still stood there, motionless. There was a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. All celestial dragons underneath are dead. Everyone at Rock's pirate, such as Newgate and Shaki, had eyes throbbing. Rocks, after killing these celestial dragons, the look in his eyes began to lose consciousness, and the vitality had begun to dissipate. Rocks, dying and standing proudly on the corpse of celestial dragons. Captain Rocks. Many of the people at Rock's pirate looked sad. Shouted one after another. With a little regret, Rocks looked at Sha Tian with godless eyes. If you choose to survive, you and Sha Tian are enough to dominate the world. It's a pity that celestial dragons had to be killed, this is his own obsession. Unfortunately, I stopped here. Stepping on the corpse of celestial dragons, Rocks was covered in wounds and slowly closed his eyes. With a unique smile on the corner of his mouth, standing proudly on the corpse of celestial dragons. In the end there is no life. Rocks. Sha Tian saw the regret that Rocks looked towards herself in her eyes. The battle of the Valley of Gods, even if you are there, you can't change it. Rocks, who is almost standing at the top of the world, is truly dead here. Captain Rocks. The eyes of Newgate, Shaki and others all revealed sorrow. Although everyone has different thoughts, they have all received a lot of attention from Rocks. I can't help but feel sad at this moment. Impossible. Impossible. Akoku cried even more. Rocks is his lifesaver and the person who has been with Rocks for the longest time. Seeing this scene, I dare not let myself believe that Rocks standing proudly there is still dead. A group of crew members with different expressions. Advertisement. More. Worry. Even Captain Rocks died here, can they get out of the Valley of Gods again? Among the Marine soldiers who woke up and hid cheered. Died. Rocks, extremely violent and threatening the world, finally died in the Valley of Gods. Compared with the death of celestial dragons, the soldiers will be more happy about the death of Rocks. Diaresis finally died. Rocks, Garp, Sengoku, Sora, Zephyr, these people still looked ashen as Rocks finally lost his breath, just breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Rock's pirate of the evacuees over there, Garp and others still looked solemn. Sha Tian, holding a demon sword in his hand, the sword intent rises to the sky. Siege Sha Tian. Kong and others reacted and couldn't let them run away. Once Sha Tian fled, not long after, no one in the world could match him. The sword god Sha Tian is the biggest threat to Rock's pirate. Roger, Rayleigh and others looked at the dead Rocks, feeling a bit sad. Under eye contact, they all stopped in place. Roger, the battle is not over yet. Garp and others saw that Roger was no longer coming forward, their eyes changed, and said. My battle is over, Rocks has been killed, and our cooperation is over. Roger shook his head, not wanting to pursue it anymore. The goal at the beginning was just Rocks Qian Zhao's. Because his thoughts were so terrible, how many people infected by his men became violent generations. Garp and others looked gloomy and speechless. Roger and his gang are pirates. Kong snorted, then turned and pursued the Rocks pirate men. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kuzan and 6 Vice Admiral followed and killed them. At this time, the floating island just flew slowly. Golden Lion Shaki is exhausted. Sha Tian sighed. I remembered Rocks, dying look at himself. Then Sha Tian closed his eyes. When I opened it again, the color of determination was shining in front of my eyes. Since I am under your care, I will keep your Rocks pirate. Sha Tian jumped to the marine who was chasing, and the powerful blade of light flashed in his hand. A huge crack was left on the ground of the island, blocking the chasing crowd. Sha Tian fell down, holding a demon knife ghostly, despising everyone. Chapter 63. Facing Sha Tian, one person blocked all Marines' pursuit. Whitebeard Newgate, Shaki, Akoku and others were even more surprised. Sha Tian actually blocked Marine alone and let them evacuate. Sha Tian, go away, Newgate shouted eagerly. As soon as his figure moved, he would go down with Sha Tian. What is the difference between this B********* D and death? Shaki, Akoku and others hurriedly stopped. I will soon regain my ability to drive quickly. Let's go first. Golden Lion Shaki hurriedly shouted loudly. I was eagerly unable to do it. Sha Tian can't have an accident. Captain Sha Tian. On the floating island, others including Kaido yelled eagerly. You go first. Sha Tian was indifferent, turned his head and grinned. Then he turned a blind eye to everyone behind him. The ghost in the hand broke out wildly. Garp, Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, Kuzan, 3 Logia newcomers, and the 3 5 elders from behind all chased them. Everyone was surprised, is Sha Tian going to die? Although Roger, Rayleigh and the others did not take action. But all the main Marines are here. You intend to exchange your life for others to safely evacuate. Kong's eyes were so solemn, he couldn't help but say something. Sha Tian is now the strength of the Overlord level, even surpassing Rocks. Even if his consumption is huge, it should not be underestimated. Life. Do you think you can beat me? As soon as the sound fell, the ghost in Sha Tian's hand moved completely, and the powerful slash flew towards everyone. The fusion of the one-style dragon slashing and the two-style breaking the void is still extremely powerful. Kuzan, Sakazuki, and Pelusolino were shocked, and they even launched their abilities to block Sha Tian's slash. No. Come back soon. Zephyr's eyes glared, and his expression turned into a shock. These three reckless guys dared to face to receive Sha Tian's slash. Even Sengoku doesn't dare to cooperate with himself. The Kuzan trio had already rushed out at this time, and after facing a huge slash, they realized that they couldn't even do elementalization. The powerful sword intent directly stunned the Kuzan trio. Sha Tian's eyes were indifferent, and she didn't even look at them. Go straight to Garp and Kong to kill. Advertisement. Are you going to die? The Kuzan trio were dumbfounded, completely deterred. There was a coldness of death rising in my heart. Don't be impulsive. The huge golden body Sengoku leapt in front of the Kuzan trio with a bang, and the golden palms carried the shock wave against the flying sword light. Zephyr also looked ugly, with a violent hockey punching out of the air to withstand the attack. Shame. Too shame. The three Logia's super newcomers were actually frightened by Sha Tian's casual knife light. The three of Sakazuki were sweating. Why? The gap will be so big. Just being pressed by the sword, let yourself move. Sengoku and Zephyr wiped out the light of the knife, then turned and rushed towards Sha Tian, and together with Garp and others, they besieged Sha Tian. In Garp's fist strength, he took Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki, and hit Sha Tian directly between his fists. Sha Tian waved the knife and cut it away. Garp didn't dodge either, he just took it down. Kong is on the other side, also using his fists, punching at Sha Tian. At this time, Zephyr and Sengoku joined in. Sha Tian didn't panic at all. These four people still couldn't give him pressure, and even back pressure. Directly rely on powerful and unmatched insights and extremely fast speed to compete with four people. And at this time, the three weakened five elders also rushed over and saw Sha Tian beating four and still suppressing steadily. I was shocked. This monster, harder than rocks. Even if you win him here, you have to pay more. The three of them glanced at each other with bitterness in their eyes. The other two five elders were severely injured by rocks just now. Only the three of them can no longer display the state of blending breath. I can only fight my life. The eyes of the three five elders began to firm. 6 styles, broken. With a bang, the already fragile ground around the three directly shattered. The blood mist began to rise from the three of them. The way the three of them actually consumed their vitality started this trick. The weakened body is strong again. Kill. The three of five elders took the fist of blood mist, rushed to Sha Tian. 5 elders. A red light emerged from Sha Tian's pupils and looked at the three of five elders. The slash that was originally slashed to Sengoku was slashed to 3 people. Advertisement. The eyes of the three five elders are extremely solemn, knowing that Sha Tian's slashing knife can't be hardwired, at most they can only be wiped out with moves. Immediately dodge directly. Sha Tian expressionlessly, catching the five elders as a fierce attack, and the rest of them completely dodge with the evolved formidable sight, and only when they can't dodge the attack, they swipe their knife to stop. This style of play has greatly reduced the pressure on Garp, Sengoku and others. Each one glanced at each other, started to separate positions, and adopted a more violent offensive. The many forces who watched the battle from a distance were stunned. The events on the battlefield have refreshed all kinds of cognition time and time again. The overlord of the sea rocks fell and took away a large piece of celestial dragons in exchange for life. The shock was not over. The evacuated rocks pirate was chased and killed by the marine powerhouses, and the sword god Sha Tian fought against all marines and 5 elders alone. There were 7 strong players, and the 3 of 5 elders defeated rocks. If it weren't for such a large number of powerhouses, I'm afraid they would have been defeated long ago. Sword god Sha Tian. Earl Hong looked at Sha Tian of Marine who was fighting fiercely on the battlefield, and even his hands trembled slightly, which was too shocking. The monster Sha Tian has now become such a strong man. I thought that the sword god Sha Tian was just going to die to intercept Marine, but I couldn't think of, his strength has completely surpassed rocks. Monkey D. Dragon looked at the battlefield in shock, and was silent for a long time, muttering to himself. This is the invincible capital. The same was true for Newgate and others in the rear, and they were shocked and shocked. Sha Tian's strength at this time, I am afraid that it has reached a new height. Akoku, John and others witnessed the process of Sha Tian becoming stronger, took a deep breath and said. And on the battlefield, Sha Tian's own ability is still rapidly improving combat power under the battle intent buff. But at the same time, facing the offensive of 7 top powerhouses, they had to go all out. Reply, can't keep up with the consumption. Garp, Sengoku and others have serious eyes, and their complexions are getting more and more ugly. They can't perceive the physical strength of Sha Tian at all, and just think that if this goes on, Sha Tian will only get stronger and stronger. Sha Tian, Garp and others have their own thoughts. One move will determine the outcome. As he retreated, Kong whispered deep to Garp. I'm scared, Sha Tian is really terrible, if it drags on like this, he will only become stronger and stronger. Sha Tian also has this idea at this time. 3 styles. Open the sky. One way to determine the outcome with them. There is only one chance to use this trick. Although Sha Tian did not fully activate this trick, the power is definitely huge. I don't know how much stronger than the fusion of the 2 style and 1 style sword intent. At this time, the 7 Five Elders moved closer together. Sha Tian also opened the distance. The demon sword in his hand held high. A grand and majestic sword intent is madly permeating. Chapter 64. Majestic and majestic. For example, the entire world is only left with the Tongtian sword intent on Sha Tian's handheld monster sword. Boom. The clouds in the sky continued to spin, and slowly, the sound of thunder sounded. The power of Sha Tian's entire person is like the entire space oppressing Garp, Kong and others. What kind of sword intent is this? There was blood mist on the bodies of the 3 Five Elders, and their eyes trembled at Sha Tian who had already launched a trick. A bad premonition flashed in my heart, can we resist this kind of move? While he hasn't fully activated, hurry up. Kong looked ugly and looked at Sha Tian, who had already raised the sword and triggered the heaven to the sky vision. The powerful haki gathered in his hands and quickly gained momentum. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others heard Sora's words and immediately reacted, suppressing the tremor in their hearts. The sword god Sha Tian, the sword intent at this time is too amazing. Even Garp couldn't help feeling shocked. Roger and the group of people watching the game not far away were even more shocking. The sword god, it's terrifying. This kind of sword intent that encompasses everything. Roger and Rayleigh are both masters with knives. Seeing Sha Tian's knife intent today, the whole person is plunged into self-doubt. We are just hacking people, Sha Tian's is called the sword technique. How did this monster cultivate? The various forces who watched the battle from a distance are constantly sailing and retreating in shock. Sha Tian's sword intent is too powerful, they saw that the entire Valley of the Gods was under a huge rotating thundercloud, the thunder was shining, and the thunder continued. Hurry up and stay away, lest you be destroyed by the aftermath. How is this possible? What a perfect sword intent is this? Earl Hong looked unbelievable, and looked at Sha Tian with infatuation. Isn't this kind of perfect sword intent what the powerful sword magnates are pursuing? The name of the sword god, really worthy of the name, relying on this sword intent, even if Sha Tian has no power, he is still a figure standing on the pinnacle of the swordsman's way. On the revolutionary military ship that was just created, Monkey D. Dragon turned around and let the crew quickly sail away. Looking at the battlefield with trembling eyes. Marine is also the strongest move in the reserve. Although the aura is fierce, it is incomparable with Sha Tian who has now exploded under the majestic sword intent. Under the roar of thunder and lightning, the floating island finally speeds up to fly to the sea. Advertisement. Above, Whitebeard Newgate, Shiki and others all looked in shock, silent, with a look of grief on their faces. Newgate and others all understand how strong Sha Tian's move is, and how low the chance of fleeing after launching it. Sha Tian held up the demon sword and ghostly, staring at Garp, Kong, 5 Elders and others on the opposite side, with sweat dripping on his face. This trick, I don't know how strong it is. Physical strength, haki is consuming frantically, being guided by the sword. The prompt of the system sounded in my mind. Your armament haki has reached the peak stage 100%, about to break through. Your conqueror's haki has reached the peak stage 100%, about to break through. Your one style, Dragon Slash has reached its peak. ... The prompts sounded one after another. Let Sha Tian couldn't help but feel a little stunned. If you break through to this stage just now, neither Marine nor 5 Elders will be able to help themselves. It's a pity that this trick has now been fully activated, and it can't be stopped. The power of the whole body was emptied in an instant. Garp tore off his shirt, revealing his sturdy figure. Between the surging muscles of his whole body, his right fist's conqueror's haki and armament haki were covered and wounded. A punch seems to break the momentum of an island. Kong, Sengoku, and Zephyr also condensed the whole body of haki, to pour into this final blow. 5 Elders 3 people are even more thick with blood mist, the blood on their faces turned pale, 6 styles attack posture is put, and the huge power is gathered. Under the deterrence of both parties ready to go, the Kuzan trio had no courage to make a move, and looked at Sha Tian with shocked eyes. This will tell the winner with one move. The entire Valley of the Gods was shaking violently, the land shattered into huge cracks, and the surrounding area was directly washed down by the turbulent ocean current. 3 styles. Open the sky. Sha Tian's hand dragged the demon knife ghostly, the majestic knife intent formed a faint white sword aura on the knife body, and between swinging the knife, it seemed that the space had been cut away. Facing the power of Sha Tian's sword swing, the eyes of the Marine and 5 Elders were incomparably horrified, and the full blows in their hands hit Sha Tian one after another. Bang! The air is rippling. After a series of punches, the shock waves seemed to unite as they rushed through the air, forming a huge fist mark. The first thing that threw in front of Sha Tian was the extremely compressed air cannon. Find flowers. When the sword air swept across, the air cannon dissipated directly, and as it fell, the sword air emitted a dazzling light. Advertisement. Contrary to the huge fist mark, it was silent, and directly obliterated the strongest attack of the Marines. At this moment, the world in Sha Tian's eyes seemed to slow down countless times. Garp, Sengoku, Sora and others have horrified expressions on their faces. Behind the grief and shock of Whitebeard Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki and others. The sword energy burst into light, breaking the incomparable huge fist mark, and then directly slashed to the Marines. All of this is collected in Sha Tian's eyes. Except for haki-colored haki, all his body was exhausted. When Sha Tian thought that he was going to die too. In front of him, a real spatial crack was cut out by the knife. Dot 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 dot. 0. The sudden appearance, irresistible suction, instantly sucked Sha Tian in. You have entered the spatial turbulence. The system will guide you not to get lost in the spatial turbulence. All abilities are retained, and automatic cultivation will never stop. The sound of the system rang during Sha Tian's fainting process. IFK. Sha Tian didn't have time to vomit and was taken away by the turbulent space that he had split out, and fell into a coma directly. And all this, everyone present could not see or perceive. The Red Earl watching from a distance, Monkey D. Dragon. Marine soldiers, Kong, Garp and others, 5 elders. As well as the remnants of Rock's pirate, Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shaki, who are gradually gone. All 5 senses were filled with the light of the sword spirit. In front of me, the sound, the sight and the color are all white. Garp, Kong, Sengoku, Zephyr, and 5 elders were not hit by the knife, but were touched by the front of the knife, and they were knocked out and seriously injured. After the real knife light cut the space crack, it slowly dissipated. After a long time, the white light that filled the whole world slowly dissipated. Everything in front of me gradually became clear. A bone-bearing knife wound hung on Garp's fist, and a large mouthful of blood was spit out from his mouth. Hardly got up from the gravel. What happened in the end? That knife of Sha Tian. Garp looked around with horror in his eyes, throbbing in his heart. Is this still the Valley of Gods? Wide. Chapter 65. Valley of Gods. It just disappeared in half. The remaining broken islands, Marine only left Garp, Kong, Zephyr, Sengoku, Kuzan and a few Marine fighters. On the broken half of the island, seawater flowed into the cracks. It seems to be sinking. Roger, Rayleigh and the group clung to a broken piece of land, did not fall into the sea, and climbed up. Garp looked around in shock and stood up, wiped the corners of his mouth, his other hand was weakly pulled together, blood was flowing. Kong and others were seriously injured lying on the ground, unable to move, covered in blood. The corpse of Rocks, standing proudly on celestial dragons, still stands proudly. The rest have disappeared. Even the clouds in the sky are scattered, and the sky is clear. Is it over? Sha Tian disappeared. Seeing where Sha Tian was originally, Garp's eyes throbbed. Only the demon sword ghost is on the ground, and Sha Tian is nowhere to be seen. The floating island can only see a little black shadow, and it is completely far away. Sha Tian, are you dead? Although Roger and his group were not injured, they were also stabbed by the tremor of the sword air from a long distance. Sha Tian, the probability is already dead, right? At the moment when the knife light was lit, everyone did not see the 3-style open sky and wiped out the fist mark. They all thought that Sha Tian had already died under the fist mark, and there was no bones left. That's why they will survive. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Pelusolino all took a deep breath of air, calming the shocked mood. 1. Finally 1. This knife is really terrifying. The Valley of Gods was completely destroyed. But they all survived. The remaining Marine soldiers recovered and cheered loudly. Zephyr and others couldn't help but laugh. This battle will completely change the world. Only the strong at the level of Kong and Garp faintly felt that Sha Tian might not have disappeared. But watching the demon sword ghost is lost to the ground by Sha Tian. In his heart, he was more inclined to Sha Tian and died in battle. He died. The 3-5 elders coughed up the blood clots, sat up tremblingly on the ground, and smiled. The power of the fist print is enough to kill a character like Rocks. Sha Tian didn't even dodge just now. What else can there be without death? We won. Rocks pirate except those remnants. Rocks and the sword god Sha Tian died in the battle of the Valley of the Gods. Kong hesitated for a moment, nodded, and shouted loudly. Advertisement. His eyes gradually became firmer. At this level, they are not dead, there is only one possibility. Sha Tian died first. Marine cheers loudly. The threat of Rocks is finally lifted. The genius powerhouse of the evildoer level, the sword god Sha Tian has also been wiped out. The Red Earl, Monkey D. Dragon and others who watched the battle in the distance watched in shock as the white light receded, and there was only a half of the Valley of Gods. Dumbfounded. Impossible. Sha Tian's knife, how did Marine and others block it? Earl Red was puzzled and clenched his fists tightly. The pupils were shaking. The power of that knife was matched with the fist marks of the Marines, and the Marine who survived. Unbelievable. Red Earl doesn't believe the possibility of the death of Sha Tian in the invincible posture at all. But Monkey D. Dragon has a complex look. The sword god Sha Tian and Rocks, just like this ended. Even these powerful men will inevitably disappear in the fight against Marine and world government. The road of the Revolutionary Army is still very long, very long. Looking at the demon sword ghost, Roger walked over and picked up the ghost. A remnant of knife intent remained on the knife. Roger's eyes changed, he released the handle of the knife, and turned to avoid it. The sword intent formed a sword energy, slashed towards the sea, aroused a huge wave. Even the remaining sword intent is so strong. Sha Tian, how did you die? Roger's eyes revealed a deep shock, his face solemnly picked up the ghost again. Roger couldn't believe that he died under the fist of everyone. In my mind, the figure of Sha Tian proudly holding a sword is still there. Maybe it's really dead, let's evacuate first. Rayleigh looked complicated and shook his head, and said to Roger. If Sha Tian joined the Roger pirate group, perhaps it would be a different life. It's a pity that this strong man standing on top, a genius unparalleled in the world. Roger sighed, a victory that was supposed to be happy, but he couldn't be happy, he was in a complicated mood, holding a ghost. Turned around and took Rayleigh and the others away. Garp and the Marines took a look, and were startled by the knife's breath. After discovering that it was the residual knife's intent, they all fell silent and watched Roger and his group go away. Roger did not stop Sha Tian's knife from being taken away. Emergency treatment of the wounded. The rest are preparing to evacuate. The Valley of Gods is going to sink. At this time, the remaining small and half islands also began to shake, and under the cover of the sea, these fragmented and fragile islands were about to sink. The bodies of rocks and celestial dragons were also taken away by Marine. Advertisement. A group of people quickly evacuated. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods ended with the death of Rocks and Sha Tian and the escape of the remnants. On the floating island far away, everyone was silent. Captain Rocks died in action. The strongest Sha Tian also disappeared on the battlefield. It is basically certain that it is dead. How could Sha Tian die? How could it be possible? Golden Lion Shiki finally couldn't help it, shouting loudly. A sense of grief radiated from the bottom of my heart. Sha Tian is the only person he admires and truly regards as a partner. Whitebeard Newgate sat aside with gloomy eyes, also feeling uncomfortable in his heart. Sha Tian joined Rock's pirate, the closest he and Shiki have gone, the better the relationship. Unexpectedly, Sha Tian finally evacuated in order to cover them, facing all the enemies alone. The other cadres were equally frustrated with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and a group of pirates. Rock's pirate, the two strongest people died. I am afraid that we will have to face the chase of the world government. Some people are already considering their plans after going back. The Valley of the Gods finally came shortly after Marine's evacuation. Completely sank in the sea. A few days later, Mary Joa. Above the Void Throne in Pangu City, who couldn't see his figure, sat on the throne. Below, 5 elders kneeled weakly and reported the incident. Master Yim, that's how it is. The blonde man finished tremblingly. He fell deeply to the ground. My lord please punish me. The other 4 also knelt to the ground. Forget it. The lights in Rock's pirate's history, please put it out. After a long silence, Yim's voice sounded, indistinguishable from men and women, with majesty. It's Lord Yim. The 5 people breathed a sigh of relief. Then, under Yim's gesture, he walked out slowly. Who was sitting on the throne, let out a chuckle. The guy Rocks died in front of them. The sword god Sha Tian, are you really dead too? Chapter 66. East Blue, on a remote island. Here is a place called Kokosia Village. Next to the Kokosia Village, there is an orange tree, and there is a small house next to the orange tree. This kind of scenery and sense of ease should have been the norm for such remote islands. But at this time, a group of murlocs with sun tattoos on their bodies were surrounded by the wooden house. There were villagers around, looking horrified, their bodies trembling. The door of the wooden house. A megalodon man with a pointed nose was laughing, and there was a woman on his feet. The police officer in the village Aegean looked at these strong and tall murlocs in discomfort and fear. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart and sweat on his face. These murlocs are the Arlong gang who made a big fuss on the Grand Line. 100,000 for adults and 50,000 for children, you can survive by teaching them up. Arlong let go of Belmare's feet, and said viciously. These inferior humans are just their own cash cows. The weak villagers dared not say anything, and their hearts were filled with deep fear. Looking at Belmere, there is nothing I can do, but I can only pray that the 2 sisters Nami, who were not discovered by the Arlong group, will not show up. She, just her, is enough to pay 100,000 yuan, right, Belmere, how many assets you still have, please hand it over soon. Police Constable Aegean had an idea and said bitterly. Plus the private money, there are more than 100,000. Belmere was injured by Arlong and others. Knowing the situation in front of him, he could only say helplessly. At this time, Nami and Nuauchi, who had been stopped by the village chief, ran over in tears, hugging Belmere, who was sitting paralyzed, crying loudly. The villagers were shocked. Will be killed by the Arlong group of murlocs. Many people even covered their faces and couldn't bear to look directly. Police Constable Aegean also had an ugly face and a cold sweat. It's over. Even Nami and Nokigao can't keep it. Sure enough, Arlong grinned grimly, with a cruel expression on his face. There are 2 more kids. Nami and others looked at Arlong in horror, at this moment. There was thunder in the sky, loud bangs, and blue light flashed. A figure fell freely from the sky. With a bang, they fell beside Belmere, Nami, and Nuauchigao. A human-shaped pit was smashed out, and dust was everywhere. Who? In the dust, Arlong couldn't see clearly and screamed in surprise. Someone came to rescue them. In the dust, there was no response. Advertisement. The villagers, Belmere, and Nami looked at the pit in surprise. The bold Nami also moved a little closer. The dust quickly fell away. In a pit of 1 person. A black-haired, topless young man in gray shorts lay on his back. The bruises and blood all over his body, the scars all over his body. The young face was full of bloodline, and it was vaguely visible that he looked like a little boy. This person is exactly the Sha Tian who was thrown out by the space crack from the height, and fell straight down. What? It turned out to be a seriously injured person who didn't know where to fly. Arlong, who was still cautious just now, saw it clearly and laughed. At first sight, this guy was seriously injured and was about to die, and his breathing was extremely weak. As Arlong scared just now, Octopus Xiaoba on the side laughed at Arlong. The Murlocs around couldn't help but laugh, and the small 8 nerves dare to talk to Arlong like this. Arlong snorted, not blaming Xiaoba. Instead, he looked at Sha Tian who was lying in the pit with his eyes closed. This badly injured guy made me lose such a big face. The killing intent came from the heart. With a grinning smile, walked to Sha Tian. What are you going to do? With Belmir and Nami, Nuauchi was shocked. Arlong didn't let anyone who was fainted and seriously injured just because he was laughed at by his accomplices. Arlong grinned and walked towards Sha Tian. The killing intent is facing Sha Tian. At this time, Sha Tian, whose body felt the killing intent, opened his eyes abruptly and saw the blue sky. The brain is still dizzy, not awake, the whole body is extremely painful, unable to move. There was a faint sound from the dry throat. I'm not dead. You are going to die soon. It's painful to live with such a serious injury. I'm here to save you. Arlong said cruelly. I took the serrated knife in my hand, walked to Sha Tian's side, and raised the knife. You want me to die? Sha Tian was stimulated by the killing intent and saw the Murloc in front of her clearly. This is the Murloc, Arlong, right? The obvious sawtooth nose, sharp teeth and sun tattoos, Sha Tian still recognized it. There is also a beautiful girl and 2 children by her side. Where am I? Advertisement. Go to hell. Arlong has no sympathy for human beings, in his eyes, it is like a domestic animal. The serrated knife cuts directly to Sha Tian. Sha Tian frowned, and a huge threat in his eyes directly enveloped all the Murlocs present. Arlong, the nearest one, seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer. His eyes were pale, blood was vomiting out of his mouth, and he flew out. Including Octopus Xiaohachi, all the Murlocs were hit hard, with Byakugan glowing, they fell to the ground with blood flowing from their mouths. As if a strong wind blew by, the villagers were all dumbfounded, their eyes popping out. The mysterious heavy-colored man who fell from the sky took a look, an aura broke out, and Arlong flew out suddenly, vomiting blood. The rest of the Murlocs are all like this. What did he do? Even the village chief under the orange tree not far away was shocked. I have never seen such a picture before. Could it be the devil fruit ability? Sha Tian hadn't come yet and turned around to talk to that beautiful woman, because of using Conqueror's Haki, the load on the body was aggravated and his head sank. Fainted directly again. He is dizzy again. Belmir in shock looked at Sha Tian and exclaimed. Immediately surrounded by Nami and others. Fortunately, breathing is very steady. Belmir breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the villagers reacted one after another. Arlong's gang was defeated. Quickly, control them all. Take this seriously injured person to the village infirmary for treatment. The village chief hurried over and said. The village chief, Arlong, dead. Constable Aegean looked at Arlong, who was lying on the ground without breathing, with a cold sweat on his face, and said in horror. Mysterious man, he stared the infamous Arlong to death at a glance. What kind of power is this? What? The village chief was also taken aback. What is the origin of this person? He frowned and said. Anyway, this mysterious person has saved all of us. Arrange treatment first. I'll check the other Murlocs. Constable Aegean nodded, wiped his sweat, and ran to check carefully. Belmir and Nami, Nuauchigao and a few villagers helped lift Sha Tian up on a stretcher and rushed to the village infirmary. Chapter 67. Kokosia Village Infirmary. What kind of monster is this mysterious man? The doctor in a white coat checked Sha Tian lying on the hospital bed with a shocked look. The villagers who heard this, Belmir, Nami and others have no idea. Doctor, is he okay? Can he survive? Belmir said anxiously. Although this mysterious man didn't know where he came from and who he was. But he was the benefactor who saved the whole village from Arlong, the Murloc. There is no problem with the whole body bones, but there are all kinds of cuts with visible bones. There is even a cut in the back of the head. There is also a bruise from a heavy blow, plus the amount of blood loss, it is really hard to imagine how this guy survived. The doctor said with a cold sweat, his eyes trembled. Normal people will die after a wound like this. That means he can survive. Belmir thought that Sha Tian still had a weak breath before, and it was still very stable. Can live, but, I don't know when he will wake up. His brain is the most severely injured. This situation can only allow him to recover by himself, and he needs to inject some drugs to maintain his body's functions. The doctor sighed and said slowly. If you can live, you can definitely live. These injuries are not new at first sight. They haven't deteriorated for so long, indicating that they are still recovering. That's good, the whole village of Kokosia will pay for him to buy medicines until he recovers. The village chief came over from outside at this time and said solemnly. Belmir, Nami, and Nuauchigao both smiled. That's all. Sha Tian, who was seriously injured and completely fainted in the past, was protected by the kind-hearted villagers of Kokosia and received treatment. During the period, Marine also came to investigate Arlong, and the villagers never exposed the existence of Sha Tian. Who knows if the mysterious man who was seriously injured was injured by marine. In this way, 1 year passed. Sha Tian, who relied on drugs to maintain physical functions, did not wake up. In the 2nd year, the scars on Sha Tian's body began to heal. The villagers took turns taking care of Sha Tian, thinking that the mysterious person would wake up soon. Then it was the 3rd year, the 4th year. Until 8 years later. The villagers have strange faces and complicated hearts. If it is not certain that Sha Tian is a human being, I would not dare to stay by Sha Tian's side. The doctor has confirmed many times and can only say that this is a vegetative state, and there are many examples of this in the world. As for whether or not to wake up, the doctor is no longer sure to say. The head of Kokosia village said to everyone with a serious face. It's only 8 years. Even for a lifetime, our whole village can support him because he rescued our whole village from the Murlocs. Advertisement. The villagers also recognized it. Belmir and Nami, Noji Gogan come to take care of Sha Tian every day. Nami, Nuauchi Gaodu have been born and become a beautiful girl. Until noon on a certain day in the 8th year. Lying on the sickbed, the topless Sha Tian's mind appeared the voice of the system. The system restarted successfully. Congratulations to the host returning to normal state. Your various abilities are 100% at the complete stage. Please learn more skills. Enable the swallowing ability at the consummation stage. You can gain evolution progress by swallowing weak skills and strengthening the main skills. Note. Hockey cannot use skills to evolve. The system panel is even more straightforward. Eternal Binder. Sha Tian. Conqueror's Hockey. The completion stage. Armament Hockey. The stage of consummation. Observation Hockey. The stage of consummation. Evolution. 1 Formula. Slashing the Dragon. The stage of consummation. Kong Yun. Slash Wave. Thunder Axe. Form 2. Breaking the Emptiness. The stage of consummation. Pluton Sword Intent. 3 types. Open the Sky. The stage of consummation. Fusion of all sword meanings. 6 styles. The stage of consummation. Reduce side effects by 99%. Douglas Body Art. The stage of consummation. Boxing. The stage of consummation. Kicking skills. The stage of consummation. Close black lens bracket. In a daze, Sha Tian began to see the prompts and panels of the system with a sober consciousness. There was a warm current in the body. The infusion needle inserted in the arm bounces off directly. I'm not dead. Sha Tian opened his eyes violently, and took a few breaths. Slowly sat up. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, there was no one. The memory began to return. Recalling what happened before being sucked into the crack of space. And wake up once in the emptiness and darkness of the space crack. At that time, the war left injuries, but I didn't expect the space cracks to be even more dangerous. Thanks to the system for protecting the body, but because he quickly walked through the cracks, he bumped into a lot of blue light, and kept hurting himself. The system protects the key, and then bursts out of the crack. The system left a sentence saying that it was about to resume restarting, and he was also fainted. Advertisement. Until he fell down and was awakened by the killing intent. The last memory, that Murloc, seems to be Arlong. Sha Tian touched his head, thinking carefully. The injury was too serious and his energy was exhausted. After activating Conqueror's Hockey, he was directly in a state of faint recovery. During this period, although the system is dormant, the body's abilities are constantly self-cultivating. While strengthening the body's abilities, he also expended his strength on the damage caused by the cracks in the recovery space. Until now, when I wake up, all have reached the highest stage of consummation. Diaresis, in other words, if you want to make progress, you can only rely on devouring devil fruit and devouring skills to evolve and strengthen. Sha Tian grinned. Even if he doesn't evolve anymore, he will be many times stronger than during the Battle of the Valley of Gods. Alive, then you have to figure out where you are. Sha Tian touched her own cheeks, just about to start seeing and hearing color coverage. With a squeak, the door was opened. A beautiful woman with short orange hair and perfect figure turned her head and talked to the people outside and walked in, holding a basin and towel in her hand. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Sha Tian, who was sitting up, and his face was a little dazed. Qian Zhao is good. NS. The girl screamed, and everything in her hand fell to the ground. Was taken aback. He woke up after sleeping for 8 years. Nami. Sha Tian looked at this beautiful woman mysteriously and was surprised. At this time, people outside also ran over, a doctor and a villager. You're awake. The doctor's expression was surprised and unacceptable. All kinds of emotions are very responsible. That villager did the same with Nami. Afterwards, all 3 of them reacted. The mysterious man who had been sleeping for 8 years finally woke up. Who is he? Pirate, or someone else? In fact, it is not only 3 people, but the whole village is hesitant. What will happen after this waking up? After all, the scene of Arlong's death was too unimaginable. Sha Tian smiled slightly, revealing a friendly smile. I woke up. Chapter 68. That's it, it's troublesome for you, village chief. Sha Tian listened to the village chief having said these 8 years, and thanked him sincerely. The favor of Kokosia village is too great. In the infirmary, Belmir, Nami, the village head and others, as well as the villagers inside and out, all curiously looked at Sha Tian sitting upright on the hospital bed and eating all kinds of food. Sha Tian, it should be we thank you, Arlong and the group are extremely cruel. How many people have been killed? How many villages and towns have been destroyed? If you didn't save us in the end, we might have died. The village head quickly waved his hand and said. Sha Tian, who is waking up now, has a special temperament on his body. The village chief lived for most of his life, and he saw it at a glance. This Sha Tian is a big man, a strong man. No, the village chief, you have taken care of and protected me for 8 years. It is not something Arlong can pay back. I will remember this friendship. Sha Tian said with a smile again. A little Arlong, how could he compare his own life? These kind-hearted villagers have protected him for so long, and he must be repaid afterwards. Sha Tian, if you want to thank you Belmir and Nami, the New Ouchigao family. They take care of you every day without interruption. The village chief did not say much at this time, but instead talked about the Belmir family. Yes, Belmir, Nami, Nuohigo, thank you. Sha Tian said solemnly. Nami should meet Luffy soon at this point. In my heart, Sha Tian has already thought about how to repay Nami first. No. You're welcome. Belmir, who was like a hooligan, turned a little red at this time. All the time, she took care of Sha Tian again, such as rubbing the body or something. Sha Tian talked with the people in Kekexia village one by one, and then the villagers didn't bother Sha Tian, and they all dispersed. The village chief, Belmir and others also went back. I actually traveled to this point in time. Sha Tian's eyes revealed strange colors. Coming out of a crack in the space, I slept for another 8 years. At this point in time, it is where the storyline of Pirate World officially opens. Roger has become the king of pirates and has died, opening the era of the pirates before his death. The remnants of Rock's pirates split up. Whitebeard Newgate wandered the sea and was called the Four Emperors. Golden Lion Shiki is controlling the floating island and I don't know which sea area it is over. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have also become the unique big pirates, one of the Four Emperors. On top of the war, the Newgate guy will die there. And Golden Lion Shiki, you have to go to heaven to find him, trouble. Even at this point in time, it seems that we will find the old Rock's pirate first, reorganize and eradicate those celestial dragons. Advertisement. Sha Tian's eyes narrowed gently, thinking about the next thing in her heart. For myself, the Valley of Gods incident was like yesterday. This time, re-establish a pirate group, find Newgate and others, and kill those celestial dragons again. In this world, the celestial dragons will not be removed for a day, and there will be things like the Valley of Gods sacrifice one day. What's the use of being the king of thieves in Shanghai? It would be better to kill all celestial dragons and drive these gods down. And even if you don't go to celestial dragons will come to yourself when they get news of themselves. Might as well take the initiative. Sha Tian thought. Now that it has been restored, no time can be wasted here. Got up and walked out. It just so happened that I met the village chief and Nami. Mr. Sha Tian, your body hasn't recovered yet. As soon as Nami saw Sha Tian walk out, he said with concern. It's okay, my body has recovered. Sha Tian squeezed the biceps and said with a smile. Then he said to the village chief that he was going to sea. Are you going to leave so soon? It is said that the sea not far from Kokosia village is not safe, and there is a group of big pirates haunting. The village chief could not help but persuade. It's okay, it's just some pirates. My body has recovered and there are some things to be done. Sha Tian said to the village chief sincerely. He is grateful to these kind villagers. Well, I know you are not an ordinary person, so you must be careful. If you want to go to sea, I have a small boat for you. The village chief didn't say much anymore, but instead gave his ship to Sha Tian. Sha Tian was a little embarrassed, but he did not refuse, he really needed a boat. By the way, the village chief, Nami, where do you have steel or something here? Sha Tian thought for a while, and had to leave something for the villagers before leaving. There are. The village chief smiled, and walked with Sha Tian and Nami. After a while, there will be an anchor at the entrance of the village. Sha Tian took a look, walked over directly, grabbed the anchor and started breaking into 3 pieces. The armor color directly wraps the iron anchor block on the hand. Compressed into 3 small knives, and it is still Sha Tian's most familiar demon sword ghostly appearance. The sword intent of slashing the dragon directly remained on the knife. The largest of them was handed over to the village chief. Advertisement. The village chief, I left my sword intent in a special way. You only need to know that the village is in danger and slash it at the enemy with killing intent to solve the enemy. The village chief took it in a daze. According to that, this is a baby. Sha Tian then handed 2 finger-sized knives to Nami's hand. Miss Nami, this is for you. One, you take self-defense, and the other. Later, when you meet a person named Golden Lion Shiki, help me give it to him, and say, Sha Tian gave it to you. Golden Lion Shiki. Nami nodded. Sha Tian smiled, asked where the village leadership was, and was about to leave immediately. The village chief Leng Leng pointed to the boat on the seashore. Then he reacted. Wait, there is no food at sea. I will prepare some for you. Nami, look after him, take the food and let him go.
Sha Tian can't help but tolerate the joy, yes. Nami agreed with a smile, and walked to the boat with Sha Tian. Mr. Sha Tian, what are you going to do? Some things from before.
In fact, none of the village chiefs asked, Mr. Sha Tian is a pirate. Well, soon, you will also meet a good captain. Sha Tian blinked, and predicted for Nami. The trajectory will not change. Nami curled his lips and said nothing. In fact, she wants to sail with Sha Tian. At this time, a large number of villagers and village chiefs ran over to deliver food, and Belmir stood in front of them. Sha Tian accepted with a smile, and told everyone that she would come back. Then waved goodbye. The boat set sail slowly. Lying on the head of the boat, Sha Tian sailed for a long time with the current and wind, holding the nautical chart drawn by Nami. A look dumbfounded. I can't sail. Looking at the endless sea. Sha Tian shouted helplessly, holding his head. Kokosia village doesn't know which direction anymore. I knew I brought Nami on. Sloppy. Chapter 69. Sha Tian sat on the bow helplessly, and finally took out the food and ate it. Walk in one direction first. Looking at the sea, Sha Tian can only make this decision. The knife was given to the village chief before leaving, so that there is a strong enemy who can protect the village after leaving. I gave it to Nami because I'll meet Luffy soon. One was used to protect her, and the other was handed over to Golden Lion Shiki. I remember that a few months after sailing with Luffy, I would meet Golden Lion Shiki. This is much better than I don't know where to find it. Sha Tian smiled triumphantly, about to turn back into the small cabin. In observation Haki's automatic perception, a small boat appeared. Sha Tian concentrated on perceiving, seeing and hearing the color-seeing, that boat. With the people sitting on the boat. Smiled. Hawk-eyed Mihawk, he often sails alone, and he will definitely sail. Sha Tian squinted his eyes, adjusted the sails, and went to the boat. Mihawk was in a good mood at this time. I just met a challenger named Roronoa Zoro. A strong heart is a swordsman who can become a strong man. At this time, the same small sailboat in front of him appeared in sight. He looked over with sharp eyes like an eagle. A young man in a white t-shirt and gray shorts was standing on the bow of the boat, looking at himself. This is an ordinary person who just went to sea. There is no pirate banner. No. Mihawk was thinking, as the distance approached. I feel the young man's extraordinary. As the strongest swordsman, he sensed the power that only swordsmen could feel on Sha Tian. This guy, what's going on? Mihawk was shocked, thinking that he was wrong. But as Sha Tian got closer and closer, Mihawk's heart was already shocked. It's Jianyi. It can also be called Dao Yi. There is an extremely powerful sword intent in this person's body. Hey, are you free? Can you show me a way? Sha Tian stood on the bow and said directly. As a swordsman, Mihawk should already feel his own breath. You, who are you? A cold sweat broke out on Mihawk's face. I have never felt such a powerful person. This kind of powerful sword intent can't be matched by 10 of them. Advertisement. My name is Sha Tian. You are carrying a black knife. It is Mihawk, right? Can you help me lead the way? Sha Tian is only interested in leading the way at this time. This vast sea, when will I drift? Sha Tian can lead the way, let's have a fight. Hawkeye Mihawk felt Sha Tian's sword intent hidden in his body, and solemnly expressed that he wanted to fight against Sha Tian. As the strongest swordsman, it's been a long time since I met someone who feels like this. Competition. Unexpectedly, you would make such a request. As a swordsman, even if there is no confrontation, you should understand the gap between you and me. The two were not far apart. Sha Tian shrugged indifferently. This is a feeling that only those with a knife can understand. It's impossible for Mihawk to fail to perceive it. In this case, he dared to put forward a contest, and he was indeed called the strongest swordsman in the world. Hawkeye Mihawk swallowed his throat at this time. It didn't take long for him to say this. Indeed, the little bit of sword intent revealed by Sha Tian's body has already made him feel the gap, but when he encounters a stronger opponent, he can't face himself if he doesn't compete. Mihawk didn't speak anymore, and took a deep breath. The black knife on his back was held in his hand, Haki covered it, and a huge green knife light appeared along with the sword in both hands. The slash splits the sea, and goes to Sha Tian, full of power. And Conqueror's Haki's attack, not bad, the sword's intent is a little bit worse. Facing the slash of the green light knife light, Sha Tian commented. This level of slash is indeed very strong. Sha Tian's eyes condensed, and the powerful Conqueror's Haki exploded, just like the essence. Hawkeye Mihawk's slash was directly blocked by Conqueror's Haki, and he couldn't move forward. Impossible. The yellow eyes shrank like eagles, and Mihawk was dumbfounded. Conqueror's Haki can still be used like this. Just like the essence. Conquerors of this level is far less than the strongest red-haired shanks of Conqueror's Haki among the 4 emperors. Boom. At this time, the sea surface was stirred by the downward pressure, and the 2 boats began to rippling. You have learned the eagle-eyed sword intent, which is incomplete, and the current ascent stage. The system prompt appeared in Sha Tian's mind. Sha Tian chuckled lightly, not completely learned. With such a terrible sense of sword intent, can you make a sword? Hawkeye Mihawk took a deep breath and said, get out of the knife. When your knife can hurt me, it won't be too late for me to get out of the knife. Sha Tian said with a smile. Quote. Next, I will use the strongest blow. Hawkeye Mihawk put away his shock, holding the black sword in both hands, when he opened his eyes again. Full of sharp colors. Find flowers. A sword intent rises and explodes. Advertisement. Haki circulates on the pattern of the Black Sword Knight, the boat begins to shake under Hawkeye's feet, and the sea is ups and downs. As the figure rushed towards Sha Tian, the surrounding sea surface was divided in two, just like two sea walls, the white clouds in the sky were washed away by the sword intent. Hawkeye Mahawk, as the strongest swordsman, has his unique sword intent, the meaning of being strong. The Black Sword Knight contains powerful conquerors Haki and armament Haki, covering and entwining each other, cutting off to Sha Tian in a special way. This time the knife image is going on. Facing the caused vision, Sha Tian nodded involuntarily. Blade intent can also measure the strength of a swordsman. The index finger stretched out, and the red armed color wrapped around his hand like emission. Reached the black blade of Hawkeye. Ding. He Dao Yi couldn't get in any more, and the seawater on both sides fell surging. All momentum came to an abrupt end. You have learned how to cut with a black sword, complete the eagle-eyed sword intent, the current stage, the peak stage. At this time, the power was transmitted to the ship, and Sha Tian waved quickly, Mahawk's sword intent collapsed, and the whole person flew out upside down. Haki directly covers the entire boat, and the power is transmitted to the surface of the sea. The entire sea sank and then rebounded. Stir up a huge wave. Fortunately, I almost forgot that the boat turned over when it was overturned. Sha Tian stabilized the hull and retracted Haki. The power of the slash would make the entire ship fall apart. Mahawk flew out with horror on his face. Armed color casually blocked his strongest slash. It can also cover and protect the hull. With a wave of his hand, he was thrown away directly. Who on earth is this Sha Tian? Why is it so powerful? Mahawk fell into the sea with a plop, and then quickly drew back, looking at Sha Tian with shock. A strong like you, it is impossible to be unknown. Who are you? Me, Sha Tian. A long time ago, they called me the Sword God. Sha Tian said flatly. Sword God. Mahawk's heart was shaken, and he was a bit familiar. A long time ago, he was called a strong swordsman of the gods. Immediately, Mahawk's hands trembled slightly. Think of a person whom Shanks the Redhead mentioned to him. Is it him? This person looks very young, but that person is 40 years ago. Wide. Chapter 70. Hawkeye Mahawk was shocked. Sha Tian said that he was called the Sword God a long time ago. The red-haired Shanks once told him that 40 years ago, there was a pirate known as a legend, the Sword God Sha Tian. The number one in the world is not enough to call his sword, so the world calls him a god. Sword God. But the Sword God Sha Tian, shouldn't he have died in that Valley of God incident, and died together with the Sea Lord Rocks of the Year? And this matter was what Roger himself said during Shanks's internship with the Roger Pirates. According to Shanks's description, Roger, Pluton Rayleigh, Bullet and others all experienced the battle. Those who have experienced it on Roger's ship have said that the Sword God Sha Tian is a genius even stronger than Rocks, and he has a talent for horror that can be learned by just watching it. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods is even more of an enemy marine powerhouse and 5 elders peerless powerhouses. You must know that on that battlefield, they are all powerhouses standing at the top. The red-haired Shanks had lingering eyes, Mahawk still remembered clearly. Roger and the others said that if the Sword God Sha Tian is still alive, they are afraid that there is no one in the world to beat. He is a true legend. But now, a legendary powerhouse who originally died 40 years ago jumped out and said that he was still alive. Although Sha Tian is very powerful, Mahawk still doubts whether Sha Tian was the one he was 40 years ago. You are 40 years, the Sword God Sha Tian. Mahawk couldn't help it, and asked. There was tension in the dark golden pupils. You've heard of it. Yes, it's me. Sha Tian is just like me. Sha Tian, the Sword God, shouldn't have died in the great battle 40 years ago. Impossible. Mahawk said in shock. The Sword God is too legendary. How can it be impossible? Sha Tian shrugged, looked at herself, the same as before. The Sword God Sha Tian is said to be a genius and strong, with a demon sword in his hand. It is said that the sword intent is enough to break through the sky. Mahawk said seriously. Well, what else? At this time, Sha Tian was a little curious. How did those guys evaluate themselves during the years when he was absent? The Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Pirate King Roger and his team have many personal witnesses. Pluton Rayleigh also said that the Sword God Sha Tian has a variety of powerful sword intents. The swords that are full of killing intent are the most powerful ones. He didn't even dare to take some slashes. On the road of the sword, the name of the Sword God is worthy of the name. Quote. Mahawk recalled what Shanks had said to him. Yes. Sha Tian chuckled, thinking of the shocked look of Roger and Rayleigh when they were looting the site. Advertisement. Mr. Sha Tian, can I see your sword intent? Hawkeye Mahawk put away his shock. Said seriously. He said that he is the god of swords, as long as he feels the intent of the sword, it will be clear. Sha Tian also looked at Mahawk seriously. This guy is really interesting. It seems that I can't believe it, and it seems that I really want to be. Then show it to you. Sha Tian nodded, and reached out to Mahawk. I don't have a knife now. Hawkeye Mahawk was also taken aback. Sha Tian is going to use his knife. Immediately jumped to the side of Sha Tian, and handed He Dao Yi over respectfully. Mahawk didn't feel that Sha Tian was not worthy to use He Dao Yi, this kind of powerhouse with powerful sword intent. He didn't know how much stronger than himself. Instead, I was a little ashamed. The knight of one of the supreme knives. Sha Tian took the black knife and looked at it seriously. The blade is very beautiful, holding it in his hand, Yi seems to be still resisting. Immediately the sword intent of slaying the dragon broke out. He Dao Yi immediately obeyed. In this scene, Mahak truly felt the horror of Sha Tian's sword intent. That is full of the breath of endless killing intent. This sword intent, killing intent pervades. Take your knife and use your moves. Sha Tian raised the black sword knight with one hand, without using haki, the simple sword intent burst out, attached to the body of the sword. Boom. Thunderbolt in the clear sky. After Sha Tian was in the Valley of Gods, he used the knife again. With a wave of the knife at the distant sea, a huge green slash was directly cut out. The attached sword intent is an incomparable strong sword intent. The strong strength has also made up for some of the flaws in Mahak's knife intent and moves. In Mahak's excited eyes, only the knife that Sha Tian chopped out was left. He saw that his sword technique turned out to be so perfect. The pure sword intent can be so terrible. Advertisement. The slash drove the surrounding air to form a hurricane. The sea is directly separated by a deep ravine. Then, Mahak reacted and looked at Sha Tian with shocked eyes. He faltered and said, "It's my move. Read it again, you will learn the talent, and the sword intent with killing intent." Sha Tian's expression was indifferent. He threw Black Dao Yi back straight away. This type of knife is not easy to use. Sha Tian muttered. After passing time, the demon sword second generation Ghost Che also landed in the Valley of Gods. The knife should return to Wanokuni. At this moment, Hawkeye Mahak watched Slash go away, his eyes revealing a hint of desire to be stronger. This one is the real sword god. Among Roger's gang, a peerless powerhouse who is destined to be invincible if he does not die. Mahak, who reacted, turned and knelt in front of Sha Tian with excitement, and kowtowed sincerely. "Thank you Mr. Sha Tian for your advice. I want to worship Mr. Sha Tian as a teacher." Hawkeye Mahak said sincerely. "No, sorry, I don't accept apprentices." Sha Tian sat down, and directly refused. "Mr. Sha Tian, as long as you are willing to accept me, the strongest blade will be given to you." Seeing that Sha Tian refused without hesitation, Mahak was anxious. He passed the black knife knight directly. "Do not miss this world's strongest black knife. As long as you can learn the real sword with the real sword god, it doesn't matter. I don't accept apprentices, you should lead me well." Sha Tian watched Mahak hand over the knight, and refused to even look at it. Besides, He Dao Yi didn't have any interest at all. Although it was one of the supreme big knives, it was natural to use a normal-sized knife like Demon Dao Guido to make it comfortable to use. Mahak looked helpless. The sword god Sha Tian was still unwilling to accept himself, and even his most precious black blade knight was disgusted. At this time, Mahak remembered that when he was chasing the pirate, he got a devil fruit. Maybe the sword god Sha Tian would be interested. He tried to pull out a strange fruit from his clothes behind his back and lifted it from his hand. "This is a teacher apprenticeship. I hope the teacher can accept me." Mahak knelt on the ground and looked up at Sha Tian hopefully. Chapter 71. Ahem. Sha Tian's eyes lit up. This Mahak had devil fruit unexpectedly, and it was generous enough. In order to learn the knife, he gave the supreme knife again, and it was from devil fruit. This thing happens to be useful, and it is also a necessity for one's own breakthrough. Then teach him a trick, and he will be embarrassed to accept the fruit. "I don't accept apprentices, but I can teach you a trick, and I only teach you once. It's up to you to learn how much you learn." With that, Sha Tian accepted devil fruit calmly. Yes, Mahak has met teacher Sha Tian. Mahak looked startled. Sha Tian still didn't want to accept him, but later accepted devil fruit, smiling happily. Teaching a move also means that the sword god Sha Tian has let go. As long as he performs well, the sword god Sha Tian will truly accept himself in the future. Show off your talent. Yes, talent. To know that this level of swordsmanship is truly number one in the world, and you have to show enough talent for the sword god to value. Naturally, Sha Tian, who accepted the apprenticeship, would not just let him lead the way. "Do one trick with preaching. I said, I only teach it once, how much you can learn depends on your own." Sha Tian directly stretched out his finger, looked at Mahak and said, "Well, teacher." Mahak nodded earnestly immediately, his face was solemn, "Only one chance. Look well, learn hard, and work hard." Sha Tian smiled and nodded, turned and looked towards the seaside. On the outstretched fingers, a murderous sword intent burst out and went straight to the sky. The surrounding air seemed to be compressed, and then there was a bang, and the airflow flew backwards, forming a powerful wind blowing the 4 directions and affecting the entire sea area. The ship underfoot is swaying, the sea is being blown turbulent, and big waves are set off. The clouds passing by in the sky were directly washed away. The sword intent to break through the sky. Just mentioning the intent of the knife created such a scene, and Mahak stepped back to me 2 steps, swallowed straight, staring hard, not letting go of a little detail. With the sword intent of cutting dragons, Sha Tian just wants to teach this. There is nothing else worth teaching. The murderous sword intent on his fingers was beating directly. Sha Tian then slowly stroked the sea. A ray of red knife light condensed directly from the murderous knife intent on the finger, and slashed on the surface of the sea. Boom. The knife light is extremely fast. The sea was directly set off by stormy waves. Advertisement. Strong wind breaks out, blowing. The knife light cut a sea gully straight, until it was invisible in the distance. The sea gully did not close for a long time, until the knife light dissipated in a very distant place, then slowly closed. Mihawk stared at this scene dumbfounded, remembering everything he showed. What big quick knife, famous knife, sword god Sha Tian can split this attack just by the knife intent on the finger. Is this the legendary strong man? Well, you realize by yourself. Sha Tian put away his finger, turned back and said, just now, it has already slowed down and used it. Yes, master. Mihawk reacted, and Jung nodded his head seriously, almost engraved in his heart. In my mind, I remember everything I did just now. At the same time, I completely believed that the sword god Sha Tian was the man who looked at the young. Also understand more and more, the gap between oneself and Sha Tian. Immediately on the spot, recalling the meaning of the sword just now, still making gestures in his hands. Sha Tian directly took out Mihawk from the bow to send devil fruit. Looking at the look of devil fruit. Devil fruit is detected, is it swallowed? The system rang when Sha Tian's palm was dragging devil fruit. Swallow. The instructions in my mind just fell. Devil fruit slowly faded directly on the hand. The magical power of the system directly digested devil fruit. Mihawk saw this scene too, and couldn't help being surprised. Devil fruit disappeared out of thin air. This is the ability to acquire. Don't you just eat it. Swallowing devil fruit, your armament haki has begun to evolve, breaking into the Zochan stage. Evolutionary characteristics. You can use it according to your mood, and you can use it yourself. As he swallowed the fruit, an astonishing haki aura erupted from his body, and the voice of the system rang. It was actually an Eudemon species, but unfortunately I couldn't recognize it, and I didn't know what fruit it was. Sha Tian became curious, and her own armed color has produced earth-shaking changes, and what is the characteristic of following the mood? Lifting his fingers, his arms wrapped around his hands. Slowly extended, Sha Tian felt that the current self probably only relied on armed color. 5 elders could not hurt herself even with that kind of weird joint combat skills. Mihawk stood aside with a cold sweat, looking at Sha Tian in shock. Just now the fruit in Sha Tian's hand disappeared, and then a wave of armed S*X tyrants that could completely crush oneself broke out. I was shocked and reacted. Sha Tian seems to be cultivating something, right? Advertisement. Subsequently, Mihawk completely subverted armament haki's perception. Can armament haki be used to this point? The haki on Sha Tian's fingers actually flows red, covering the entire ship. Then it spread to the sea. Sha Tian walked over directly, and the visible red circulation of armament haki directly extended out of the ladder. Sword god Sha Tian, step on it. Walked directly to the sea and stood. At the foot, armament haki is supporting, as if standing on the ground. Shocked. Incredible. Armed color can still be presented in this state. Is this the highest state? Mihawk was completely sluggish. I wanted to say something, but my throat was trembling, my fingers trembled. Whatever you want. Whatever you want. Sha Tian whispered to herself, understanding the characteristics of evolution. Actually, like a continuation of itself, it can cover a large area, and it can also stand in the air or sea like an entity. Good. After a trial, Sha Tian walked back directly in the armed color and patted Mihawk. Lead the way first. Sha Tian grinned, very satisfied with the qualitative evolution brought by devil fruit. Mihawk was shocked and nodded blankly. After a long time, he slowed down, looking at Sha Tian who was already sitting on the bow. His eyes were full of enthusiasm. So horrible. This is what Roger calls invincible. The disappearance of devil fruit was completely forgotten by Mihawk. Compared to the scene just now, it is already insignificant. Then he hurried down and put his coffin boat and Sha Tian's boat together. Teacher, where are we going? Only then did I remember that Sha Tian didn't seem to say where to go. Go find an old friend, Whitebeard, do you know where he is? Sha Tian sat on the bow lazily, and threw the nautical chart over. I don't know where he is. The Whitebeard pirates have been wandering the new world, but the redhead Shanks will know. It is not surprising that Mihawk knew Whitebeard for Sha Tian. After all, Whitebeard Newgate and Sha Tian belong to Rock's pirate. Anything, as long as you can find Whitebeard. Sha Tian nodded indifferently. Find it by yourself, and don't even know where the boat is going. Afterwards, the two began to set off. Chapter 72. In this way, the two of them walked all the way. With the Hawkeye Mihawk sailing the boat, they soon began to see the island. Sha Tian and Mihawk did not stop either, but kept sailing. Some pirates saw Mihawk Hawkeye from a distance and ran away in panic. Hawkeye Mihawk is not only the world's #1 swordsman. It is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. Along the way, Mihawk is also very diligent, starting to practice sword intent as soon as he has the opportunity. Soon after, it will be able to show a little bit of the taste of the sword. This guy has a great talent for swordsmanship. Sha Tian gave a secret praise, was called the strongest swordsman, and his talent was certainly not bad. One's own sword intent, but created by the fusion of multiple sword techniques. Until the food was running out, Sha Tian and Mihawk were about to find a small island to purchase some supplies. On Sha Tian's body, there are hundreds of thousands of Baileys that Nami has rescued. Mr. Sha Tian, Gaia Island is in front. The two sailed all the way, and finally saw the small island that appeared in front of them. Well, let's eat something first, and then prepare some food. Sha Tian leaned on the shipboard and smiled. Gaia Island, it is the island where the Spring Man is located. Luffy's group shouldn't be here yet. If everything goes well, Nami may have only boarded Luffy's ship. The boat approached quickly. On Gaia Island, the town of Magic Valley. Sha Tian and Mihawk boarded the island. Stepping on the landing ground, Sha Tian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that we must find a bigger and better pirate ship first. The boat swayed all the way, and you could feel the solid feeling as soon as it landed ashore. Mihawk got used to the boat and said beside Sha Tian. Teacher, I heard that this is a gathering place for pirates. It is a place where money is spent. Spend money like dirt. That means there may be better pirate boats here. Sha Tian squinted his eyes. I have to change a boat, so it seems good to grab it here. After all, robbing civilians is disdainful, and plundering pirates will have no burden. Advertisement. Go to eat first. The two of Sha Tian then walked to a restaurant. At this time, many people recognized Mihawk with Black Knife Knight on his back. They were shocked, and some pirates even started to run away. At this time, on the street not far away, with a white shirt, a bottle of rum pinned to his waist, and black hair on one end, Blackbeard Teach, who was slightly bloated and fat, was followed by a group of his crew members, Raffet, Poison Q, Geezes, Van Oka. A group of people were walking on the street, and they were talking to a group of people that they would take some famous pirates to Marine in exchange for Shichibukai's strategy. At this time, a group of people were running around. 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mihawk is over there. Run. Someone hadn't forgotten a loud reminder to Blackbeard. Mihawk, don't forget to take the lead. Blackbeard Teach said arrogantly with all his men. Fan Oka and others all smiled helplessly, looking indifferent. Teach walked ahead, really going there. However, just when Blackbeard Teach faintly looked at Mihawk and Sha Tian around the corner. Blackbeard Teach was stunned. Eyes stared at Sha Tian, sweat broke out on his face, and the more I watched, the more frightened. Impossible, how could it be this person? What's the matter, Captain? Duck and others just asked. Blackbeard Teach seemed to be taken aback, turned around and ran. Fan Oka and others were unclear, so they could only ran quickly. Captain, why are you running so fast? With your strength, even Shichibukai doesn't have to be afraid of it. Did you see anything? A group of people fled directly to the other side of the island to me before slowly slowing down. At this moment, Teach was panting, his expression terrified. This way, it is simply rushing over. Captain Teach, what did you see? Van Oka asked suspiciously at this time. Teach's appearance is really strange. It's him, it's really him. You don't know. The real scary thing is not Hawkeye, but the person next to him. Advertisement. Teach still had cold sweat on his face and said in horror. It's really that person, exactly the same. There is also the terrifying aura that can be faintly felt, which is exactly the same as the aura of the old man. That, young man, Oka and the crew were taken aback. Thinking back to the person with Hawkeye. Yes, a horror figure concealed by the world government. Don't look at him as young, he is at least 60 years old. It is not surprising that some monsters have the same appearance. Knowing that everyone was puzzled, Teach opened Shikai to explain, and at the same time warned his men to be careful of this person. 60 years old. The crew said unexpectedly, looking at each other, and then Teach's words made them even more stunned. When I was still on the Whitebeard ship, I often heard Daddy Whitebeard mention a name. Sha Tian, a pirate who was known as a legend in the old age. It is also known as the Sword God. It is said that the sword of the Sword God, even former Marine Marshal Kong didn't dare to accept it. This person is exactly the same as the portrait of Sha Tian in Whitebeard's hand. Diaresis, how is it possible? There are such characters. The faces of Van Oka were shocked, it was like listening to a fairy tale. It's true, Father Whitebeard also regretted, because Father said that this guy is an absolute stronger than him. But Sha Tian should have died 40 years ago. Teach solemnly said, it seems that it must be this guy, that kind of terrible feeling, it is impossible to appear in a person who is exactly the same as 40 years ago. There is only one possibility. This legendary character was concealed by the world government, but he did not die. Quote. What kind of legendary character is this? It can make the world government conceal his existence. All of Lafitte's men were taken aback. Can make the world's strongest man. Whitebeard often mentioned that the former Marshal Marine didn't dare to take his knife. Qian Zhao Zhao, what kind of a strong man is this? Teach carefully looked around before continuing. I heard from the old man that the Sword God was in Rock's pirate. The first time he participated in the battle, the Sword God slashed 2 celestial dragons, and even retreated safely from close hands, turned. Kill 2 celestial dragons the first time. Fan Oka and others said in amazement, that is the celestial dragons of the world's nobles. And it can be safe and sound for so long. Rock's pirate heard Teach say that it was the only overlord pirate group 40 years ago. Captain Rock's is even more powerful. This is just the beginning. Later, the Sword God participated in the attack on Mariajoy. At that time, only a month had passed. The Sword God Sha Tian had already tied with one of the predecessor 5 elders. That was Admiral level combat power. Blackbeard said, his voice was not shocked. No matter how many times, it is still so shocking and inexplicable. Chapter 73. Admiral level. You mean, the sword god, already had admiral level combat power at that time. Everyone also looked surprised. It took only 1 month to participate in the battle from the first time to the second. That's right. This sword god has the talent to learn all kinds of skills at a glance. Later, he fought against Roger and his team, but during the battle, he learned the moves of Pluton Rayleigh and One Piece Roger, and finally used them. Their moves defeated them. You can learn at a glance. What kind of monster talent is this? The crew members couldn't help but said in shock, sweat bursting out of their heads. This is too pervert. I couldn't believe it back then, but Father Whitebeard wouldn't be kidding. These are all true. Blackbeard Teach took a deep breath and continued. Later, Rock's pirate and marine fought against the Valley of the Gods, and after Rox died, the sword god Sha Tian stopped all the strong by one person. The rest evacuated, with their own power, against the 7 strong men who were almost at the peak. These strong men, almost you all know, the hero Garp, the former Marshal Kong, the current Marshal Sengoku, the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. The Battle of the Valley of Gods, Whitebeard didn't mention it in detail, just about Sha Tian, and Teach remembered this. Really? There are such legendary characters. Father Whitebeard said, this man died in the Vale of Gods battle. But there is no corpse. Blackbeard Teach said, with cold sweat on his face. Yes, there is no corpse, that is to say, it is not necessarily dead. I'm afraid that person is really him. In other words, this legendary pirate, the sword god Sha Tian, is not dead, and has appeared here. The crew of the crew stared incredulously, their hairs erected, feeling horrified. Blackbeard Teach is their captain, there is no need to deliberately lie to them. That said, it's all true, this horrible figure is still alive. A legendary pirate who can fight against all the powerful marines. So we quickly leave this island. The sword god Sha Tian has a very good relationship with Father Whitebeard. If you find me here, maybe he will kill him directly. Blackbeard Teach said in horror. The current self, even if the courage to stand in front of the sword god Sha Tian is not enough. That kind of huge power felt far away is really terrifying. All the crew understood that Blackbeard Teach betrayed Whitebeard Newgate and escaped. He immediately looked ugly, and boarded the pirate ship in the secret place with Blackbeard Teach, and quickly escaped without stopping. And Sha Tian didn't know that Blackbeard Teach was here, and she recognized herself. Observation hockey is not used. Otherwise, Teach will really be cut right here. Lest Whitebeard be killed by misfortune. Advertisement. After eating with Mahawk and purchasing supplies, Mahawk also seized a small, easy-to-drive pirate ship. The 2 small boats were put into the bottom cabin, and then the pirate flag on the ship was torn off and continued. Set off. As for the others on the island, Sha Tian is not interested, nor is Mahawk. Sail all the way. Sha Tian and Mahawk soon came to the City of Water. Passing through the water capital, Sha Tian naturally wants to take a look at this very distinctive place. There was no going down, just standing on the deck with Mahawk and letting the ship slowly follow the current through the 7 capitals of water. Really good, this view. Sha Tian looked at it with interest. Mahawk lacks interest, standing straight behind Sha Tian with the knife on his back. At this moment, on the edge of the current of the City of Water, 6 people in white suits and masks were condescendingly looking at Sha Tian and Mahawk on the ship. That's 7 warlords of the sea, Mahawk Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Why did he come here? Moreover, the eagle-eyed pirate flag is not yet on board. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree, CP0, who came here because of a secret mission, had to be careful. There is a young man next to him, he is also a master of swordsmanship. Among the people in white, one said with a knife. As Hawkeye's apprentice, do we need to go down and ask? The City of Water is very sensitive now. The original news said that Mahawk appeared in East Blue, but now he is here directly. Just pretend to be an ordinary person and try it out. The person in the lead said immediately. The others nodded. Just when Sha Tian and Mahawk were visiting the City of Water, the 6 CP0s were transformed. The black sunglasses looked like an ordinary world government worker, and the masks were all put on them. I swaggered to the side of the slow-moving boat. Shichibukai Hawkeye Mahawk, we are the staff of the world government. The leader stepped forward with a serious look. Mahawk didn't even look at them, and said coldly. What did the people of the world government ask me for? I disturbed us. Without a good reason, I cut you off. Everyone at CP0 didn't agree, and said without changing his face. You suddenly appear here, and ask for a routine question, who is that? Is your apprentice? Advertisement. Hawkeye. Even if Mahawk is the world's #1 swordsman, CP0 is directly under Celestial Dragons, known as the strongest CP secret force. Even if you can't win, it's okay to retreat. Mahawk turned around with his yellow eagle eyes fiercely, staring at the man in the lead, already touching the black sword knight behind him with his hand, and roared. I don't dare to kill people who thought they were world government. CP0 was taken aback and backed off abruptly. Mahawk's reaction was too great. Mahawk, don't get me wrong. That one is my teacher, you say that he is my apprentice, isn't that humiliating me? Hawkeye Mahawk said angrily. Teacher Sha Tian is a truly peerless powerhouse, even if they say something wrong, they will have to pay the price. Said it was about to start. The CP0 group looked at each other and frowned. Hawkeye Mahawk's teacher. Just this young man. This eagle-eyed Mahawk, I am afraid it is deliberately looking for excuses to attack them. Mahawk, are you going to betray the Shichibukai agreement? Faced with the black sword knight that Mahawk had already pulled out, CP0 was also a little guilty. Are you CPO? Directly under Celestial Dragon's lackeys. Sha Tian's eyes are a bit cold at this time. There was a CP0 CP9 force in Mariajoy. Some characteristics can still be sensed. For example, there is the taste of 6 styles. That is the skill that CP0 is qualified to learn directly. Huh, who are you? The CP06 couldn't help being surprised, and then asked angrily. You are not qualified to know. Mahawk snorted, what about CP0? Sha Tian did not speak either, but looked at them plainly. Kill this person. The leader looked at Sha Tian gloomily. This person who easily recognizes them may have special abilities. This ability is dangerous. Chapter 74. When CP0 went to inquire about Mahawk, after the house on the shore, 8 CP9s gathered there. Lucky, Kaku, Bluno, Jabra, Nero, Kumadori, Otonashi Fukuro, Khalifa. CP0 people should meet here. Kaku looked around. There, that's Mahawk, Hawkeye. A pigeon stood on Lu Chi's shoulder, his eyes rolled, and 6 people approaching the Sha Tian ship were found from the shore. Are they going to find Mahawk? There are not so many people in CP9, so it is a bit unclear why CP0 is going to stop Mahawk. This is about to do it. Lu Chi waited for a group of CP9 in a daze. This has just passed, so why should I do it? At this time. In front of Sha Tian and Mahawk, CP0 decided to solve this Sha Tian who can recognize their identity at a glance. He guessed it was just an excuse for Mahawk to do something. To solve him, we just leave. Mahawk won't chase us desperately. The leader gave the order directly, and the 6 took out their masks and belts and rushed towards the 2 on the boat. Sha Tian and Mahawk's hearing is so keen, although their voices are very low, they are in their ears. Want to kill Sha Tian? Mahawk looked weird, but was angry again. Humiliate my master and kill him. Immediately murderous sword intent filled. At this time, Sha Tian said indifferently. Throw them off the boat. There was a hum. The air fluctuated, and a strong conqueror's haki erupted from Sha Tian's eyes, enveloped the 6 people, and retreated when touched. Conqueror's impact was too strong, causing the ship's board to fall off a big chunk. The 6 of CP0 were enveloped by Sha Tian's conqueror's haki and fell to the ground almost instantly. Sha Tian's conquerors directly shocked them to death. Only then did Mahawk know that Sha Tian told him to drop the boat and he really dropped it. After swallowing his throat, Conqueror's haki who saw Master Sha Tian again couldn't help but marvel. At that moment, the vitality of CP0 was cut off instantly. You know, these 6 are not weak. Mahawk reacted and immediately kicked all of them down to the shore. Forget it, I've seen enough here, go to Sabayati Island Archipelago for coding and then go to New World to see it. With this interruption, Sha Tian didn't have any interest in watching the scenery, and said to Mahawk. Okay, Master, I'll get you some food. Advertisement. Mahawk nodded, put the black knife aside, and ran to prepare to eat. At this time, you are still on the ocean currents of the City of Water, so you don't need to manipulate it yourself, first prepare something delicious for the master. Thanks a lot. Sha Tian smiled. It's not bad to have Mahawk. I can cook, sail, and study hard. Absolutely became the all-around steward on the ship. In this way, after the 2 left. From the horror, Lu Chi and others ran to the CP06 people. Looking at the 6 people lying in various directions. It was just now, Conqueror's haki. Lu Chi said with shocked eyes. Conquerors is not surprising, but how powerful it is that it can instantly deter the really trained masters like CPO. At this time, Khalifa screamed when he uncovered his CP0 mask. Lu Chi. What's wrong? Lu Chi hurriedly looked back, his eyes even more shocked. Dead. Kaku, Bluno and others' eyes throbbed, and cold sweat came out on their faces. The 6 CP0 people were pale, their eyes widened, and their eyes were bleeding. It's like being hit and killed by someone from the entire head. It's that young man. Lu Chi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just now, it was Conquerors released by the young man in gray shorts. Conqueror's haki who can shake people to death. How powerful is this? Let's report first. CP0 is directly under Celestial Dragons, so we have to report directly to 5 elders. Lu Chi said solemnly to everyone. This matter cannot be reported level by level, otherwise things will go wrong. A young man used Conqueror's haki to frighten the 6 masters CP0 to death. What a fantasy this is. Lu Chi, Kaku 8 decided to go directly over everyone and report to 5 elders. Pick them up first. Let's go to Mariajoy first. Lu Chi lifted one and immediately started running. Even the task here is temporarily ignored. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Kaku and others raised their bodies one after another to keep up. Sha Tian, who was going to Sabayati Archipelago with Mahawk, didn't know that CP9 immediately reported to 5 elders. Advertisement. Even if I knew it, it was fine. 5 elders, it will definitely be a surprise. Find flowers. It was not long before Sha Tian passed the Marineford waters. Lu Qi and the others drove the boat, galloping all the way to the red line, put the body in the bag, after the notification, took the bubble lift into Mariajoy. Between the power of Mariajoy, 5 old men are sitting on the sofa, holding his fist blankly and waiting. 40 years ago, the 5 men in the Valley of the Gods have become old and young now. It seems that they who inspired the blood fog warfare are even older than Garp. Soon after, Lu Qi and other 8 people came in with 6 people's big bags. Practice the highest etiquette one after another. CP9, bring these to see us. The incident you reported is not enough. Do you know what the consequences are? Our time is precious. At your level, use your life to ensure that there are important things. What are they? The 5 elders looked at Lu Qi and the others saluting with expressions of dignity, and said sentence by sentence. Master 5 elders, these 6 are CP0. They originally met with us to handle the task in the Water City. When we arrived, the 6 of them found Mahawk Hawkeye and a young man, so they went to inquire. Quote. Lu Qi didn't talk nonsense, and started reporting directly. The expression is very solemn. Hawkeye Mahawk, it's him. 5 elders looked at Lu Qi with his unconcerned eyes. The world's #1 swordsman, the guy who joined Shichibukai in cooperation with the world government. Lu Qi felt very stressed instantly. 5 elders, it feels so strong. Yes, we didn't hear them talking from a distance, but soon CP0 and others were about to do something, and the young man with Mahawk suddenly started Conqueror's Hockey. 6 people were shocked to death. We knew it was not opponents, so after they left, we knew that the matter was serious, and we immediately came to see Master 5 elders to report. Lu Qi said the incident with solemn eyes. The eyes of the 5 elders finally changed. Conqueror's Hockey shook CP0 to death. There is such a thing. The dead is still directly under the celestial dragons, known as the strongest defensive CP0. These 6 are not a cat or a dog, they are 1 in 1,000, absolute elite. Open to take a look. The eyes of the old man in kimono flashed with solemn light. Seeing is believing. Perhaps it was another ability that CP9 did not recognize. Wide. Chapter 75, Chapter 72 and Chapter 73 are duplicated and have been revised, thanks for the correction. Close black lens bracket. After all, this kind of thing is too amazing. Even their own conquerors can't stun the elite of CP0, who can conquerors shock them to death? Is it one of hockey's strongest 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks? Impossible, Shanks can't do it either. Lu Qi, Kaku and others opened the bag, and the 6 CP0 deaths remained the same. Chichao bleeds, his eyes are pale, and there are no scars on the outside. The 5 elders looked carefully, their expressions getting more and more solemn. This kind of injury is really shocking to death. Like a real deterrent. Really shocked to death. How could it be possible? The 5 elders said in surprise. Unbelievable. Whose conquerors can reach this level? I'm afraid it can only be achieved by the existence of the Overlord 40 years ago. The 5 elders took a deep breath and sat back on the sofa. You mean, a young man, with Mahawk Hawkeye? Yes, there was no one else on the boat, and no one was around at the time. Lu Qi nodded affirmatively. What does that young man look like? The 5 elders narrowed their eyes. This thing is really big. Killing CP0 is a serious crime, and there is such a terrifying conquerors. Wearing white short sleeves, a pair of gray shorts, neither fat nor thin. Kaku recalled it aside. At this time, Jabra took out a photo directly. At this moment, when I first saw Mahawk, I took it with a camera bug. 5 elders nodded one after another. It would be better to have photos. Jabra handed over the photo respectfully. 5 elders took it over and took a look. The photo was obviously taken from a distance, but the face was very clear. A pirate ship with 6 CP0 people standing on it, Mahawk with a black sword in hand, and the young man. How can it be? The 5 elders became more familiar as they watched, and then their inner memories emerged. His complexion began to change, and sweat came out of his forehead. Isn't this person dead? Advertisement. Lu Qi and others were even more surprised when they saw the reaction of the 5 elders. 5 elders saw this young man. Why are his expressions so complicated? Shock. Scared. Unbelievable. You guys, take your bags and go out first and wait for orders. A blond old man took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and said to Lu Qi and others. The guards also go out, the door is closed, no one is allowed to come in temporarily. The old man in kimono didn't lift his head, and said in a bit hasty tone. Yes. Lu Qi and the others looked at each other, and then retreated. 5 elders, what's the situation with this reaction? Wait for the moment the door closes. The expressions of the 5 old men changed drastically. Impossible. It just looks like it. Isn't he dead already? The old man in kimono looked at the photo, the young man beside Mahawk. He didn't believe it. The memory of the battle of the Valley of Gods flooded up. Sword God, Sha Tian. No way. Maybe this looks like. Is it Sha Tian's descendants? The old man with long straight hair was surprised to guess. It's incredible. At that time, everyone said for sure that Sha Tian was dead, and was crushed to pieces by the fusion of all strong men. Only the demon blade and ghost Che are left in place. The appearance of Sha Tian left an indelible mark in their hearts, but 40 years have passed, and suddenly it feels a little fuzzy. In shock, the old man with a curvy beard took out a wanted warrant in the side room. Rock's pirate, Sha Tian, the Kadri sword god, is offering a reward of 3 billion. Above, there are also wanted photos taken 40 years ago. It's exactly the same. The 5 people looked at each other and all saw the shock in their eyes. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead to his cheeks. It is not surprising that there are people in the world who look exactly the same. But exactly the same, there is also an unparalleled conqueror's hockey. At this point, the odds are very small. The sword god Sha Tian, 40 years ago, has surpassed rocks. 40 years later, with Sha Tian's monster-like talent, how invincible he will be. The old man in kimono looked at his sword and said in horror. It seems to recall the feeling of being cut by Sha Tian back then. That kind of sword intent that everything is unbreakable leaves a deep impression. Advertisement. If he is still alive, he will be the new rocks of this era. World government, Mariajoy, celestial dragons will all face the greatest threat. The voice of the old man with curly hair trembled a little. Stay steady, we can't be anxious to be sure. Sha Tian really died 40 years ago, then this may be his descendants. If it is himself, we will have to plan for the worst. After a long time, 5 elders, who was breathing quickly, finally slowed down. The shock that Sha Tian brought to them was too great, and they almost lost their sense of measure. Send someone to investigate it secretly and confirm his identity, so that he can't be disturbed. The blond old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said solemnly. After confirming, report to Lord Yim. The old man in kimono closed his eyes and eased his mind. Sha Tian appeared, it was not what they could think without authorization. Especially the monster genius left by Rock's pirate. Everyone nodded. Now, first hold yourself steady. Even if it is Sha Tian himself, then the world government 40 years later may not be invincible. A group of top masters besieged and reproduced the scene like the Battle of the Valley of Gods. No matter how bad, there is Lord Yim. And at this time, Sha Tian, who made the 5 elders cold and sweaty, was sailing leisurely on the sea. Sabayati archipelago will be here soon. Master, when we enter the new world through the ocean floor, we have to stay on the island for a few days. The coating takes a certain amount of time. Seeing the Sabayati archipelago with a lot of bubbles floating in front of him, Mahak turned his head and said to Sha Tian, who was sitting paralyzed. It's coming, then we will stay on the island for a few days. When it comes to coating, I have an old friend who is sure to have a good coating. Let's ask him to do it. Sha Tian stood up and looked at the island formed by the largest mangrove in the world. Sabayati archipelago. Sha Tian and Mahak boarded the island directly in Area 20. The pirate ship docked at will. Let's go to Area 13. Sha Tian came to this island for the first time, stepping on the sticky green grass under his feet, and said to Mahak. Master has been to Sabayati archipelago. Mahak said after Sha Tian. That's it. Sha Tian smiled to herself. I have read it myself, and I still remember it very clearly. Along the way, the pirate hunters in the illegal zone saw the eagle-eyed Mahak behind Sha Tian from a distance, and was so scared that he drove off quickly, not daring to make trouble. Sha Tian looked and walked all the way, and finally came to a bar under the mangrove trunk. Shaki's ripped-off shop. Chapter 76. On Shaki's knockoff bar, there was a business opening sign hanging on the door. Hawkeye Mahak also glanced at the name of the store by the door strangely. Shaki is the coder that Master Sha Tian said. Isn't this a bar? Go in. Sha Tian's knowledge and taste was explored at the door and found 2 people inside. Greeting Mahak with a smile, Sha Tian opened the door and motioned for Mahak to go in first. The bell rang. Only Shaki at the bar reading the newspaper in front. He raised his head when he heard the noise. Welcome. At first glance, it was a man with a black knife and a hat on his back. Hawkeye Mahak. Shaki was startled, his eyes narrowed. How could Shichibukai come here? Shaki, business seems to be sluggish. Before Mahak spoke, Sha Tian walked in from behind with a smile. Hear this voice. Wearing a black t-shirt with a spider on his chest, Shaki looked at Sha Tian who walked in. I was stunned, and the cigarette fell on the table without noticing it. Mahak also looked at Shaki strangely. How could this woman be stunned when she looked at the young woman and Master Sha 22 days? Captain Sha Tian, is that you? Shaki's expression was very excited, and he rushed out of the bar directly, standing in front of Sha Tian. His arm seemed to want to hug, but he was hesitant. The short black hair and the little boy's face have hardly changed from 40 years ago. Impossible, impossible, he has been dead for 40 years. Shaki retracted his hand and rubbed his eyes. I'm old, my eyes are gone. Shaki, the charm still exists after 40 years. It is indeed a beautiful flower in Rock's pirate back then. Sha Tian grinned, and sat down straight on the sofa next to him. Shaki had just become officially not participating in the Valley of Gods battle and stayed in Hashinosu. When Shaki heard this, his heart was shaken. Really? Really you? It's me, do you think I will die so easily? Sha Tian laughed loudly. I was actually happy to see Shaki. At this time, the curtain behind the bar was lifted. Shaki, this bottle of wine. Advertisement. Rayleigh, with white hair on his back and round glasses, walked out with a bottle of wine in his hand. As soon as he came out, He saw Shaki, who was excited, and then Mahawk Hawkeye. Rayleigh had already perceived the color of sight and hearing, no surprise. It was only when I saw the figure sitting on the sofa that I was surprised. With both eyes, Sha Tian smiled and greeted the eyes. Rayleigh's eyes trembled, and he stayed where he was. Mahawk was also surprised when he saw Rayleigh's heart, what this person looked like. It turned out to be the deputy captain of One Piece, Pluden Silver. Rayleigh. Yo, Rayleigh, long time no see. Sha Tian greeted enthusiastically. Bang. The wine bottle in Rayleigh's hand was smashed directly on the ground and shattered. Sha Tian. The wine in Rayleigh's hand fell and was shocked. Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen, dead, for 40 years, is sitting on the sofa saying hello to himself. Sha Tian laughed at the surprise expressions of Shaki and Rayleigh. Mahawk saw that even Pluden Rayleigh was so frightened when he saw Master Sha Tian, he admired Sha Tian even more in his heart. Rayleigh is also a legend, but seeing Master Sha Tian looks like this. Don't be surprised, Rayleigh, I'm not dead, and in this day and age, you and I are not opposed. Before Sha Tian came, he guessed that Pluden Rayleigh's expression must be wonderful. Now that I see it, I feel even more funny. This is incredible. You are still alive. Impossible. Rayleigh took a few deep breaths, his eyes trembling, and his heart could not be suppressed in shock. Back then, I witnessed Sha Tian disappearing in the Valley of Gods, leaving only the monster sword and ghost on the ground. But Shaki, who was extremely excited, looked at Sha Tian, his eyes never moved. Still unbelievable in my heart. It's been about 40 years. Sha Tian appeared again. It really makes it difficult for the two of them to accept it. Sha Tian chuckled again. On his fingers, Pluden's sword intent appeared a little. Afterwards, flashes of lightning appeared. My sword intent. The thunder axe taught by Silver Axe back then. This move convinced Rayleigh and Shaki. People can cheat, and these are completely impossible to cheat. Rayleigh's heart was even more shocked. Sha Tian really didn't die. The sword god Sha Tian did not die 40 years ago. 40 years later, how strong will he be with his material talent? For a long time, the two talents put away their shocking mood. Shaki was very happy about the appearance of Sha Tian. Advertisement. The reaction came and hurriedly fetched drinks for Sha Tian and Mahawk. Pluden Rayleigh has also seen a lot over the years, and soon laughed and sat down with a bottle of rum. If you show up, if Marine and world government are disturbed, ha ha ha. Rayleigh took the wine and drank with Sha Tian, a little respectful in his words. If Sha Tian has been there, perhaps these secrets of the world are no longer secrets. For the time being, I haven't taken care of these people, but you and Roger did a great deal. Sha Tian said with a smile. Roger traveled the world for a week and reached the final island. Yeah, at that time Roger was suffering from an incurable disease, and time is running out, but we still completed this thing and knew the blank for 100 years. Rayleigh couldn't help but said triumphantly to Sha Tian. This is a feat that no one has done for hundreds of years. I'm not interested in the final island, but I want to find old friends. Sha Tian laughed and drank a big mouthful of wine. After disappearing for 100 years, after the celestial dragons have been solved, I will go to Raftel to see by myself. Who the hell is Joey Boye that Roger is talking about? I don't know where Whitebeard is. I haven't traveled for a long time, but if I want to coat the new world, I can help you for free. Rayleigh said with a smile, a little respectful in his tone. Let's go to New World to ask Shanks the redhead first. At this time, Mahawk also said something, and at the same time had a new understanding of Sha Tian. Master Sha Tian is really too powerful. What kind of style he was back then, even Rayleigh bowed his head in front of him. Red Taro, he must know that you are Hawkeye Mahawk. Red Taro asked me to tell me about you many years ago. You are following Sha Tian now, but it is a rare opportunity. This is the god of swordsmen. Rayleigh also smiled and nodded to Mahawk. Being able to follow Sha Tian means that Sha Tian also recognizes Mahawk's talent. As for the title of the world's #1 swordsman, it doesn't matter if you don't mention it here in Sha Tian. Then he talked to Sha Tian about the development of the world after he disappeared. After Rock's pirate returned to Hashinosu, because Rox and Sha Tian were gone, the entire pirate group fell apart. Newgate formed the Whitebeard Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki formed the Flying Pirates. The rest went to sea separately. Some people have been missing so far. Such as Akoku, Silver Axe, etc. John was killed by his men because of greed. Later, the Roger Pirates circled the world for a week and became the king of pirates. At the end of his life, when he surrendered his sentence, the era of great pirates began. After that, Whitebeard Newgate, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin became the 4 emperors one after another. 4 years ago, the red-haired Shanks also ascended the throne of the 4 emperors. Later, in order to check and balance maritime forces, the world government even started the Shichibukai system. Chapter 77. Sha Tian nodded as he listened. It's not much different from what I know. History is still developing on a normal trajectory. This world is just more of its own legend. Mahawk also looked serious on the side. The things Rayleigh and Sha Tian talked about included many secret things. I couldn't help but be surprised. Rayleigh's attitude towards Sha Tian was really different, and he admired Sha Tian even more. Until Rayleigh and Sha Tian talked a lot, Shachi hesitated for a long time, as if she wanted to talk and didn't know how to speak. Ha ha ha, Shachi, you and I are also old friends, you can speak frankly. Sha Tian also knew what Shachi was hesitating. Since coming here, Rayleigh hasn't asked, nor said it himself. It's nothing more than 40 years, where have I been? Sure enough, at this time, Sha Kikai solemnly said. Captain Sha Tian, where have you been these years? Sha Tian did not die, but completely disappeared for almost 40. Rayleigh and Mahawk are also curious about how Sha Tian came here in the past 40 years. There's nothing to say. The blow they made together just knocked me away, I was seriously injured, and I was trapped in a very dangerous place. I didn't come out until recently, and then I met Mahawk and let him lead the way. Sha Tian said to Shachi very briefly. Although this world has time fruits that can travel to the future, it is not appropriate to say it. I can't say that I cut myself into the crack of space and come to the future. This is embarrassing. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Mahawk were also taken aback. They didn't expect it to be that simple. But it seems that there is no better explanation for the time when Sha Tian disappeared. In the past 40 years, your appearance has not changed, and your strength has become even more invincible. Pluton Rayleigh said scyphily. Back then, it was a big step in 1 month, and now for 40 years, even if you are seriously injured, you are improving somewhere. My strength, Rayleigh, don't you know this in your heart? Sha Tian grinned, the confidence in his eyes was the same as before. Rayleigh was startled, shook his head and smiled, picked up the wine and worked with Sha Tian. Yeah, didn't you think about it already? Even if there is no progress, now who would dare to say to win the legendary sword god Sha Tian? After drinking for a long time, Sha Chi smiled and watched Sha Tian and Rayleigh chat. Advertisement. Mahawk sat by and listened to the two legends chatting. Until the end, Rayleigh got up and said to help coat the film first, so that Sha Tian can go shopping on the island. There are a lot of fun here. It just so happens that you can be our guide on the way to the coating. Sha Tian stood up. Mahawk naturally followed Sha Tian. Rayleigh naturally doesn't matter. The three of them walked together. The scenery and bubble specialties of Sabayati Archipelago are a must in pirate world. At the same time, people from various forces gathered here. Underground forces, pirate hunters, pirates gathered from all over to enter the new world, marine. Since the disbanding of Rock's pirate, celestial dragons has no threat. Sabayati Archipelago often has celestial dragons down to play and auction slaves. Sha Tian, Mahawk and Rayleigh, with Rayleigh as the guide, went to some casinos, bars, or romantic places. Rayleigh, the days after you retire are really wonderful, Shachi doesn't care about you. Only then walked around, Sha Tian couldn't help laughing. Rayleigh is indeed a wonderful person. Rayleigh laughed loudly too, laughing boldly. Regarding Shachi's relationship, there was no answer. At this time, to Sha Tian's surprise, Mahawk and Rayleigh's complexion changed. 3 people walking on the street. A group of people in black walked over a celestial dragons riding on a slave. Celestial dragons is wearing white special clothes with a bubble hood, and the face and body look very bloated and fat. There was still a mucus on his face, and his eyes were half closed, with a look of ignorance. The people wandering around the shops all knelt down in horror. Rayleigh's face changed, and cold sweat came out of his head. Coincidentally, I met celestial dragons here. I forgot that celestial dragons appeared on this island from time to time. What kind of person is Sha Tian? Others don't know, but they must have inherited Rock's legacy. See, celestial dragons must kill. Sha Tian saw celestial dragons, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This unlucky celestial dragons actually appeared in front of him. Hawkeye Mahawk also looked at celestial dragons in disgust. I have always looked down upon these self-proclaimed descendants of God. Among the civilians who knelt down the whole street, the 3 men looked very abrupt. Advertisement. Celestial dragons sitting on the slave naturally also saw the 3 of Sha Tian. Looking with wide-eyed eyes, it seemed that I couldn't believe that someone would dare to stand there. How dare these 3 untouchables stand in front of me? Celestial dragons reacted, yelling with anger on his fat face. The men in black were panicked and immediately surrounded the 3 of Sha Tian, Rayleigh and Mahawk. Diaresis humble inferior people, don't you know how to treat the noble nobles of the world? Celestial dragons saw that the 3 of Sha Tian didn't react, even with disgusting eyes, couldn't help being even more angry. He took out his golden special pistol and aimed at Sha Tian. Hawkeye Mahawk saw the arrogant appearance of celestial dragons, and even drew a gun at Sha Tian to curse the word humble. A pair of eagle eyes stared sharply at celestial dragons. He touched the black sword knight behind him with his hand, and walked forward. Dare to offend my master, today is to abandon the Shichibukai identity, and I will cut you off. What Shichibukai? What was chased by Marine? Mahawk didn't care. Dare to insult Master Sha Tian, just to be an enemy of oneself. This celestial dragons let me kill. Sha Tian stared at celestial dragons coldly and said to Mahawk. It is these rubbish, brutal guys that make the world full of darkness that cannot be dissipated. When Mahawk heard that the master was going to do it himself, he could only stop, and the money person stepped aside. Celestial dragons' expressions froze, and the whole body stared by Sha Tian and Mahawk was chilly, their expressions were ashen. Killing intent, strong killing intent. The man in black was sweating coldly on his face. What are these two talking about? The civilians on the street heard the words of the two of Sha Tian, and their expressions were extremely panic. Rayleigh wiped his cold sweat, his thoughts flashing in his mind. After Sha Tian killed celestial dragons here, Admiral of Headquarters will definitely come. At that time, it will be a sword god Sha Tian and Marine are in a head-on conflict with me. And with the strength of Sha Tian, I am afraid that no matter how many people come from Marine, they will have to bleed here. No matter what, I don't want to see such a thing happen. Thought of this, Rayleigh has a decision. He took out the long sword directly from the big backpack he was carrying, and his figure flashed. Fast as lightning, he didn't make a move when Sha Tian was talking with Mahawk. Decapitate celestial dragons to the ground with a single sword. Chapter 78. Celestial Dragons, a world nobleman, was killed. After a brief silence, the scene suddenly noisy. The civilians around were dumbfounded, and the next moment they all looked terrified. Many people screamed and started to stand up and flee. The guard and the man in black backed back in horror. In an instant, Lord Celestial Dragons fell to his head. Suddenly, this group of people was stunned. Mahawk's eyes were unexpected, and he didn't expect Pluton Rayleigh to be the first to kill celestial dragons with a single sword. Sha Tian laughed. Rayleigh's behavior is very interesting. Marine is not a good person, nor a bad person, I just don't want to see those tragic pictures, it's better to let me do it. Conquerors then directly stunned the guard in black. Rayleigh took the sword and turned around and said, killing celestial dragons will attract Admiral from Naval Headquarters. Your life in old age is not stable. Sha Tian shrugged, since celestial dragons is dead, it doesn't matter. You continue to stroll around the island, Sha Tian, for the sake of an old friend, leave it to me. Rayleigh pulled up his sword and stood there. Go straight away, I'm afraid Marine will search the whole island, so I can only wait here. It's up to you, don't forget the coating. Sha Tian smiled and shook his head and said. This man called Pluton looks like this when he is old. In order to prevent him from conflicting with Marine, he would choose to kill celestial dragons himself. Now that Rayleigh has done this, the old friend's face still has to be given. Then Sha Tian turned around and Mahawk, who was in the unexpected color, turned around and left. Master, Mr. Rayleigh doesn't want you to have a head-on conflict with Marine. Why should he consider Marine? Mahawk understands that Marine is not an opponent of Master Sha Tian even if the three Admiral come. He and Roger and his team have traveled around the world and learned a lot. Rayleigh understands that Marine is not a harmful party. At the same time, he does not want to see Marine and me fighting here. After all, in this world, Marine's power is already indispensable. Cause chaos. Sha Tian carried his hands on his back, and said while walking. There is no black and white in the world. The source of everything is celestial dragons. Mahawk nodded thoughtfully. The two strolled slowly all the way. Advertisement. Rayleigh stood beside the corpse of celestial dragons, sticking his sword, watching the man in black fainted to the ground. Waiting for Marine to arrive. Sabayati Archipelago is not far from Marine headquarters. As soon as the news came, Naval Headquarters shook, who is so arrogant? Killed celestial dragons on the street. The headquarters responded quickly, and Admiral Kizaru took 3 warships to Sabayati Archipelago. A yellow vertical striped suit, Kizaru has entered the middle-aged appearance, wearing sunglasses, Kizaru soon came to Sabayati Archipelago. Hey, the murderer should have fled, you go and hunt for it. As soon as Kizaru got ashore, he saw Marine who was stationed there, and turned his head and said to Marine who was behind him. No, Kizaru Admiral, the murderer is still next to the body of celestial dragons. The stationed Marine said with sweat. And, the murderer, the more he looks, Pluton Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh. Kizaru's complexion immediately became serious. These remnants of the old era, why would they jump out? After all, it was a figure more than 20 years ago, and the people present did not immediately recognize Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh kept his head down and carrying a huge backpack. It wasn't until Rayleigh never left that he noticed a little after careful observation. Kizaru immediately surrounded him with a group of Marines. Sure enough, Pluton Rayleigh would put down the big bag on his back and watched Kizaru and Marines men surround him. Occasionally I can hear the news that it is suspected to be you on this island, but I can't think it is really you, Pluton Rayleigh. Kizaru looked at Rayleigh in surprise. When the surrounding Marine heard this, his complexion changed drastically, and cold sweat appeared on his face. This is a living legend. Kizaru, long time no see. Rayleigh squinted at Kizaru. Kizaru, who was barely involved in Kadri battles in the Valley of the Gods, is now known as Admiral, one of Marine's highest combat powers. I'm very curious, why did you kill celestial dragons, the remnant party of the old age? It's fine to hide, do you want to jump out and die when you are old? As Kizaru said, his tone began to change. Rayleigh, I can't take him down, but I will delay for a while and wait for the others to come to be sure. Ha ha ha, I also want to avoid a conflict. Rayleigh laughed, then stared at Kizaru solemnly. I was not alone here just now. According to the intelligence, there are 2 more with you, one is Mahawk Hawkeye, and the other is unknown. Advertisement. Kizaru was puzzled. What does Rayleigh mean to avoid conflict? Kill celestial dragons to avoid conflict. The one who was with me just now was the sword god Sha Tian. Rayleigh said it solemnly. This is also to give Marine a psychological preparation. Kizaru froze for a moment, his complexion changed solemnly. The figure of the sword god Sha Tian came to mind. Drips of cold sweat came out. That legendary pirate who wields a terrifying slash. He didn't even have the courage to stop his sword. The surrounding Marine also glanced at Kizaru in surprise. Sword god, who is Sha Tian? This is how Admiral heard the name. Mr. Rayleigh, the joke is not like this. The sword god Sha Tian has been dead for almost 40 years, this is what I have witnessed. Kizaru then gave a chuckle, and said in disbelief. At that time, the demon swords and ghosts all fell to the ground, and Sha Tian was wiped out directly. You are so sure that the talent of Tianzong, who can match the sword god with so many people from Marine, died like this? Rayleigh looked at Kizaru deeply. Watching Sha Tian disappear without a shadow does not mean that he is already dead. In Marine, there must be speculations, it's only for 40 years that Sha Tian has never appeared, so I am sure that he is dead. Yes, it's dead, Rayleigh, you still have to figure out how to escape under the hunt of our Marine. Kizaru took a deep breath. Not thinking about it. This is Rayleigh's joke. As for why Rayleigh wants to kill celestial dragons, it will wait until the living legend is captured. Kizaru just wanted to do it. At this time, two people on the street walked over directly. Rayleigh, I haven't told you where the boat is yet. Sha Tian swayed, followed by Hawkeye Mahawk. Marine's sight was directly attracted to him. Rayleigh didn't expect Sha Tian to turn back again, and sighed slightly. Kizaru looked at the person in front of him, his expression gradually horrified, and his pupils dilated. Chapter 79. The familiar look has hardly changed from that year, but the demon sword is missing in his hand. Oh, Pelusolino, you're here too. First met Marine newcomers who were still in their teens before, and now they are all Admiral. Tisk tisk, that's pretty good. Sha Tian smiled and greeted Kizaru. How is it possible? The sword god Sha Tian. The reaction Kizaru was so scared that his whole body flashed, and he backed away in panic. All the subordinates looked even more surprised, and looked at Kizaru dumbfounded. 3 Admiral, Marine's highest combat force, was scared by a young man and almost lost control of his abilities. What a horror in my heart. Don't be nervous, Pelusolino, it's been a long time since I saw you. Sha Tian chuckled lightly, and said casually. Did he leave him such a terrifying impression at the time? They were all so scared. Mahawk swallowed his throat behind Sha Tian. Without squint, my heart is shaking. It is not only the legend of Rayleigh who treats the masters respectfully. Even Marine Admiral was so scared. Kizaru had a cold sweat on his face, his eyes were horrified, and he looked at Sha Tian, suddenly as if he was swallowing, unable to speak. How can it be? He was still alive, so he stood in front of him alive. I killed celestial dragons. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Kizaru, didn't you come to catch me? Rayleigh was stunned to see Kizaru at this time, worried that he would do something in panic, and said quickly. Sha Tian took a look at Rayleigh, smiled and stood by and watched. Yes, deal with you. Kizaru finally reacted at this moment. His thoughts turned sharply, and he understood what Rayleigh had just said. Through the conversation, the two rushed up. Rayleigh was holding a long sword, and Kizaru pulled out a lightsaber with both hands. The clanging confronted each other and made a move. Seeing fierceness and light, Haki scattered. The Marine soldier didn't see it, only felt that the battle was fierce. Mahawk has a weird look. Are these two really performing? Celestial dragons are dead. Are you a Marine Admiral so perfunctory? Sha Tian looked at it with interest. Kizaru is afraid that he has no courage to continue here. How would those Marines react when they knew it? Garp, Sengoku, Kong. At this time, Rayleigh and Kizaru fought for a few rounds, and they separated directly under the confrontation. As expected of One Piece's deputy captain, let's withdraw first. Kizaru still has this sweat on his face. Take the opportunity to turn around and order. As for the sword god Sha Tian, selectively ignore, go quickly. Advertisement. The Marines looked dumbfounded, so they played for a while. Do not fight. However, Admiral's command could only lift the body of celestial dragons and retreat quickly. Came hastily. Left in a hurry. Without looking back, Kizaru boarded the warship and quickly slipped away. Rayleigh's complexion is also a little weird, this Kizaru acting really has such a thing. The response is very good. You created a psychological shadow on him back then, I'm afraid you are afraid of this. Rayleigh couldn't help but smile. The person who can make Marine Admiral afraid of such a thing, apart from Sha Tian, I am afraid there is no second person in the world. It's weird that I'm ignoring me when I say hello. Sha Tian laughed loudly. Mahawk's eyes brightened, looking at Sha Tian respectfully. Marine is gone, I don't know what will happen next, let me coat you first. Rayleigh picked up his backpack again. By the way, the ship is in Area 40, let's take a look. Sha Tian didn't want to go shopping either, and said to Rayleigh. Mahawk naturally kept up, and the other side. The horrified Kizaru gradually calmed down on the warship, his face darkened, and said nothing. Marines under his crew did not dare to touch the mold. It was not until he returned to Marineford that Kizaru retreated from the state of thinking. The body was elementalized and flew directly to the fortress. Marshal's office. Sengoku was wearing a marshal's uniform and sat in the abode with a serious face. Aokiji Kuzan, Akainu Sakazuki, and the hero Garp are all sitting inside. Ha ha ha, who is so bold and killed celestial dragons in the street? Garp laughed when he heard the Sabayati archipelago incident described by Sengoku. Garp, what do you mean by that? Can you not have other places on the street? Sengoku looked at Garp and patted the table angrily. This old naughty boy has never paid attention to celestial dragons. No, Sengoku, just talk about it. Garp waved his hand immediately, holding back a smile. At this time, the light gathered from the outside. Kizaru's figure appeared directly in the office. His face was extremely dignified and ugly, and his head was still wearing cold sweat. Kizaru, didn't you go to deal with the murderer? What happened in such a hurry? Sengoku's eyes narrowed, and instead of blaming Kizaru for being rude, he asked seriously. Find flowers. Kizaru is a very law-abiding person. Let him do this. I am afraid there will be changes in the Sabayati archipelago incident. Advertisement. Garp, Aokiji, and Akainu all looked serious. Mr. Sengoku, the sword god Sha Tien, appeared at Sabayati archipelago. Kizaru's eyes trembled, and his expression was extremely serious. Sengoku's expression changed drastically in an instant. Incredible. Garp's hand holding the teacup snapped it to pieces. Aokiji threw the chair and fell to the ground. Akainu was even more sluggish, his eyes revealing unbelievable. He has been dead for 40 years. How could it be possible? Akainu stood up and exclaimed. This news is too scary. Aokiji got up from the ground and swallowed. Only Sengoku, Garp, had a sullen expression. ... 0. It was Garp and Sengoku who had always suspected that Sha Tien was not dead. He really is alive. Garp suppressed the shock in his heart, took a deep breath, and waved his hands. 40 years, we all thought that this conjecture was untrue. He might really be dead. Unexpectedly, today, he finally appeared. Sengoku also said slowly, Kizaru, what's the specific situation? It was Rayleigh who killed celestial dragons. Kizaru sat down and told everyone the detailed process. That said, Rayleigh is actually avoiding a head-on conflict between us and Sha Tien, so I chose to take action by himself. Sengoku sighed. Rayleigh did it for Marine. Sha Tien can be said to be the successor of Rox, Will. See, celestial dragons must kill. Killing celestial dragons, Marine can't let Sha Tien go, and must shoot immediately. The scene at that time is probably unimaginable. 40 years ago, Sha Tien's final strength had surpassed Rox. 40 years later, with his monster-like talent, how powerful and invincible he will be. Everyone present understands this problem. Garp and others were speechless, looking ugly. Only Akainu was clenching his teeth tightly. His eyes squinted, and there was a fierce force. This matter, we can only report it to 5 elders first and see what they say. Sengoku stood up and picked up the phone worm from his desk. Soon, on the other end of the phone, 5 elders' voice came. Sengoku, what's the matter? 5 old men, sword god Sha Tien, appeared. Guang. Chapter 80. The phone bug seemed silent. Sengoku knew that 5 elders had heard it, and also knew that 5 elders was also in unbelievable shock. What's the details? There was nothing in the voice of 5 elders. Sabayati Archipelago, one of the celestial dragons has been killed, Kizaru will go. Sengoku reported them one by one, and met the sword god Sha Tien. That is Pluton Rayleigh after all, and the sword god Sha Tien who has disappeared for 40 years is present. Celestial dragons, don't worry about it. The sword god Sha Tien's matter, we will consider it for a long time. The voice of 5 elders finally felt like a tremor. Yes. The phone was immediately hung up. Sengoku looked back with Garp, and the 3 admiral looked at each other. Because of the appearance of the sword god Sha Tien, Marine and world government had to be extremely strict. Marine can only temporarily put it aside. Just when Kizaru returned to Marineford. The other side, Sha Tien and Mihawk followed Rayleigh to the pirate ship. Rayleigh took the tool and said to Sha Tien, it's been a long time for the coating, you guys are afraid it will be boring. No, it doesn't matter, I am also curious about what the coating is like. Sha Tien watched with great interest. At this time, Shaki, who had received the news, came over. As Shaki of Information Communication, it is not difficult to find Sha Tien, Rayleigh, and Mihawk. Rayleigh, are you trying to scare me to death? Shaki held the cigarette in his hand and said quietly. Looking at Rayleigh, his eyes were a bit vicious. No, it's all right, Admiral is gone. Rayleigh laughed and said to Shaki. I know that Shaki is talking about killing celestial dragons and attracting Admiral. You took the initiative to kill celestial dragons first, and the easy life of your old age is over, Rayleigh. Sha Tien sat on the branch beside him, opened his mouth and said. I want to find my old friends from the old days and reform a pirate group, count you and Shaki as one. Sha Tien speaks endlessly. Reform a pirate group. Mihawk was surprised at the side. Master Sha Tien never mentioned it all the way, is he not qualified? Rayleigh was also stunned, and did not expect that Sha Tien would actively invite him to join. Just about to refuse, Shaki on the side was excited. Captain Sha Tien. No, Captain Sha Tien, I will join. Shaki agreed almost without hesitation. Advertisement. If it was Captain Sha Tien, that would definitely become a legendary pirate group. Shaki said, looking at Rayleigh. Sha Tian also smiled and looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh lowered his head, thoughts abound. Rayleigh, what else to think about? Now that you have killed celestial dragons, Marine and world government have not found you. They will definitely come back to chase after you. Will you take me through the life of being chased? Shaki started to persuade, smoking a cigarette. Rayleigh is still complicated. You got on Roger's ship back then, and now you don't want to look at Sha Tian's ship. Are there any different storms? Shaki's words completely touched Rayleigh. The stable life in the old age is gone. Killing celestial dragons means that you have completely matched celestial dragons, and here has been in harmony with Sha Tian. Let's take a look at it with my own eyes. What kind of storm the sword god Sha Tian will set off in this legend that will return after 40 years. It's just going to see again. After a while, Rayleigh closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Yes, I also want to see what different storms and waves will be on Sha Tian's boat. You are welcome to join, Rayleigh, there is you in this huge wave. Sha Tian grinned loudly. People from the old days, now join too. Master, what about me? Mahawk's face is a bit embarrassing. Master Sha Tian won't just throw him down here. Little handsome Mahawk is a good trainee. Shaki joked with a grin. Then, trainee, Sha Tian held her arms and smiled. In a good mood, I killed a celestial dragons and gained 2 old friends to join. Let the world's #1 swordsman be a trainee crew member, you really dare to say, but only you are qualified. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing. I'm afraid that now someone heard that Shichibukai's Hawkeye Mahawk was made a trainee crew, and they would be stunned. Mahawk's face immediately showed joy, and he didn't look like the world's best swordsman. Once on the ship, I can learn from Master Sha Tian. Captain Sha Tian, I found a problem, this ship is too small. Shaki reacted at this moment, spitting out bitterly. Then he pointed to the bare spot on the mast. Also, where is our pirate banner? Ahem, the flag hasn't arrived yet. If the ship is, how about raising funds to build a big ship? Sha Tian smiled and took out the only remaining small ticket. I have no money. Rayleigh had no choice but to spread his hands, gambling and drinking when he had money. Advertisement. Shaki looked at Mahawk, no hope that he would be able to change boats soon. Then take this boat to New World first. There are so many boats, grab one. When this word came out, everyone laughed, then go to New World to grab a good ship. Even this kind of boat needs to be coated for several days. Sha Tian looked at it for a while, then became boring, and began to wander around on the island. Marine spies have been monitoring their every move for a long time, and news keeps coming back to naval headquarters. Marine Sengoku and others could only helplessly. 5 elders did not discuss anything, and they did not dare to act rashly against Sha Tian for the time being. And 5 elders hung up the phone between the powers. Looking at each other with ugly expressions, they all saw the trembling in their eyes. The sword god Sha Tian is really still alive. Plus Pluton Rayleigh, what should I do this time? It seemed too sloppy to go straight up to fight. No one knows how powerful Sha Tian is today. The 5 people discussed for a long time, but there was no result. Everything is because Sha Tian is too powerful. At this time, after receiving the wind, knowing that Marine will deal with it, and then a group of celestial dragons with no results came to protest. 5 elders, is this what Marine does? Celestial dragons are dead under their noses. I didn't dare to take action when I came back so dingy. We asked the world government to take action with Marine to catch the untouchable who dared to kill the nobles of the world and tortured to death. ... These celestial dragons ran to the 5 elders' lounge, and there was a noisy protest, and even more so that 5 elders would take action. 5 elders, who was already annoyed, looked ugly as they heard it, and became furious. It's enough to enjoy it, and come here to make noise. To shut up, the blonde old man yelled. A group of celestial dragons were squeezed, afraid to speak. Who do you think killed it? Does Pluton Rayleigh know who it is? Does Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen, know who it is? Have you forgotten how your fathers died? 5 elders scolded angrily. Rocks. A group of celestial dragons were taken aback, and some of them turned green. I think of the news that shook the Holy Land Mariajoy that year, and 80 celestial dragons were killed. No, it's a guy who was several times more terrifying than rocks. Go out. These days, stay a little bit less arrogant and domineering. The 5 elders scolded the celestial dragons so much that they couldn't speak. Can only be aggrieved and turned and retreated. The 5 elders rubbed their brows and finally looked at each other. On this matter, I can only ask Master Yim first.
3 Rupees Chapter 81 In the depths of Penghu City, among the flowers, here is the most mysterious existence of Mariajoy and the location of the most supreme Lord Yim. 5 elders came to meet immediately after a group of celestial dragons had left. When I came in, I saw the back of Lord Yim, and knelt on the ground one after another. Meet Master Yim. You guys, what are you coming to see me in such a hurry? Yimu didn't turn his head, and said to the delicate flowers in front of him. Rocks pirate, the sword god Sha Tian in the Valley of Gods, there's no death. 5 elders knelt on the ground respectfully and reported to Yim. Huh? That strength surpassed rocks, and finally Sha Tian disappeared by your joint efforts? Im's head tilted slightly, seemingly surprised. This name has disappeared for almost 40 years. Yes, Lord Yim, it's like this. The 5 elders knelt on the ground and began to talk about the Sabaldi Archipelago incident and the CP0 incident one by one. Interesting, a sword god Sha Tian who has disappeared for 40 years. 22 Im chuckled, his tone unchanged and calm. Seeing Master Yim's indifferent appearance, the 5 elders were also quite settled in their hearts. Master Yim, 40 years have passed. With this Sha Tian's terrifying talent, I am afraid that it is even stronger, and it inherits Rock's will, and poses a huge threat to us. The 5 elders expressed their concerns. After all, Sha Tian's combat power had surpassed everyone in the Valley of Gods. This Sha Tian is not enough, don't worry about him for the time being. Yim was just a little surprised. What about surpassing Rock's, and what about being stronger after 40 years? 800 years of rule, not a sword god Sha Tian can easily shake, not to mention, there is still himself. Turning his back to 5 elders, he waved his finger. Yes, Lord Yim. After listening to Lord Yim's words, 5 elders breathed a sigh of relief and retired respectfully. Lord Yim said that it is not enough to worry about it, that is, it is not enough to worry about. They have always believed that as long as Lord Yim is here, nothing is a problem. After 5 elders retired, Im looked at the flowers, rolling a piece of paper in his other hand. Stepping out of the flowers, go deeper, until I entered a huge palace in the depths. Inside, there is a huge straw hat. Im opened the paper in his hand and placed it on the edge of his straw hat. Advertisement amazingly, it is the wanted order of the Straw Hat Boy Luffy. After watching for a while, Im chuckled, as if talking to himself. You really have a good subordinate, 40 years, you can still come out. With that said, Yim turned his head and looked to the side, a stalwart figure standing. Amazingly, rocks who have been dead for 40 years. There is no corruption in the whole body, just like a living person. The huge straw hat, Monkey D. Luffy's wanted order, Rock's corpse. Im keeps these. What the hell is he going to do? Soon, 4 consecutive days passed. In Shaki's bar, Sha Tian, Mihawk, Shaki are all inside. Shaki, it's been 4 days, the boat is not ready yet. Sha Tian was a little boring, and said to Shaki who was looking at the newspaper at the bar. Captain Sha Tian, just wait patiently, your boat is in tatters, Rayleigh is afraid that it will be destroyed in the middle of the way, and the materials are being rebuilt and reinforced. Shaki said this and couldn't help holding his forehead. Now that there are many pirates on the island, Shaki wants Mihawk to grab one. I'll go out for a stroll, there seems to be a lot of people on the island. Sha Tian yawned. Just now, under the cover of color, a lot of new aura appeared on the island. A lot of newcomers have come, all of them terrifying newcomers who offer a reward of over 100 million yuan. Shaki raised the newspaper in his hand. There was a word in Sha Tian's mind instantly, supernova. Forget it, it's been a long time alone on the sea. That said, Luffy and others are also on the way, and Ace will soon have a decisive battle with Blackbeard. It seems that the trajectory of history has not changed much. So many newcomers, Shaki, I'm going to see the excitement and see how Rayleigh is doing. Sha Tian said with a smile, got up and walked out. Let's take a look at other supernovas first. Mihawk, who had changed into a white shirt, followed out. Okay, Captain Sha Tian. Shaki chuckled at this scene. The world's #1 swordsman is like a follower, following Sha Tian all the time, following him as soon as he goes out. Soon after Sha Tian and others left, the Marines who monitored Sha Tian reported again. On the 4th day, the sword god Sha Tian walked out of the bar again. Then the dark line followed Sha Tian again. Advertisement. Sha Tian didn't mind Marine's surveillance either, he was so blatant, how could Marine feel relieved if he didn't look at it? Marineford. Conference room. The atmosphere was silent for a while. The final result of the 5 elders' discussions is to leave it alone for the time being. Sengoku and others can only helpless. Now the Grand Line has already put Marine busy. After Sha Tian appeared, part of Vice Admiral, 3 Admiral, Garp, etc. stayed in the headquarters, suspending all tasks, just to deal with unexpected situations that may occur. Sha Tian is out again. Akainu Sakazuki endured, facing such a swaggering, unscrupulous pirate. Marine and world government have chosen to turn a blind eye. Although I know the terrible aspect of Sha Tian, it makes it hard for Sakazuki who insists on absolute justice in his heart. Marshal Sengoku, I propose 3 admiral shots together. Akainu Sakazuki stood up and looked at Aokiji Kuzan and Kizaru Paluzalino. Back then, they are not newcomers anymore. Aokiji was taken aback for a moment, but didn't think much about it.
Sha Tian is a pirate after all, and the confrontation with Sha Tian will happen sooner or later.
Kizaru's face was expressionless, but his heart was shocked. I feel that my 3 admiral are not even sure about Sha Tian. If you can't beat it then run away as soon as possible. Sakazuki, the 3 of you are still unsafe to go. Gather the people who can go now. Garp, let's go together. Sengoku pondered seriously for a long time, but stood up and greeted Garp by the way. It's just that the 3 admiral confronted the sword god Sha Tian, not enough to see. Just in case, you can go as many people as you can. The vice admiral all looked surprised. Although I read the briefing, I knew that the sword god Sha Tian was a legendary pirate from 40 years ago. The description says that it is very strong, and can be estimated without an upper limit. However, I really saw Marshal Sengoku's prudent attitude. The vice admiral couldn't help being surprised. Soon, following the order of the Marshal. 10 warships are ready. Marshal Sengoku, Heroes Garp, Akainu, Aokiji, Kazaru and 3 Admiral. 6 Vice Admiral from the headquarters and thousands of Marine soldiers boarded the warship and headed to the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 82 Sha Tien followed Hawkeye Mihawk 2 steps behind him, and slowly came to the 24th area. Mihawk, has your 7 warlords of the sea withdrawn? Sha Tien asked while walking. It's been so many days and I haven't received any news yet. I haven't received the news yet, it should be soon. Hawkeye Mihawk didn't care, he was now a trainee crew member on the ship of Master Sha Tien. Except for the position of the Hawkeye 7 warlords of the sea, there is nothing. As soon as this news comes out, I am afraid that people from other forces will be surprised. Hawkeye hasn't done anything recently, and the world government will definitely not publicize his own affairs. This will suddenly be delisted by the world government, which will make some people think of it a lot.
I was found by Marine and followed me. It is normal to be expelled.
Sha Tien smiled, chatting with Eagle Eye Mihawk. Waiting for a few days at Sabaody to finish coding is really boring. The two walked into a restaurant. There was a group of people in the originally noisy restaurant. Seeing Sha Tien and Mihawk walk in, they became quiet in an instant. The black knife Knight Mihawk was carrying was too dazzling. 7 warlords of the sea, the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk Hawkeye. There were many people sitting on the dining room table. One of them was a man with red hair, goggles and a coat, talking to himself. The look changed. On his table, there was still a man with a mask who could not see his face. 4 or 5 crew members behind him, on the other 2 tables. One of his eyes is deep, he wears Madara's hat and a long knife in his hand. Sitting on the table are companions in white clothes. There is also a person with long wavy yellow hair, also with a bunch of men. Originally, the 3 parties were still not pleasing to the eye, but this would all be looking at Mihawk solemnly. The #1 name in the world is really scary. Boss, come up with delicious food. Sha Tien looked indifferent, walked to an empty table and sat down. Mihawk sat down with him behind him. The eyes of the tripartite people shrank. Hawkeye, who is Mihawk's follower, advertisement. Why even Hawkeye has a respectful look, Captain Kidd and the Slaughter Warrior, that is the Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Luo, and the other is Magic Hawkins. Mihawk glanced at them and found out their identities according to the wanted warrants that had appeared in the newspaper. It's a newcomer who offers a reward of over 100 million yuan. Sha Tien looked at it one by one with unscrupulous eyes. Luo, Hawkins, Kidd and others all looked at Sha Tien expressionlessly. When looking at each other, there was a feeling of heart palpitations. This person. Not easy. Trafalgar. Rakshasa felt a sense of suffocation, and immediately turned his head away. Just now, the heart slowed by half a beat. Kidd has that same feeling. Hawkins took a look, picked up a tarot card in his hand and played with it. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became tense. Sha Tien grinned, watching the waiter deliver the food, and then started to eat. I'm not here to bully these newcomers, but to see if there is any excitement. Mihawk didn't pay attention to them either, and started eating. Let the 3 supernovae breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that they are just eating, not here to catch them. At this moment, a group of pirates rushed in a hurry and found 3 people each. Captain, it's not good. 10 warships suddenly appeared. Marshal Marine and a large number of Marines are coming here. The pirates looked terrified and reported to their captains. What? Marshal Marine? How could it be possible? Kidd broke out in a cold sweat. Admiral is scary enough. Even the Supreme Commander of Marine is here. Luo and Hawkins stood up with horror expressions and unanimously looked at Hawkeye Mihawk, who was calmly eating with Sha Tien. Marshal Marine will never come here because they are newcomers. There is only one possibility, is to come to the former Shichibukai who was suddenly removed from the world government, Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Sha Tien laughed when hearing their words. Sengoku, are they fully prepared? Here comes it. Master, they are already close. Mihawk also raised his head at this moment, his face fearless. Seeing, hearing, and perceiving, a group of powerful auras are coming outside. Let's go. Advertisement. Sha Tien nodded, wiped his mouth, stood up and walked out. Mihawk followed immediately. 3 supernovae were left standing in place with a dazed expression. Hey, did I make a mistake? Kidd asked Luo with a dull expression. How is the conversation between Mihawk and Mihawk so strange? I heard you right, Hawkeye, call that man master. Luo was also taken aback and looked out the window. An expression of astonishment appeared on Hawkins' wooden face, the tarot cards in his hand began to flip, and thin silk strips stretched out under him. The tarot cards in hand began to divination. Diaresis, how come? Can't divination. The more Hawkins' divination, the more his complexion changed, and a cold sweat broke out. Divining Hawkeye Mihawk and the young man, Mihawk has no abnormal fortune yet, and that young man is totally unable to fortune-telling. This has never happened before. What is the origin of that young man? Hawkins followed Luo and Kidd. The 3 of them didn't go out, so they all went to the window to watch. On the street outside the restaurant, several supernovas in other places, ARP, jewelry, Uroge, bead, etc. were all taken aback by Marine. They just ran out and found that they were already in the encirclement of Marine. What surprised them even more was that these Marines did not care about them at all, but surrounded the restaurant with extreme rigor. As soon as Sha Tian and Mahawk walked out, a large group of soldiers surrounded them. At this moment, a white figure flashed by, and Pluton Rayleigh also rushed over. I perceive a lot of people coming, it really is Marine. Rayleigh smiled and stood, the money is good, and said next to Sha Tian. It's all old friends, now, here it is. Sha Tian hugged his arms and just finished speaking. Behind the Marine soldiers, a group of Marines walked over with great momentum. Marshal Sengoku, Heroes Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, 6 Headquarters, Uncle Vice Admiral. These scenes stunned the crowds of supernovae, and their faces were shocking. There is no such big battle to hunt down One Piece. This is almost all Marines' high-end combat power. That's a legendary character, One Piece's deputy captain, Pluton Silver, Rayleigh. These are legendary characters, Marine hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku. Are they here to capture Pluton Rayleigh, Hawkeye? Kid and others' eyes widened, their pupils vibrated. It's no wonder that I and others ignored so many legendary characters, plus mysterious young people. I faintly feel that something unreasonable is going to happen. Chapter 83. Sure enough, as Sha Tian spoke, the supernovae were completely confused. Yo, Sengoku, Garp, the mentality is still very good, you guys are here too, and Sakazuki, Kuzan, the newcomers of the year are now Admiral. Sha Tian took a step forward and greeted enthusiastically with a grin. Sengoku, Garp, Akainu and the others looked at Sha Tian with incomparable dread, their figures kept a safe distance, and no longer approached. Seeing Sha Tian say hello, his eyes narrowed even more. Sword God Sha Tian, Akainu, Aokiji saw Sha Tian again after 40 years, just like yesterday. The faint knife intent on his body caused cold sweat on their heads. I was extremely jealous. The majesty of a knife that year seems to be still in sight. What 3 Admiral shot? At this moment there was no idea. I was hailed as the legendary pirate, Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen, who is not dead. How can we safely watch you swagger here? Garp gritted his teeth and looked at Sha Tian with no change in his eyes solemnly. Facing Sha Tian's greeting, Garp didn't know what to say. Your wanted order has never been cancelled. Marshal Sengoku was also solemn. Even now, I'm not sure about taking Sha Tian. Even as soon as he got ashore, Marine was already evacuating nearby civilians. I didn't do anything, Sengoku, Garp. Sha Tian looked at them cautiously and couldn't help laughing. The surrounding Marine was stunned. This person, facing the strongest group of Marines, didn't rush, even laughing out loud. This is the legendary pirate mentioned in the briefing. In the surrounding supernova and the restaurant, Kid and Hawkins were shocked. This seemingly young guy is really not easy. Marshal Marine and Admiral are not here to target Pluton Rayleigh or Hawkeye, but the young man named Sha Tian. Known as a legendary pirate 40 years ago, Sha Tian, you have always been the Cadre of Rock's pirate. Back then, Golden Lion Shiki and Whitebeard Newgate, who were also cadres, were hailed as the legendary pirate. You said you didn't do anything? Those things were not trivial. Crime. Sengoku looked as if you shouldn't admit it, his face was solemn and serious. Advertisement celestial dragons who died under Sha Tian's hands alone cannot be offset in 40 years. Besides, you can defeat Roger and rival all of Marine. Both Sengoku and I are under your sword. Now that you are back again, and you are so blatantly near naval headquarters, do you think we will only choose to ignore it? Garp's complexion was gloomy, and he really faced the current Sha Tian, knowing that it was not time to start. These words of Garp and Sengoku made the supernovas such as Kid, Luo, and Apu completely sluggish, and their eyes were incredulous. A big pirate on par with the legendary pirate like Whitebeard Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki? Even the One Piece King Roger and Marine were defeated by his team. How can it be? How could this kind of character have never been heard of? If it weren't for Marshal Marine and the others, it would be a big laugh. Garp, you're still the same. I thought you hadn't seen me for 40 years, you should be more enthusiastic. Sha Tian shrugged and smiled slightly, continued to say. I want to code from here to New World. Do you want me to be at ease from the Red Line? When Sengoku and others heard that it was even more forbidden to go on the Red Line, Mariajoy was right there. Marineford, the Holy Land Mariajoy are all nearby. You are here, we must be on the highest alert. Sengoku took a deep breath. The sword god Sha Tian is one of the remnants of Rock's pirate, and the person most likely to inherit the will of Rocks. There is no sense of security for him to stay here. Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen, even if it is coded, it is already plated. Akainu gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Changed the feeling of majesty and domineering as Admiral before. Sakazuki, do you seem to be very stylish? By the way, I'm going to find Whitebeard Newgate. Do you know where he is? Sha Tian sneered at Sengoku, looked at Akainu, and suddenly thought that Marine might know that Whitebeard Newgate was in that sea area. No, we don't know where Whitebeard is. If you are coding here, I hope you can leave as soon as possible, and even Marine can help with coding. Sengoku took a deep breath. It's not the time to do it now. The sword god Sha Tian alone, Marine may not be an opponent, and this island cannot withstand the battle with the sword god Sha Tian. What's more, besides Sha Tian, there are Mahawk and Pluton Rayleigh.
Rayleigh, is the coding ready? Sha Tian turned his head and asked.
Advertisement. I have stayed here for several days, and I want to leave. The longer time dragged on, the harder Whitebeard Newgate was to find. Captain Sha Tian. Coating still needs 3 or 4 days. Rayleigh took out his hip flask and drank it, with a smile on his face. It took a lot of time for coating and repairing. It doesn't look like Marine has come to do it today. On the contrary, he wanted to put pressure on Sha Tian, and wanted Sha Tian to leave this sea area. Sengoku and Garp looked at Pluton Rayleigh with horror. Did you hear me wrong? Sha Tian. Captain. Pluton Rayleigh disappeared after the death of One Piece Roger, so he won't go out to sea. It seems that he has joined the sword god Sha Tian. The supernovas behind swallowed their throats even more. The deputy captain of One Piece, after retiring for many years, he actually joined the sword god Sha Tian. Also called the captain. This is too shocking. Rayleigh, you. Garp, Sengoku, and the 3 admiral all stared with incredible expressions. Rayleigh, who was already gray-haired, why would he join Sha Tian? The old man just wants to see how different legends will be on the sword god's ship. Rayleigh laughed with his hip flask, his expression heroic. A legend has been completed, and another legend will come in old age. In a cold sweat, Sengoku joined Sha Tian, even Rayleigh, who had traveled around the world, with a shaking gaze toward the eagle-eyed Mihawk, known as the strongest swordsman. Are you going to abandon Shichibukai's identity?
What is Shichibukai's identity? Marshal, I am now a trainee crew member on the ship of Master Sha Tian.
Mihawk said solemnly. A group of Marines and supernovas were shocked. Today is incredible. Already at the pinnacle of the pirates, Pluton Rayleigh, who has a long history, retired and joined the sword god Sha Tian. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk abandoned Shichibukai's identity, just as a trainee, and even called Master Sha Tian. What kind of legend is this sword god Sha Tian? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 84. Mihawk, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admiral gritted their teeth. Their expressions are extremely ugly. Shichibukai is a powerful force recruited by the world government. It is also one of the 3 major forces that check and balance the Grand Line. Hawkeye Mihawk is one of the best in Shichibukai. But for the Hawkeye who uses the Black Sword Knight, it seems reasonable to meet Sha Tian, who is known as the Sword God, and worship Sha Tian as his teacher. Back then, it was because the world's #1 swordsman was considered not worthy of Sha Tian's sword, he was called the Sword God. Marine, Garp, and others were completely speechless. Ah yes, both Rayleigh and Mihawk have joined my dragon and pirate team. Taking this opportunity, Sha Tian's face was flat in front of Marine, the name of the pirate group appeared. Both Mihawk and Rayleigh were dumbfounded for a moment, they looked at Sha Tian. You just figured it out. Garp, Sengoku, the 3 major generals have changed a lot. Slaughter the dragon, slaughter the celestial dragons. Except for this meaning, there is really no better explanation to explain it. Kid, Luo and others were even more shocked, and couldn't help but exclaimed in unison with the marine soldiers. Silently remembered the name of dragon-slaying pirate group. No matter what the meaning of Sha Tian's use of slaying dragons, it is not the best place and time to go to war. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku still said, should you leave after coating, Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen? Of course, Sengoku, I never talk nonsense. Sha Tian shrugged and looked at Sengoku. I really wanted to leave. If you leave after coating, Marine can help. It only takes half a day to complete. Akainu hopes to move Sha Tian and let him leave as soon as possible. Those who are familiar with Akainu can't help being surprised, even Kizaru is surprised. How fast is your attitude changing? Don't you want to have a fight with Sha Tian? After meeting, they persuaded others to leave. The Marine warriors in Supernova 50 and 6 had not wiped the sweat on their faces. They looked at Admiral Akainu in amazement, as if they had discovered the new world. 3. Admiral is known as the highest combat power, and wants to make them more familiar than the Marine legends like Garp and Sengoku. 3. When did Admiral speak so well? Aokiji bowed his head and said nothing. Kizaru wore sunglasses and didn't know where to look. Advertisement Admiral Akainu, who has always been decisive and hardworking, had a time when his tone was so soft. What makes people even more confused and shocked is Marine deployed the highest combat power, Martial Marine, Hero Marine, and finally just came to persuade the legendary pirate to leave. Even help with coding. Marine coats pirate. This sword god Sha Tian, what a powerful character is it? It can make Marine jealous to the point where he can't even dare to do it. But Sha Tian was unhappy. Opening up and shutting up means telling oneself to leave. I won't leave, so what? Sha Tian's eyes condensed, and the invincible conqueror's haki instantly covered all Marine. The clouds on the sky are instantly washed away, and the momentum scattered from Sha Tian's body is like a typhoon blowing everywhere. Marine under Vice Admiral was hit instantly, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes fainted. Even Vice Admiral bent down and couldn't maintain his balance, fell back and fell under Conquerors, shaking his body. The 3 of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru once again felt the huge deterrent power of Sha Tian in an instant. Their arms stretched out to block the airflow coming from the pavement, they trembled slightly, and their footsteps continued to retreat. Only Sengoku and Garp were able to keep calm a little.
His complexion was livid, and his eyes were hazy. This sword god Sha Tian, the strength did not regress in the slightest, but did not know how much stronger it was. On Conqueror's haki alone, there is no resistance to teaming up. The supernova onlookers was even more horrified, and the one outside was directly lifted out and hit the wall. How come you have never heard of such a big man? The three supernovas of Kid slumped to the ground in the house. A look of shock was shocking enough from the conversation. Defeat the One Piece Roger, even Marine hero Garp and Marshal Sengoku are his defeated opponents. 40 years ago, they were both legendary pirates with Whitebeard Newgate. Now that Conqueror's haki shot, it was even more earth-shattering. The whole island is shaking. Sha Tien's Conqueror's haki swept the audience. Thousands of Marine soldiers fainted directly to the ground and were lifted far away. Vice Admiral resisted fiercely and finally fell to the ground, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. Akainu-san Admiral's eyes are even more horrified, his head is sweating, the sword god Sha Tien, really stronger than before, don't know how much. Find flowers. This unfamiliar and familiar breath recalled the horror of the day in the world. Sengoku and Garp were sullen and clenched their fists. Advertisement. Cold sweat broke out on his face and his eyes trembled. Invincible posture. Conquerors of Sha Tien is just like the essence of Conqueror's haki is not the king of the world, One Piece. It's invincible. I will leave after I finish coding. Don't hinder me, Sengoku, Garp. Sha Tien frowned slightly, waved his hand and said. A little lack of interest. Then he turned around and left. Boring. The marine guy is too rigorous himself, and the standpoint is too clear. Naturally, both Rayleigh and Mihawk left. Can't fight, it's all here, Marine doesn't even have the momentum to resist, and there is nothing to talk about. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other, but after all, they didn't move. That Conqueror's haki just now was a serious warning from Sha Tien. At the same time, looking at Sha Tien's attitude, it seems that he does not hate Marine. On the contrary, they were very enthusiastic at first, making them dumbfounded. Hopefully he will leave soon, and nothing goes wrong. Garp sighed and said, feeling extremely complicated. They are all old. Although their strength has not declined, they will not grow much. Sha Tien still looks young, not like a person who is nearly 60 years old. And the strength is obviously a huge improvement, really worthy of a monster. Now we still can't confront directly, otherwise we will lose most of our combat power here. Sengoku looked at Sha Tien's leaving back with throbbing eyes. This guy, if he guessed right, is to find other remnants of the old age. The dragon-slashing pirate group still targeted Mariajoy, the Holy Land. As Marines, they will confront Sha Tien again sooner or later. Before this, we must be cautious. We are stationed nearby, just in case. Sengoku turned to face Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru and said. The newcomer back then has now been hit by Sha Tien again. You know, San Admiral, strictly speaking, coincides with Sha Tien. But back then, it has been surpassed countless times by Sha Tien. Now, from Conqueror's haki alone, the gap is even bigger. Wide. Chapter 85. Sakazuki, Kuzan, and Pelusolino nodded their heads, and the expressions that had just been relieved were a bit frustrated and ugly. As it was 40 years ago. And the supernovas have experienced an incredible, barely called a confrontation. A little trance and deep incredible. When I came to Sabayati Archipelago, I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. No a legend hidden in the world. Now Marshal Marine, Admiral and others will be stationed here. Kid, Hawkins and others were so scared that they dared not speak out, and sneaked back. Who knows if Marine, who ate turtles in the hands of the legendary pirate, will find them to vent their anger. Walking all the way to the ship, Mihawk looked reverent. I saw the horror of Master Sha Tien again, and was amazed. That's Marine Marshal, Marine Hero, the three most powerful Admiral. In front of the Master, he didn't even have the courage to make a move, so he could only persuade. Finally, the impatient Master directly called Conqueror's haki, and Marine directly shut up and watched them sway away. I am afraid there are still 10 Marine Marshals between me and the Master. Mihawk thought about it seriously. Today's scene is even more exciting than when I won the world's #1 title. That's the powerful Marines. Sha Tien was the same as Rayleigh, and came to the docking place with a smile. This small pirate ship has now been remodeled in many places by Rayleigh, and the large shipboard that was originally shattered by Sha Tien haki has also been repaired. It looks a little smaller, but it really looks like that. Sha Tien admired Rayleigh's craftsmanship. This guy deserves to be the guy on the One Piece ship. Rayleigh laughed, jumped onto the boat, and continued to coat. And Shaki walked over with a banner at this time. Captain Sha Tien, how do you look at this pirate flag? Shaki opened the pirate banner. Behind a skull, there was a pattern like a ghost sword. That's a ghostly appearance, right? Sha Tien nodded, then said. It's a pity that my second-generation ghost is gone. Roger took it back then, and later gave it to Wano-kuni, who made the knife. Rayleigh worked, remembered, and said back. That year, Roger picked up the ghost and left it on the boat for a long time. While traveling around the world, he went to Wano-kuni with Kazuki Oden and returned it. And told that a great swordsman once used it. Sha Tien was startled, and sure enough, second generation went back to Wano-kuni. In the end it will fall into Luffy's hands. Is all this going according to history? It's a knife, I have to find another one. Advertisement. Sha Tian shook his head and stopped thinking about history. It's a pity that you are far away, otherwise you can get the cursed 7-star sword. In this way, 3 days passed quickly. Marine directly stayed on the warship and looked at the place where Sha Tian and others were from a distance. Sengoku, Garp, and all 3 admiral did not leave, watching Sha Tian's group of 4 cautiously. Sha Tian also ignored it. And these 3 days, the supernovas also avoided directly, only daring to watch Marine, Sha Tian and others from a distance. Until noon on the 3rd day, the scorching sun was high. Rayleigh finally finished the coating. Captain Sha Tian, the old man's work is completed. Rayleigh wiped his hard-working sweat and laughed. Sha Tian smiled and comforted Rayleigh, and then Mihawk hung the pirate flag on the mast. In addition to the house, Shaki's bar has basically moved on board. The 4 of them stood on the ship, looked at everyone on the marine warship, and grinned. Set off. Sha Tian looked at Marine and gave an order. Finally got it done, and set off to New World. Sha Tian, Rayleigh, Shaki stood on the deck. Mihawk controlled the bubble membrane to fill up, and the ship was about to sink. Shaki and Rayleigh both looked at Sabayati Archipelago and lived a comfortable life here for so long. There is no reluctance in his eyes, but recollection. Finally, we set sail again. In the distance, the supernovae looked at the flying pirate flag and remembered it deeply. That is, the banner of the dragon-slaying pirate group. In Marine, Akainu and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sword God Sha Tian, this monster is going to leave at last. See you next time, it's the day when you really want to fight. But Garp and Sengoku still looked ugly and thoughtful. I'm afraid this is just the first stop of Sha Tian's return, New World. Sengoku watched Sha Tian and others disappear into the sea on the boat, and sighed deeply. The sighs in the past few days are more than in the past year. It's useless to think too much, the sword god Sha Tian's purpose is a holy land, we just look at it, let the people of Mariajoy bother. Garp laughed out loud at this moment. Worries are useless, the sword god Sha Tian has to rely on the world government to deal with it, and Marine can only take orders. 5 elders said that you don't need to worry about it. That's it. Advertisement. Under the watchful eyes of Marine and pirate newcomers, some people who heard about it on the island. Sha Tian's ship dived into the silent seabed, constantly sinking. It's really a spectacle. Seeing this scene, Sha Tian couldn't help but sigh. Under the bubble wrap, the pressure of the sea water has no effect at all. As it sinks, the light gets darker and darker. If the sea is 10,000 meters away, we will pass the Fishman Island, shall we go in? Rayleigh stood on the side, but he did not expect Sha Tian to dive into the seabed for the first time. Asked with a smile, don't go to the red hair and ask. Sha Tian didn't think the Fishman Island had any meaning. After all, I don't want to find the ultimate island for the time being, and it doesn't make sense to go. By the way, it's a good idea to invite you on the boat. You've swam once, live a map. Sha Tian grinned and praised her wit. Shaki and others all laughed. The 4 of them traveled quickly along with the current, and they had to pass by the huge bubble cover of the Fishman Island. At this time, somebody is coming. Across the distance, Sha Tian sensed a group of breaths approaching, and said towards the huge bubble cover. Rayleigh, Mihawk, Shaki all looked in the direction Sha Tian said. Huh, it's Neptune and the others. Rayleigh looked at the bubble cover, and the Murloc figure gradually became clear in his sight. He couldn't help but smiled and waved his hand to say hello. Neptune brought a group of Murlocs, waved his hands, and swam over. That's Pluton Rayleigh and Hawkeye Mihawk, Jinbei boss. A group of Murlocs behind Neptune looked at the 4 people on the boat curiously. Who is that standing on the bow? Father. The Murloc prince looked at Sha Tian in the middle and couldn't help asking. The others are standing in the back, and he is standing in the front. Neptune shook his head, also bewildered. But as the distance approached, Sha Tian's figure and appearance gradually became clear. In the memory, a remarkable figure came to mind. Neptune's eyes widened, incredulously. Impossible. This, really it is him. Chapter 86. Sword God Sha Tian. Hasn't he disappeared for 40 years? It is said that the rumor is dead. Now, the appearance of the unaltered appearance in front of Neptune's eyes is really shocking. This is a legend. The seaman Jinbei beside Neptune glanced at Neptune suspiciously. Your Majesty seems to have seen something, which is not quite right. Jinbei thought. Neptune suppressed the shock in his heart and led a group of Murlocs through the bubble cover on the ship and boarded the pirate ship of Sha Tian. Great night Neptune, it's been a long time since I saw you. Rayleigh greeted happily. I've been back once since arriving at the final island. Never saw Neptune again. Rayleigh, I am already a king. Neptune was also very happy at this time. Only Roger and his team would call him the Great Knight. The 2 greeted enthusiastically, and then, Neptune looked at Sha Tian, who was very interested, and cast a suspicious look at Rayleigh. You should have heard of this 40 years ago. Rayleigh said with a smile. Really you. Neptune was unbelievable until now. 22 I can't help but squat a little bit. It's been so long and I never thought you knew me, King Neptune. Sha Tian laughed. Neptune, unlike Garp and other witnesses, can still remember his appearance and reputation so many years ago. It's really your name is too loud. Neptune couldn't help but sneered, embarrassed. At the beginning, I was just a young Murloc, looking forward to the outside world in the Fishman Island. And Sha Tian at that time has become one of the legends. Your Excellency, isn't it? Seaman Jinbei, the Murloc princes couldn't help asking. Even Your Majesty has used the honorific title. The veteran seemed to remember something, his complexion changed drastically. They have read the report 40 years ago. Some Murlocs who went to sea as pirates often mentioned it after they came back. Advertisement. The sword god Sha Tian, a cadre of the Sea Lord Rock's pirate 40 years ago, a monster genius, and Whitebeard, Golden Lion are hailed as the three legendary pirates. The amount of reward that year was already 3 billion. With reminiscences, Neptune talked about the identity of Sha Tian to everyone behind him. After Jinbei waited for a crowd of people and pirates to listen, he was shocked in his heart, and looked at the young Sha Tian with a smile and a dumbfounded look. This is a pirate who was legendary 40 years ago. A full 3 billion rewards. Speaking of achievement, maybe Roger is not as high as the One Piece King, but the strength, that is Mr. Sha Tian firmly in the first place. Back then, he and Rox and the other two cadres entered Mariajoy, killed the former 5 elders and retired. It's a sensation in the world. Neptune thought of the report and couldn't help exclaiming. Get into Mariajoy and kill the former 5 elders. Jinbei and the others stood up straight in astonishment. Do you want to be so scary? This thing is enough to be said to be legendary. We know the other two cadres, one of whom is still very familiar, Golden Lion Shiki, and Whitebeard Newgate, who is now protecting the Fishman Island. Neptune's serious expression was now a little smiley. Thinking of it, Father Whitebeard also said Sha Tian. The two seem to have a good relationship. Mr. Sha Tian once was in a pirate group with my father. Jinbei looked at Sha Tian's response and nodded, really not calm. Rock's pirate heard a few words from the Whitebeard pirates. That era, the only overlord. This person who looks so young has such a terrifying background. At this time, Neptune wanted to introduce a few more words, but found that Rayleigh was present, so he didn't say anything more embarrassingly. Instead, Rayleigh laughed and said indifferently. Nipton, don't you just want to say that I, Roger and Jabba were all lost by Sha Tian? What? Jinbei group of Murlocs looked at the calm Sha Tian in shock. The legendary things are more scary than one thing. On the contrary, Sha Tian waved his hand, followed Rayleigh's words, and said. It's all from the past. You are my captain now, and you are not afraid of losing face in these things. You have to know that none of Marine's top combat powers has defeated you. Rayleigh now feels that there is nothing wrong with defeating Sha Tian. People like Jinbei swallowed their throats and didn't know what to say. This sword god Sha Tian seems to be too powerful. Even Neptune only knows about news reports. Marine teamed up with these things, I really don't know. Now that Rayleigh said it, it was even more shocking. Captain. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked, and only reacted after a short while. Mr. Rayleigh just said that Sha Tian is now his captain. Yes, we have all joined the dragon-slaying pirate group of Captain Sha Tian. Rayleigh pointed at Hawkeye Mahawk and Shaki, and said with a smile. Neptune and Jinbei looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. That said, Pluton Rayleigh and the world's #1 swordsman have joined Sha Tian's pirate group. What an amazing news this is. The deputy captain of One Piece, who has disappeared for 20 years, is out again. And Mahawk, Shichibukai's strongest swordsman. This. Neptune couldn't speak his own words. Jinbei also looked incredible. The rest of the Murlocs were even more unbearable, and they were extremely surprised. The least famous person is probably me. Shaki shrugged helplessly. These three have terrifying reputations, and they belong to their own obscurity. You are a flower on our boat. Sha Tian said seriously, causing Shaki to laugh. Those are all gone. Neptune, the Fishman Island, Newgate is protecting now, right? Do you know where he is now? Sha Tian stood up at this time and asked Whitebeard. Faced with Sha Tian's question, Jinbei, who knows best, also stood up respectfully. This is indeed a place protected by the old man, but we don't know where the old man will be at this time, usually the old man will contact him. Jinbei could only say helplessly. The old man's Moby DK often wandered around, and there were no rules at all where there were treasures to go. Sha Tian can only nod his head, it seems that he has to go to the red-haired Shanks first. At this time, I saw Hody and other Murlocs among the group of Murlocs behind Jinbei who harmed the Fishman Island 2 years later. Huodi and the others looked at the killing intent that Sha Tian's indifferent eyes showed, and their whole body trembled with fright, with a look of horror on their faces. This legend is even more terrifying than the aura of Whitebeard Newgate in person. With just a little bit of killing intent, his whole body trembled, and he couldn't help kneeling down. A feeling that life and death cannot be controlled by oneself rose from the bottom of my heart. Do you want to do it on them? Could it be that something was found? In fear, Horty and his party were so scared that they were directly facing Sha Tian outside the bubble cover, the most noble courtesy of the Fishman Island. Chapter 87. Huodi and other Murlocs who often stayed together bowed one after another, not forgetting the respectful name Sha Tian. This scene surprised the large groups of Murlocs such as Neptune, Jinbei, and Prince Murloc. What's wrong with these guys? Then I just thought that these guys were just scared by the name of the sword god Sha Tian. After all, these young Murlocs had never seen a big scene, and only looked at a person like Whitebeard Newgate from a distance. And Sha Tian's killing intent flashed past, and then put it away. Don't worry, the Luffy gang in straw hats will come and clean them up in the future. We are just passing by today. The Fishmen Island will wait until the business is finished before visiting. Sha Tian said to Neptune, Jinbei. King Neptune and the others nodded, seeing that Sha Tian and Rayleigh were both ill, and they all said that they must visit the island next time and let them do their best as a landlord. Sha Tian, Rayleigh smiled and waved. Mihawk and Shaki steered the boat into the ocean current again. The four bid farewell to the Murloc and set off again. Neptune and Jinbei watched Sha Tian and Rayleigh go away. He sighed deeply. When this legend returns, I am afraid that the forces on the sea will change drastically. Neptune said solemnly, Your Majesty, a legendary pirate, wouldn't it be enough to change the current stable situation on the sea? Jinbei feels that there are still more King Neptune, although this sword god Sha Tian is indeed terrifying. No, you still don't understand. The horror of this sword god, Rock's pirate, under the captain, was this Sha Tian's strongest and most appealing power. If he didn't disappear back then, Rock's pirate would not fall apart at all. You have to know, who are the remnants of Rock's pirate now? In addition to Whitebeard and Golden Lion, there are also Kaido, Big Mom, the beasts who trained in Rock's pirate back then. Neptune said slowly and solemnly. You mean that the sword god Sha Tian has a powerful appeal? Those people back then may be. After Jinbei heard this, his eyes widened again, and his forehead was sweaty. If you can gather these people, wouldn't it be enough to subvert the whole world? You also saw it, now even characters like Pluton Rayleigh and Hawkeye are on his boat. Neptune expressed that this is very likely. Jinbei and a group of fish people thought about it with extreme terror, and looked shocked. They couldn't help but gurg out bubbles in the sea. And just when the four of Sha Tian left the range of the Fishmen Island and surfaced along the ocean current, they finally reached the second half of the Grand Line, the sea area of New World. During this period of time, a sudden announcement by the world government also left all parties confused and unclear. Advertisement. The announcement of the world government issued by the world government is only a short sentence. Hawkeye Mihawk, remove the position of 7 warlords of the sea and restore the wanted order. No reason, nothing. This made all the forces deeply surprised. Hawkeye Mihawk, haven't done much recently. Why was he suddenly delisted? For example, the spy lines of some powerful countries could not find any clues in the world government. The rest of Shichibukai couldn't help but think about it a lot. Is the world government going to attack the Shichibukai forces? Just when the various forces, even the 4 emperors, were puzzled. A few days later, Sabayati Archipelago reported the last part of Hawkeye Mihawk's whereabouts. Mihawk, Pluton Rayleigh and 2 unknown people boarded a pirate boat in Sabayati Archipelago and set sail. But the supernovas who knew the amazing facts did not hear anything about it. In Dressrosa, there was a phone bug on the table, wearing a pink feather coat and sunglasses, Doflamingo sitting at the table, leaning forward, talking on the phone. Hey, Gueju, has the Hawkeye been found out? Master, there is no news. Marine and world government have not given an explanation. Even if it is internal, some people are completely unaware. Hey, world government is really interesting. Doflamingo gave a meaningful smile. There is no reason to remove Mihawk from Hawkeye, it is impossible. Among them, there must be unknown secrets. Master, but there is a secret message. Hawkeye was in Sabayati Archipelago with Pluton Rayleigh in the end. It is said that Marshal Sengoku led Marine to Sabayati. However, the specific matters were all sealed. Pluton Rayleigh, One Piece's deputy captain. I see. Yes, Master, I'll hang up first. Someone seemed to come from Gueju and hung up the phone in advance. And Doflamingo lay down on the chair, thoughtful. The underground forces over there also said that the 3 Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Garp Vice Admiral, and Marshal Sengoku stayed there for a few days, until a pirate ship left with Hawkeye Mihawk and Pluton Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh, I'm afraid again, but why didn't they fight? The news was blocked very tightly, even the Joker, as an underground force, could only detect this information. Advertisement. Doflamingo stopped thinking about it immediately, these things will eventually surface. Now, there are more important things to do. As soon as Brother Ming walked out of the room, a face appeared on the stone wall next to him. Diaresis Pika, are you ready? Doflamingo asked the face on the wall. Master, everything is ready, and the family cadres are all here. The face on the wall replied with a shrill voice. Then I'll leave it to you to watch here. Doflamingo said with a smile. Yes, Master, please be careful. After all, there is a battlefield where 4 emperors Kaido and Red Hair compete for territory. Pika said respectfully. For Doflamingo, family cadres are very respectful. It's okay, our strength is not weak, and we can help Kaido, the beast, to take that turf. In the future, our business will be bigger. Doflamingo laughed and walked towards the port. The other side. 10 days after leaving Sabayati Archipelago in Sha Qianjiao days. Marineford, Naval Headquarters Fortress. Marshal Sengoku. After receiving news from New World, the red-haired Shanks and Kaido are about to meet and fight on Hashinosu, One Piece Island. The colonel who was calling was standing in the marshal's office and reporting to Sengoku in salute. Garp Vice Admiral, Aokiji, and the Crane staff were all sitting aside. Red Hair and Kaido. Sengoku squinted and stood up with a serious expression. The redhead Shanks actually collided with Kaido. And the sword god Sha Tian, isn't this time going to New World to find red hair to ask for directions? Garp, Aokiji, and Suru all changed their expressions and started thinking. This is no trivial matter. Each of the four emperors has incomparable strength. Fighting the four emperors may cause a series of changes. The most important thing is this terrifying sword god Sha Tian, who is now going to New World to find red-haired Shanks to inquire about the whereabouts of Whitebeard Newgate. Chapter 88. Go back and watch the battle between Red Hair and Kaido from a distance. The most important thing is to pay attention to one person, lurking surveillance. After a while, Sengoku gave an order to the colonel who was calling. In his hand, he took out a picture of Sha Tian. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The colonel who was calling took the photo and took a look, and he was a little surprised. This is a very young person. Whether it's the four emperors fighting, or this person, watch it, and don't care about the rest. Yes, Marshal. The colonel saluted, put away his surprised thoughts, and retreated. The departure of the colonel is pending. Sengoku held his forehead, leaned on the seat, and sighed. The four emperors of New World are fighting again. In the first half of the Grand Line, Garp's grandson, Straw Hat, is making a big noise again. Next, the sword god Sha Tian didn't know what to do. There are a lot of troublesome things, and there are concerns about every incident. The situation may not be so bad, we just wait and see, it will get better. Ms. Crane took a sip of tea and said to Sengoku. Yes, it's better to let five elders worry about these things. Garp looked indifferent. Sengoku was even more irritable. Garp, and your grandson, what's the matter with your bloodline? The more Sengoku thought about it, the more angry he couldn't help cursing. And Garp laughed. Aokiji and Suru's staff looked helpless. The world situation will change due to the return of the sword god Sha Tian. At this time, Marine was unable to make any moves, including the world government. And just when the red-haired Shanks and Kaido are about to fight to seize the territory, Marine pays attention to the whereabouts of Sha Tian. Banero Island, far in the first half of the Grand Line. Fire Fist Ace and the Blackbeard pirates finally met here. Ace, Captain, how did you find me here? Blackbeard Teach looked at Ace who was crouching on the roof with a smile, and invited. Advertisement. Teach, you who have lived so much longer than ordinary people, it's impossible not to know what the situation is now, right? Ace's face was flat, watching Teach slowly speaking. The crime of killing a companion on the Whitebeard ship is unforgivable. Ace, how about let's make a deal, how about you as if you haven't seen me? Blackbeard Teach's eyes changed, and instead he talked about offering to trade. Oh, transaction, let's hear it first. Ace narrowed his eyes. Now that he found Blackbeard, there is no need to worry. You will definitely be interested in this news. I met someone the old man wanted to meet most. Blackbeard said solemnly in his eyes. This news is of great interest to Whitebeard. The person I want to see most. Ace was surprised, thinking about whom Dad would like to see in his mind. 40 years ago, the one who was called the legend with the old man, the sword god Sha Tian. Blackbeard Teach said slowly, since Ace did not directly refuse, it means that this transaction is not impossible. Sword god, Sha Tian. Ace remembered the name in his mind. The eyes are gradually widening. Sha Tian, isn't that the name that the old man often mentions? 40 years ago, with my father, Golden Lion Shiki called one of the legendary three great pirates, the monster genius of Rock's pirate. Hasn't he been dead for 40 years? Impossible, Teach, now you still want to lie to me, trying to distract me to escape. Ace didn't believe it. Thief, ha 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 ha, how can such a character be judged dead without seeing the corpse? That is the top powerhouse in the old man's mouth that is stronger than him. I am not far away from him. I look exactly like the portrait on the old man's boat, and I can clearly feel the powerful and frightening aura of that person. Blackbeard said seriously. Thinking of the horror of Sha Tian, my heart trembled. This sword god, I am afraid that he has become One Piece's most powerful enemy. Teach, do you know what you are talking about? Ace looked at Blackbeard solemnly, and couldn't help but believe a little. Blackbeard's strength perceives a strong breath, and what he said is true. Of course I know that I ship earlier than you, and know more than you. It is absolutely impossible to admit mistakes. Nothing in the world can happen, and they are all witnesses. Blackbeard pointed to the group of people behind him. Advertisement. Van Oka and others also nodded solemnly. At this moment, Ace had already believed half of it. The expression changes on Blackbeard's men didn't seem to be fake. Indeed, anything can happen in this world. Myself as an example. In this case, the sword god is really still alive. Then the news must be told to my father as soon as possible, and he will be very happy. But Teach, you know what you committed. Even after hearing the news, Ace still felt that Teach could not be let go. Killing a companion is a taboo. Ah, I know, let me say one more sentence. Ace, do you want to be my partner and conquer the world together? The era of Whitebeard is over. I will become the One Piece, and I have already planned this road to hegemony. Let's take off the head of Luffy in the straw hat and present it to the world government as a meeting ceremony. Blackbeard Teach faced the powerful Logia ability Ace without any rush and started his own big talk. When Ace heard that he was about to kill Luffy, his expression changed drastically. A murderous intent began to emerge. Let Blackbeard's words also stop. That's my brother. Teach, then it's even more impossible for me to let you go. Killing intent appeared in Ace's eyes. Teach, actually want to do something to his brother. Your brother. Teach was startled, then laughed. Originally, I wanted to use news to trade once. By the way, I would recruit Ace, but I didn't think that Luffy was his younger brother. What I just said was impossible. Thank you for telling me the good news, Teach. Flames burst out of Ace's body, and while speaking, a huge fire fist rushed over. What happened on Banero Island happened suddenly. Sha Tien didn't know when Ace was going to be defeated by Blackbeard. In a flash, half a month passed. Passing by the Fishmen Island, I met Jinbei and Queen Neptune. As the ocean current came up, Sha Tien and others arrived at New World. All the way to the base camp of the red-haired Shanks described by Hawkeye Mihawk swiftly sailed. Finally arrived more than 10 days later. Sha Tien at this time, looking at the distant island, always felt a little familiar, and then reacted when he approached the port. Here, isn't it the territory I took from Roger and Rayleigh 40 years ago? Chapter 89. Looking at the familiar island, after snatching it from Roger and Rayleigh, he lived here for a month. Rayleigh, the site of the red-haired Shanks is actually here. Sha Tien turned his head with a smile on his face and said to Rayleigh. I thought you already knew it after listening to the landmark. Rayleigh knew it. Seeing that Sha Tien didn't respond, he didn't mention it. Who knows that this guy only found out in front of him? Don't you find that Captain Sha Tien knows nothing about navigation? Shaki said with a smile beside him at this time. It can be seen on the way that Sha Tien only knows the front, back, left, and right on the sea. It's not a road idiot, but a sea idiot. It turns out that you don't have any talent for sailing. You really found something strange. When Rayleigh heard it, he couldn't help clapping his hands, with a novel look on his face. Sure enough, God opened a window and closed a door for you. Learning to fight is like a monster, but when you get to the sea, you don't know the north, south, east, and west. Ha ha ha, you are not here. Sha Tien laughed and said, going out to sea with them along the way, it was really not boring. Rayleigh is very knowledgeable. After traveling around the world, he knows almost everything at sea. Shaki is funny and humorous, and he can make good wines. Although Mihawk was reluctant to speak, after taking the helm, he worked hard to practice the sword intent, and Rayleigh and Sha Tien gave pointers from time to time. Who is here? This is the realm of red hair pirates. The pirate who was on guard at sea saw the unfamiliar pirate flag and immediately shouted to stop, and news from the other people also passed back. At this time Mihawk also slowly stopped the boat. After a while, a man with a fat figure and a green and white shirt appeared on the island. Oh, it's Mihawk. Long time no see. The fat man on the shore saw the eagle-eyed Mihawk on the ship and greeted happily. Mihawk's temperament has always been relatively cold, but he just nodded. Lackey Lu. Sha Tien can see at a glance, this is not a red-haired cadre. Sha Tien's ship then slowly approached the port. After everyone approached the shore, before disembarking, Mihawk asked Lackey directly. Where is Shanks? Mihawk, you are a few days late. 5 days ago, the boss took other cadres and elites to grab territory with Kaido, the beast. I'm here to stay. Latch held the boned meat in his hand and said while biting. Hawkeye is here at this time, is it here to reinforce the boss? Advertisement. The rest of the pirates who had never seen Hawkeye looked at Hawkeye Mihawk curiously, and looked at the three of Sha Tien. When I saw Rayleigh, some sharp-eyed people gradually recognized it. A look of astonishment. Scramble for territory. Where are they fighting? Sha Tien held his arms and asked while standing on the bow. Kaido is fighting with the red hair, which is really interesting. On the famous pirate island Hashinosu, who is this one? Latch finished. Looking at Sha Tien's face, he couldn't help asking Mihawk. This is my master and the leader of the pirate group. Mihawk replied to Lakilu, and then looked at Sha Tien. This is the hometown of the master. I don't know if the master will wait here. Oh, it's your master. Lakiru hadn't reacted while biting the meat at this time. Just said naively, go to Hashinosu. Sha Tien understood Mihawk's inquiring eyes, nodded and said. It used to be my own territory, but now I don't have the thought of playing. It's better to see Kaido fighting with red hair. Remember that Hashinosu is not very far from here, just go directly. Then let's go first, Lu. Mihawk turned his head and said to Lakiru, sailing in a smooth motion. The small ships quickly walked out of the port and departed. Okay, Mihawk, find the boss and come back for a banquet together. Rakiru waved the other one. He didn't even notice that the men around him were dumbfounded. Until Sha Tien sailed away. Lakilu, who was biting the meat, reacted, the movement in his mouth stopped, and the meat on his hands fell to the ground. What? Hawkeye Mihawk said just now, that young man is his master. Lakiru hugged his fat face with an incredible look. The master of the world's #1 swordsman. Did you not find out? Not only Mihawk said that the young man is his master, but the old man standing behind the young man is Pluden Rayleigh. The people under his men looked at Lakilu in surprise and helplessness, and there was no such reflection arc. One Piece's deputy captain. Who is that young man? Lakilu was taken aback, and curiosity rose from his heart. Shouted uncomfortably. Advertisement. ... Find flowers. Hashinosu is also the old place. It was the first place Sha Tien came across. It was here that I joined Rock's Pirate, started the automatic training system, and rose all the way. The base camp from 40 years ago is now. Hashinosu has become a sacred place for pirates, and many daring pirates are still doing sideline business here, operating shops. When the red-haired Shanks and Kaido chose to fight here, most of the pirates quickly fled the island. The fighting of the four emperors is no joke. The pirates of New World have a certain degree of understanding of the powerful combat power. At this time, the pirates did not stay away, but watched the battle from a distance when red-haired pirates and beasts pirates arrived. Fighting between four emperors and vying for territory is very difficult to meet. To know that this level of battle involves too much. As expected by the pirates who watched the battle. On the first day the two parties arrived, the sky was clouded with purple thunder. The wind was violent, and a huge blue dragon appeared in the sky and hovered in the dark clouds. A figure on the ground holds a knife in one hand, and the sword vigorously fights against the blue dragon in the sky. The collision of the sword air and the pillar of fire made the sea in all directions rough. Then the two sides fought with each other. Regardless of victory or defeat, until the end of the battle, they retreated to each other to rest and support the battle. On the second day, the pirates who were watching the battle were awakened by the collision of two conquerors' hockey. The entire island seems to have red and purple hockey competing against each other. From a distance, it was the red hair and Kaido fighting conquerors, and the red hair suppressing Kaido. After that, the two of them did not make a move, and the cadres led the elite pirates to fight. On the third day, the two parties continued to fight, killing each other. On the fourth day, on Kaido's side, a pirate ship came and looked at the flag. It was the Don Quixote family, Heavenly Yaksha. Until the morning of the fifth day, a small pirate boat, passing by the pirates who watched the battle, went to the side of the red-haired Shanks. Such a small pirate ship, is it the reinforcement of the red-haired Shanks? Really, you see, there is a person standing on the boat. That is the former Shichibukai, the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk Hawkeye. The pirates watching the battle all around had an excited discussion. There came a Shichibukai Doflamingo from Kaido. Redhead this also came before Shichibukai Hawkeye Mihawk. Wide. Chapter 90. At this time, the red hair and Kaido are on both sides, and now they are in a temporary truce. Hawkeye Mihawk drove the pirate ship to the side of the red-haired Shanks. The red-haired Shanks' men saw Hawkeye, many of them recognized and were excited. Mihawk is a good friend of the red-haired boss, and this will definitely come to support. The pirates rushed inside to report that Shanks the redhead had gone. At this time, Sha Tien, Rayleigh and Shaki in the cabin all walked out and stood with Mihawk. That huge skeleton rock is still there, it just split a bit. Sha Tien looked at the towering skeleton rock in the island and couldn't help but say. I am traveling through the future. Although I don't have the vicissitudes of the past 40 years ago, I also know that the world has passed so long, and the red-haired Kaido is still fighting here and has not been destroyed. I only came here once 40 years ago. Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. Here, the pirate group that dominated the sea was born. But Shaki, like Rayleigh, has a sense of vicissitudes. Shaki was here at the time, still a teenage girl. Let's go in and ask the red hair. Sha Tien walked on the island in a familiar way, and the Rayleigh three followed. The four stood there for a while. The redhead recognized Mihawk and Rayleigh. The pirates who watched the battle also recognized Pluton Rayleigh and couldn't help but look shocked. That's One Piece's right-hand man, Pluton Rayleigh. Is he here to support the red-haired Shanks? Unexpectedly, here is not only the four emperors playing against each other, but also the living legend. Those who watched the game were amazed. The pirates who were observing on Kaido's side naturally also discovered Hawkeye Mihawk and Pluton Rayleigh, and ran to Kaido to report in shock. At this time, the red-haired Shanks was sitting and eating with the cadres who had fought a battle, thinking about how to deal with Kaido. After all, a Shichibukai came to Kaido yesterday. Boss. At this time, the pirate who ran from the shore shouted. What's up? The redhead ran over looking at this subordinate with excitement. Hawkeye Mihawk is here. The pirate ran all the way, breathing hard. Mihawk is here. Redhead Shanks couldn't help but be overjoyed. This guy with a cold surface and a fiery heart is here to support. Shanks immediately greeted him with Ben Beckman and cadres. Advertisement. Before I walked far, I saw Sha Tien walking in front, Mihawk and the other two walking towards him in the back. That's Mr. Rayleigh, Shaki. This time, the red-haired Shanks was even more happy. The cadres behind him were also surprised. Hawkeye Mihawk and Pluton Rayleigh are here. The face of the boss is really amazing. Red Taro, haha. Rayleigh saw Shanks the redhead and greeted him with a grin. The last time I met was 6 years ago. Seeing this, the red hair was a bit quicker. As the two people walked in, the redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman reacted. Rayleigh, Shaki and Mihawk all seemed to be wearing the young man in the middle. Faintly, I also felt the powerful and unparalleled aura of that young man. Especially the red hair, feel the sword intent. Even if he condensed his breath, he could feel the terrifying sword intent of that young man through the slightest. What is the origin of this person? Red Taro is stronger than before. Rayleigh said happily. At that time, the two children on the ship were apprentices, Shanks and Buggy. Shanks now has become the king of Kun Pro New World. Mr. Rayleigh, Shaki, Mahawk, you are all here, this is. The red-haired Shanks greeted one by one, and finally looked at Sha Tian. I can't help but be curious. Say it out and scare you, this is my master. Hawkeye Mahawk said proudly. In addition to Mahawk talking to the three of Sha Tian, even if the red-haired Shanks would take the initiative to speak. Master. Shanks, Ben Beckman, Yasop and others behind him were stunned. What master? It's impossible for the master to teach the sword. But Hawkeye, who has been pursuing the pinnacle of the sword all his life, is not interested in other things, right? Ha ha ha, you must know this, sword god Sha Tian. Advertisement. Rayleigh took the initiative to introduce Shanks and the others in shock. Redhead Shanks searched his memory briefly and quickly in his mind. Then the whole person was stunned. Looking at her face with a smile, Sha Tian with a young face was speechless. Ben Beckman, Yasop and others don't know why. I haven't heard of this name, but the boss's reaction is incredibly surprised and surprised. Mahawk and Shaki are also funny looking at Shanks. But thinking of how shocked he was at the time, his expression still closed. You are still alive, the legendary pirate 40 years ago, the sword god Sha Tian. Then I heard Captain Roger say that you almost heard the ear calluses. Shanks was a bit agitated at this time, almost without suspicion. Mr. Rayleigh, Hawkeye and Mahawk are all partners who can deliver life and trust. There is no need to deceive yourself with this kind of thing. Roger, I was inextricably fought with him at the time. Sha Tian didn't expect that Roger would often talk about him, and made a humble sentence. Don't be humble, I've heard Captain Roger say. The first time you play against him, you will beat him. It's just that the captain retreats, and you won't be your opponent anymore, and Captain Roger also said, yours, the knife even Marine Garp, Sora, and Sengoku teamed up to be suppressed by you. Shanks said quickly, honoring Sha Tian. Look at the red-haired boss and what he said. Ben Beckman, Yasop and others were stunned and shocked. This is the sword god Sha Tian, who was so strong back then, even Roger and Marine are not rivals, so he is willing to go down. But the next sentence of the red hair made all the chins fall off. Mr. Sha Tian, you are the first legendary pirate known as the god of sword in history. I originally thought it would be impossible for me to see you in my life, but I did not expect to meet you here again. Swordsman, I want to fight against a being called a god like you. Shanks said excitedly, his hands shaking with one-armed knives. Just like the swordsmen in the world who only need to face the eagle eye, they all want to compete with the eagle eye. This is the instinct of a swordsman. Now facing Sha Tian, Shanks also has this kind of desire psychology. Captain, isn't the competition now? Ben Beckman frowned. The sword god Sha Tian is obviously powerful and boundless, and he is still fighting. If he misses something, the consequences are very serious. The red-haired Shanks shook his head stubbornly and looked at Sha Tian seriously. Sha Tian looked at the serious and excited red hair, couldn't help but smile. Ask Whitebeard about it later. Okay, it just so happens that I also want to test how strong I am now. Chapter 91. On the other side of Hashinosu Island, Kaido, the beast, and his right-hand man, 3 plagues, Doflamingo, and a group of people gathered in a big room, drinking wine and training. The members of the 100 Beast Army have arrived, and the next wave will directly launch a general offensive. Kaido drank and laughed. Now he is stronger and he has a cross scar on his body. Kaido, who was obviously half drunk on his face, looked fierce. The 3 plagues, Jin, Jack, and Quinn nodded confidently. Doflamingo and his family cadres also laughed. The army of beasts, a super army made by the artificial devil fruit made by the forces of Doflamingo. At this time, a scout pirate hurried in. My lord, the red-haired side is here for reinforcements. Kaido squinted while drinking, and the pirate trembled with fright. A fierce meaning radiated, causing the pirate who came to report to be frightened, and immediately said with a little trembling. My lord governor, here are the eagle 22-eyed Mahawk and the legendary Pluton Rayleigh. There are 2 other people who don't know. Pluton Rayleigh. When Doflamingo heard it, he couldn't help speaking out in surprise. This name is not unfamiliar to pirates, this is a living legend. Whoever is here, they will be killed today. Kaido was startled, then shook his head a little, drunkly, and said proudly. Pluton Rayleigh is very strong, but he is also old. Crowds of man-made demon fruit power besieged, I don't believe he can sustain it. Besides, I am not the trainee crew member behind the Rock's pirate cadre. This legendary figure will actually support red hair. Quinn was smoking a cigar and couldn't help but said in surprise. But here, the 3 plagues are very confident. Not only because of the strength of the Legion, but also because of the invincibility of Kaido. Kaido looked arrogant and was about to say something. At this time, it's rumbling outside. An extremely powerful sword intent rose into the sky on the other side of the island. Everyone in the room was shocked, and the 3 plagues and Doflamingo and others stood up. Who is this sword intent? The 3 disasters walked to the window and took a look, his eyes condensed. A bit dumbfounded. On the other side of the island, a violent hurricane swept over. Advertisement. Blowing whistling, the surrounding dilapidated houses were crumbling. The sea behind is even more ups and downs, rolling up big waves. Face this vision. Doflamingo also curiously walked to the window and took a look. His expression was frozen and his heart trembled. Whose sword intent can have such power? Redhead or Rayleigh? At this time, the 4 people watching by the window were shocked. The thick dark clouds in the sky flashed with thunder and lightning, and split into 2 halves with the rumbling. The ground of the entire island was shaking. Even the half-drunk Kaido stopped his drunk movements, stood up with a look of surprise, and looked out the door. Under the splitting dark clouds, there is a shocking sword intent that is enough to make people tremble. At this moment, it looks like the end of the world. Kaido, who was half-drunk, was taken aback at this moment, only to feel that this powerful sword intent had a familiar feeling, and in the faint, he was actually terrified. This sword intent. It's not Rayleigh, it's certainly not Redhead, they're not that much. Kaido's big hands touched his dizzy head. But I was thinking clearly in my heart, but I couldn't remember it. Why do you feel familiar? Jin, Jack, and Quinn all had their eyes trembling, looking at the scene in front of them. It's a pity that across all kinds of terrains and buildings, the distance is so far, that the red hair side can't be seen clearly. This sword intent has even been affected by seeing and hearing, so I can't perceive it at all. Doflamingo's face was shocked. Who the hell is this powerful sword intent? At this time, the sword intent suddenly disappeared. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The sky was about to be split just now, and the end of the world generally felt abruptly disappeared. It makes people feel empty, as if they have experienced an illusion. If it weren't for the vision in the sky and the hurricane spinning over there, I'm afraid everyone would have thought it was an illusion. Kaido frowned and sat back unsteadily. What's the matter with this familiar feeling? Kaido, who was half drunk, was obviously still influential. 3 Plagues Jack and others saw Kaido's appearance, and looked at each other. He didn't speak, and felt a little nervous. The attack was about to be launched, and the sudden appearance of the sword intent shocked everyone. The faces of Doflamingo, Diamante, Demingji and other family cadres were still shocked. They are not as senseless as Kaido and the others. Although the sword intent lasted for a short time, it was obviously powerful and a bit scary. Advertisement. Your Excellency, our offensive plan. Jack asked now. He was the most upright here, speaking at the hint of Jin and Quinn. Our offensive plan remains the same. We will launch a general offense in a short while. What Rayleigh, Hawkeye, killed them all. Kaido has a fierce momentum, and said arrogantly. The half-drunk Kaido is full of confidence, even more support is useless. As for the sword intent that appeared briefly, do not care. Yes, Lord Governor, I understand. Seeing Kaido's senseless appearance, the 3 disasters breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sword has a strong intent, it disappears for a short time. Maybe it's just scary and can't be cut off. Doflamingo glanced at his family cadre. Kaido is arrogant, he is not stupid. Just hit the soy sauce for a while and watch the battlefield. At this moment, shook his drunken head, Kaido raised his mace. Go, end this war. Laughing, Kaido walked out with the 3 plagues. Doflamingo and the family cadres also went out with the mentality of beating soy sauce. The 3 plagues dispersed and gathered everyone. The faces of most of the pirates were obviously shocked. Obviously he was shocked by the knife intent just now. But there is a group of weird people who show no fear at all. These people have animal bodies on their bodies, of all kinds. This is obviously man-made demon fruit power. Kaido staggered towards the red-haired Shanks and started walking. The 3 plagues, the Beast Army, Doflamingo and family officials. Majestic followed. At this time, the red-haired Shanks and a group of people stayed where they were shocked. It's just a piece of grass. Behind the red-haired Shanks, Ben Beckman and others swallowed their throats, their dry voices trembling. Mihawk is the master Sha Tien who looked at him with shock and admiration. It's amazing, Sha Tien. Rayleigh couldn't help the tremor in his heart, and said. Sha Tien smiled, and threw away a piece of grass in his hand. Chapter 92. Back a little earlier, just when Sha Tien promised to release the sword. Redhead Shanks drew Griffin's long knife aside excitedly and nervously. Sha Tien smiled, took a piece of grass next to it and held it in his hand. A grass is a knife. With this move, Ben Beckman, Yasop and other red-hair pirates cadres were astonished, wondering if they looked down on the red-haired boss who was the 4 emperors. Redhead Shanks, how is it called hockey's strongest 4 emperors? Even Rayleigh looked at the beard stroking his chin, and a blade of grass used as a knife. That was what Sha Tien, the sword god, could do. Mihawk looked at Sha Tien in surprise, but no one else in his heart felt that Sha Tien was insulting Shanks. Using grass instead of swords, only Master Sha Tien said that this is an official sword release. Whether there is a knife in your hand is actually the same. Mihawk remembered that he was on the boat at that time, his strongest knife was blocked by Sha Tien's armament haki with a finger. There is also haki that can cover a large area of the sea, like a layer of ground. There was a chill in my heart. When the red-haired Shanks looked at him wrong, he felt a different meaning. When the sword god Sha Tien said that this was a sword, the whole person was different. The Sha Tien in the eyes is like an invincible knife, slowly unsheathing. Shanks' eyes throbbed, and there was an inexplicable excitement in his heart. To compete with a swordsman of this level is such an unforgettable thing. Just when the red-haired Shanks raised the knife in his hand. Sha Tien also raised the grass in his hand, suddenly. A sword intent of nothing but no cuts continued from Sha Tien to the small grass and broke out in a frenzy. Go straight to the sky. Boom. Huge thunder. The thick dark cloud in the sky flashed with thunder, and then it was directly divided into two by the sword intent. Dark clouds are falling. The sky is about to split. Ben Beckman, Yasop and others watched this scene with great shock. It is countless times stronger than the power caused by 4 emperors in the battle. This is just his own sword intent. Shanks's condensed knife intent is like a child at this time, and Sha Tian's knife intent in front is like an indomitable giant. Really? So powerful. Ben Beckman and others murmured to themselves, the whole person was stunned. Advertisement. Is this the master's intent to cut everything? Mahawk's pupils tremble, and he has a clearer definition of the power of Master Sha Tian in his heart. Rayleigh and Shaki were even more speechless, sweating on their faces, staring intently. The men of red hair pirates even slumped on the ground, watching with their mouths open. At this time, the surrounding airflow quickly surrounds Sha Tian, rotating with the sword intent that Sha Tian soars into the sky, and goes up. Bang! The powerful hurricane formed by the air current blows everywhere. The rubble flies around. The ground began to crack, like the end of the world. Shanks was holding Griffin's hand trembling slightly. At this moment he knew he couldn't take the knife. Even if it was chopped out with grass. On Sha Tian's hand, the armament hockey, which had undergone evolutionary qualitative changes, glowed with a black and gold luster, wrapped around the grass. At this moment, the grass is flowing with the color of black and gold, just like a real treasure knife. Sha Tian's arm moved, driving the vision, and waved to Shanks. Shanks' eyes throbbed, gritted his teeth and swung out Griffin's long knife. The cloud layer of the sky, the hurricane, and the ground are all cracked with the falling of Sha Tian's second-style knife intent. The dark clouds in the sky are falling and dissipating. Sha Tian's knife swing movement until it touched Shanks' knife intent. Silently, the red-haired Shanks' sword intent disappeared abruptly. Shanks' knife stopped, dumbfounded. Sha Tian's hand didn't fall anymore, everything stopped abruptly. The cracked ground, the dissipated dark clouds, and the hurricane's attack all stopped at this moment. You learned the Overlord sword intent, the full version, and the current progress is at its peak. The red-haired Shanks' knife intent also learned from a short shot. Let's stop here. Sha Tian smiled, and threw the grass to the side. Everyone couldn't help but swallowed their throats. Even the various pirates who watched the battle from a distance looked at the vision and the sword intent, all stunned. Hacky Nord Island, is it going to sink? Just a piece of grass. Yasop and others said dryly. I also feel that Sha Tian despised her boss too much before. Looking at the vision that the sky and the ground were about to be split, I was shocked in my heart. Ashamed of my contempt. Advertisement. People use grass instead of knives, which means to use knives officially. It's amazing. Sha Tian. Rayleigh couldn't help sighing in his heart. 40 years later, Sha Tian had set an invincible posture and became even more powerful. Mahawk looked at Sha Tian in reverence, with murderous sword intent and unbreakable sword intent. Master Sha Tian really deserves to be a sword god. Such a sword, when can one use it? The scene was silent for a while. Redhead Shanks finally let out a sigh of relief after a long time. Diaresis, thank you for your mercy. If this knife falls, I am afraid I will not die and will be seriously injured beyond treatment. Shanks understood at this time why the sword god was hailed as the sword god back then. It is normal that the world's #1 swordsman is not worthy of him at all. The gap between himself and the sword god Sha Tian is even more like the sky. At this time, the shocked red-haired Shanks and others did not know that Kaido was about to launch a general attack, let alone that a group of artificial abilities were about to attack. I asked Mahawk to bring you here to ask you, where is Whitebeard Newgate? Sha Tian smiled, seeing that everyone had converged their shocking mood, only then asked the red hair. The purpose of coming here is to find Newgate. The red-haired Shanks just suppressed the shock at this time, and heard Sha Tian ask Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate was originally in the sea near here, but a few days ago, he suddenly disappeared and seemed to deliberately avoid all the spies who paid attention to him. Shanks, the redhead, replied with reverence at this time, Chenuos. Sha Tian frowned. Disappeared. I am afraid that Huaquan Ace has been caught and impelled down and is about to be executed publicly. And he galloped along the way, and even the seagull delivering the paper did not meet Xion. Whitebeard Newgate is now assembling the crew and preparing to go to Marineford to rescue Ace. It seems that his return did not change the idea of starting a war on the top of the world government and marine. Do you even want to kill yourself and the remnants of the old age like Whitebeard Newgate? Since you can't find Newgate, then go to Marineford and stir up the world government and marine. Just when Sha Tian was thinking of Whitebeard and the top war. The natural openness of sight and hearing perceives that a large breath is moving. There was an explosion in the island. At the same time, a red-haired subordinate rushed over. Boss, Kaido, attacked. Chapter 93. The red-haired Shanks also perceives a close breath. Mr. Sha Tian, Mr. Rayleigh, Shaki, sorry. The red-haired Shanks quickly said to Sha Tian and others. Go, meet. Afterwards, Shanks' eyes condensed, and he directly led the cadres to face the battle. Mahawk took the initiative to follow Shanks. The gang of pirates put down the shock just now and rushed over excitedly. The boss has such a powerful person, will he still lose? Kill all Kaido and the others. Sha Tian and Rayleigh, Shaki looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Shanks was embarrassed to let them help old people. Then he walked up slowly. Above the port of the island. Kaido dragged the huge mace forward and watched his subordinates fight with the red hair pirates. The sound of gunfire burst and flames ignited everywhere. 3 plagues, Doflamingo followed Kaido solemnly. After all, it is one of the 4 emperors, no matter how arrogant it is impossible to look relaxed. Kaido. The redhead Shanks yelled, and Mihawk, a group of cadres rushed over. Griffin's long sword Haki entangled in his hand, and the sword intent broke out. Jumping up with the body shape, cut to Kaido. Kaido faced the red-haired Shanks with a stab, his eyes widened, his hand and face directly entered a state of transformation into a dragon, his mace was swiped, and he went with the flashing electric whistling hammer. There was a squeak, and the two clashed with swords and sticks, and Conqueror's Haki's lightning shot out in all directions. The ground collapsed with a bang. The 4 emperors confront each other. The 3 plagues, Ben Beckman and others stared at each other fiercely, and they fought next to them as soon as they moved. Haki trembled everywhere, and the powerful energy scattered. The battle of cadres is just as powerful. Mihawk was standing and staring at Doflamingo, a pair of eagle eyes extremely sharp. Brother Ming moves, he moves too. Doflamingo didn't care, although Mihawk's eyes were very deterrent. Kaido's army of beasts hasn't directly attacked yet, and Brother Ming is not in a hurry to do it. Advertisement. Red-haired Shanks, what if you ask for more help? That site, everything in that site is mine. Kaido confronted the red hair, yelling loudly, his eyes were full of arrogance, and the power in his hands increased sharply. The red-haired Shanks gritted his teeth to resist. Kaido is known as the strongest creature, much stronger than him, and he is stronger on Haki than Kaido. Kaido, you are still so reckless. Kaido, who was fighting against each other, was stunned when he heard these words, his strength was reduced a lot, and he was repelled by the red-haired Shanks a few steps. This voice. Kaido's heart was beating faster. Familiar. Too familiar. Looking up behind Shanks, Sha Tien smiled and walked over with Rayleigh and Shaki. What, Kaido, don't you recognize me? Sha Tien looked at Kaido whose expression was gradually changing, and chuckled lightly. Captain Sha Tien. Kaido's eyes widened and his face was horrified. The mace in his hand almost couldn't be held firmly. He staggered back a few steps, and the half-dragonized state on his face even directly retreated. The original drunkenness disappeared instantly. This familiar voice, unchanged appearance. Kaido is the person most familiar with Sha Tien except for those cadres. Because he has been pestering Sha Tien to teach. The officers of Beast's pirates stopped their hands and looked at their captain, Kaido, with an incredulous expression. Doflamingo and his family cadres were even more surprised. Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, has such an expression of horror on his face. How can it be? Who is this guy? Why can Kaido have fear? Stop it first. Sha Tien walked to a large rock next to him and sat down, put his arms on his thighs, leaned forward, and looked at Kaido who was unbelievable and shocked with a smile on his face. Stop it all. Kaido yelled immediately and told everyone under him to stop. I was shocked in my heart, and finally understood why that sword intent was familiar. That is Captain Sha Tien's 2-style sword intent. The 3 plagues and others had already stopped in shock. Some pirates still want to rush to kill, their eyes are red. Kaido's hair was even more straight, and he couldn't stop, Captain Sha Tien had already called a stop. A sense of horror flashed in my heart, and the mace was swiped directly, knocking the pirate flying away, and shouting again with deterrence. Stop it. Advertisement. On the battlefield, this was quiet. The red hair pirates looked at each other and were surprised. The cadres such as Shanks and Ben Beckman didn't expect Kaido to be so afraid of Sha Tien. Called to stop, and did not dare to defy the delay. The same look surprised. The consternation of the 3 plagues and the Doflamingo group is even more difficult. Incredible. Captain Sha Tien, you really are still alive. At this time, Kaido trod and came to Sha Tien's face. When he bent down, his face showed a kind of flattering smile. How could your Captain Sha Tien die so easily? Shaki also walked in behind Sha Tien and looked at Kaido with a smile. Shaki. The last bit of disbelief in Kaido's heart dissipated. This is the real sword god Sha Tien. The captain is not dead, he is back. All 3 of them are from the former Rocks pirate. The 2 sides of the sudden armistice made those who watched the battle from afar couldn't help being stunned. What happened to this? Just now Kaido's aura was still swallowing red-haired Shanks. Suddenly a young man walked forward with Rayleigh and others. Kaido seemed to stop in horror. Then an even more amazing scene appeared. After Kaido yelled to stop, he leaned forward to the young man. The pirates watched the battle too far away, they could only see but could not hear the voice. But how can Kaido's attitude look so charming? All the people watching the game looked surprised, their eyes were unbelievable. What can make Kaido look like this? A little further behind, Marine spies recognized the subject that this headquarters requested to focus on. I saw Kaido through the telescope, and my heart was shocked. Who is this young man? Can make Kaido show this way? This is one of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature Kaido. Marine suppressed the surprise in his heart and hurriedly passed the phone worm. Directly contacted the Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department. Report. This is Hashinosu. What's the situation? The colonel's voice came from the other end of the call. The battle between Kaido and the red hair stopped because of the young man who was watching. Also, Kaido seems to please the young man. Chapter 94. There is such a thing. The Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department answered the callworm's colonel and stood up. Surprised. This is a bit of a fantasy. Beasts, who is Kaido? That is one of the kings of Kunpro New World. It's true. See it with your own eyes. Hashinosu's marine must have said incomparably. Okay, I see, continue to monitor him. The colonel took a deep breath. Sure enough, the marshal must pay attention to the young people who are not simple. After hanging up the phone, Worm immediately walked to the marshal's office. In the office at this time, Sengoku, Crane, Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji Admiral are discussing the public execution of Ace. The execution decision this time is what Mariajoy meant. Our marine's power is probably not enough. After all, the sword god Sha Tien has returned. With his relationship with Whitebeard Newgate, I'm afraid he will come to help. Sengoku has a headache, it really hurts. I am the most helpless, most troubled, and most worried one of the previous marine marshals. Since Mariajoy decides, then we have no choice but to cooperate. The Crane staff was also helpless. Judging from the current situation, Perskate D. Ace, who secretly executed this demon bloodline, is the best. But Mariajoy didn't know why, and suddenly decided. At this time, the colonel knocked at the door. Report. Come in. Sengoku raised his head and looked at the colonel. Marshal Sengoku, there is news from Hashinosu. The colonel reported the situation again and glanced strangely at Admiral, the marshal and the others. High level, it seems that he is not surprised at all. Well, keep watching. Sengoku waved his hand. The colonel saluted and retired. The remnants of Rock's pirate, they met. Akainu gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy look. Kaido's performance is not surprising. With this performance of Kaido, in addition to the reasons 40 years ago, I am afraid that the sword god Sha Tien's more powerful and terrifying, otherwise it will not be so humble. A wise light flashed in Mizuhi's eyes. Indeed, Kaido also felt Sha Tien's more horror in the familiar knife intent that Sha Tien broke through the sky at the beginning. So that when I recognized it, I was terrified. Advertisement. After the sword god Sha Tien met Kaido, we have to prepare for the worst. Sengoku's complexion became more and more ugly as he thought about it. It is very possible that Kaido will belong to Sha Tien. After all, even Rayleigh has joined. 3. Admiral also thought of the situation where the remnants of Rock's pirate had gathered together, sweat overflowing from his forehead. Garp went to impel down to see Ace again, right? Sengoku turned his head and asked Aokiji. Yes. Aokiji hesitated a bit. Garp has been going there often since Ace sent in, just hiding from Sengoku. This old man. Call him back. Contact Vice Admiral, let's have an all-hands meeting. Sengoku sighed helplessly, and understood the suffering in Garp's heart. As the meeting a strategy for public execution? Mizuhi froze for a moment, isn't it already finalized? No, the worst plan, the theme of the meeting is Sha Tien, the god of swordsmen. The other side, Hashinosu. Everyone present looked at Kaido in amazement. Kaido didn't care, either, there was a kind of well-behaved feeling in Sha Tien. The trainee crew back then has now become one of the kings of Kunlun New World. It's a good mix. Sha Tien said with a smile. Kaido is indeed stronger. It seems that the body is stronger than the original. It seems that he has listened to his own words and is more focused on the cultivation of the body. The cross scar on his body was also there, and it seemed that Odin slashed him likewise. Compared to Captain Sha Tien, it's still far behind. Kaido said a little bit sly. Rock's pirate back then was the only overlord. Sha Tien became the strongest in the end. How about coming and turning the world upside down with me? Sha Tien looked at Kaido and said suddenly. Assembling the remnants of the old era, Kaido is considered to be the old man of Rock's pirate, and he is also quite strong now. Kaido was stunned, never expected that Captain Sha Tien would invite him. Exactly, this is also my wish. As for seizing the world and vying to be the pirate king, after seeing Sha Tien, he couldn't bring up this idea anymore. There is nothing better than making the world all over again. I can't ask for it, I agree, Beast's pirates will join the captain of Sha Tien. Kaido froze for a moment, stood up excitedly, and said excitedly. Advertisement. It's Captain Sha Tien, now it's the dragon-slaying pirate group. Shaki said to Kaido from the side. It seems that Kaido is also closer to Sha Tien in his heart. Find flowers. Otherwise it won't be so excited. Slay the dragon. What a good name. Hey, Jack, you three, bring the beast army to see Captain Sha Tien. Kaido naturally understands that this dragon is not his own blue dragon, but celestial dragons on the red line. Then he turned his head and shouted at the three plagues. The redhead group was dumbfounded. This is Kaido, that arrogant strongest creature. I agreed so easily. Rayleigh laughed loudly, and let the four emperors join directly, which was what Sha Tien dared to do. The three disasters looked confused, and called the man-made demon fruit power that had originally appeared at the back and forth to approach the pirates' subordinates. But Jin, Quinn, and Jack didn't look good. For what reason? As one of the four emperors, the pirate group has merged into this Sha Tien's dragon-slaying pirate group. 0. Your Excellency, isn't it wrong? This one. Jack is not convinced, just trying to persuade Kaido. Before he finished speaking, Kaido's mace came over. With a bang, Jack knocked directly into the air, knocking down one house after another, stirring up huge dust. Fortunately, this is pure power. Jack shook his head, with bloodline at the corner of his mouth, lowered his head and got up, no longer speaking. Kaido's eyes were fierce, and he glanced at his men. Most of them are unclear. So why Kaido-sama wants to join the dragon-slaying pirate group? The beasts, after all, are the Four Emperors pirate group. Isn't this Sha-Tien cheaper? You all listen to me, don't give me an unconvinced look. Do you know who this is? Kaido approached the three plagues and roared loudly. Even the pirates who watched the battle in the distance heard it faintly. Listen to me, this one is my captain back then. One of the cadres of Sea Lord Rock's pirate. Even Captain Rocks is not as powerful as Captain Sha-Tien. He was the strongest person at the time. Kaido yelled at everyone in Beast's pirates. In the words, there is the worship of Sha-Tien. Jack, Jin, Quinn, and the pirates were all dumbfounded. Some people know about Rock's pirate, some people don't. Those who knew were dumbfounded. What Kaido-sama said is too amazing. The strongest person in the pirate group of the sea hegemony level back then. Such an existence can be called the true highest combat power. Wide. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Kaido narrowed his eyes. This group of bastards also showed unwillingness. It is a great opportunity for Captain Sha-Tien to invite me. Following Captain Sha-Tien, he will definitely enter Mariajoy directly. It seems to be popular with these people about the terrible Captain Sha-Tien. Sha-Tien also watched happily. It's okay for Kaido to blow his reputation. The most common thing in this world is to look at reputation apart from strength. As early as that year, Captain Sha-Tien, Whitebeard and Golden Lion were known as the three legendary pirates. 40 years ago, he fought his predecessor Five Elders in Mariajoy, severely inflicted Five Elders and retired. Then he was alone, singled out Roger pirates to grab the site, and even Roger defeated Captain Sha-Tien's hands. Kaido stared, roared loudly, saying that he recalled the scenes he had witnessed with his own eyes. Making a heavy blow to the predecessor, Five Elders, one person singles out the Roger pirates. The three Jacks couldn't help whispering to themselves, their eyes were shocked. This young man is not only a pirate from 40 years ago, but also a legendary powerhouse with such a brilliant record. To know the predecessor of Five Elders, every one of them must be the top powerhouse. Even Ben Beckman and others swallowed their throats again. These legendary achievements are really brilliant. Rayleigh looked strange, looked at the gazes of the three disasters and others, and nodded slightly. It is indeed a fact, but the Roger pirate group has now become one of Sha-Tien's glorious deeds. Both Mihawk and Shaki knew that when Kaido talked about it again, they couldn't help but get excited. Especially Shaki, as if returning to the days when he was young in Hashinosu, when Captain Sha-Tien was there, he could hear legendary events happen every time. Even the pirates who watched the battle had faintly heard about Sha-Tien's defeat of the Roger pirate group, and couldn't help being shocked. This is what Kaido said personally. Do you think this is over? In the Battle of the Valley of Gods, Captain Sha-Tien took turns to face the siege of the world's most powerful experts. First, he played against the current Five Elders, suppressed strongly, and wounded 3-5 with one blow. After Elders, he supported the others and was besieged by Roger, Garp, Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr, and Rayleigh. There was a fierce battle without losing the wind. The current three admirals do not have the courage to connect with knives. Kaido didn't stop, shouting again at Sha-Tien's brilliant record. Three admiral has no courage to connect the knife. Doflamingo's hair stood up, his face shocked. What to say is the most intuitive understanding for everyone. Advertisement. That is the third highest marine admiral active in the world. Although Sengoku, Garp and others are more powerful, they are all legendary old guys, and few people have actually seen them take action. Brother Ming's family cadres felt a little bit weak. Looking at Sha-Tien, who was crossing his fingers and leaning forward indifferently, with the other three disasters and others, felt panic in his heart. The weapon in his hand is almost unsteady. It's amazing. Even the red-haired Shanks and Ben Beckman and the others felt even more shocked and could not help wiping the cold sweat on their foreheads. There are some that Captain Roger hasn't said. The name and legend of the sword god of Captain Sha-Tien made all the strong people completely unforgettable in this battle. After Captain Rocks was injured and fell under the siege of Kong and Five Elders, Captain Sha-Tien battled all the strong alone. The fight is inextricably difficult. Do you know how many strong people are there? 12. They are all at least Admiral-class combat power, even surpassing the combat power of the Four Emperors. Except for the injured, at least 9. Quote. Kaido Screamer, even himself was shocked again. Apart from Captain Rocks in the world, who else can do it? It was also the same time that the evacuated Rocks pirate owed a life to Captain Sha-Tien. At that time everyone thought Captain Sha-Tien was dead. Even Marine and the world government thought that, but Captain Sha-Tien did not die. The world will be because of this. The return of Captain Sha-Tien trembled. Kaido yelled excitedly, watching the changes in his subordinates' expressions, very satisfied. Rayleigh recalled that time, sighing. Also nodded in agreement, the world would tremble because of Sha-Tien's return. Shaki and Mihawk were also very excited because of Kaido's words. Together with Sha-Tien, they will eventually become a legend. Mahawk's hands are trembling. Such a powerful master Sha Tian is enough to make himself pursue more in kendo. The name of One Piece is probably not even the slightest deterrent in Sha Tian's eyes. Traveling around the world, reaching the final island, it even depends on his mood. The smoke in Ben Beckman's mouth fell to the ground and he didn't know it, so he couldn't help but sigh and said. The redhead Shanks, Yasop and others are even more embarrassed. With such a pair of legendary characters, they are back. The three disasters and others lowered their heads in shock, and everyone at Beast's Pirates was already dumbfounded. Some people were shaking. This is the strongest person in Pirates, even the world government and Marine have no rivals. It is our honor to join the dragon-slaying pirate group, now. With me, see Captain Sha Tian. Kaido saw that it was almost done, and shouted to everyone at Beast's Pirates. Advertisement. Immediately turned around, half-kneeled in front of Sha Tian, holding a mace, and shouting respectfully. Captain Sha Tian. The three plagues behind, Jin, Quinn, Jack and the man-made demon fruit power, the other subordinates knelt on the ground one after another, shouting. Captain Sha Tian. The sound is uniform and deafening. The pirates watching the battle and the monitoring marine clearly heard these two sounds, Captain Sha Tian, and even saw Kaido leading Beast's Pirates to surrender. They were shocked, their pupils dilated. Marine was dumbfounded and forgot to report immediately. What's happening here? Kaido leads the pirates to surrender. Unbelievable. The Arabian Nights. This is the Four Emperors' power. Kneeling in front of a young man. In the faintness just now, it seems that this young man is a legend. I seem to have heard it too. This scene is too shocking. Among those watching the battle, many people said in horror. Such a scene shocked the red-haired Shanks and the others. The one who can make Kaido lead the pirate group to surrender, I am afraid there is only this sword god Sha Tian. It's worthy of being the sword god Sha Tian, it's going to make waves. Rayleigh laughed loudly. The expectation is extremely high in my heart, Sha Tian is about to start to roll up the huge waves. Before Whitebeard Newgate found him, Kaido surrendered directly. Doflamingo was trembling all over at this time. He also wants to join Sha Tian's camp. With this kind of character, one's own goals can be achieved very soon. Okay, Kaido, get up all the time. Sha Tian laughed loudly, and the smile on his face became more dense. Who doesn't like being complimented? Chapter 96. I heard Sha Tian let it go. Kaido and his party all stood up. Only excitement and admiration were left in Beast's Pirates' eyes. This is a true legend. At this time, Doflamingo led the family cadres, Diamante, Olaji, Peak and others to stand up. Wearing a pink coat, Heavenly Yaksha, Doflamingo led the cadres to kneel down directly, and said respectfully to Sha Tian who was sitting on the big rock with a smile on his face. Your Excellency Sha Tian, Don Quixote family, request to join the dragon-slaying pirate group. Sha Tian glanced at Doflamingo lightly. This guy was also celestial dragons before, right? Like rocks, he is a talent, but he is not enough for what he wants to do next. The redhead Shanks, Rayleigh and Mahawk all cast unexpected glances. This Doflamingo is very good at examining moderation. When Sha Tian is happy, he also wants to join. Brother Ming, are you overestimating yourself? You are not qualified. 22. Kaido looked disdainful, staring at Doflamingo and said. You, Doflamingo, are just Shichibukai, with the name of the underground world. But in front of the top powerhouses in the world, this is not enough. As soon as he said this, Doflamingo's face changed, a little embarrassed. But there is still something in mind. The pirate group formed by the powerful Sha Tian, the sword god, even Kaido looked excited and honored. If you want to become a partner on the ship of the sword god Sha Tian, I am afraid that at least people with Shichibukai's top strength and reputation like Mahawk are afraid to join. My own family cadres and my own strength are still a bit short. But Diamante and other cadres were uneasy. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is a king-like existence in the underground world, and it controls the existence of a large kingdom, even without the qualifications to join. I thought to myself, but didn't dare to show it on the surface, and there was even fear in his eyes. It's enough to think about it, if you show the slightest bit, I'm afraid Kaido will just knock them to death. I know I'm almost joining the dragon-slaying pirates, but the Don Quixote family is willing to subordinate the dragon-slaying pirates and become a member of the fleet. Doflamingo didn't care about Kaido's disdain, but sincerely said to Sha Tian. Joining the dragon-slaying pirate group to become a legendary partner of the sword god Sha Tian is not qualified enough, then become a little brother. Advertisement. The big tree Sha Tian must be secured. Subsidiary. Interesting. Doflamingo, you can be a vassal, but there are requirements. Sha Tian looked at Doflamingo with a sincere face, and said lightly. It's not impossible for this guy to become a vassal. He doesn't dare to make any small moves when he is here. Jin listened to Lord Sha Tian's instructions. Doflamingo looked overjoyed and said quickly. It is possible for Sha Tian to say such things. Subsidiary to my banner. World government 7 warlords of the sea will definitely not be able to do it. The kingdom of Dressaros, return it to others, there is nothing to sell weapons, and other dirty trades can be stopped. Sha Tian's expressionless face showed a hint of a meaningful smile. These are the results of Doflamingo's hard work for many years, and it is not necessarily willing to give up and join Sha Tian's banner all of a sudden. Everyone in the surroundings knows that this is like depriving Doflamingo of all power, leaving only the underground trade of arms trading. At this time, Doflamingo made a move that surprised everyone. Yes, I'll do it right away. Without much consideration, Ming Jie directly took out a phone bug and broadcast it. Marineford, meeting room, Marshal Sengoku, Hiro Garp, Crane Vice Admiral, Aokiji Kizaru, Akainu 3 Admiral, and a group of Headquarters Vice Admiral are all in the list. The matter of the conference Sword God Sha Tien is going on. At this time, the communications colonel ran over with a small telephone bug. Report, Shichibukai Doflamingo urgently contact. With that, he put the phone worm in front of Marshal Sengoku. Heavenly Yaksha, the Crane staff's eyes narrowed. This Doflamingo is the most special existence in Shichibukai. He himself has some privileges of celestial dragons because of some transactions with Mariajoy. I am Sengoku. Sengoku groaned for a moment, signaled everyone to wait a moment, and directly connected to the phone. The inside of the phone bug imitated the appearance of Brother Ming. Mr. Sengoku, excuse me, I have one thing I need to tell you. On the other side of the phone worm, there was an inexplicable laugh from Doflamingo. Didn't you go to support Kaido, Heavenly Yaksha? What do you want to do when you contact Naval Headquarters at this time? Advertisement. Marshal Sengoku was a little confused, according to the news from the person watching. Shouldn't Doflamingo be watching a movie now? It's not a big deal. I resigned from the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Let me tell you that starting today, we are enemies again, Marine. Doflamingo directly announced his resignation from Shichibukai and told Marine that it was now the enemy. As soon as this sentence came out, not only Marshal Sengoku was stunned, but the Marines in the other meeting rooms were extremely surprised. Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo unexpectedly left the position of Shichibukai at this time. Why is that? Do you know what you are talking about? Brother Ming. Sengoku's tone was extremely solemn, with a trace of puzzlement. You know that Doflamingo's Shichibukai status was originally said to have spent great effort in exchange for it from the world government. Yes, I know, from now on, the Don Quixote family will be attached to Lord Sha Tien's dragon-slaying pirate group. Duo Flamenco changed his tone and said very solemnly. Brother Ming. Sengoku's complexion changed and his expression was extremely solemn. At this time, Doflamingo turned out to join the Sword God Sha Tien, and he took the initiative to give up Shichibukai's identity, just to become a vassal. 3 admiral and a dozen vice admiral are shocked. After all, this is 7 warlords of the sea, and Heavenly Yaksha with great strength and influence. He actually gave up his identity and joined the Sword God Sha Tien became a vassal. This is too crazy. Mr. Sengoku, you also understand that it is my honor to vassalize your excellency Sha Tien. Doflamingo over there couldn't help but smile. Sengoku's face was extremely ugly. Heavenly Yaksha must have heard of Sha Tien's legend and seen his powerful strength. With such a gap, it is not impossible for Ming to choose to surrender. Speak properly. From the phone worm, everyone was completely shocked. Buddha Sengoku, I have also joined Captain Sha Tien's dragon-slaying pirate group. Ha 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 ha, are you ready to face the fear back then? Beasts. Kaido. Sengoku looked shocked, couldn't sit still at all, his eyes throbbed, and stood up. This is like a bolt from the blue. The remnant party of Rock's pirate, Kaido of the Beasts directly surrendered to Sha Tien. Chapter 97. The Marines in the conference room were sweating on their faces, shaking their hearts. Kaido, the strongest creature, beast. Although he was also a subordinate of the sword god Sha Tien, but now the 4 emperors on the sea, one of the people closest to the position of the pirate king, has now joined the sword god Sha Tien directly. Garp gritted his teeth, his eyes gloomy. How long did Sha Tien go out to sea? Let Kaido and Doflamingo directly surrender. There is Mihawk, the world's first swordsman, Hawkeye, and Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of One Piece. This is very close to the Rock's Pirate of the Year. Even soon, the power of the maritime overlord can be reproduced. Marshal Sengoku also understood this truth. Looking at the phone that had been hung up, there was no word for a long time. The situation is getting more and more serious. This side is about to go to war with Whitebeard Newgate. The Crane staff officer also had a pale face, and his hand holding the teacup was tightly clumsy. The 3 of Aokiji Akainu Kizaru also looked shocked. Marine and world government have to face the first threat from the return of the sword god Sha Tien. A group of vice admirals swallowed their throats, wiping cold sweat, shocked in their hearts. It is scary enough for a Shichibukai to become a vassal, and even the information that 4 emperors Kaido has joined is a strong shock. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku took out a golden telephone bug from Kabuto, and slapped it out in front of everyone at Marine. I am Sengoku. Once connected, Sengoku's tone was extremely solemn. Sengoku, what happened? 5 elders' voice came from the phone worm. Shichibukai, Doflamingo has become a vassal of the sword god Sha Tien, and Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, has also joined. Sengoku's tone became more solemn, and he said dryly. There was heavy breathing from the phone worm opposite, and Sengoku knew that even 5 elders at the pinnacle of power was shocked. The 4 emperors' power, but the pinnacle power in the world. We know. After a long time, 5 elders hung up. Sengoku rubbed his brows and sat down. The meeting room was extremely quiet at this time, plunged into a silent atmosphere. The other side. The redheads Shanks and Kaido, Even Rayleigh and Mahawk looked at Doflamingo in surprise. Advertisement. This guy, without hesitation, directly resigned from the position of Shichibukai to Marine Marshal Sengoku. Even the family officials of Doflamingo were taken aback. The young master seemed to be a vassal of the dragon-slaying pirate group, and started to act without hesitation. Doflamingo knows more than the family cadres. Naturally, he knows what Sha Tien represents on the sea and what Shichibukai's position is. Even in the eyes of the four emperors, Shichibukai can only be regarded as a stronger pirate. Brother Ming glanced at Sha Tien secretly. Sha Tien still carried a faint smile all the time, with a plain face. Soon after, Doflamingo dialed the phone worm again. This time it was the voice of a little girl who received the call. Master, I'm granulated sugar. Tell Pika, release King Liku and others, and tell him that Darasaros has returned them, and all the dolls have recovered, and then all evacuated. Ah, Master. Sugar's voice was obviously shocked. Why did the young master suddenly give such an order? Do it right away, Sugar, we will soon be on the wave of the times. Doflamingo's voice was full of excitement, and his tone was full of indisputable. Sugar knew that the young master's decision was not wrong. Today's Don Quixote family is also so strong because of the young master's leadership. Yes, Master. Sugar didn't understand, but he also understood Doflamingo's character, so he immediately took the phone worm and did it. The imprisoned King Liku was released, and the dolls of Dressaros were restored one by one. The underground military factory personnel were evacuated, the laborers were released, and the villains were also released from labor. Almost soon, the people who stayed at Don Quixote in Darasalis gathered in the palace. The liberated King Liku, Cyrus, who was transformed into a human form, stood there with a dazed expression, looking at Sugar, Pika and the other pirates. Master, it's done. King Liku is by the side. Yes, Master. King Liku, this country will return it to you. You should thank my captain for letting me forgive you. Sugar, come to me when you get it done. Afterwards, Doflamingo directly hung up the call. Sugar and Pika and others looked at each other, still with perplexity and confusion. But you will understand when you see the young master. Immediately ignored King Liku and others, and led them away directly. Advertisement. The Liku king who had regained his freedom was in a daze when they heard what Doflamingo said. They were shocked. Captain Cyrus' eyes were shaking, and he strongly doubted whether he had heard it wrong just now. The devilish Doflamingo will respect others as captains. It seems that something incredible has happened. King Liku's expression was dull, and he couldn't believe it until now. He just regained his freedom. I can't believe that such a powerful Doflamingo will listen to other people's orders. Doflamingo didn't know how surprised Likawang and others were at this time. After hanging up the phone, all attention was placed on Sha Tien's body. It wasn't until Sha Tien's face was filled with satisfaction that he breathed a sigh of relief. Become a vassal of the dragon-slaying pirate group. This huge wave that is about to make the world tremble, he can also be considered to have multiplied. Redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman looked at each other. All saw the other's thoughts. This legendary pirate has gathered such a powerful force in an understatement. The whole ocean is going to be turned over. Captain Sha Tien's ship didn't let you down. Shaki caught the cigarette and whispered to Rayleigh, who was vibrating nearby. In the anticipation of Chanuo's, I was surprised again. Sha Tien is even more terrifying than the person who will appear in the future shown in the final island. Rayleigh's eyes were inexplicable. It is completely conceivable, the wonderful people afterwards. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at Master Sha Tien who was sitting on the big rock with a breath of breath. A wave is surging in my heart, and I seem to have made the most correct choice in my life. You can see how the unprecedented sword god in the world conquered this ocean. At this moment, Kaido slapped his head and took out a phone bug. Captain Sha Tien, there is another person I also want to pull. This person is also a powerful combat power. Kaido said loudly to Sha Tien. Sha Tien thought for a moment and knew who Kaido was talking about. Kaido is a powerful combat force that can make Kaido so swearing, and he is the only one who speaks out in front of him. You mean, Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 98. Yes, knowing that Captain Sha Tien returns, she will definitely come over. Kaido nodded, seeing Sha Tien's acquiescence, then he slapped out. Everyone around was taken aback. Even Rayleigh suddenly thought that Charlotte Linlin was one of the rest of Rock's pirate. And like Kaido, it is 4 emperors. The redhead Shanks and the others were even more astonished. If even Big Mom had joined the sword god Sha Tien, would anyone be able to block this powerful lineup? The rest of the people also looked horrified. Phone worm, it's connected. Big Mom, come to Hashinosu. Kaido yelled as soon as he got on the phone. The direct attitude shocked everyone around. Sha Tien and Shaki laughed, knowing that these two people are rivals in Rock's pirate. Kaido, don't talk to me in this tone. We haven't seen it for many years, and also, if your subordinates have robbed me of my sight and haven't settled accounts with you, you dare to trouble me. At this time Big Mom is discussing matters with his gang of children, Daifuku, Katakuri and others eating sweets in the castle. Kaido's voice came out, making Katakuri and others' eyes condensed, and they asked Mom to go to Hashinosu when they came up. Is it going to go to war? Now the big and fat Big Mom thinks Kaido is provocative, and he puts a cake in his mouth and squinted his eyes. I'm not provoking trouble, Linlin. Captain Sha Tien is back. Kaido's solemn voice came. Big Mom's mouth froze while eating the cake, and the whole person was stuck there. There was a sense of horror on his face, and even his figure was shaking slightly, and the remaining cake in his hand dropped without feeling. Captain Sha Tian. A figure exuding invincible sword intent appeared in his mind. The fear that radiated from the bottom of my heart emerged. Impossible. It has been 40 years, and it is said that the sword god Sha Tian has already died. And for such a long time, it has never appeared. Dafu and a dozen people looked at Big Mom in shock. What did Mom hear the name of Captain Sha Tian, unexpectedly revealed the color of horror. Even the most beloved cake dropped without knowing it, and the body was shaking. Who is it that can make moms like monsters react like this? Only Kata Curry's eyes revealed a throbbing color, which was shocking. Advertisement. He has heard Mom and Longbread mentioned it, and even once secretly, he has secretly investigated. Sha Tian, the god of swords Sha Tian. One of the officers of Rock's pirate of course. 40 years ago, the legendary pirate was said to be stronger than the Sea Lord Rocks. Hasn't this person been dead for 40 years? Don't be kidding, Kaido, if you want to go to war, use the sword god Sha Tian to scare me. If Captain Sha Tian is alive, this world will have our turn to Kunlun New World. Big Mom was stunned for a few seconds in the inner shock, and suddenly laughed, unbelievable in his heart. Kaido wants to go to war on his own, but still find this kind of reason. Do you think Captain Sha Tian's level of power will die so easily? When it comes to you and me, it's already easy. Tell you, Captain Sha Tian has established a new pirate group. I think you are also back then. People contact you on the initiative, so take the opportunity. Kaido roared louder and louder, but his tone was very serious. Big Mom was unsure about it, and he was still a little bit more unbelievable. Hearing Big Mom's silence, Kaido felt even more angry. At this time, Sha Tian spoke next to him. Linlin, don't you believe I'm alive? Are you hoping that I'm dead? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Big Mom's expression changed drastically, and he stood up directly from the throne. No, Captain Sha Tian, you are still alive, really great. Big Mom held the phone worm in his hand trembling slightly, and said hurriedly. It is really the voice of Captain Sha Tian, he is still alive. Yes, with the strength of Captain Sha Tian, how could it just die like this? Linlin, are you interested in doing something big with me? Sha Tian's words came from that end again. For a moment, Big Mom felt that his heart began to lift up. Captain Sha Tian directly invited her to join, to do something big. Yes, Captain Sha Tian, I will rush over as quickly as possible. You must wait for me. Big Mom exclaimed excitedly. The prestige of Rock's pirate at the time is about to reappear. Big Mom understands very well that Sha Tian's return purpose is definitely not as simple as One Piece. The big thing the sword god Sha Tian wants to do is probably to fly the entire Mariajoy and kill celestial dragons. Captain Sha Tian definitely has this strength. Of course, come on. Advertisement. Sha Tian chuckled lightly and hung up the phone directly. Only the heavy breathing of Bigmom was left in the cake castle. It was so exciting and shocking. Kata Curry's eyes revealed surprise. Mom agreed without hesitation, and looked a little impatient. I was shocked to think in my heart, I am afraid that the power of this sword god Sha Tian far exceeds the understanding of my own investigation. Even monster moms behave like this. The rest of the cadres revealed their surprise in horror. Mom actually agreed to the other party directly, without any doubt whether there was any fraud. Mom, who is the other party? Can you? Dafu looked shocked and couldn't help asking. Even if it is a great person, can it be a disguise? Some cheese ministers such as Monder looked at Big Mom's performance in horror, and said a little worried. What a big man. I think it may be a Kaido strategy. I think this sword god Sha Tian may be a. Effie was a little bit disdainful, and she hadn't finished her mocking words. Big Mom's huge slap directly slapped her out, knocking down one building after another. Shut up. That person is not something you can insult and ridicule. There was anger on Big Mom's face, and the whole person was like a demon king. Let the children under him tremble and fear. I was even more surprised, who on earth could make Mom so afraid? It's even more terrifying for Kaido to pretend to deceive me and directly use the name Rocks, and the tone of the sword god Sha Tian is the same as before. No one can imitate it like this, absolutely can't be wrong. Big Mom glanced sharply at the crowd, and continued with a warning. I don't care how arrogant you are usually outside, but when you get to that person, you will be obedient to me, otherwise I will get to know you personally. All the ministers were stunned, not daring to say a word, and bowed their heads one after another. Everyone is ready to set off on Hashinosu Island. Seeing that they were shocked by Big Mom, then he waved his hand. On the other side, around Sha Tian who hung up the phone. A group of people were deeply shocked again. Just now, was that Four Emperors Big Mom? That clever tone is even worse than Kaido. Chapter 99. Jin, Quinn, and Jack never expected the three plagues, the Big Mom like a devil should agree. But I didn't expect it was this kind of reaction that directly agreed. It's just, well behaved. Ben Beckman and others, everyone swallowed their throats. I was amazed. The prestige of Sha Tian, the god of swordsmen, can be seen in Kaido, a Madara. Unexpectedly, it is more powerful in Big Mom. Doflamingo lowered his head, His heart was shocked, and Kakuzu couldn't help showing a faint smile on his mouth. There really is nothing wrong with this boat. Add Big Mom, and that's 4 emperors. And Pluton Rayleigh. Marine is afraid that such a powerful and boundless lineup will not be able to stop it, right? And Diamante and other cadres behind Brother Ming broke out with cold sweat on their heads, and their stature was a little trembling. Just now, I was still upset. Just look at the reactions of Kaido and Big Mom, and you can see how an honor this is. Even if it is a vassal. Sure enough, the young master's choice need not be questioned. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Mihawk all smiled and sighed in their hearts. A trip to Hashinosu allowed the newly founded dragon-slaying pirate group to gain the refuge of 4 emperors and 1 Shichibukai. The sword god Sha Tien always seems to make people feel all kinds of shocks. The pirates on the island were already in a deep shock. Looked at the legendary pirate, the sword god Sha Tien, who was sitting on the big rock with a calm expression on his face. There is an illusion that this person has already ruled the sea since he appeared. It's amazing. So, are you going to continue this battle for territory and treasure? At this moment, Rayleigh looked at the red-haired Shanks and Kaido with a smile, and spoke. The beast Kaido and the red-haired Shanks were both taken aback. We are no longer interested in treasures and sights. The red-haired Shanks glanced at each other with his subordinates, shook his head towards Sha Tien and Rayleigh and said. With such a disturbance today, this sight and treasure are completely trivial. We are the same. Kaido took a careful look at Sha Tien. Naturally he didn't dare to ask for the sight and treasure. Beast's pirates at this time are all from Sha Tien. Advertisement. The Beast's army and the 3 Plagues Jack and others were stunned for a while, a little bit dissatisfied with the treasure. After all, they are all pirates, there is no reason not to be greedy for money. But then I thought that I was going to follow this legend to do big things, so I didn't worry about it anymore. It's better to hand over these sights and treasures to Captain Sha Tien. Kaido quickly suggested at this moment. Sha Tien smiled, the sight and the treasure themselves were not interested. But when it comes to treasure, Sha Tien looked at the man-made demon fruit power not far away, and thought of the man-made devil fruit developed and manufactured by Doflamingo in secret. Doflamingo, don't you have a man-made devil fruit made? Get a few and see. Sha Tien looked at Brother Ming and said pleasantly. The system can swallow devil fruit. I wonder if the man-made devil fruit can. Heavenly Yaksha Ming, who was named by Sha Tien, was taken aback for a while. Unexpectedly, the sword god Sha Tien let him do things. This is a good thing. Value will be valued. Hey, Joker, what are you doing stupidly? What the Captain Sha Tien ordered, don't mess up, do it quickly. Kaido glared at Doflamingo again, kind of knocking. Although it is a vassal, it is better to do things well. Yes, Captain Sha Tien. Doflamingo didn't care about Kaido's attitude, and immediately sent a phone worm to Guy who was secretly researching and producing Punk Hazard. Ah, it's Joker, is Kaido still satisfied with this batch of fruits? A slightly cold voice came from the phone worm. Guy, stop talking nonsense, and prepare some artificial devil fruit immediately, the sooner the better. Doflamingo said directly, a little eagerly. Why are you so anxious, Joker? You also know that with the current production research, there is no success in your hands. Guy was also taken aback. Joker seemed to be anxious, but now, there is no stock. In 3 days you have to get it out anyway. Or I will take your life myself. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes and said harshly. This was the first thing Captain Sha Tien explained, and it was just a few man-made devil fruits. If this can't be done, I'm afraid Kaido will be the first to refuse. 3 days, just 3 days to Punk Hazard, this is the maximum time limit. Joker, well, I get it. Guy heard something different from Doflamingo, and couldn't help being shocked. Is it because Kaido threatened Joker? Doflamingo hung up the phone bug, and was about to order his cadres to take it. After thinking about it, he felt it was wrong. He simply resigned directly to Sha Tien and went to Punk Hazard to take it personally. Advertisement. Find flowers. Sha Tien nodded, smiled and watched Joker use the string fruit ability to hang on the cloud and fly away quickly in the air. Since the truce is over, you don't have to be stern and have a banquet. Sha Tien stood up from the big stone at this moment, shouted loudly. It will be several days before Charlotte Linlin and Doflamingo come back. I will stay here for a few days and revisit the old place. Redhead Shanks immediately happily echoed when he heard the banquet. Ben Beckman and others held their foreheads straight. There are people from Beast's pirates. Kaido, the Beast, echoed loudly with all his subordinates. Rayleigh watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh again. The 4 emperors' forces that had just stopped, now they can hold a banquet together again. Except for this sword god Sha Tien, no one can do it. Shaki looked at Rayleigh and couldn't help but smile. This guy, no longer the way he had traveled the world before, followed Sha Tien, full of sighs and sighs. Soon, the banquet began. Of course, the 2 people are also sitting on both sides, and the water does not interfere with the river. The pirates watching the battle and the people watching by marine had originally had the mentality of watching the excitement, but now they are also dumbfounded, stopped fighting, and drank it. Sha Tien ended the struggle of the 4 emperors and opened the banquet in Hashinosu. On the other side, the seabed near the Sabayati archipelago waters. A huge pirate ship, like a huge whale, moved slowly on the bottom of the sea. This is the Moby DK of Whitebeard Newgate. Father, more than 40 fleet captains are ready. After Marco received the call bug, he walked up to the deck and said to Whitebeard Newgate, who was sitting under the mast. At this time, Whitebeard Newgate was wearing a needle, slowly infusing the liquid, and drinking with a hip flask in one hand. Wearing a black turban on his head, wearing the same white coat as before, the young body has already become an old one. Ghoul la la la, let them keep up, and we will move forward on the bottom of the sea. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, drinking. Father, this time Marine is ready, it is said that even 5 elders and that Kong will come. Marco said with a solemn color flashing in his eyes. Wide. Chapter 100. 5 elders. Kong. Whitebeard Newgate's eyes condensed, and a fierce light flashed. Then he still disagrees. Sha Tien was besieged and killed by these people in power. Looking at the deep ocean floor, Whitebeard Newgate pulled out the needle on his body and stood up. Father, your body. The surrounding subordinates were shocked, and Father Whitebeard's medicine hadn't finished yet. I still carry these things now, do you want the enemy to have mercy? Whitebeard Newgate chuckled. Don't care. Go here and rescue Ace, but at the same time he may not be able to come back alive. The purpose of Marine and world governments doing this is not to lead themselves to the past and prepare to attack themselves. Marine's movement is so loud that even these old monsters have come out. Marco, has something happened at sea recently? Whitebeard Newgate then turned his head and asked suspiciously. Marine certainly wouldn't be so dynamic for no reason. Father, it is said that Pluton Rayleigh and Hawkeye Mahawk are both moving. It seems that the red-haired side and Kaido are also fighting for territory. The specifics are not clear. Marco thought for a while and said, in the past few days, because of diving into the bottom of the sea, the large fleet is also gathering, and many things have not been understood in detail. Well, don't worry about them, our goal is to save Ace. The stalwart figure of Whitebeard Newgate stood on the bow and said. Behind Marco, Beasta and others looked at them, their eyes all showing concern. Can Father Whitebeard's body really survive this battle? At the same time on the other side, Marineford Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Marshal Sengoku, the world conscription is underway. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral is holding a file and is reporting to Sengoku, who is sitting behind his desk, about the world conscription. The process of conscription in the world is speeding up, the day of public execution is getting closer and closer. After listening to the report, Sengoku frowned and said to Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral didn't say anything, he understood the urgency of time. At this time, a Marine Rear Admiral knocked on the door. Report. Come in. Marshal Sengoku, Shichibukai and, those people are here. Advertisement. Rear Admiral comes in and reports. Sengoku glanced at Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, then stood up and walked to a conference room. Shichibukai, who was enlisted, is here. In the meeting room at this time. Blackbeard Teach, Gecko Moria, the pirate girl Boa. Hancock, the Storm Coon Bear sat on the big round table. Among the original Shichibukai, apart from the new Blackbeard Teach, only these 3 are left. Crocodile was arrested and imprisoned for launching a coup in Alabasta. Mahawk, the world's first swordsman, was removed from the world government. Doflamingo's vassal Sha Tien's pirate group resigned themselves as Shichibukai. Seaman Jinbei was impelled down because he was unwilling to deal with Whitebeard. Gecko Moria scanned the 3 with a little interest. At this time, Blackbeard Teach was secretly aiming at Empress Hancock. It really deserves to be the most glamorous beauty. Hancock felt Blackbeard Teach's gaze and frowned slightly. I really want to kick this wretched man to death. On the other hand, Bao Kun Shang sat straight with the book in his hands, staring straight out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. What? In 7 Warlords of the Sea, I didn't expect that there were only 3 left. I didn't expect it. Blackbeard Teach laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. There were 2 defectors, one for committing crimes and the other for mysterious removal. Hancock and Yu Kun bear nothing to Blackbeard Teach, but Gecko Moria looks at Blackbeard Teach. It was you who defeated Ace Huaquan and sent him into Impel Down. Gecko Moria's expression is very interesting. A look of Blackbeard Teach that doesn't look good. Yes, it's my uncle and me. Blackbeard Teach narrowed his eyes, unhappy. 2 ignored people, and 1 talked strangely. It's really amazing. Fire Fist Ace is a Logia Mera Mera fruit ability. I'm curious, what is your ability? At this time, a man with a big back combed his head, a pair of sunglasses on his head, and a gold-decorated man walked in and said with a smile. The Golden Emperor who claims to have 20% of the world's wealth, Disilo. Blackbeard Teach, Gecko Moria, Hancock and Bear all said unexpectedly. Marine even called this kind of person to be Shichibukai. This rumor still has strength and wealth, but it seems that strength is not enough. You guys keep talking, Disilo said very gently, with a star-like aura. Still not forgetting to cast a stunning look at the Empress Hancock. Advertisement. Haven't waited for Blackbeard Teach to speak. Someone came over outside the door. A burly, fat man with a white beard walked over. It looks very simple. Hello everyone, I am also a new Shichibukai, Edward Wable, the son of Whitebeard Newgate. Wable looked at the people on the round table foolishly, and started to introduce himself. Everyone present was taken aback. This guy is Whitebeard's son. How is it possible? This is a call-up and mobilization meeting for Whitebeard. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach laughed. Impossible, you are not the father's biological child. Blackbeard Teach laughed, mockingly on his face. Since I was a child on Whitebeard's boat, how could I not know if Whitebeard has a biological son? This guy is still so naive, absolutely impossible. I am. I have the same beard. You lied. Wable glared at Blackbeard Teach, his eyes changed, full of anger. Good boy, you are naturally Whitebeard's own son, and I am Whitebeard's favorite woman, Miss Ba Jin. Behind Wable, an old woman with heavy makeup, wrinkled skin, and a short stature walked out. At this meeting, when everyone saw her, they couldn't help but want to laugh a little. A son who claims to be Whitebeard, a woman who claims to be Whitebeard's favorite. Blackbeard smiled extremely exaggeratedly. What are you laughing at, Huang Mao? Don't you believe it? Miss Ba Jin said angrily. Yes, don't believe it, what's the matter? Although Blackbeard Teach betrayed the Whitebeard pirates, he really has no liking for this kind of guy who took advantage of Whitebeard's reputation. Wable was even more angry, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. Everyone looked at the excitement happily, thinking about the best fight. Just when Wable and Miss Bajin were annoyed and wanted to make a move. The sound of chains was getting closer and closer. Before anyone could see it, the voice came over. You guys are so lively. Everyone looked at the door in amazement. Then, a figure appeared at the door. Blackbeard Teach was even more shocked. You are the heir of the devil, Bullet. Chapter 101. Empress Hancock, Storm Coon Bear, Gecko Moria and others all looked at the door in surprise, with their hands and feet leaned by Seastone, Douglas. Bullet sent by Marine. Bullet, such as Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria have all heard of it. Once a crew member of Roger One Piece. And Blackbeard Teach knows more, and Bullet was among them in the Valley of the Gods battle. Moreover, this guy is a pervert, pursuing a person's mighty power is almost crazy. Even Whitebeard Newgate mentioned that this person thinks that he is okay. You must know that to say this from Whitebeard's mouth is already a recognition of his strength. Marshal Teach, I remember you, aren't you on the Whitebeard boat? Bullet grinned and sat down straight. Marine specifically called him out from the 6th floor of Impel Down. Tell him to deal with Whitebeard Newgate. If you cooperate, you can temporarily release him and give Shichibukai the identity. 22 was originally an enemy with Whitebeard, so Bullet naturally agreed without hesitation. He betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Gecko Moria looked at Blackbeard Teach and said directly. People like Blackbeard who kill his own companions and betray the pirates are the kind of people he hates most. I really have the guts. Bullet naturally knows the character of Whitebeard Newgate. Knowing more about Whitebeard's strength, that is a fellow who can fight Roger. I have to say that as a person on the Whitebeard ship, I still dare to do so. Teach's guts are really good. It's all here, then sit down and talk. At this time, Sengoku walked straight in, dressed in a majestic martial uniform. Blackbeard Teach didn't choose to say what he just wanted to say. Miss Ba Jin and Edward also sat down. In this naval headquarters, Sengoku still has the greatest face. This time everyone is recruited for the public execution and the enemies that will be faced. Sengoku looked at the expressions of these people, talking and watching. Without Hawkeye Mahawk and Doflamingo and others, Shichibukai from Shinminato is more motivated. Whitebeard has a certain understanding of the Empress Hancock, Gecko Moria and others. Especially Blackbeard Teach is even more familiar but not familiar. Mr. Sengoku, it's just that. Do you think you can stop Whitebeard's attack? Don't forget, Father, he has the power to destroy the world. Blackbeard Teach couldn't help but smile as Sengoku talked about the day's arrangements. Advertisement. Of course it is more than that, but this line of defense is your task. Sengoku did not mention the deeper defense line of the arrangement between world government and marine, only arranging tasks for Bullet, Teach and others. Report. At this time, Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, came over and knocked on the door. Come in, Flying Squirrel, what's the matter? Sengoku couldn't help but wonder how the Flying Squirrel that had just left turned back again. Marshal Sengoku, take a look. Flying Squirrel handed over a piece of information very seriously. Sengoku took it and looked at it, his expression began to change. Blackbeard Teach, Bullet, Empress Boa Hancock and others are all puzzled. What did Sengoku look at? How could his expression change like this? Seems to be excited. His name is Fujitora. He wants to recommend himself to become admiral. Sengoku put the information together and said. The smile mentioned in this information turned out to be superior in strength, like a monster. Bullet and others were even more surprised. Someone recommended to become Marine Admiral. That is the position known as Marine's highest combat power. Yes, people are outside. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral nodded and said. The performance of this smile is really amazing. Let him in. Sengoku is a little looking forward to it, this self-recommended guy to become admiral. After a while, the Suru staff took Fujitora over. Purple clothes, uncle with a little beard. What's even stranger is that this person's eyes are blind. At this moment, he was walking behind the staff of Crane step by step with a stick and knife, and there was a man with green clothes and long hair who went with him. Ha ha ha, is this blind man? Marshal Sengoku, Blackbeard Teach, Gecko Moria, Miss Bajin and Wable all made ridicule sounds. Even Bullet thought this blind man was interesting. Next laugh, Marshal Sengoku. Fujitora, who came in, naturally noticed Sengoku, who was standing still. There was a fight. The cynicism of others was not taken into account at all. A blind man like this can be an admiral, so can I. Advertisement. The naive Wilbur shouted loudly when everyone started to whisper down. As soon as he said this, Fujitora, who was standing quietly on the side of his head, took the stick and knife straight away. With the sword being pulled out, a powerful devil fruit ability burst out instantly. Wabel felt as if thousands of pounds were weighed on him instantly, unable to speak at all, his eyes changed drastically. Boom. Not long after insisting, Wabel was crushed on the ground, struggling desperately, but it was useless, unable to move. The stone-cast ground was beginning to crack, and it was about to break and fall to the next layer. Okay, Fujitora, I agree to your application. Marshal Sengoku looked at Fujitora with bright eyes, and immediately decided. According to the description on the data and the current strength, Fujitora is fully enough to serve as admiral. Just report Mariajoy to 5 elders afterwards. Marshal Sengoku spoke, and Fujitora stopped. With a cold sweat on his head, Wabel stood up, as if he wanted to fight back, but was stopped by Miss Ba Jin by his side. At this time, the staff of Crane introduced another person. Green Bull, a powerful monster discovered by Mariajoy, is also the person recommended by this conscription to be promoted to admiral. He also handed a copy of the information to the staff. When Sengoku saw it, his expression changed drastically, and he was a little excited. Another powerful monster. At this time, the combat power against Whitebeard Newgate was completely enough. Just when he was happy, the phone worm in Kabuto rang. The look of Sengoku, who was originally happy, changed again. This is the phone worm that Marine has contacted urgently. Could it be that the situation has changed again on the side of the sword god Sha Tien? Signaling everyone to stop for a while, and then 5 and 3 steps later, Sengoku walked out alone and picked up the phone worm outside in a deserted place. Everyone looked confused. What kind of phone is this urgent? Fujitora directly focused on the powerful observation hockey, and listened and watched Sengoku going out. I'm Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. There is a big movement in the seas of all nations. Big Mom led all the members to Hashinosu. When Sengoku heard this, he was shocked. Big Mom was also the remnant party of rocks back then. Could it be that he went to the sword god Sha Tien? Chapter 102. Sengoku's complexion was extremely ugly, and his eyes were round. It is impossible for the Big Mom pirates to go to Hashinosu without any reason. There is only one possibility. Then Sha Tien, the god of swordsmen, calls over, or Charlotte Linlin runs over by himself. In this case, the scene expected in my mind is really the worst plan. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the 2 four emperors, are back under the sect of the sword god Sha Tien. Plus Pluton Rayleigh, Mahawk, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo, the world's #1 swordsman. There are also many elite pirates under his men, such as the 3 plagues. The sword god Sha Tien has become a pirate leader who truly possesses a powerful force in a short period of time. What's more, there are red-haired Shanks who act in a style similar to Roger. Don't let the 3 emperors follow Sha Tien. The more I think about it, the more scary Sengoku feels. If Sha Tien came to support Whitebeard, then the 4 emperors might even meet directly. Is this going to turn the world upside down? Notify 3 that Admiral, Garp, and Big Mom are going to Hashinosu, and forget it, let me know, the rest of you don't need to know first. Sengoku took a deep breath, and instead of thinking about it, he ordered. Then he walked back with a green face. And these are all blinded and hearing. Fujitora, who is terrifying observation hockey, knows. What is it that makes Mr. Sengoku have this expression? The Big Mom of IWC will come too. Fujitora's complexion was extremely solemn, her eyelids couldn't help but opened, revealing pure whites of eyes, and thought to herself. What's the secret behind Big Mom going to Hashinosu? At this time Sengoku had already walked in, and the Empress Hancock, Shichibukai, and the Green Bull could clearly feel the unstoppable haze on Marshal Sengoku, and they looked suspicious. Ms. Crane and Blackbeard Teach, who were sitting at the big round table, saw Sengoku go out and picked up a phone call and came back. They couldn't help thinking of people who could not help but sweat. That monster genius, Sha Tien. Marshal Sengoku, has something tricky happened. Fujitora tilted her head slightly. Mr. Sengoku's breath was too gloomy. And what I said on the phone just now is that Big Mom went to Hashinosu. Is there something wrong with the island of Hashinosu? Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Fujitora, who was blinded, and his heart moved. Advertisement. This guy, have you heard? Some news from the sea, it's okay. Marshal Sengoku's performance made everyone frown. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have new reinforcements? Gecko Moria looked at Sengoku and couldn't help but say. At this time, I'm afraid it's only about the battle against the Whitebeard pirates. Both Disolo and Hancock narrowed their eyes. Sengoku's face changed a lot after receiving a message. There is definitely a secret. He is Marshal Marine. Is there anything that can make such a character put his expression on his face? Mr. Sengoku, I don't want to fight an unknown enemy. If there is anything to hide, this meeting will be treated as if I had never been there. Empress Boa Hancock said straightforwardly without concealing it. She wouldn't be so stupid to sacrifice her life to Marine. The others also nodded. Only Blackbeard with a cold sweat on his head, lowered his head thinking. Who else can anyone else at this time? Marshal Sengoku can't suppress the drastic changes, and it's only possible to reinforce Dad Whitebeard's sword god Sha Tien. They have a good relationship. The plan is going to be abandoned. At that time, I went to Impel Down to take away some powerful partners and leave. At this time, Sengoku looked at Shichibukai who followed Hancock, looked at each other with Ms. Crane, and sighed. Since you want to know what might change in this war, Marine won't hide it from you, just sit down. Sengoku said helplessly. Speaking out, I am afraid to scare away some people, such as Disilo, who is greedy for money and wealth. Ms. Crane understood the meaning in Sengoku's eyes just now and took the initiative to walk to the middle, including Fujitora, and Green Bull sat down honestly. Then let the old say. If this is just Whitebeard Newgate, maybe Marine's combat power plus 7 warlords of the sea is certain. After all, Newgate is also very old. Ms. He stood in front of the conference table and said to everyone. Disilo, Hancock, Miss Bajan, Wable and others all nodded, and Bullet looked like an old god. The worries of the world government and Marine are all because of a pirate who disappeared 40 years ago. Ms. He sighed lightly and said slowly. Blackbeard Teach below his eyes widened, and his body moved back a little. It really is him. Hancock, Disilo and others all looked dumbfounded, the pirates who disappeared 40 years ago. Advertisement. Among them, Miss Ba Jin's eyes under the sunglasses were taken aback. 40 years ago, it was the era of Rock's pirate, right? Diaresis the legendary pirate, who was talented like a monster, and the man who was hailed as the god of swordsmen by the world, Sha Tien. Ms. He said with a very solemn tone. Hancock, Soros, and Wable are all a little confused, legendary pirates. That is to say, he was at the same time as Whitebeard Newgate. Gecko Moria frowned, always feeling the way he had heard it. Blackbeard swallowed, with a cold sweat on his face. Green Bull and Fujitora both have serious faces. None of the people mentioned by Ms. Crane have ever heard of Marine. I'm afraid, the things in this are amazing. Miss Ba Jin's short body was shocked, and the whole person was stunned. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the seastone chain on Bullet's body was tightened, making a sound, and a look of horror appeared on his face. How could Bullet forget that in the Valley of Gods, he was almost killed by Sha Tien a few hundred meters away? Everyone looked at Bullet in amazement. This person's name makes the heirs of this devil look like this. Sengoku looked at Ba Good Chano Leet, and sighed inwardly. It seems that the shadow left by Bullet back then has not been waved away. Sha Tien is still alive, I am afraid it makes him unimaginable. Bullet, you know this person. Disilo couldn't help asking. Bullet's reaction was too big. This one is the strong one on the top of the platoon. Hancock felt it too. It seemed that the person Marine was talking about was terrifying. Keep listening to me. Ms. He has a panoramic view of everyone's reaction. No. Bullet answered, and continued slowly. The sword god Sha Tien, from the sea domineering pirate group 40 years ago, Rock's pirate, has a brilliant record. He severely injured his predecessor 5 elders and fought the Roger pirates alone. When the Roger pirates, Fujitora, Green Bull, Hancock and other unsuspecting people were startled, they all looked at Bullet whose expressions changed drastically. Does his fear come from here? Tool. Chapter 103. His talents are unprecedented, and there is no one to come after. In a short time, he has become the top powerhouse in the world at that time. 5 elders, Kong, Roger and others. Bullet, should belong to the same era. Ms. He sighed, looked at Bullet and said slowly. Since Bullet heard the name of Sha Tien, he fell into panic, hesitation and other complex emotions. Crazily pursuing the strength of his own power, he once regarded Sha Tien as a chasing target, but even a knife a few hundred meters away did not follow. Later, Sha Tien was sentenced to death, and Bullet again regarded surpassing Roger as a goal. As a result, Roger was terminally ill, which made Bullet lost himself for a while. Later, at Impel Down, he continued to exercise his strength for 10 years, thinking that after he came out, he could defeat all the strong men in the world and become the One Piece from this path. Unexpectedly, Sha Tien is still alive. This, nightmare. There is still a lot to say. Crane Staff Officer. Miss Ba Jin, who had always retreated beforehand, asked for money and profit, couldn't help but say at this time. Both Sengoku and Ms. He stared at Miss Ba Jin. Sha Tien, I naturally know that I have lived for so long, and I was indeed in the same boat with Whitebeard back then, that is. Rock's pirate. Miss Ba Jin said astonishingly. Including Sengoku, Crane, and Blackbeard Teach, they all looked at Miss Ba Jin in surprise. This person is actually in Rocks. Back then, I was just a trainee crew member and never became an official. Later, I waited for Captain Rocks and Captain Sha Tien to return from a victory in Hashinosu, but waited for bad news. After that, I followed Whitebeard for a period of wandering days. You don't know my origin. Rocks are also normal. Miss Ba Jin said with a smile at this time. As he spoke, his tone began to change, and he said solemnly to Sengoku. The strength of Captain Sha Tien can be hailed as the first person on the sea at the time. The Valley of Gods battle. Listen to what Whitebeard said. Captain Sha Tien alone fought Roger, Garp, Yu, the former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, Pluton Rayleigh. People. At this time, Hancock, Disilo, Gecko Moria and others finally changed their faces and were shocked. Solo Fighter can now be called the top 6 powerhouses. Later, 5 elders and Sora's 6 people joined forces, and finally evacuated, and it was a one-man battle against all the strong. It is said that in that battle, the island of the Valley of the Gods completely disappeared from the world, spreading to a wide range, covering the whole sea area. Michael Bajan recalled the battle he heard after following Whitebeard. Looking at the silent Sengoku, Suru. The unbelievable eyes of everyone could not help but startled. The default is, really. Advertisement. This legendary pirate will come to support Whitebeard. I remember. I read the report about the sword god Sha Tien back then. Back then, Rock's pirate broke into Mariajoy, beheaded a 5 elders, severely wounded 4 people and then retreated. After that, Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki and the sword god Sha Tien is called the legendary pirate. Gecko Moria was shocked, and finally remembered in his mind that he was a little pirate who had just gone out to sea at that time. Marshal Sengoku, do you Marine plan to conceal such important information? I heard the confirmation from Gecko Moria and Miss Bajan. Hancock, Disilo and others were horrified. Even Fujitora and Green Bull can't believe that there are such characters. Such a powerful person has not spread any deeds. It seems that the world government completely blocked the news about this Sha Tien. Mr. Sengoku, the news that Big Mom was dispatched just now. Fujitora took a deep breath and continued. At this time, I am not afraid to say so much. After all, let everyone know what enemies to face. Kaido has joined the commander of the sword god Sha Tien, the Big Mom pirate group has left the world, and it is estimated that they are also going to reunite. The 2 of them are the remnants of Rock's pirate. Sengoku sighed. It's not that I want to hide these Shichibukai, but it's too amazing, so I want to stop telling everyone. Sha Tien, the god of swordsmen, already has Pluten Rayleigh, Kaido, Mihawk, Doflamingo, plus Big Mom to join. Sengoku simply said it all, narrowing his eyes. I am also a little nervous. These are enough to scare away these Shichibukai great pirates. Cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces, and their hearts were shocked. This legendary pirate suddenly gathered forces that surpassed the 4 emperors. This is the most arrogant and strongest creature Kaido. It turned out to be directly attached. And one of the most frightening 4 emperors, Big Mom. Sure enough, Disilo, Gecko Moria, Hancock and others all had retreat on their faces. These are 2 4 emperors, 2 Shichibukai, and one is also the legendary pirate Pluten Rayleigh. Really want to fight, how to fight? Sengoku hasn't explained it yet. Advertisement. The redhead Shanks is also there at this time, just not sure. And if you really come to support Whitebeard, I am afraid it will be the 3 4 emperors, or the 4 emperors. No, what 4 emperors? The sword god Sha Tien is still alive. It's just going to die. I won't participate. Sengoku, I want to go back Impel Down. Bullet has reacted at this time. Who joined Sha Tien doesn't care at all. Even if it's just Sha Tien alone, it's hard to stop. After so many years of hard work in Impel Down, I know how strong I am. But compared to Sha Tien back then, there is a huge gully. What's more, Sha Tien, who is now 40 years in the past. How to spell? No need to fight. Everyone, don't forget, the power of our world government and marine. Sengoku said loudly with majesty at this time. They must be restrained at this time to stabilize these Shichibukai. The sword god Sha Tien may not come to support, even if it comes, we marine and world government are not unprepared. We were able to destroy Rock's pirate in the past, and now it is okay. By then, Garp, me, Marshal Kong, etc. will all take action, and the power of 5 elders and Mariajoy. Marshal Sengoku said that the louder the voice, the grandeur. Soros, Hancock, Gecko Moria, and Wabel were all pulled back by Sengoku's words. Yes, the sword god Sha Tien is a legend, but marine and world government also have the power to fight. With this said, the hearts of the few people became a little calmer, and they began to think calmly. Blackbeard Teach cursed in his heart. What 5 elders, Kong? I'm afraid a group of people can fight one by one to contend. Sengoku was very confident in what he said, and he probably played the drums in his heart. Sengoku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These recruited Shichibukai, but a force that can affect the situation of the battle. If they are all frightened by the name of the sword god Sha Tien and the current power, it will be over. No, Sengoku, I will not participate in this war, send me back Impel Down. Bullet was still terrified and shouted while looking ugly. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Is he back again? Bullet can't even mention the heart of confrontation with the sword god Sha Tien. Sengoku didn't know how to persuade at once. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became low. Although Sha Tien may not come to support Whitebeard, it is also possible to come. Moreover, this lineup is too terrifying. Pluten Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mihawk, Doflamingo. There are also Kaido and Big Mom that make everyone have a clear understanding. Unlike Bullet, which can be rejected directly, you only need to close it back, Impel Down. Hancock, Gecko Moria, and others are all forced to call 7 warlords of the sea. If they refuse, I am afraid they will be directly suppressed by the world government at Marineford at this time. At this time, people including Miss Bajan and Wabel have made up their minds. If things are not right, run away on the spot. As for Blackbeard Teach, he planned to stay away after the meeting. Sengoku sighed. Reluctantly, Fujitora and the Green Bulls can only send Bullet back to impel down. The Crane staff also sighed. These Shichibukai, after all, are not part of the fighting power of the world government. Even the guy with the strength of the two monsters Fujitora and Green Bull was promoted to Admiral. Marine has Sengoku, Garp, 5 Admiral, a group of Vice Admiral, including Alternate Admiral and so on. Even Sengoku deeply doubts whether Marine and world government can block the attack by Sha Tien leading Kaido and others. The most important thing is Sha Tien 40 years later, who can beat it? This meeting ended in a low atmosphere. People with different minds began to leave one after another, and Bullet, who resisted Sha Tien, was also arranged by Marshal Sengoku Fujitora and Green Bull to escort them back to the 6th floor of Impel Down. Ordinary Vice Admiral Marine does not insurance to escort Bullet back. When I came, Kizaru personally delivered it. After all, the physical power of Bullet at this time is too terrifying. Outside of Impel Down, it is not safe to have an Admiral-class combat power guard. Impel Down 6 floors. There were cells on either side of the gloomy corridor. Advertisement. Bullet, with the chain on his body, returned to his cell again. After Fujitora Green Bull leaves, the criminals detained on the 6th floor were all surprised. Lonely Red, Evil King, Burndy, San Juan, Hungry Wolf, Catherine, Daime, Crocodile, Shiryu of Rain, Fire Fist Ace and Seaman Jinbei are among them. The voice of doubt sounded. Only after being persuaded by Admiral Kizaru for a long time to become Shichibukai's Bullet, how come back in a short time? You have to know that Caitlin and others have been locked in the 6th floor of Impel Down for a long time, and they have long hoped to be able to go out, and there is such a good opportunity to go out. I am envious and jealous. Even Kizaru's application, which the Evil King voluntarily followed, was rejected by Kizaru with disdain. Think that the Evil King is not qualified yet. This made the evil political king at that time humiliated and jealous. But now, Bullet is back. Bullet, did you try to escape after going out? Not far from the corridor cell, World Destroyer Burndy Waldo said with a joking tone. In fact, most criminals on the 6th floor would not really succumb to the edicts of the world government. When you get out of Impel Down, you will find a chance to escape. Looking at Bullet, it looks more like a failed escape. I want to run away, even if Admiral is by my side, there is a certain chance. Bullet sat back in the cell, raised his head and said disdainfully. Could it be that I have been in jail for a long time, and after I went out I found that I was not used to coming back again, ha ha ha. With a hint of sarcasm, the Evil King said. Do you think that Marine has downed Jiaoan criminals from Impel, just to deal with Whitebeard Newgate? Bullet snorted, his voice contemptuous of the Evil King. Oh, Bullet, who can make you give up this good opportunity to escape? Even Crocodile, who was in the audience, was curious. This is especially true for the surrounding large wine barrels and other vicious criminals. You must know that even on the 6th floor, Bullet's brutality is at the forefront. What is the reason that made him give up like this? A guy who was even more monster than a monster 40 years ago. Bullet thought of Sha Tien's appearance, and couldn't help but shudder. Advertisement. What a joke. Bullet, the old guy named this monster who was alive 40 years ago, we all know, for example, this one here, Earl Red. The Evil King was puzzled. 40 years ago, only one monster-like person, Golden Lion Shiki, escaped, and the only thing left was Red Earl, who seemed to be. You still remember me, Bullet, who will Marine have to deal with 40 years ago? Find flowers. Deeper, an old voice came, and some newcomers, such as Ace, Jinbei and others, were surprised. Unexpectedly, there is an old monster here. The Lonely Red, you should remember, the legend of 40 years ago, the god of swords, Sha Tien. Bullet smiled madly, then said in a low voice. The Lonely Red body who was sitting paralyzed in the depths trembled slightly, raised his head in the cell where the light penetrated, and his eyes trembled. How can you not remember this name? Back then, I was fighting in the Valley of Gods, watching Sha Tien fight hard with his own eyes, until the islands of the Valley of Gods disappeared on the sea. Lonely Red was silent. Jinbei and Ace glanced at each other, and both saw a look of surprise. This person, Ace heard from Daddy Whitebeard. When fighting Blackbeard Teach, Teach also said that he had encountered Sha Tien. Jinbei had not been forced to call up yet, and he had met Sha Tien with King Neptune outside the Fishman Island. The sword god Sha Tien. When he met Blackbeard Teach, he said that he met him on Magnetic Drum Island. The old man is said to have a good relationship with him, and it seems that he will also come to support him. Ace said in a very small voice to the seaman Jinbei next to him. Amidst the look of surprise, there is still a sense of rejoicing. There is such a legend that the strong support the old man, the Whitebeard pirates don't have to face Marine alone. I've seen it in the Fishman Island. Jinbei also responded in a low voice. I remembered that Sha Tien was converging the aura on his body at that time, and his young face was like a big brother next door. Only after careful sensing would he perceive the powerful aura contained in his body. But those evil kings who have never heard of Sha Tien, Caitlin and others are dismissive. Bullet, I originally thought you were the most persevering person on the 6th floor, with the heart of a real strong person. I didn't expect that you were just cowardly. A name makes you so timid. Yuji Shiryu even sneered and said with a mockery. If you were a real strong, you would have heard of it a long time ago. And he also uses swords. Does this Sha Tian still call himself a sword god? The crew of One Piece. The bullet on the Grand Line. I was so afraid that such a person would directly give up the opportunity to escape the dark place like the 6th floor of Impel Down. Wide. Chapter 105. Shiryu, do you think you can beat me? Bullet heard the sarcasm and underestimation in Shiryu's tone. Squinting his eyes, said disdainfully. I haven't played, but you can give it a try. Shiryu of Rain did not tremble at all, Bullet said with a grunt. His bullet is indeed powerful, but he may not be unable to give it a try. You can only use the mentality of a try even facing me, and the sword god Sha Tian is just a stab to deal with me. At this moment, Bullet's voice said very seriously. In my heart, I even underestimated Sha Tian and felt unhappy. This is a very strange psychology. Deep down in Bullet's heart, he has respect for the strong, even if he is the enemy of life and death. What? One knife? Shiryu of Rain hasn't reacted yet, Burndy. Waldo said in surprise first. He is very clear about the strength of Bullet, the heir of the devil, and its strength cannot be called horror too much. Even claiming to be unstoppable under that Sha Tian's next move. Bullet, you can't just make a joke. Yuji Shiryu's eyes darkened, disagreeing with Bullet's words. What is this guy kidding? Caitlin, the big wine barrel and others, and even the wolf made a dull sound, and they were all startled by what Bullet said. This sword god Sha Tian, who is it? Caitlin Dime heard Bullet's tone not like a joke, so she couldn't help but walk to the door of the cell and asked in surprise. The legend of the sword god Sha Tian is indeed a bit short, and the news has been blocked by the world government. It is normal for some people to not know. Bullet sneered, revealing his ignorance of Shiryu of Rain. In that year, when I was on Roger's ship, I met Sha Tian for the first time. He fought with each other, so he beat me, Rayleigh, and Roger back and robbed the territory. Moreover, the name of the sword god is not self-proclaimed, but the people in the world thought that the world's #1 was not enough to call Sha Tian's sword, and praised it. Bullet recalled. At that time, I was easily defeated by Sha Tian. He is hailed as the god of swords by the world. And Pluton Rayleigh and Roger D. Roger are not rivals. When this remark came out, everyone couldn't help being shocked. Advertisement. Shiryu's hands were shaking even more. For Shiryu, who is a swordsman, the name of Sha Tian has more impact. Not a self-styled sword god, but the world feels that the world's #1 swordsman is not worthy of Sha Tian's sword. How powerful is the knife? And Roger, who became the One Piece, is the pinnacle of strength. Even 40 years ago, that was a period of proper prosperity. The sword god Sha Tian actually defeated Roger. Sha Tian was born in Rock's pirate. You may all know a little about the legend of the Sea Lord back then. The sword god Sha Tian is the strongest after Rocks. Not even Whitebeard Newgate. In short, the peak sword god Sha Tian, one person played against Garp, Sengoku, Kong, Black Arm Zephyr, and 5 elders without losing sight of the team. Bullet thought of the last scene of the Battle of the Valley of Gods in her heart, and her body trembled even more. This is also the self-strength that I pursue. In the past, Sha Tian did it. How come? There are such strong people. No wonder the world government wants to block news. Catherine, Burndy Waldo, Crocodile and others all said in horror. Although Bullet didn't say it carefully, based on these achievements, it can be seen completely what kind of legend the sword god Sha Tian is. Other people's eyes were shaking. What Bullet said is amazing. This is simply a legend in the legend. These people are all people who have stood at the pinnacle in the world. For 40 years since he disappeared, no one knew what was going on, but now, he is back. Just when Marine and the world government are preparing to take action on Whitebeard Newgate. Bullet stood up abruptly with the chain on her body. Why would I rather come back than seize this opportunity to escape? It's because of this person. Too invincible. Moreover, the current sword god Sha Tian has gathered in the original base camp of Rock's pirate, the Beast Kaido, All Nations Big Mom, Redhead Shanks and Pluton Rayleigh. Bullet looked at Shiryu of Rain at the door of the cell not far away and said madly. With such a powerful Sha Tian, coupled with these powerful forces, can Marine stop it? This is already scarier than the Rock's pirate back then. 4 emperors, 3 together. Plus Pluton Rayleigh. Yuji Shiryu was scared by Bullet's words and sweated all over her head. Advertisement. If you add the Whitebeard Newgate who met, then the 4 emperors will gather together. The criminals who have stayed here for many years may not know Kun as the 4 emperors of the New World, but as the guard who came in as a prisoner, Shiryu knows how powerful this is. The evil king and others are even more shocked and inexplicable. The name of the 4 emperors on the sea can be heard even on the 6th floor of Impel Down. They are almost the 4 strongest in this era. This is a major event that is about to disrupt the world. Perhaps Impel Down will also be affected, and the day when everyone goes out may not be far away. Jinbei, Ace, and Crocodile are all palpitating. It turned out that such a big event happened outside. Glancing at the Fire Fist Ace, who was stunned there, Crocodile and Jinbei both thought about it with shock. This public execution may have begun to develop into a confrontation between the pirates and the world government. The sword god Sha Tian is very likely to lead these people to support Whitebeard and become Shichibukai to gain freedom, but it is very likely to face Sha Tian. I will not risk this kind of thing. Bullet said with some horror, and sat back on the ground again. I am confident that I can go out in other ways. Now, It is not the time for Sha Tian, the frontal sword god. Bullet, who escaped in the hands of Sha Tian twice, has a shadow of fear in his heart. All of the 6 floors of Impel Down seemed quiet for a while. Barrett's choice is correct. The evil king, Caitlin, the big wine barrel, the evil wolf and others all complexed, and the shock of hearing about Sha Tian has not faded in their hearts, and they are also frightened by the great changes that the world is about to cause. The atmosphere returned to its original low and depressed atmosphere. Reign of Shiryu and the heavy breathing of the evil king. The silence of the evil wolf, Katrine and others. In the deepest part, the Red Earl who closed his eyes and thought. Sha Tian, you are still alive. In the new era, we of the old era are gradually fading. Unexpectedly, you are still alive. Then I don't have to wait here to die. Earl Hong opened his eyes, and there was a trace of desire flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Red Earl's mind is full of Sha Tian standing proudly with a knife. He wants to go out. Chapter 106. The day of public execution is approaching. The worries of naval headquarters and Impel Down were shaken when hearing the news of Sha Tian's return. The whole sea seemed particularly calm, but in the depths, undercurrents surging. The marine monitored by Hashinosu was farther away from the island, almost stuck in the farthest visible range, and did not dare to approach it at all. Seeing a complete truce, the pirates' onlookers started the banquet and ran to the surrounding islands, completely afraid to approach. And Sha Tian also chatted with Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido, Shanks and others about what happened in the past 40 years. The red-haired Shanks did not leave, but instead indicated that he would not join Sha Tian's dragon-slaying pirate group, but he also wanted to follow Sha Tian to sea. Sha Tian glanced at Rayleigh and shrugged indifferently. Kaido never mentioned Wano-kuni to Pluton Rayleigh. Because there, Kazuki Oden was killed by Kaido there. They didn't know because of Wano-kuni's lock-in issue. And I mentioned that with Sha Tian here, Kaido dare not hide it. The redhead Shanks and Pluton Rayleigh are both 22 on the One Piece ship and have friendship with Oden. I'm afraid I will kill myself desperately together. There is reason and evidence, and Captain Sha Tian will definitely not stop it. Looking at Kaido without mentioning Wano-kuni, Sha Tian, as a traverser, naturally understands what is going on. For Sha Tian, these are the grievances between them. But now the most important thing is to top the war. Since Kaido understands that, if you don't mention it, let's not mention it first, and let's talk about it later. At this time, Doflamingo, who had been flying for more than 2 days, also came to Punk Hazard. Among the islands, Guy Saw, who knew Doflamingo's arrival, Monet and others had been waiting with his men long ago. Master, you are here. Monet smiled and walked forward and greeted enthusiastically. Doflamingo looked at Guy directly at this time. Guy, is devil fruit ready? Doflamingo asked directly. We need to wait a while, now we can only produce 3. Joker, is this Kaido threatening you? Guy stared at Mingji's eager eyes and couldn't help but asked. Although I am very afraid of Kaido, this time, it is a more terrifying big man. Advertisement. Doflamingo can get it as soon as he hears it, and his eagerness is relieved. Said as he walked into the laboratory. Monet, Guy Saw and others all followed and couldn't help being surprised when they heard this. A more terrifying character than 4 Emperors Kaido.
Master, who else can be scarier than the 4 Emperors?
Monet couldn't help asking in surprise. A legendary character, one person can fight against the existence of Marine. Our Don Quixote family has become one of this legendary vassal fleet.
Having said that, Doflamingo couldn't help but smile. Vassal. Guy's face changed drastically. The vassal pirate group is actually cannon fodder.
But the look of Joker is so happy. Everyone went into the laboratory as they walked. This is not an ordinary legend. One Piece is just a handy name in his eyes. Doflamingo looked at the fruit that was about to take shape, his eyes flashing with excitement. The first thing that Captain Sha Tian explained could be completed soon. Just before I came, this legend used a blade of grass to defeat the red-haired Shanks. You will learn more about it in the future. The most important thing now is to get the fruit right. Looking at Guy Saw, Monet and others gradually became shocked. Doflamingo didn't have much thought to say. How is it possible? The red-haired Shanks is also one of the 4 emperors, how can such a big gap be possible? Only a blade of grass. Monet exclaimed, this is really shocking. No matter how powerful a person is, how can he reach this level? Guy Saw also stood there in shock, his face sweating. Defeat the red-haired Shanks with a blade of grass. That is the 4 emperors, they are at the same level as Kaido. The world is big, and you have to relax your vision. This kind of power does exist. Kaido, the beasts, joined his subordinates without hesitation. As you can imagine, this is the problem. Becoming a vassal is an opportunity for Don Quixote. An opportunity to stand at the forefront of the times. Doflamingo laughed crazy. Guy said, Monet couldn't help but tremble a little. Even 4 emperors Kaido agreed without hesitation. What kind of existence is this legend? Advertisement. At this moment, Guy slowed from the shock. 3 fruits that were already available were taken out. Let's go, you are all your own, go meet this legend together. Doflamingo took the 3 man-made devil fruits installed and spoke directly to Guy and Monet. The 2 of them naturally yearned in their hearts, and wanted to meet the legendary powerhouse. Followed Doflamingo and set off to Hashinosu. 3 days later. Hashinosu. Behind Sha Tian stood Rayleigh, Shaki, Mahawk and Kaido, the three plagues, and the red-haired Shanks, all on the big platform under the huge skeleton rock, looking at the sea in the distance. In the distance, the Queen Mother chant of the Big Mom pirate group slowly appeared. On the Queen Mother chanting horn, Big Mom stood on the bow, wearing a double-horned hat, and the huge body under the pink dress shivered a little when he saw Hashinosu from a distance. The children and core members behind him are all listed. Parasparrow, Katakuri, Cracker and others were behind Big Mom, their expressions very dignified. Although Mom mentioned Sha Tien's name all the way, and warned everyone many times, he still felt uneasy. 897. After all, through the phone worm, it may be a trap set by Kaido. Charlotte Linlin of Hashinosu was very happy to see Hashinosu, looked back at Katakuri and others, and smiled. Are you still worried? The fruit of Kaido is what I gave back then, so you don't have to worry too much. Kaido won't use this method for this kind of great grace. Charlotte Linlin still told everyone about this secret matter. Katakuri and others were taken aback, everyone looked at each other and nodded. Charlotte Linlin didn't bother to say anything, but looked at the island excitedly. The big ship moved quickly, and under the skeleton rock, the figure on the island gradually became clear. Charlotte Linlin took all the core members to see. Sha Tien, Kaido, Pluten Rayleigh, Red Hair and others stood behind Sha Tien, watching them. With this lineup, Parasparrow and others are even more shocked. Katakuri is crazy about the ability of seeing, hearing and predicting the future. As long as there is something wrong, immediately notify Mom to evacuate. And the four emperors and legendary figures are standing behind the young man. The four emperors and Pluten are both behind. This young man must be the sword god in Mom's mouth. Big Mom looked at Sha Tien, who was exactly the same 40 years ago, holding his arms and standing there, and couldn't help being a little excited. Really, it's him. Chapter 107. The Big Mom pirate ship sailed quickly to the port. Big Mom jumped down first. Katakuri, Daifuku and others all swallowed their throats and followed. This lineup has not really been determined, and it really makes them unable to feel at ease. It's so scary. Sha Tien stood in front of everyone, looking at Charlotte Linlin, whose posture had changed drastically after 40 years, couldn't help but smile a little in her heart. At Rock's Pirate, this was a beauty, and now. Pluten Rayleigh, Shaki, Redhead Shanks didn't have a deep contact with Sherlock Linlin, but he didn't have any expressions. It is Roger who personally went to Charlotte Linlin to grab the red historical steel. Kaido's complexion became pale. Although competing with Charlotte Linlin back then, they were like two brothers and sisters, and the fruits of their own fish were also given by Charlotte Linlin. Calling her this time also meant to return the favor. Charlotte Linlin looked at Sha Tien, whose appearance had not changed, her excitement was not concealed, and her pace was getting faster and faster. Even purple lightning appeared on his body. The footsteps have also changed from sprinting to running. Napoleon. The double-horned cap on Charlotte Linlin's head responded with a mom, and the change became a big knife in his hand. Charlotte Linlin exploded with an unparalleled aura while running. Haki was wrapped around the blade and shattered as it swept across the ground, bringing out a ravine. The big knife in the hand drags a huge pink thunder and rushes towards Sha Tien. The air flow was turbulent instantly, causing a hurricane. The white clouds in the sky have been blown away. This kind of power is almost the strongest blow that Charlotte Linlin has made. Daifuku, Parasparrow, Cracker and others were shocked, cold sweat came out of their heads, and they were ready to fight in an instant. Why did Mom suddenly make a move after going ashore? That's such a terrifying lineup. But Katakuri foresaw that Big Mom would take action, and still attacked like this with all his strength. When it happened, I couldn't help but be horrified. It's going to war. Facing Charlotte Linlin, who was dragging the thunder and lightning, Pluten Rayleigh, Mahawk, red-haired Shanks and others were all shocked. They were about to step forward and were stopped by Sha Tien with a wave of his hand. Only Kaido, with an extremely solemn expression on his face, stepped back a bit. His eyes narrowed slightly. Advertisement. This is the original way of greeting Rock's Pirate. Originally, I wanted to shoot Sha Tien in this way. After all, 40 years have passed, Kaido still has a little gap deep in his heart. But the best opportunity was missed, and the next shot was completely provocative. It just so happened that Charlotte Linlin was here, so you can take a closer look. The pirates around, seeing this power, retreated in horror. Sha Tien looked calm and stretched out his hand to block Rayleigh, Red Hair and others. I know that Charlotte Linlin greets this way. It also means temptation. Looking at the mighty Charlotte Linlin, he couldn't help but smile. Armament Haki was wrapped around the outstretched hand, and the color of black and gold was flowing. Kaido, Three Disasters and others couldn't help swallowing their throats when they looked at the armed color used on Sha Tien's body. Do you want to be so scary? What kind of armament Haki is in this realm, showing this kind of black and gold color? At this time, with violent power, Charlotte Linlin, who aroused the vision, made a big jump when she saw the distance was almost the same. The thunder and lightning formed by Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki were dragged on the broad knife, violently chopped directly to Sha Tien from top to bottom. At this moment, the sky seemed to darken. You have learned the prestige. Kwangjun, the current progress is at its peak. Sha Tien smiled lightly, without moving her footsteps, and directly grabbed Bigmom's Napoleon's broadsword with one hand. Sha Tien's right hand directly grabbed the blade. The black and gold flowing armament Haki directly took Charlotte Linlin's full blow. ZZ. Haki's violent voice sounded. The attack-carrying conquerors Haki sent out thunder and lightning, and some weak pirates couldn't bear it, and they fainted. The strong wind blows all directions from the two of them. The islands trembled, and the sea surged away in all directions. Sha Tian used his hand hard, but everything came to a halt at the place where she collided with Charlotte Linlin. The wind stopped, Charlotte Linlin's Haki also dispersed, and the huge power was all picked up by Sha Tian's flowing armament Haki. Not to mention that the figure has not moved, even the surrounding ground is not damaged in the slightest. Just like Charlotte Linlin's knife, there is no effort at all. Advertisement. But the tremor of the island just now made Kaido, Rayleigh, Red Hair and others understand that the power of Big Mom was directly taken down by Sha Tian, and the original destructive power was directly guided to the surface of the sea through the armed color. Rayleigh, Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Mihawk and other strong players can understand the horror of Sha Tian, trembling in his heart. It's different from wanting red hair to explode into a sword. Such a powerful state of armed color and control. In this world, perhaps only Sha Tian can do it. Kaido was shocked and even the last bit of estrangement in his heart disappeared. Except for the real sword god Sha Tian, who can do this. The more than 100 Katakuri and others who were still running from the coast were even more shocked. An unbelievable look. Diaresis Mom's full blow, so I took it lightly. Everyone stopped and froze in place. The pirates who didn't faint around even sat on the ground panting heavily, sweating on their heads, shocked. At the moment when Big Mom cut it down, I felt that even Aftermath could not stand it and was going to die. As a result, this kind of power that destroys the world suddenly disappeared in the hands of the sword god Sha Tian, and took it indifferently. The most intuitive is Charlotte Linlin. At this time, the huge body is still holding the knife, and the knife body is grasped by Sha Tian with a faint smile. Unexpectedly, 40 years later, I would not even have the strength to shake Captain Sha Tian. There was a cold sweat on his head, and my heart trembled and excited. It was directly confirmed that the one in front of him was the captain of Sha Tian who fought against the Marine and the World Qian Nuo Jiao government and asked them to evacuate safely. Charlotte Linlin directly released the big knife in her hand and dropped to the ground. With excitement in his eyes and a smile, he stood upright and said with reverence. Long time no see, Captain Sha Tian. Not bad, Linlin, he is much stronger, that is, he doesn't manage his body very well. Sha Tian laughed loudly, with a hint of ridicule, and threw Napoleon's knife over. Napoleon's broadsword turned into a double-angled hat again, and quickly put it back on Bigmom's head. In the hands of Sha Tian, it feels too terrifying, and it feels broken. After Katakuri and others stopped, they ran forward again, and just heard Sha Tian's words, the hair was erected, and he looked at Bigmom sluggishly. He even talked directly to Mom like this. Charlotte Linlin didn't feel dissatisfied on her face at this time, but was very happy, standing in front of Sha Tian obediently. Country. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Big Mom surrender. Rayleigh, Mihawk, Shaki, Redhead Shanks and others can't help but be stunned. Charlotte Linlin's attitude towards Sha Tian is really respectful, except for Sha Tian, who can talk to Sha Tian like this. Kaido smiled secretly in his heart. He had expected Charlotte Linlin's reaction long ago. He also stood behind Sha Tian, his eyes more respectful. Three disasters Jack, Jin, Quinn and the red-haired group all showed surprises, with cold sweat on their faces, looking at Sha Tian. His face was incredible, and his heart was shaking. This is four emperors Big Mom. He stood on the side obediently, with a pleased smile. However, everyone began to understand that Captain Sha Tian is too strong, too invincible. Who can do this with the power of receiving a knife with one hand? You guys come here quickly. Charlotte Linlin turned her head and saw her children and the core cadres show a face of shock. She was not far away and cried out in dissatisfaction. Captain Sha Tian is right in front of them, and Perospero and the others have no insight. Yes, Mom. Only then did Perospero, Katakuri and others reacted and quickly stepped forward. They smiled bitterly in their hearts, not because they were impolite, but because they were so shocking since they went to the island, and they were shocked. With such a strong lineup, it is easy to take Mom's full blow with one hand, and even to tease Mom is still happy. This simply subverted their cognition for decades. Captain Sha Tian, these are all my children, this is Perospero. Charlotte Linlin looked happy and started to introduce her children and subordinates. Slightly heard, let's introduce it slowly next time. Sha Tian laughed, and quickly stopped Charlotte Linlin. There are too many children to remember. But Katakuri, the 3 stars and some of the front cells, knew it a long time ago. Great Captain Sha Tian. At this time, behind Katakuri and the others, an old man with a short stature tried hard to squeeze out, and he knelt down directly with reverence. Longbread, you are a chef. Sha Tian glanced lightly. This guy is not surprised at all here. Longbread knelt on the ground, with a look of excitement. Captain Sha Tian still remembered himself. Advertisement. At this time, Charlotte Linlin glanced at Kaido, and the two looked at each other. Then Charlotte Linlin stood in front and knelt down. Captain Sha Tian, I will lead the Charlotte family to join your command. Charlotte Linlin said respectfully. Katakuri and the others looked at them in shock. They didn't expect Mom to be so direct. We are one of the pirates of the 4 emperors. But Mom knelt directly. When everyone reacted, they all knelt down. I am waiting to join you under your command. Uniform voice. But their minds are different. Although it has long been known that according to Charlotte Linlin's attitude, he led the pirate group to join the sword god Sha Tian, but seeing this scene with his own eyes still shocked the people around him. Even Marine watching from a distance was shocked. The telescope in his hand fell into the sea. The look was like a ghost, and this 4 emperors had surrendered again. Kaido tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. Now, led by Captain Sha Tian, more than 4 emperors have been assembled. This world will tremble. 3 plagues Jack, Jin, and Quinn are all a little bit enthusiastic, and the shock in their hearts is even harder to add. Seeing the Big Mom pirate group in front of them all kneel down and surrender, I am extremely thankful that I can join the sword god Sha Tian's dragon-slaying pirate group. This will witness the birth of a legend even more legendary than the One Piece King. The red-haired Shanks gripped Griffin's knife handle tightly with his right hand, and his pupils were trembling, as were the cadres such as Ben Beckman and Yasop behind him. Since Sha Tian appeared, the shocking incident has not stopped. Even the old guy Rayleigh, who was used to seeing all kinds of things, grinned. I feel I am used to it. Some of the pirates around were even more frightened and limp on the ground, shocked. The character of the sword god Sha Tian, even being the king of Shanghai thieves, I'm afraid it's a matter of words. I didn't see Kaido first, and then I surrendered to Big Mom. Get up. Let us turn the world upside down together. Sha Tian grinned happily, the black golden armed color spread out like an extension of itself, and the Big Mom and others were unable to resist and were supported by Sha Tian. Advertisement. Katakuri Curry and others felt the armament hockey spreading over them, and they were even more shocked. Feel the extreme terrifying power contained in the sword god Sha Tian. The dissatisfaction with Mom's choice dissipated. More cold sweats are coming out of my forehead. How exactly does this person cultivate? Just armament hockey, there is a feeling that life and death are not under their control. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, Captain Sha Tian. The Big Mom who stood up laughed loudly, turned his head and ordered from Katakuri Curry and others. Go on board and get ready to take down the gift for Captain Sha Tian. After Charlotte Linlin finished speaking, she looked cute again in front of Sha Tian. Sha Tian is a bit funny, this Charlotte Linlin is said to have a lot of treasures, and every shot is very generous. Kaido, red-haired Shanks and others are all curious, what treasure will the famous and generous Big Mom give to Sha Tian? You must know that the fish fruits and the powerful fruits in the form of blue dragons were directly given to Kaido. Sha Tian will naturally not be embarrassed, if devil fruit is even more rude. Just when Katakuri Curry quickly went to the boat to get things. 3 people came from midair. It was Doflamingo and Monet who came all the way from Punk Hazard, Guy Spread. As soon as the 3 of them landed, Doflamingo was okay. He was shocked when he saw Big Mom, and was stunned for a while. Monet was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. Guy let out a scream, his whole body spread out like gas, and then closed again, shaking. The eyes of both of them were dumbfounded. This is what I saw. 4 emperors Big Mom, Kaido of the Beasts, red-haired Shanks, and their deputy captains and cadres, all of them are famous people. And that gray-haired, smiling old man, Pluton Rayleigh. The young man with his arm in the middle is probably the horrible big man called by the young master. This is the gathering of the 3 emperors. Added legendary characters. The 2 had never seen such a scene before, and suddenly they didn't know what to do. Doflamingo reacted, pulling the 2 with string fruit in his hand, and came directly to Sha Tian's side. The 3 of them handed 3 prepared artificial devil fruits on their hands. Captain Sha Tian, fortunately, this is the man-made devil fruit brought back. Chapter 109. The 3 tremblingly handed over the artificial devil fruit. Sha Tian smiled and said that it was very hard, took the fruit, and carefully took out a look. The man-made devil fruit does not have that peculiar texture, but it also has the kind of inexplicable energy contained in it. At this time, Katakuri also ran back carrying a big box and placed it in front of Bigmo, M and Sha Tian. Pluton Rayleigh, Redhead Shanks, Kaido, etc. Everyone stepped forward a bit. Curiously looked at the box. Sha Tian looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. Give a meeting gift, I'm so curious. In fact, Sha Tian doesn't know that Charlotte Linlin has many treasures and is generous. Charlotte Linlin bent down and opened the box directly. Inside is a bunch of strange treasures. There are golden ones, paper ones, a long wooden box, a small wooden box, and so on. Captain Sha Tian, this is the rubbing of the red historical text, the stone tablet is too big to bring it over. Charlotte Linlin took out a rolled up piece of paper and said with a smile. Sha Tian nodded slightly, smiled lightly. In fact, I am not interested in this thing, after all, it is easy to find the final island, and Pluton Rayleigh is also there. People around me were surprised. This thing is one of the things that must be gathered for those who are vying for the position of One Piece. Charlotte Linlin also knew that this Captain Sha Tian was not very interested, and turned over the prepared box with both hands and took out the rectangular wooden box. Captain Sha Tian, you may not be interested in the text of treasure and history, but you will definitely like this. Charlotte Linlin said confidently with a hint of flattery. He held the box with both hands and handed it to Sha Tian. This Linlin also sells things to do with mystery. Sha Tian smiled, stretched out his hand and opened the wooden box. I already felt the strange feeling in the box. Inside is a knife. Really? After opening the box, everyone's eyes looked at the long knife lying in the box in amazement, which was extremely similar to Sha Tian's original second generation. Captain Sha Tian's second generation ghost was lost in the Valley of Gods battle. I didn't find it, but this first generation ghost fell to me by coincidence, so I brought it. I hope Captain Sha Tian can like it. Quote. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin looked at Sha Tian's eyes with satisfaction, breathed a sigh of relief, and said hee. Indeed, I like it very much. Sha Tian smiled with satisfaction. This gift from Charlotte Linlin is indeed very appetizing. Ever since Kokosia village woke up, he had touched Black Blade Knight. Even if Mahawk gave it to me, he didn't like the heavy feeling of Black Blade Knight. What I like is this kind of knife shape. Sha Tian stretched out his hand to hold the scabbard, and slowly pulled out the scabbard. Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom and the others around them stared at them, with excitement in their hearts. The sword god Sha Tian used the second-generation ghost sword. Today, 40 years later, with the first generation in his hand, what an invincible power he will be. Charlotte Linlin opened her mouth wide, looking expectantly at Sha Tian and pulled out the demon knife. At the moment when the ghost was pulled out, Sha Tian felt a strange force entangled from the first-generation ghost sword. One of the supreme big knives, first-generation ghost Toru, it is said that people who use this demon sword will be surrounded by weird power. Rayleigh squinted and felt the strange power of the knife. Undoubtedly, in the hands of the sword god Sha Tian, no sword can resist. Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Big Mom and others all felt it, and their faces were solemn. The pirates around also swallowed nervously. This supreme big knife is still the most terrifying demon knife. What kind of form it will be in the hands of the sword god Sha Tian? And Sha Tian is still entangled by the strange power on the knife. I didn't panic at all in my heart, let alone the suppression of the magnificent power of the system itself. It was its current strength, and it could not be shaken by a knife. Boom. The sword intent on Sha Tian erupted and swept away. The ground beneath his feet was shattered every inch, and the knife's intent seemed to be true, pushing the people around him straight away. Even Pluto and Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, Big Mom and the others changed their complexions. They couldn't stand up even when they raised Haki's support, and they stepped back a few steps. Katakuri, the Three Plagues, Yasop and others were even more horrified. They couldn't help but stagger back. The pirates who were far away also fell to the ground, unable to stand, shocked in their hearts. This is just pulling out the knife, there is this kind of power. Mahawk stood hard, feeling Sha Tian's burst of sword intent, felt more things, and was extremely excited in the shock. Find flowers. The murderous sword intent that I learned, unexpectedly came out automatically, and it continued to become stronger and stronger. Advertisement. Master Sha Tian, holding a ghost, how powerful it is. Sha Tian held the demon knife horizontally, squinted, and the invincible knife intent directly suppressed the strange power on the knife. The first generation ghost persisted for a few seconds before making a sound like a scream. Are you begging for mercy? Sha Tian smiled lightly, and the other hand flicked the blade. The first generation ghost was completely settled down. The sword intent on his body dissipated, and the first generation ghost was put into the scabbard. Thank you for the present. Sha Tian looked at Charlotte Linlin, grinning. This knife is considered a favor, and I really like it. Charlotte Linlin put away the shock in her heart, looked at Sha Tian's smile, and was overjoyed. Captain Sha Tian, this is to accept his own will, then in the future, there must be a greater return. Without the oppression of Sha Tian's sword intent, everyone is considered to have reacted, and the eyes looking at Sha Tian are more admired. Rayleigh, Redhead, Ben Beckman and others can't help but sigh. The sword god after having the supreme sword is the real sword god. Captain Sha Tian, I also have a gift ready to give you here, and it is also the secret treasure of the sea presented by the children. Charlotte Linlin stepped forward, took out a small box from the big box again, and opened it. Devil fruit. The people around were stunned, looking at the fruit with the strange pattern. This thing is indeed very strange. Sha Tian was also surprised. In addition to giving the knife, Charlotte Linlin even prepared a devil fruit. Although I don't know what fruit this is, but this thing is of great use to myself. The swallowing of the system, no matter what fruit it is. Unceremoniously, he directly reached out and took the whole fruit in his hand, put down the demon sword in the other hand, and took the 3 artificial devil fruits in his hand. Everyone looked at Sha Tian curiously at this time. Is this carefully examining the difference between devil fruit and man-made? Big Mom also looked at the 3 devil fruits curiously. Is this artificial according to the rumors? But Mahawk opened his eyes wide, and remembered Sha Tian's actions to devour devil fruit on the boat. Wide. Chapter 110. Sha Tian looked at the 4 fruits in both hands, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Know the difference between the man-made devil fruit and the devil fruit born from the real sea. It is detected that the binding person has 1 devil fruit in his hand and 3 artificial devil fruits. Will it be swallowed? The sound of the system sounded, and Sha Tian understood. It seems that the man-made devil fruit can also be swallowed, but you need to actively let the system swallow it. Unlike the original fruit, the system will take the initiative to remind you. Swallow devil fruit. Sha Tian issued the order expectantly. How effective is artificial? Which ability will evolve this time? Under the surprised eyes of everyone, the 4 devil fruits in Sha Tian's hands directly hollow and are swallowed by the system. This is, what ability? Rayleigh was horrified in his heart. He had lived a wonderful life and had never encountered such a thing in most of his life. Sha Tian still has this kind of ability unexpectedly. Is this absorbing the power of devil fruit? Kaido, the red-haired Shanks, and Big Mom all had their expressions shocked. They never expected to see such a strange scene. The secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit, directly faded in the hands of Sha Tian. Guy, who studied devil fruit, was even more shocked and directly paralyzed on the ground, pointing his finger at Sha Tian's empty hand, with a look of dementia and speechless. There is a magical power in devil fruit, and the disappearance of this power will make the stored ordinary fruit disappear. This situation has also happened in the laboratory. The sword god Sha Tian absorbed that kind of power. How can it be? In theory, it is impossible for one person to bear the power of more than 2 fruits. And Sha Tian, who swallowed the fruit, showed a pleasant smile at this time. These 4 fruits are a great harvest. Advertisement. You have absorbed Logia devil fruit. Conqueror's Haki has received a new evolution. Deterrence skyrocketed, gaining evolution traits, penetrating destruction traits. You have absorbed 3 elaborately crafted high-level artificial devil fruits, 3 types. Cadian has been specially evolved, and its consumption has been reduced by 80%. Your 1 style, slashing the dragon, 2 styles breaking the void, and the 3 styles opening the sky to the perfect level of the sword intent, entered a special state of understanding, and spontaneously created the 4 styles. Annihilation. The prompt of the system just sounded. Sha Tian's soaring and evolved Conqueror's Haki suddenly burst out with a knife-like comprehension state. Boom. The pale golden Conqueror's Haki burst out from Sha Tian. Rayleigh, red-haired Shanks, Kaido, and Big Mom were all shocked, feeling the invincible Conqueror's Haki, and turned around and wanted to retreat. Come again. The 3 plagues, Jack, Quinn and others were terrified, and the knife intent oppression had just passed, and now Conqueror's Haki is here again. Cadres such as Kaita Curry, Ben Beckman, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Shaki and others, including the pirates around them, were too late to react. After Sha Tian skyrocketed, Conqueror's Haki, who had no time to control, swept. One by one pirates fainted with Byakugan, and they were stunned by Sha Tian's deterrent power without resistance. The 3 plagues, Yasop, Kaita Curry and other cadre-level people did not directly faint, but the whole person was knocked into the air by the pale golden Conqueror's Haki, vomiting blood, fell far underground, unable to climb up, and difficult to lift. He raised his head and looked at the terrifying and invincible figure with horror. The eyes are full of incredible. This just distributed Conqueror's Haki wounded them all. Shaki, Mihawk, Doflamingo and the others are even more so. Under resistance, they were directly injured by the flying. The more resistant the person is, the more he will suffer Sha Tian's indiscriminate dissemination of Conqueror's Haki suppression. Rayleigh, the redhead Shanks, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Ben Beckman all plunged their legs into the ground, their eyes were shocked, and they folded their hands in front of them. The pale golden Conqueror's Haki suppressed them wave after wave with invincible pressure, pushing them back, leaving a deep gully on the ground. How can it be so powerful? Kaita Curry, Paraspero and others were lying on the ground with bloodline in the corners of their mouths, and they could no longer describe the shock in their heart. The sword intent that goes straight to the sky is like the actual Conqueror's Haki. Like the 3 plagues, Jack, Jin, and Quinn were all thrown away, and suffered a certain degree of internal injuries when they resisted. When they fell to the ground, they couldn't help being transformed into a giant mammoth, Brachiosaurus, and toothless pterosaur. But it didn't work at all. It was still suppressed by the pale golden Conqueror's Haki, and a big hole was pressed on the ground. The other cadres who reacted gave up their own imposing resistance. As long as they didn't faint, they barely supported it. After just 10 seconds. Advertisement. Sha Tian only accepted the skyrocketing power and converged the breath of the whole body. Rayleigh, Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Charlotte Linlin and others hunched over, panting heavily, and looked at Sha Tian in horror. 40 years later, Sha Tian, the sword god, has reached the point where it is so powerful. This simply broke their perception of the limit. Even the Rocks and Roger's peak years could not have this level of strength. Sha Tian noticed the surrounding scene. Conqueror's Haki swept through, and the ordinary pirates fainted, and naturally they did not suffer serious internal injuries if they did not resist. The cadres who insisted on confrontation were all trembling and unable to stand. The few who did not resist, such as Mihawk, Shaki, etc., just gasped for breath after the pressure disappeared. Rayleigh, Kaido, red-haired and other royal figures are all fine, they just get hit hard. Sha Tian felt a little embarrassed in his heart, and Haki leaked that this indiscriminately distributed he did not take it back in time. Is this just your Conqueror's Haki? Rayleigh was the first to walk forward, his eyes were still shocked, and he pointed to the surroundings and smiled bitterly at Sha Tian. Do you want to be so powerful? The ground cracked directly, the thick clouds in the sky scattered directly, and the surrounding buildings collapsed a lot. This is simply the destructive power of Logia's fruit ability. Mr. Sha Tian, let us know in advance next time, let's run a little farther. The red-haired Shanks clutched his chest and coughed a few times, looking at Sha Tian frantically. His own haki is considered the strongest of the four emperors, and compared with Sha Tian, it is insignificant and incomparable at all. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin walked forward again with wry smiles with shocking meaning. Captain Sha Tian, after 40 years, they have completely made them invisible to the end. Sha Tian laughed, a little bit of a chattering. I really didn't pay attention, I was about to say something. A familiar voice suddenly came down from the sky. Sha Tian, you are still so terrifying and invincible. Chapter 111. The people below were shocked and looked up at the sky not far away. Who? Kaido screamed even more. 3 plagues, the 3 generals of Katakuri, Ben Beckman, Yasop and others even gritted their teeth and climbed up, looking ready to fight. Sha Tian and Rayleigh were shocked. This familiar voice. Sha Tian didn't count as having spent 40 years, and reacted to this voice the fastest. Can't help but be overjoyed. Golden Lion, come down quickly. With powerful haki power, Sha Tian saw and heard color broke through the clouds in the sky not far away, and saw a huge floating island. Golden Lion. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at each other in a daze. This one is here too. Rayleigh looked at the sky and smiled. Golden Lion Shiki, who hadn't seen it for a long time. The legendary flying pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. All the cadres and the woke-up pirates heard the voice of Sha Tian shouting to the sky, and they were all surprised. This is another legendary pirate. In the sky, a figure fell and gradually became clear. With a rudder stuck on his head, a yellow vertical striped kimono, and his feet turned into 22 dead wooden Sakura's 12 swords, the Golden Lion quickly fell down. When he was about to reach the ground, Golden Lion Shiki showed a smile, the long knife on his right leg faced Sha Tian, the violent haki entangled, and he cut it out. The slash wave, which is enough to cover most of Hashinosu, cuts to Sha Tian with a lack of yellow light. Before the sword light arrived, the strong wind had already blown the island below. The trees were blown down, the crumbling houses collapsed directly, and the sea was surging. Faced with such a mighty power, the pirates changed their faces and sweated. The 3 plagues, 3 general stars, Yasop and others all swallowed their throats. Is this the strength of the legendary flying pirate? Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh, Shanks and others all stood in place, their eyes dignified. How come the Golden Lion? Sha Tian looked at the familiar slash wave and showed a happy smile. Did not go to take the first generation ghost to the side. But looking at the huge and incomparable slash, his eyes condensed. The intent of the sword that is nothing unbreakable gushes out from Sha Tian. Advertisement. Just like the tip of a knife, directly rushed towards slash wave. Bang. The air has exploded without touching it. Sha Tian's invisible knife intent directly broke the Golden Lion Shiki's knife light, and then the knife intent withdrew. Slash wave was broken open and disappeared into the sky. All the might and power disappeared as the yellow sword energy dissipated. Golden Lion Shiki also fell down at the same time and stood in front of Sha Tian. Long time no see, Sha Tian. Jayahaha. Golden Lion Shiki was very excited and laughed. Yeah, Shiki. Sha Tian also laughed loudly. This slash is the way Rock's pirate greets. The surrounding pirates reacted from the shock, and were attracted by the laughter, and smiled. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh and others naturally understand that Golden Lion Shiki is his own, and he is not here to cause trouble. How do you know I am here, Shiki? Sha Tian couldn't help asking. Nami delivered the news, or Shiki knew that he was back. I met the navigator named Nami on the Grand Line. Originally, I just wanted to grab that little baby and become a navigator. I didn't expect her to have your sword intent on her body. Then she heard that my name was Golden Lion, so she gave your token. It's me. Golden Lion Shiki sat on the stone aside and talked to Sha Tian happily. It's not your token, I won't let go of that little baby, but it's really a talent. Golden Lion Shiki still said a bit pity. Sha Tian couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, you didn't continue, otherwise the halo of the son of Luffy's plane would beat you back to impel down again. Then why did you find here so quickly? Sha Tian put away the smile and said again. If you just ask about it at sea now, you know that Kaido and the red-haired Shanks are at war here. I wonder if you will come to the old man and just come here. Golden Lion Shiki said triumphantly. See how smart I mean. The Whitebeard pirates are going to the naval headquarters to save people. I want to support him and give celestial dragons some surprises. How about going to make the world upside down together? Sha Tian smiled and said to Golden Lion Shiki. Are you inviting me to join you again? Sha Tian. Golden Lion Shiki bit the cigar, spit out a puff of smoke, and looked around. Advertisement. The power assembled by Sha Tian is indeed terrifying. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and the trainee crew on Roger's ship. When seeing Pluton Rayleigh, Golden Lion was taken aback and said. Roger, I am Silver Rayleigh. Shiki. Rayleigh directly covered his face and couldn't bear to look directly at the now a little silly Golden Lion. This is Pluton Rayleigh, Roger's deputy captain, now my crew. Sha Tian also has a black line on her face. This guy got stuck by the rudder. Rayleigh, long time no see. Gia ha ha ha, I know, I just wanted to talk about Roger's deputy captain. Golden Lion Shiki looked serious, and then seemed to react, looked at Rayleigh, then looked at Sha Tian. Rayleigh joined you. Golden Lion Shiki looked puzzled, why isn't this old guy retired? Rayleigh, Kaido, Lin Lin have all joined, by the way, and the old man of your team, Shaki. Sha Tian pointed to Shaki who was smoking a cigarette. Really gathered terrifying power, Sha Tian, but I have not been idle these years. Golden Lion Shaki nodded with Shaki and couldn't help but sighed, then the conversation turned around and squinted. Everyone was stunned. The power of Captain Sha Tian at this time, does Golden Lion Shaki still think it is not strong enough? I discovered a magical substance on a certain island, researched and cultivated for 20 years, this powerful plan that can destroy the world. It will soon be realized. Sha Tian. Golden Lion Shaki made no secrets in front of Sha Tian, and revealed his plan. Sha Tian recalled the historical process of the original world. Shaki seems to have conducted some kind of IQ experiment and cultivated a lot of huge and ferocious beasts, right? Let you see my results. Golden Lion Shaki said triumphantly. A finger move. Above the clouds of 10,000 meters in the sky, a huge and incomparable island slowly fell down. Everyone couldn't help being shocked. The ability of Golden Lion is really terrible. If you control several giant islands and throw them directly at Marineford, at that time, who has the time to deal with other things? Unbreakable, the entire naval headquarters is gone. Sha Tian still looked indifferent, a little curious to see the plan Golden Lion Shaki had prepared for more than 20 years. Chapter 112. Above the sky, a huge island slowly fell from the clouds and appeared in the sight of everyone. Covering the sky and the sun, the entire Hashinosu was covered with light and darkened. How is it possible? Such a huge island. The many pirates below were all dumbfounded, unbelievable. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are very solemn. Shanks and the others had never seen Golden Lion Shiki's lion fruit ability. They swallowed their throats and looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. You controlled the base camp to fly over. There is no surprise in Sha Tian's eyes. The ability of Golden Lion Shiki has been seen for a long time, and it is not surprising that he can control such a huge island after so many years. Jahaha, be surprised. Golden Lion Shiki laughed triumphantly, and controlled the island to fall slowly. Rayleigh touched his beard and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Golden Lion probably did something amazing here. Seeing and hearing the color has already sensed the violent aura on the island, many. The island slowly fell, and both Sha Tian and Golden Lion Shiki walked towards the sea. A group of people followed, shocked by what the Golden Lion had prepared for 20 years. The island fell slowly, and the lower end fell directly into the sea. During the rumbling, the sea surged, forming a huge wave and hitting it. The huge waves brought by the fall of the huge island made the pirates forget this, and they were shocked. Prepare to grab the surrounding fixtures to greet you. Marine, who was watching further from the side, was still not free from the shock. He saw this scene again, and even the action of contacting naval headquarters stopped. Sha Tian gave a chuckle, and slapped his hand directly against the waves. It was huge, and the sea water covering almost the entire Hashinosu was directly scattered by the palm of the wind. It's a pervert guy, Golden Lion Shiki murmured softly, and the ability in his hand to activate also stopped. The wind on the palm smashed the waves away, indicating that the power of Sha Tian is also extremely terrifying. With a small hand, Rayleigh and the group of people behind him were equally surprised. Sha Tian's small hand, visually it is absolutely shocking. Advertisement. The power represented is even more terrifying, because it is caused by pure power. Haki, sword intent, and power are unparalleled. It is more powerful than 40 years ago, I don't know how many times. Following behind Captain Sha Tian, it seems that worry is all superfluous. The numerous pirates in the back had already watched, and they loosened the fixtures they had prepared to report. At this time, the huge island controlled by Golden Lion Shiki has also fallen steadily in the sea, parallel to Hashinosu. The scenery on the island has a panoramic view. Dr. Indigo, let them come out and walk around. Golden Lion Shiki flew between the two islands, and said to the white-clothed and blue-exploded man standing on the island. Dr. Indigo made an understanding move, turned back to the middle of the island. Behind Sha Tian, everyone looked at each other and didn't know what Golden Lion Shiki was going to do. At this moment, a huge footstep sounded loudly on the opposite island. On the island, among the swaying trees, one by one, huge and strange beasts appeared. Some monsters are even bigger than the demon Oz. The smallest is tens of meters tall. In terms of breath alone, every giant beast contains extremely violent power. It's horrible, and the number is almost innumerable. Fortunately, the island of Golden Lion Shiki is huge enough. Kaido, the red-haired Shanks, Charlotte Linlin, and the cadres behind them all perceive the breath of these behemoths through seeing and hearing. Surprised in my heart. If these beasts are thrown at Marineford, I am afraid that the entire Marineford will sink in the sea in less than an hour. I escaped from Impel Down that year and came to this island called Melview. I found a special ingredient plant called IQ on it. Then I took this island as a base camp and used IQ to create these horrors. The behemoth. Each head is powerful enough. Jahaha. Golden Lion Shiki looked at these giant beasts as if he looked at his own baby. Sha Tian must be astonished. After looking back at Sha Tian, he found that Sha Tian sighed. Sha Tian is also very helpless, prepared these things in 20 years. Perhaps it was shocking to others, even Rayleigh was taken aback. But to myself, none of these giants seems to have any deterrence. How about, Sha Tian, these giant beasts are only a part here, I at least have hundreds of thousands of them. Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiki laughed and pointed his finger at the sky, indicating that there are islands on it, and these terrifying behemoths are raised. A group of people, including the 3-4 emperors, were astonished. The number of hundreds of thousands of heads was definitely a bit scary. It's really scary. Judging from the violent aura, the fighting power of these giant beasts is probably very strong. Rayleigh was a little surprised, and said solemnly. There are hundreds of thousands of Golden Lion Shiki. If these monsters are released, the entire world government may be very troublesome. Rayleigh, Redhead, Big Mom and others can also understand, they are all shocking, there are really so many, I am afraid it is really tricky to let it go. Sha Tian's expression was indifferent, her eyes flashed with inexplicable meaning looking at Shiki. I can't help but have a headache. 20 years of time have been wasted on these meaningless animals. With this energy, your Golden Lion has become one of the peerless powerhouses. Only then Sha Tian could understand why Golden Lion Shiki could be defeated so easily by Luffy, the son of the plain. I'm afraid Shiki has misunderstood why the Valley of the Gods will lose in the end. Diaresis, the release of these giant beasts is enough to destroy the world, Sha Tian. Golden Lion Shiki didn't see Sha Tian's surprised appearance, and said helplessly again. Sha Tian's words, he naturally understands, but there are enough, who can stop it? It's tricky, but it's still far from ruining the world, Shiki. Sha Tian smiled and shook his head. Chan Nuo Zhao, it seems that Golden Lion Shiki understands that these behemoths are actually nothing, at most they can only be counted as a larger number of fighters. Sha Tian stared at the giant beasts on the opposite island scurrying in an attempt to go to the sea. A buzzing sound rippled in everyone's ears. The pale golden conqueror's haki on Sha Tian directly crossed the distance of the ocean, covering the countless violent beasts on the opposite side. Like a hurricane swept. The trees on the island were directly overwhelmed by the wind brought by conqueror's haki, the stones cracked and the dust was flying. Heads of giant beasts turned their eyes directly and fainted on the ground. Then their huge figure was lifted directly by the wind, and many giant beasts were lifted into the sea. The pale gold conqueror's haki shrouded in a few seconds and then collected it. Dr. Indigo on the island looked at the scene at his feet in shock, and slumped on the ground, dumbfounded. All the violent behemoths fainted the country. The whole island is in a mess. Chapter 113. Sha Tian directly covered the past with conqueror's haki, and the violent behemoth of the entire island was stunned. Looking at the recovery of the power of deterrence, Sha Tian looked indifferent. Captain Sha Tian is Captain Sha Tian, it directly covers the entire island and stuns those giant beasts. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others on the island secretly smacked their tongues, watching the scene on the opposite island. Rayleigh looked at the shock of the surrounding pirates and glanced at Shaki and Mihawk. The three of them were a little bit strange at this time. After all, on Sha Tian, everything seems to be normal. Look, these beasts are not enough. Sha Tian shrugged to Golden Lion Shiki and said. This just covered conquerors casually, probably just like rocks, deterrence. Sha Tian, how powerful is your conqueror's haki? Golden Lion Shiki was shocked when his cigars fell into the sea at this time. A sense of frustration appeared from the bottom of my heart. He tried. The ordinary conqueror's haki can only reduce the power of the behemoths a little bit, but it is not enough to shock the dizziness, even if he suppresses it with all his strength. Unexpectedly, under conqueror's haki of Sha Tian, the violent beast fainted so easily. Haki's release is not very strong. Just want to say, old friend, the road went wrong. Sha Tian smiled helplessly at Golden Lion Shiki. This guy understands now, right? Golden Lion 900 Shiki was taken aback, looked at Sha Tian earnestly, and then laughed loudly. In the laughter, the momentum is rising. A lion swallows the world, conqueror's haki erupts from Jin Shiki. I figured it out, haki has grown a bit. Rayleigh looked at Golden Lion Shiki in surprise, and could not help but nodded to himself. In fact, Shiki's path is related to his own personality. The fact that three people recognized by rocks, Sha Tian, and Roger died, made Shiki unable to figure it out. Now, under the invincible posture of Sha Tian conqueror's haki, reminded. Golden Lion finally realized it. Sha Tian laughed too, and he wanted to let Shiki understand that he had to be someone he approved before he was willing to listen. Jayahaha. Yes, Sha Tian. Advertisement. Golden Lion Shiki finished laughing and looked at Sha Tian earnestly and continued. You ruined my plan. Then in your plan, I also want to join. You must bring me with you to turn the world upside down. Of course, Shiki. Sha Tian was taken aback for a moment, thought this guy was so angry that he was going to frustrate himself, and the conversation turned around, threatening to join himself. With Golden Lion history, it is natural and the best. Assembling the remnants of the party, Golden Lion Shiki will not say, Sha Tian will also take the initiative. Arrived here, Sha Tian couldn't help laughing. Golden Lion Shiki's stern face loosened. Ha 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 laughed too. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both smiled. Another legendary pirate with such great strength has joined. Keita Kusu 3, the three Cracker Stars and Jack, Jin, the three Plagues of Quinn, and the Redheads were all amazed. Another fierce man has joined the dragon-slaying pirate group. Dragon-slaying. This powerful force is enough to kill the gods. Rayleigh, Shaki, and Mihawk also have an indescribable feeling. Just come to Hashinosu, and haven't gone to other places yet. The strength that Sha Tian has gathered is enough to capture naval headquarters. 100 Beasts Kaido's cadres of the 3 disasters, and those with artificial abilities in the 100 Beasts army. Charlotte Linlin's Big Mom pirate group, the 3 generals are all powerful, and there are hundreds of powerful core members. Pluton Rayleigh, Shaki, the world's best swordsman Mahawk, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo and his family cadres, count allied red hair pirates. Now coupled with the legendary flying pirate Golden Lion Shaki, his fleet and hundreds of thousands of behemoths. Looking at Sha Tian, who showed an invincible posture, the pirates of Hashinosu were full of passion and excitement. This power has surpassed all the pirate powers in the world now. Even stronger than the Rock's pirate back then. Now, we have a banquet. Sha Tian was in a very good mood at this time, pulling Golden Lion Shaki and Pluton Rayleigh and shouting. Charlotte Linlin directly let her children start preparing for the banquet. Kaido and the red-haired Shanks and the Shanks all smiled when they heard that there was another banquet. After the banquet began, Sha Tian said to everyone that the gathering was almost the same, and the time for public execution was almost the same. A few days later, he went to Marineford to give Whitebeard Newgate a surprise. Everyone naturally responded loudly, excited. Going to Marineford, it means that my side has declared war with the world government. What a hockey thing is this? Seeing that Golden Lion Shaki also joined Sha Tian's marine spy, he was shocked for a long time, and finally healed, connected to the emergency contact number, and directly reported to Marshal Sengoku. Advertisement. Sengoku, who is now reporting to Mariajoy, received information from Hashinosu, his eyes throbbed, and he took a deep breath. What happened? In a short time, it was only a few days from Sha Tian to Hashinosu. A terrorist force capable of overthrowing the sea has been formed. This ability to win over is already much stronger than the Rocks back then. Golden Lion Shaki. Sengoku gritted his teeth hard. This guy was originally Sha Tian's partner, and was the first criminal to escape Impel Down. Adding the forces of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, this force is terrifying. Sengoku hung up the phone worm and stared into the distance for a while. Then went straight in. Between rights. 5 elders sat on the sofa, and Kong also sat with his arms on the other side of the sofa, lowering his head not knowing what he was thinking. Sengoku walked in with a heavy step. Sengoku, why is it a little late? The old man with long straight hair looked at the heavy Sengoku and asked in surprise. The time for this high-end meeting has long been set. I received information from Hashinosu as soon as I got outside, not to be optimistic. Marshal Sengoku stood upright in front of the 6 in a military uniform, and said in a very solemn tone. Hashinosu. Sword God Sha Tian. The old man in the kimono held everything in his hands tightly, his complexion changed. More than beasts Kaido has joined Sha Tian's subordinates, Big Mom and Golden Lion Shaki have also appeared and joined. Sengoku sighed deeply and said to 5 elders and Kong. What? The old man with long straight white hair was startled and couldn't help standing up. In just 3 days, 2 more tricky characters have been swept over. Now, this public execution is probably in great danger. In 5 elders, Laozi with her curly hair held her forehead and said cautiously. I have a proposal. Kong raised his head, sighed, and said slowly. Chapter 114. 5 elders looked at Kong. It means to take a look. This public execution is of little significance now. Kong sighed deeply and looked at 5 elders and Sengoku. Sha Tian has assembled such power and will definitely come to support Whitebeard Newgate. If the red-haired Shanks are added, all the forces of the 4 emperors and Golden Lion Shaki, Pluton Rayleigh, Hawkeye Mahawk. Such consequences may be to wipe out Marine's army, just to kill Roger's bloodline, to hit Whitebeard, it's not worth it. Kong said slowly, his tone extremely solemn. With the strength of Sha Tian itself, it was enough to shock the world. And Whitebeard Newgate, a man with the power to destroy the world, plus the power behind it. The destruction of Marine's part is very likely. The consequences will be too serious, and the power of the world government will be infinitely weakened. What's more, there are countless pirates on the sea. Marine high-end combat power is lost, and the sea will be chaotic. Even if there are tens of millions of Marines scattered in various branches, it is not enough to support the stability of the situation. The so-called name of justice will also become a joke. 5 elders squinted, thinking. Empty words are indeed the most realistic problem. The 5 of them also thought about giving up this opportunity and directly executed Firefist Ace in advance of Impel Down. I second. Sengoku also echoed Kong's proposal. This war may not necessarily be able to stop. As for victory, thinking of the terrifying strength and influence of Sha Tian, I can't help but dispel the idea. Desperately, what is the end result? As long as Sha Tian cannot be eliminated, world government and marine will be unable to bear the consequences in the end. The 5 elders naturally understand that they have no less headaches about this matter these days. The 5 people glanced at each other, and their hearts moved. Enough to influence the development of the world, I still have to ask Master Yim. Sora, Sengoku, we all understand what you mean. Then, let's discuss it, you two wait here. Among the 5, the blonde old man said to the 2 Sengoku. Then all 5 people stood up and walked to the side door. Sengoku and Kong understand that as a marshal, there are things in Mariajoy that they are not qualified to know. I can only nodded and stayed between the powers honestly. And 5 elders walked out of the side door and went to the depths of Pengu City. Between flowers, who was still standing in front of the garden, seemed to herald the arrival of the 5 elders. Next to him, there are 2 black rectangular boxes standing upright like coffins. Advertisement. Meet Master Yim. 5 elders fell directly on their knees, saluting respectfully. Say it. Yim's voice is not hurried, and his attention does not seem to shift from the flowers. Master Yim, the Whitebeard pirate group is publicly executed. At the same time, the sword god Sha Tian has also assembled the powerful forces of Bigmom, Kaido, red-haired Shanks, Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, etc. I am afraid they will come directly support Whitebeard Newgate. 5 elders didn't talk nonsense, and said to Lord Yim. Kong and Marine Sengoku proposed that the public execution should be revoked, Ace Huaquan should be executed in advance, and this opportunity should be given up. This matter is still subject to Master Yim's decision. The 5 fell on the ground, with a sense of shame in their tone. After all, I am a little afraid of this lineup. Yes, it is indeed a lot of pressure for you to be able to win over the forces to this degree. Im's words did not change the slightest, he remained calm as usual, paused for a moment, and said again. Public executions are supernormal. You don't have to panic. You can gather as much power as you can. I have prepared the power for you to deal with them. When the 5 elders heard it, their hearts trembled. Lord Yim, what power did you prepare to deal with the sword god Sha Tian, Whitebeard Newgate and others? Im chuckled and moved his fingers to the 2 black rectangular boxes. Click. A black box began to open. The 5 elders looked at the door being opened, their eyes gradually frightened. Look at it. Im walked to the side chair and sat down, watching the trembling figures of the 5 elders lying on the ground. Rocks. 5 elders looked at a scary figure coming out of the first black box. Rocks seems to be alive, but there are no pupils. After walking out with a dull expression, he stood there motionless with a strong aura. Then, there was another click. In the second box, a figure full of hockey walked out again. Gold Roger. The eyes of the 5 elders were extremely unexpected and deeply shocked. This Roger still carries a violent hockey aura. 2 terrifying figures burst out Conqueror's hockey, covering 5 elders. Find flowers. Advertisement. Boom. In an instant, the 5 people felt the powerful oppressive power of the 2 silhouettes, and none of them could easily contend. Then Conqueror's hockey retired as soon as he touched it. Master Yim, this is. 5 elders looked at the bodies of Roger and Rocks. Some trembling nervously said to Im. The breath of the 2 figures is extremely large. This is the highest mystery of my master, life is returned. These 2 corpses are alive, but without the soul, they can instill their own consciousness to control and fight. Moreover, after my super mystery, they are stronger than the peak period. A lot of. Im sat on the chair and said without any emotional fluctuations, as if to say another trivial thing. ... 00. After listening to the 5 elders, they were shocked and looked at Yim in admiration. These 2 corpses are actually stronger than those who have cultivated for 40 years. It is much stronger than their peak period, and it is definitely enough to deal with the sword god Sha Tian. Lord Yim is God. This is a method that only God can do. The profound meaning technique, I will teach you, you can also get more powerful power, but this thing is done well, the sword god, kill, the name of the god, not a pirate can have. Im said with a cold voice. Yes, Lord Yim. The 5 elders saluted respectfully. After that, Yim directly transmitted the upright law to the 5 people, and told them to leave without disturbing him to enjoy the flowers. The 5 elders were excited when they got the upright law, and retired with the bodies of Rocks and Roger. Wait for the black box to be placed, and return to the right space again. Both Sengoku and Sora have been waiting for most of the day. Sora, Sengoku, we discussed for a long time, and finally decided that the public sentence will not be revoked. 5 elders, who came back again, said without the hesitation and ugly look before. Not only must we continue to execute the sentence in advance, we must first kill Whitebeard, and then control Whitebeard with the profound meaning of life. This surprised Sengoku and Kong watching 5 elders. After 5 elders came back, it seemed that the aura became stronger and more confident. Prepare. Not only should we continue to execute public executions, but also in advance. The eyes of the old man in kimono flashed with a hint of coldness. What sword god Sha Tian will not be a threat. Wide. Chapter 115. Both Sengoku and Kong were taken aback. The meaning of 5 elders is not only to be executed publicly, but also ahead of schedule. It's not the best time yet, Wu Lao. Kong couldn't help but persuade. It will take at least a few days for the elites gathered from all over the world. Isn't this a bit hasty? Sengoku was also puzzled. What exactly did the 5 elders go out to discuss? After they came in, they had totally different attitudes from before. Public punishment cannot be revoked, so we will execute the sentence publicly in advance. Whitebeard is estimated to be ready and can come at any time, but at the same time, he also wants Sha Tian to be unable to catch up. 5 Admiral and Shichibukai are ready. The remaining Marines are not the main combat power, the 2 marshals. The real combat power will follow us, and you can do it. 5 old stars said to them one by one. 5 elders, what kind of power is it that can fight the sword god Sha Tian? Sengoku was extremely surprised. The strength of the sword god Sha Tian, and the five elders also knew very well what would be the power that would allow them to hold a certain degree of confidence. One of you is the marshal of the whole army, and the other is marshal marine. You were originally qualified to know, but you can't disclose it to you now, you will know it then. The old man with the beard solemnly said to the two. You go and prepare. Five elders gave the final order of the meeting. Sengoku and Kong looked at each other helplessly, and could only retreat. In this way, Marshal Sengoku returned to naval headquarters and started the preparations in full swing. Marineford began to evacuate family members and civilians, and the seas near the airspace, a large amount of supplies, documents and other things in the headquarters, except for weapons, began to be shipped to the G1 branch. At the same time, Sengoku has also stepped up to convene Marines from all over the world. In a day, you can come as much as you can. The announcement of the execution in advance also began at naval headquarters and spread to the world. A storm that can affect the entire world is about to rise. 10,000 meters from the sea, near the Fishman Island. The bubble-shrouded Mobadike was sailing slowly on the bottom of the sea, followed by 3 identically smaller ships. Father, the news has arrived. Ace's public execution time has been advanced. It will be executed in 24 hours. Diamond Joes ran out of the cabin with an ugly face and said to Whitebeard Newgate on the deck. Advertisement. What? The first team Captain Marco, Bista and others were shocked. Originally there was plenty of time, but it was shortened to 24 hours. Everyone looked at Whitebeard Newgate. Suddenly decided to execute the sentence publicly in advance. This is not Sengoku, or the scheme of the woman Suru. Whitebeard Newgate looked solemn, but didn't panic, his eyes narrowed. Public execution in advance. Fortunately, when I received the news before, I prepared to dive into the seabed in advance. Notify the fleet above, go ahead at full speed, 24 hours, we are enough to get to Marineford. Whitebeard turned his head and said to everyone. Suddenly there was a bad feeling in my heart. But no matter what, this battle is about to start. On the sea, news spread quickly. In the remote sea, on an unknown island. In the middle of the island, there is a big stone table. A group of people with cloaks gathered here. They are Revolutionary Army cadres and Monkey D. Dragon scattered all over the world. Dragon, why did you summon everyone in such an emergency? Around a huge round table, everyone curiously asked Monkey D. Dragon on the main seat. The order of urgent assembly, only the leader is qualified to call everyone to gather. Is this a big deal? Everyone, this time we are summoning everyone for only one purpose. We rushed to participate in the public execution of Huaquan Ace. Monkey D. Dragon didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated the purpose to the cadres. A group of people were surprised. The chief of staff Sabo heard Ace's name and felt a little bit strange in his heart, but he didn't remember anything. Then he took off his cloak and said with a look of confusion. Isn't this battle between Marine and 4 Emperors Whitebeard? What did we do in the past? The other cadres nodded. The goal of the Revolutionary Army was celestial dragons to overthrow the rule of the world government. Advertisement. As for Marine and the pirates, it doesn't make much sense to participate in the battle, right? This is indeed a battle between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, but I have received a message that one person may join the battle, so this battle is not just Marine, it may directly be a battle against Mariajoy. Monkey D. Dragon said to everyone excitedly. The news that I knew that the person was still alive was unbelievable, but the information that came one after another did show that that guy had indeed returned, and he had gathered an incredible force. This is an opportunity to directly hit Mariajoy. One person. The cadres were confused and confused. Who can make Dragon make such a decision? It was too risky to go to Marineford. Now that the execution is public in advance, Naval Headquarters has assembled a lot of combat power. It is said that there are 2 more admiral. Some cadres oppose Long's proposal. Who can control the situation? Now there is Longtan Tiger's Den. As the most important organization of the world government, the Revolutionary Army, it might not be appropriate for everyone to rush away. Yes, boss, is it too sloppy? Can one person influence Mariajoy so exaggerated? Many cadres agreed. 4th Master Marine and Sabadu fell silent. Long won't make such a decision suddenly. Then briefly tell everyone. Monkey D. Dragon stood up and looked at the few cadres who had followed him to create the Revolutionary Army from the beginning. Those cadres all seemed thoughtful. 40 years ago, in the sea, there was an existence called the Sea Lord, Rock's Pirate. They suppressed the Marine, attacked the world government, and advocated the merciless killing of celestial dragons. Monkey D. Dragon began to speak slowly, thinking of how to introduce it to everyone in my mind. Many cadres didn't know Rock's Pirate, they were shocked and listened carefully. An overlord-level pirate group that can directly confront Mariajoy. Rock's Pirate is powerful and fierce, but in regard to celestial dragons, it is consistent with us. Until a great battle, Captain Rock's Pirate died, and the person who inherited Rock's will was called the Sword God Sha Tian at the time. A cadre of Sword God, Sha Tian, Chapter 116. Monkey D. Dragon nodded solemnly. The gap between the Revolutionary Army and the world government is still huge. And this time a rare opportunity, everyone must understand. The sword god Sha Tian is extremely powerful, even more powerful than rocks, beheading celestial dragons, severely injuring 5 elders, single-handedly against Roger pirates, 1 person against 5 elders and Marine Garp Sengoku and others. The strength of this person, it's almost invincible, but after the battle that year disappeared for 40 years, everyone thought that the sword god Sha Tian was dead. Listening to Monkey D. Dragon talking about the sword god Sha Tian, many cadres were shocked. Many people were stunned, and it was difficult to digest them for a while. This sword god Sha Tian has so many brilliant records. Each one is amazing enough. But why never heard of it? Only some people from the past know about it, but now, the sword god Sha Tian has returned. I am afraid Sha Tian will go directly to support Whitebeard, who is also born in rocks. What Rocks said was very brief, but everyone who listened to it understood the meaning. This horrible figure went to support his old friend by 22 Beard, and at the same time he would attack the world government. The more they listened, the more shocked they became, and their pupils trembled as they watched Long continue to speak. Sha Tian has a chance and will never let go of world government. These news are reliable enough. He is likely to go to Marineford. This is also a great opportunity for us to overthrow the celestial dragons. Finally, Monkey D. Dragon exhilarated. Recalling the scene of the year, I am afraid it was an unprecedented tragic battle. No matter what, the world government will fall into weakness. This is the opportunity. The cadres swallowed their throats in shock. There is still such a character in the world. Everyone reacted, and they all understood what the dragon said. This kind of person targeting celestial dragons, world government is bound to be upset. This is the opportunity for the revolutionary army to wait for a shot. In the face of such a terrifying legend, the power prepared by the world government must also have sufficient strength, and some unknown secrets will also be exposed. As the chief of the general staff, Sabo also thought a lot, his eyes revealed a gleam of light. In this case, the progress of the revolutionary army really does not have to wait a lot of time. As for the sword god Sha Tian, you don't have to worry too much. According to the information of the year and now, he is not as cruel as Rock's pirate before. The pirate group established today is also called the Dragon-Slaying Pirate Group. Having said so much about the amazing legend of Sha Tian, Long Wufeng turned and said. Advertisement. Slaying dragons, killing celestial dragons. The cadres were all stunned, and it seemed that Sha Tian, the god of swords, was indeed very targeted at those high-ranking trash celestial dragons. Yes, according to the news report, Marine has prepared 5 admiral and a new Shichibukai to deal with the sword god Sha Tian. It is enough to see that the world government is jealous of the sword god Sha Tian. Everyone, you all understand what I mean. Then, everyone, hand vote, agree to pass, and leave Marineford immediately. Monkey D. Dragon slowed down and looked at everyone seriously. Sabo and the cadres looked at each other and raised their hands. The actions of Marine and world government can reflect the degree of importance. Such an opportunity would be foolish for the revolutionary army not to join in the fun. And in terms of purpose, there is no contradiction with the dragon-slaying pirate group. Worth a try. Well, arrange the deployment on the ship slowly, let's set off first. Monkey D. Dragon stood up directly. A group of cadres hurriedly followed, knowing that the time for public execution in advance is very tight, and their location is still very remote, even if they have the ability of a dragon to accelerate, 24 hours is enough. At the same time, the news of the public execution was also known to the major kingdoms. They were shocked. After all, this era of great navigation is also called the era of Whitebeard. Whitebeard Newgate is the uncrowned king of pirates. More importantly, the strongest man in the world possesses terrifying destructive power. For a time, many parts of the world began to panic. In Sabayati Archipelago, Luffy and his group finally came here. But some of these processes were changed by Sha Tian. Pluton, Rayleigh and Shaki have closed the bar and went to sea with Sha Tian. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others walked away under the leadership of Murloc Xiaoba, and they could only find other coders. I ate in a restaurant on the way. In a few days, everyone supernovas also gathered here to prepare to enter the new world. During meal time, not only Luffy and the group were present in the restaurant, but Captain Kidd, Magician Hawkins, Drake, Bonnie and others also gathered in the restaurant surrounded by Sha Tian and Marine. Luffy and his gang were eating curiously while observing these supernovae with dignity. At this time, a newspaper reached Luffy and others. Fire Fist Ace will be executed publicly. Advertisement. Nami held the newspaper and exclaimed, Ace, isn't it the Luffy brother we met in Alabasta? Usopp, Sanji and others looked horrified. Sorry, Luffy's brother is going to be publicly executed by Marine. Ace. Luffy's complexion changed drastically, cold sweat broke out on his face, and he quickly took a newspaper. Ace's photo is placed in the center. How come? I'm going to save Ace. Luffy was panicked and was about to go out, not even eating food. Nami and others had already thought of Luffy's 900 reaction, and stopped it. Luffy, calm down, everyone is here, let's find a way to save Ace. Sanji and Zoro pressed Luffy tightly, fearing that this guy would be confused, and rushed out directly. The surrounding supernovae looked at Luffy in surprise. Ace is his brother. Everyone, there is naval headquarters, many people, you will stay first, and I will come back to find you. Luffy was confused, and said to Nami and others in a panic. Luffy, What silly thing to say, everyone will go with you to save your brother. No one has seen Luffy look like this, and it hurts a bit. Impossible. Naval headquarters save people, how did you think about it? Tiha Falgalua watched Luffy's group of people making a fuss, and said to the side. No matter what, I will save Ace. Luffy didn't care who was speaking, and immediately shouted. At this time, a huge figure suddenly appeared directly in the dining room, with gloves on his hands and a book. 7 warlords of the sea, Storm Coon Bear. The supernovas present were taken aback, and they were almost like enemies. The waiter and the owner hurriedly hid when the restaurant saw something wrong. The bear looked at Luffy and his group and slowly said. Luffy, Straw Hat, you can't go. Chapter 117. Zoro, Sanji, Robin and others also looked at Coon Bear with trembling eyes. Especially Zoro, there is a scene from not long ago in his eyes. Why, am I going to die for Ace? Luffy's state is very aggressive at this time, knowing that the opposite is Shichibukai Violent Coon Bear. Storm Coon Shang looked down at Straw Hat Crew and sighed inwardly. He is really Long's son, and the fierceness in his eyes is really similar. But this time, Long ordered to come and persuade and stop Luffy. This is not only the execution of Fire Fist Ace, but also a war that can affect the whole world. It is not something you can participate in, Luffy, Straw Hat. The bear's voice is still very gentle, looking at these people in front of him. Luo, Bonnie, Hawkins, Kid and others all moved in their hearts. Shichibukai Violent what Coon Bear revealed is not simple. But why, this Violent Coon Bear will specifically stop Luffy in the Straw Hat? What affects the world? Luffy still couldn't help but Ace was about to be executed. But Sanji, Nami, Robin and others were really taken aback. Change the world. Why did Shichibukai tell them this? Isn't this a public execution? Zoro couldn't help asking seriously. As soon as these words came out, the supernovae were also speechless to Straw Hat Crew. How did they get here? It seems that you are still too naive. Quiet down, I will tell you slowly. Riot Kun Shang sighed in his heart and said slowly. Fire Fist Ace is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. With Whitebeard's character, he will never abandon his companions on the ship. Therefore, the beginning is a battle between 4 emperors and naval headquarters. Robin, Nami and others reacted when they heard the words of Violent Coon Bear. Some vibrations. You can think of a little bit about this, but the facts are far from that. Do you know how much power Marine and the world government have assembled? Needless to say, your grandfather Garp, even the military Marshal Kong will play, and there are 5 Admiral and Shin Shichibukai. Storm Coon Shang said to everyone in a solemn tone at this time. Not only Luffy and the others were stunned. Even the supernovas were shocked. Advertisement. Kong, this is a legend, and, isn't it 3 Admiral? How did it become 5 Admiral? The world conscription, once again added 2 Admiral, powerful guys, and assembled so many powerful men, not only against Whitebeard Newgate, even the execution of Ace is just a cutscene. Marine and the world government are both guarding 1 person. Riot Kun Shang said seriously to Luffy at this time. To deal with someone, not Whitebeard, Luffy, you can rest assured that Ace won't necessarily die. Robin's eyes trembled a little, thought a lot, and quickly said to Luffy. Luffy quieted down as soon as he heard it, and when he thought about what the bear said just now, he couldn't help but startled. The supernovae slapped their tongues at the words of Kun Shang. Who can make world government and marine treat them like this? At the corner, a strange monk with wings said suspiciously. Kid, Bonnie, Arp and others remembered the legend that Sabayati Archipelago Mahakan Rayleigh followed not long ago. Isn't it this person? Yes, Fire Fist Ace will most likely not be executed, because he is not the target. The real target of world government and marine is the legendary pirate, god of sword, Sha Tien. Riot Kun Shang looked at Luffy and the gang of straw hats, and said seriously. Sure enough, this Sha Tien. Kid, Hawkins and others all looked at each other, shaking in their hearts. Among the legendary characters I have heard of, there is only this sword god Sha Tien that is more terrifying than Whitebeard Newgate. Sha Tien. No way. A gentle smile appeared in Nami's mind, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Nami, isn't it the Sha Tien you often mentioned? Usopp, Sanji and others couldn't believe it. This is just a coincidence of the name, right? That's it, staring at Sha Tien of Murloc Arlong. It's very possible. Robin frowned and said that a person with such strength would not have such a high chance of being named. Riot Kun Shang also watched Nami accidentally. Is this girl still related to characters like the sword god Sha Tien? Then he took out a picture from the book and showed it to Nami. This is a picture from Marine to Shichibukai. It's really him, Mr. Sha Tien. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a legendary pirate. Nami couldn't help covering his mouth. Zoro, Chopper and others were also surprised. Is this the man called the sword god? Kid, Luo, Hawkins and others also saw Sha Tien's photos, and couldn't help but recall the scene in this restaurant at that time. Advertisement. One person faced Marine 3 Admiral, Marshal Sengoku, and Hero Garp, but Marine did not dare to do anything. Even Pluten Rayleigh, the world's first swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, willingly followed him. The supernovas sighed in their hearts that they were such legends. Diaresis, you know the sword god Sha Tien, let alone explain it, stay here and wait for the end of the war. Violent Kun Shang returned to his original gentle tone to persuade. But I can't watch Ace being executed. Luffy said unwillingly, still wanting to save Ace. You just stay at ease, with the sword god Sha Tien here, there will be nothing wrong with Fire Fist Ace. Riot Kun Shang said these words, indicating that Ace will be fine, and Luffy fell silent. Usopp, Chopper, Brook all comforted Luffy quietly. Why do you want to tell us specifically? Zoro looked at Yukun Bear with a serious face. The bear didn't respond to Zoro. He glanced at the supernovas around him, slapped himself with his palm, and disappeared into the restaurant suddenly. The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly fell silent. The supernovas are still thinking about the sword god Sha Tien, and they are absent-minded. And Luffy was comforted and persuaded by Usopp and Chopper. Yeah, Luffy, it feels like Shichibukai is not telling lies. I did go, promise. We may not be able to survive, let alone save Ace. Since Ace may not die, then we are here. Just watch it change first. Sanji took a bit of a cigarette and said helplessly to Luffy. I see. Luffy cupped his head at this time and said bitterly. And Nami lowered his head, still thinking about Sha Tien who fell from the sky back then. At the same time, the other side of Sabayati Archipelago. In the house of the news agency, an albatross-shaped Morgans was jumping around excitedly, shaking his head and shaking his head. Big news, live broadcast, it must be broadcast live. And it must be exclusive. Morgans jumped in excitement for a long time, and finally calmed down a bit. Very bold ideas in my mind. Let the messenger seagulls bring video phone worms in the sky. 10. Do not. Hundreds live together in the air. Not only in the sky, on the sea, but on the island. Chapter 118. New World, Hashinosu. Many pirates gathered under the huge skeleton rock. Golden Lion Shiki, Pluton Rayleigh, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Red-Haired Shanks, Hawkeye Mahawk and others all got together. Sha Tien sits on the rock in the middle, holding a newspaper that has just been obtained recently. Question mark. QG. Plus. Percent. Captain Sha Tien, Marine actually performed a public sentence in advance. Charlotte Linlin frowned. Marine is probably to guard against Captain Sha Tien going to support Whitebeard, so he was executed early. Kaido snorted to Marine's behavior. This action by Marine is not normal. Now Whitebeard Newgate has disappeared, but what is certain is that Whitebeard will definitely be able to rush over in the first time. Is the purpose of Marine just to prevent Captain Sha Tien from having time to rush over to support? Jahaha, Kaido, what you said makes sense, but I'm afraid it's not that simple. Just fighting Newgate, what are the benefits after the war? Golden Lion Shiki laughed, biting his cigar and said. The world government behind must have other thoughts. Sha Tien did not speak, but looked at Rayleigh who was thinking with his beard. I'm afraid this is not Crane's or Sengoku's tactics. The sentence was executed in advance and Whitebeard was led to him. Apart from destroying the Whitebeard pirate group, I really can't think of any intentions. Rayleigh felt Sha Tien's gaze, and said solemnly. Normally, from Hashinosu to Marineford, 24 hours is definitely not enough. These times are enough for Marine to fight Whitebeard Newgate. Sha Tien also nodded, he also felt this way. But this method is really fine if you don't have time to support yourself. But after that, Marine is not afraid that after he comes, he will continue to attack and destroy them. At this time, Doflamingo, who was outside the crowd, stepped forward. Captain Sha Tien, I have an undercover agent at Marine, now contact to see what's the situation. Doflamingo stepped forward and said respectfully to Sha Tien. At this time, Sha Tien also remembered. Didn't Doflamingo have a ghost bamboo who became a vice admiral in Marine? Nodded, and signaled Doflamingo to contact. Advertisement. Brother Ming didn't take any extra actions, so he directly took out the phone worm and contacted him. Master. Vigor's voice came from the phone worm. Ghost bamboo, what's the situation with Marine? How did the public execution be carried out in advance? Doflamingo asked. Master, according to the meeting, this is an order from Mariajoy. It is said to prevent Hashinosu's sword god Sha Tien from supporting Whitebeard. Vigor's words made everyone around him look like this. After all, Hashinosu has gathered 4 emperors and Golden Lion Shiki for so many days, it is impossible for Marine to not know. More than that, Master, the world conscription has added 2 admirals, and recruited a new Shichibukai, and the army Marshal Kong will also come. Master, basically that's the case. I'm in the headquarters and it's not suitable to say for a long time. Bye. Vigor said softly and quickly, and then there was the sound of footsteps, and Vigor directly hung up the phone worm. Everyone around was moved slightly, the captain of the Sha Tien team actually had such a great pressure on Marine. In order not to confront Sha Tien head-on, he did not hesitate to execute the sentence publicly in advance, and gathered such a powerful force again. When everyone was stunned, Sha Tien, Rayleigh, and Shiki didn't think so. They looked at each other and didn't say much. There is no information on 5 elders behind it. Sha Tien didn't want to understand, so he just didn't want to. No matter what the world government wants, it is an illusion in front of its absolute strength. When I was about to ask if Golden Lion Shiki would come and catch up, the red-haired Shanks stood up. Mr. Sha Tien, I know that I may not be qualified, but I still want to ask if I can save face and not participate in this war. The red-haired Shanks took a deep breath, and said slightly nervously in front of Sha Tien. Sha Tian is too strong. He is the strongest person he has ever seen. Just like going to the naval headquarters battle, it is impossible for Marine to watch Sha Tian help Whitebeard save people. In this way, the blood will flow into a river. Red Taro. Rayleigh glanced at Shanks, with a look of surprise in his eyes. It's too late to say this now. Shanks, the person you blocked was wrong. Now the world government is picking things up. Whitebeard Newgate is my old friend. My old friend is in trouble. How can I ignore it? Sha Tian chuckled lightly and said to Shanks. This war is bound to cause more people to die. I really don't want to see this scene, Mr. Sha Tian, offended. Find flowers. Advertisement. Shanks bowed and said solemnly. Please allow me to follow Mr. Sha Tian, but Red Hair Pirates will not do anything, and there is a chance to stop the war. Even if there is only a trace, Red Hair Pirates will do its best to stop it. When these words came out, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin both stared at the red-haired Shanks. This guy is too much. Even if he made such a request to Captain Sha Tian, he would still stop him if he didn't make a move. On the contrary, Sha Tian shrugged indifferently. It's up to you, Whitebeard, I will definitely help, not to mention that I have never targeted marine, but celestial dragons. Sha Tian smiled and said to the serious red-haired Shanks. ... 0. This guy is going to save face when he comes up, but this war is a historical inevitability, and your red hair can only wait for it to end. The red-haired Shanks looked at the indifferent Sha Tian, admiring Sha Tian's mind in his heart. Don't mind if you follow, and don't mind what you say. I originally wanted to persuade me, but now I can't tell. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others saw that Sha Tian didn't mind, and didn't speak anymore, but the expressions looking at the red-haired Shanks were not very friendly. Pluton Rayleigh and Golden Lion Shiki looked at the red-haired Shanks with appreciative eyes. Dare to say such things in front of the sword god Sha Tian, you must know that Sha Tian wants to make a move, and no one on the scene can block it. Well, Shanks has his own choice. You don't have to be hostile, it's not an enemy. Sha Tian laughed and said to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Ming-Jae and others. Shiki, is it time to go to Marineford here? Sha Tian knew that the top priority was to arrive when Whitebeard Newgate started the war. Marine's action for me is definitely not easy. Now the weather is bad, and the route has changed. It's not a straight line. If I arrive in 24 hours, it will be awkward, but I will speed up to the past. Golden Lion Shiki bit his cigar, looked at the sky and said with a frown. According to the navigator team, rushing to Marineford these 2 days will be met with storms. Then we will do our best. Sha Tian stood up, holding the first generation ghost in his hand. Since you are in a hurry, then, go, Guang.